us to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gets it up top to Queen, dribbling left, big step down the lane, runner for the win, banked it in! He banked it in! He banked it in! And Maryland has won! Maryland is going to the Sweet 16!
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. That is a call you heard on Maryland radio as the Terps get the first buzzer beater of the tournament and almost the last game of the first weekend.
Yeah, and it was just such an intoxicating victory that Sean Sharif is hung over from it this morning and is out all week because of it.
He's taking all week. He couldn't even handle it.
Again.
Yeah.
He's taking all week off.
I just got back.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Ross ruined him. He couldn't take. He had 3 days of Ross. And he was like,
I heard
dude.
the snacks.
He was like, dude, I'm out of here. Another week of paternity leave. He's using them all up.
Well, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
He has not taken enough paternity leave. And so I think we all respect how brave it is to be willing to say, I'm taking paternity leave 11 months later.
It is brave.
It's brave.
I think he has more still. I think he still has,
there's still some more to come here.
He still has more. But we get a buzzer beater. Was it a travel?
Yes, it was. If you're talking literally letter of the law, it was. If you're talking about how it's called in today's game of basketball, no, it wasn't. So it's technically a travel that they never call. So
yeah, it's like one of those things where if you're in the moment, do you make the call? No. Like, did anybody on the broadcast, were they sitting there clamoring, or even the post game show where they sit there saying, dude, that's got to be a travel? I paid attention to it. I didn't notice any of them saying that.
I think when you slow it down, by the way, the guy takes such long strides too that when you watch it, it looks like when you see it live and you're looking for it, like, did that guy just take 5 steps? When you slow it down, it is more like 3, but it is 3 for sure.
1, 2, yeah. That's it. And I guess the half step is like you could say, he was already in the movement of putting that first foot down when he stopped the dribble.
Gather step. They call it the gather step.
The gather step, yeah. So I don't think it was like some egregious missed call that he didn't get it. And Maryland wins, and it is the first real buzzer beater of this tournament. How would you grade this thing so far?
Second round was much better than the first relative to expectations. We got much closer games. But I mean, this has been I don't know. What has this been for you? Maybe like a B minus?
Yeah. It's been fine. Like I've enjoyed it. The games have been.
There's no like, holy cow, this is what March is about thing for me yet.
Right. It's not like
Arkansas made it interesting, I think. I mean, St. John's is a really good team. They dominated all season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Arkansas winning it's intriguing, but it wasn't like oh my gosh, buzzer beater to beat St. John. Like there's no like iconic moment from that game, I don't feel like.
From the Arkansas St. John's game?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the iconic moment is the storyline at the end of the game of taking RJ Lewis out.
Right. Yeah.
Like, that's the storyline. And like, how much criticism do you have to give to Rick Pitino for that, or not? I mean, that's the reality of it. Is that he was not playing well, and he took him out. Like, so where do you put the criticism?
I mean, right now, if I just think of like what are the big storylines coming out of this so far, it's obviously the buzzer beater there for Derek Queen. That's one. McNeese winning. That was two. That was a big storyline early. But other than that, yeah, I mean, Arkansas advancing the way they have. You get Calipari beating Bill Self and Rick Pitino. That's probably the top two right there. The drama with Dan Hurley crying about Florida at the end. I mean, there's that. Florida and UConn was a great game.
Yeah, it really was. We've got a ton of audio we will play during the College Kegger at 7 o'clock. All the sights and sounds from the first weekend of March Madness. And now we get on to the Sweet 16, which, you got a couple of days off, and now you're going to be able to get some more intrigue moving on.
Would you revise any of if you had to do it over again, would you revise anything? Go like, I would change the champion to this team.
No, I would still pick Florida. I thought they showed a lot yesterday. Like even in a loss to UConn, like they got down.
Well, they beat UConn.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Even the win, they got down to UConn, and they were down for most of the game. And I have a feeling that there would be a situation where you would look at that, and you were a team that had never done anything like Florida. You never won with this group that they have, and you're down to the two-time defending national champs.
Got you down.
Yeah, right. Who barely, all they do is win by double digits. I mean, they had 12 straight double-digit wins. They beat Oklahoma, I think, by 8. They almost got another one. I think that you would have a big, like, oh, man, here we go. And, the best guard in the country in Walter Clayton showed out.
Houston's been great.
Houston is great.
I think I was too low on, in general, Houston. I mean, I had picked an upset with Houston with Gonzaga, but even outside of that, I didn't even seeing them beat Gonzaga. I just didn't think they'd be as impressive so far. They beat the hell out of SIUE, and then they handled Gonzaga pretty easily. That game looked closer than it really was. Yeah. Houston was in control of that game the whole time. That was one of those games where you watch and just go, Gonzaga's not going to get this game under 10.
So Houston, I had Houston going out in the Sweet 16 to Clemson. So, yeah, that's the one I would change. I think the other big upset I had where a team went a long way was Carolina. And I kind of bought into the hype after the Tuesday game, the first 4 game.
So we've got a little bit of a let's bracket reset.
Yeah, let's reset. So we got our show bet bracket, and the show bet is whoever loses, whoever comes in dead last. Now, I don't know what's going to happen if two people tie for.
I think we
last.
just have 2 days. One person, like if me and Peyton tie, Peyton has to do it one day. I have to do it one day.
All right, unless you want to do a total points, just do the total points of the champion, like.
But then we'd have to revise, like put a pick in. I think it's just better if we get 2 days out of it.
All right,
that's what I like. Okay, so and Aiden will have the graphic here up of our current scoreboard. Where things stand currently, RJ Choppy. This is a tough weekend for Sean Sharif. Sean's
never finished last in this.
You were in dead last after the first round, and it was not looking great, to be honest. And as we have the point system up there, Peyton's at 53, I'm at 49, Choppy's at 48, Sean's at 47. Very, very close. Max points last night. The Iowa State loss was not good for Sean. That dipped him under to last place in maximum points right now at 101. So you and I have a max of 102, and then Peyton has 107 because he picked all chalk, because that's what he does. He picked a soft little bracket that didn't have any upsets in it. He had all chalk in the Elite Eight. There's just all that chalky powder coming off of the paper that he handed us.
Sean picking all 1 seeds in the Final Four.
Yeah, that's different. He picked upsets.
Sean,
he picked upsets in the Elite Eight.
Okay.
So there was that. But when you look at this right now, over the weekend, Sean lost Iowa State and Wisconsin from the Elite Eight.
Oof.
He had both of them in there, and that was after you had lost North Carolina and Clemson in the first round. So this was not a great day for Sean. Sean went 11-5 over the weekend. You and I went 12-4, and then Peyton went 13-3.
Well, okay, so this is the big kind of issue that we have.
This is what we're fighting about in the text right now. And Peyton about wanted to punch me in the bathroom this morning while he was putting his contacts
Yeah, and
in.
I was rushing in because I don't know if you saw me, but I was I did not have any time to talk to you in the garage.
No.
I had the goosies.
Yeah.
All right, I had goosies. I've already gone once this morning. It was the spicy shrimp we had last night. I went a little bit too hard on the spice.
Sriracha?
No, it's like a chili oil.
Oh.
But it's like super spicy. So it's just went a little too hard on it. That's what happens when Sarah puts me in charge of cooking. I don't know how to handle the spice load. The seasoning. I don't know how to handle that. So it's her fault, not mine. But I go in there, I rush right by those guys. But Peyton is very defensive that we're getting on him for going all chalk. And again, we did this. We talked about this the other day. If you were to look at Peyton's bracket, he picked a 10 over a 7 in the South.
Got it right.
A 12 over a 5 in the West. A 10 over a 7 in the West. And a 10 over a 7 in the East.
And those were his whole upsets for like the entire tournament.
And that was it.
I picked BYU in the Sweet 16.
And he had BYU advancing over Wisconsin at 6 over a 3. That was our issue. The spirit of the tournament.
The spirit of the tournament is you're trying to find the one that'll give you the perfect bracket. Like he's telling me, he's like, you picking Gonzaga in the Final Four is not trying to get a perfect bracket. It's like, yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's me trying to correctly project that Gonzaga is going to be that upset that gets to the Final Four. Because there's always going to be one getting to the Elite Eight. It's never happened before, Chop, where the 1 and 2 seeds fill up the Elite Eight. And that's what Peyton picked. And it wasn't because Peyton was trying to be perfect. He was trying to win. And he knows that he minimizes his risk by just picking all 1s and 2s.
That's right.
It's fine. Just own it, Peyton.
Yeah, I don't like.
You're right.
Your strategy for winning a bracket pool is absolutely correct. It's the right strategy.
I think I deserve a ton of credit for turning my bracket in Tuesday morning.
Why?
Because you don't know what the first 4 results are.
Oh.
Texas could have won, and I could
The
have.
team that fired their coach. You didn't pick the team that fired their coach.
He got fired because he
Congratulations.
lost to the coach. Does Sean Miller, who's going to be the coach of Texas now. So congratulations. But no, I think I deserve a lot of credit for being 2 days early on this and not having, because I could have texted RJ Thursday morning and be like, hey, change this, change that. I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to put it out there and let's roll with it. And so far, I've been right.
It was very brave of you to take those 1s and 2s.
You could have done that.
It's like it was brave of Sean to take 12 weeks of paternity leave.
So you have 49 points.
Yeah, I got 49, so
Okay.
I'm second.
And I have 48, and Sean has 47, and Peyton has like 70.
Now, this is still setting up. Okay, so here's the thing, is that Sean's in a little trouble because Iowa State lost last night. When we were projecting out, when I was sending you guys projections yesterday of scenarios that could cause somebody to lose.
Bobby's projections that he sent out, it was like, Sean has this. Peyton has to worry about this, and it's like, and then it said RJ literally any other scenario.
Yeah, any other scenario.
Like,
So far, RJ, it's worked out.
But
so far, it's working out.
But the margins are so close in the futures, and everyone we picked so similarly from like the Elite Eight on as winners that it's gonna. This is tough. Him losing Iowa State. That projection was from the Sweet 16 on, Chop. Iowa State losing in the second round is 2 fewer points than were initially in the projection. So all those projections were assuming Sean being 1 point ahead of you in max points. He's 1 point behind now.
Oh, baby.
So, I mean, this could come down to a Houston, Tennessee situation.
It might.
Who comes out of
All
that side?
praise to Allah.
Yeah, it really might.
Who comes out of that side? It's right now, here's the biggest risk. There are a couple of different risks for everybody. Sean needs Houston to make the Elite Eight. or make the Final Four. That's a big thing. If Houston makes the Final Four, Choppy's probably done. He's probably
I would be, right?
Yeah, in all likelihood, that would be it.
I don't know a way that it wouldn't be.
But if Tennessee gets to the Final Four, Sean might have lost this because of Iowa State losing last night and the fact that he had Iowa State in the Elite Eight. So that lost him 2 different rounds of points there. That'd be pretty tough. This is something that still Peyton can lose.
Really?
But what has to happen is that the exact setting is Auburn can't make the title game, Tennessee can't make the Final Four, and Florida has to win it all.
I like my odds there.
If that's what happens, Peyton loses.
Now, I do have a question with this bet payoff.
Yeah.
Did we think about, because I feel like I lose no matter what. Because when you guys have your, RJ Choppy show or Sean Sharif show at 5:30, is there going to be audio played? Am I going to have to be working?
So we
Did
talked
you guys
about this.
figure that out?
We talked about this. We don't want anybody cheating, and
Just running press conferences.
yeah. So what we're doing is you can only play a maximum for that whole half hour of 2 minutes of total
that was
audio.
3 minutes.
No, it's 2.
Okay.
It was 2. I'll pull the audio. We agreed to
Okay.
2. 2 minutes of audio because we don't want somebody just leaning on it going like, oh, okay, let me play an extended 5-minute cut here and then take advantage of that. So no, there's not going to be a lot of audio. It's basically going to be a monologue.
Yeah, what I do
And we can't talk to you. If it's one of us, we're not allowed to have interaction with you for that half hour.
Okay.
What I'm going to wind up doing, if it's me, because it probably will be, I'm going to have you pull, let's see, 2 minutes is 120 seconds. I'm going to have you probably pull like 25 5-second cuts.
Okay. Thank you, RJ.
Highlights, right? We're just going to go like, here we go. The next game, bam, quick highlight, right? That's just, I'm going to buy myself extra time.
You're going to pick all 1s and 2s in the Elite Eight is what you're going to do.
That's what I'm going to wind up doing.
What were you calling Peyton before this show?
Oh, Elite Aiton. Elite Aiton. That's who you are.
Was that a shot at Aiden?
No,
Was that-
you.
Oh.
You're just taking the P out. Elite Aiton. That's Elite Peyton.
Yep, that's you.
The point is to not lose.
The point is to not lose, and you definitely succeeded in not losing. It's Sean and RJ without
Other than
Sean
being
here.
a loser. That's what he did. He proved himself to be a loser.
That's right. Here on 105.3 for the Fan. The latest L for the Mavericks was Mark Cuban on a podcast and Kyrie Irving on a Twitch stream. They just can't help themselves. Next on the Fan.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Mavericks stupidly win a game on, was it Friday night? 123-117 over the Detroit Pistons. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. And if you go to the Tankathon, sitting in 12th, right there, tied with Phoenix. And, the Suns obviously they both. Here's the funny thing.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Mavs have a little bit better of a top 4 chance, little bit better of top overall. Phoenix actually helped us out. They've won 6 of 10, while we lost 8 of 10.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse here, Chop. If we're trying to tank, It's going to get worse. If you want to make the playoffs, if you want to make the play-in as a Mavericks fan, good on you. You've got a better chance, it looks like, because here was the news late last night from Mark Stein. RJ Choppy, he said, after my report yesterday that Anthony Davis is poised to return from a left abductor strain during the Mavericks' upcoming 4-game road trip, Dallas has officially upgraded Davis to doubtful. Monday at Brooklyn, Tuesday at Knicks, or Thursday at Orlando have emerged as targets for Anthony Davis's return to the Mavericks lineup, the Stein line has learned. Out since February 8th, Davis is officially listed as doubtful Monday at Brooklyn, but is in contention now to play at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, and this was the day
baby.
tonight. Right, this was the forfeit day.
Yes,
this was the
they're
forfeit
gonna make
day.
it, though.
Yeah, they're going to make it. 3 games in 4 days, though.
Yep. But hey, he'll be back.
He'll be back.
And so now you are going to have Anthony Davis, it looks like, for however long he can stay healthy on the stretch run.
Yeah.
And Nico's like, all right, here it is. I'm finally going to be proven right. Finally going to be proven right that we got rid of that obese Slovenian and all that he's done in LA.
Just terrible. Just terrible.
What do you think? Where do you think the resentment for European basketball players built up for Nico? You think it was playing over there?
Oh, that could have been.
I had somebody suggest that to me. They were
that
like,
actually could have been.
Somebody who actually is around the Mavericks a little bit suggested to me, they were like, I do think he might have built up some resentment when he played over there.
I could buy that.
I would 100% buy it.
Absolutely buy that. That's an interesting take, and I'm kind of disappointed in myself I didn't come with that first.
You did come up with he doesn't like European players.
Fair.
So we just connected the dots.
Okay. So this is Mark Cuban on a podcast. This is Tom Segura's podcast.
I love Segura. It's your mom's house. I love Tom Segura.
I have not heard him much.
Gosh, he's hilarious. He's one of those comedians who moved to Austin.
I mean, they all did, it seems like.
He's one of the big ones. So he was... he really got, I mean, he's been big, but he really got propped up by Rogan, and that kind of helped him.
So Cuban went on his podcast, and they were talking about, like what Mark actually, still controls, because when he bought the team, or when he sold the team, it was like, all right, you're still going to run basketball operations, but, Segura asked him, like, what do you still control?
What part of basketball do you control, and what do you not?
I don't
control?
anymore, and I haven't for a while.
So you relinquished all of it.
I didn't relinquish. They kind of
muscled it out of you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say muscled, but the majority owner, Patrick Dumont, decided that he was comfortable with Nico Harrison, the general manager, and the team he had put together, which is his choice.
His choice.
I mean, and you can't totally argue with him because we went to the finals.
Yes.
Now I could tell you, but yeah, it was his choice, and he made his choice, and so I'm just a fan now.
You were in the position of having some.
That was when I originally sold the team. That originally was That originally what was supposed to happen.
Okay.
And then over time, and initially it was, and then over time it was like, okay, and Nico we trust, and so here we are.
Stuff. What is stuff?
I don't know. I'll say this.
Stuff happened?
I'll say this. Did he really go with just a handshake deal, or was there supposed to be something in writing about what his role with the team was going to be?
Man, this is this one clip here that we just played where he was like, this is supposed to be this way, and they basically was like, no, we got and Nico we trust now. This is where it makes me angry. Like Mark sold, that was his right to do. I don't believe you can get mad at Mark for selling the team. Like if he wants to sell the team, he wants to get out, like fine.
Nico we trust.
But then Nico and it sounds like he is kind of saying like they Nico and Dumont kind of got together and were like, hey, we can run this ourselves. We have more freedom because Mark has too much loyalty, and we don't have loyalty to any one person. If you want to be conspiracy theories, you go down that road.
You remember how you've said before, I don't want to name names, but you remember how you've said before there's a certain individual in the DFW media landscape who you believe has a reputation for just kind of sliding into a certain sliding close to opportunity and then creating it for himself.
Not that. That's not it.
I just said for himself, creating it for himself.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah,
there's a couple, and I do their voices quite often. So yes.
So my point is, it sounds like Nico just went, all right, I'm the guy. I'm gonna work on this and just bypass Mark.
Yeah, the moment Dumont bought the team, he was the guy to just kind of sidle up to.
And it wasn't just I want to be above him in the hierarchy. It's I want him out.
Yeah.
The guy who hired him, it's I want above, I want him out, and I want all this.
Yeah, because it would not shock me if Nico didn't come to him before Mark and say, "Hey, what do you think about this?"
Do you think that maybe part of what his whole angle was this? We'll never be able to move Luka if Mark's here.
Mark's still here.
I've got to be able to get in here so that I can do it.
It might play into it. It would not surprise me if it did, because Dumont always wanted to be the basketball guy, right? He was a basketball loving family. That was his Wikipedia page even says that.
Tweedle Dumont.
There's an ego. Egos come into play, and Nico's like, "Hey, listen, I could be the guy. It's just me and let's just have it me and Patrick Dumont and nobody else." Now, Cuban talks about the night that the trade happened and how he found out.
I imagine your phone blew up a lot.
Well, I was in Florida at
Okay.
a conference, and I don't know, 11 at night or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was late.
Yeah, and I get a text, and it was from our general manager, and I thought he was asking me what I thought, and then I realized very quickly he was telling me what happened, and I told him I didn't agree with it, and and various reasons, but it wasn't my decision to make.
Mark sounds like he just got he made a bad deal. Mark, there were some fans pushing back on this initially when everything happened. They were blaming Mark for, you should have known better. Why'd you sell to these guys? And that was my thought too. Was always, there's no way to know that these guys are going to trade Luka. You don't know that. But part of me does wonder.
Nobody would even consider that as an option.
But here's the thing that I did. Here's what should have been, if he genuinely was concerned about preserving this team and preserving Luka here as a Maverick and everything else, he should have had a better sense of who Nico Harrison was and the risk in hiring somebody else to make the decisions that Nico wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, because this could not have been the first time that he now unless Nico Harrison is just so completely underhanded and so sneaky that he just knew to conceal any of that from Cuban. And then when he saw the opportunity, he went, oh, okay, Cuban will never let it happen, but now I'm going to voice this. The fact that he says there that it sounded like Cuban was essentially, that was the first Cuban had heard about it, was being asked about it.
Yeah.
That's stunning.
Yeah, and the sad thing is that we are 2.5 months. No, we're almost 2 months removed from the trade. There'll be a month. It'll be 2 months in a week. 2 months next Monday. And we're still sitting here talking about it. People are still bringing Cuban on podcasts talking about it, and people are still going to be talking about this thing for a while.
What is your fatigue factor?
It's there.
Well, and I'm curious for the listeners.
It's more angry. And I'm still just like, it's like we're gathering answers still.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. What is your fatigue level with the fallout from the Luka trade? How much are you still angry at the Mavericks? How much are you just tired of hearing about it? Are you at the Spencer Dinwiddie point where you're just like, or the PJ Washington point where you're like, you know what? We're tired of hearing it. We're tired of hearing about fire Nico. It's just time to move on. Or are you just saying, no, this isn't anything that I'm going to accept. I'm not going to be happy about this. I'm not going to be open to this until the Mavericks change ownership or change general manager or change both. Because I think for a lot of people, it's not going to end until they're out. Or one of them. Do you think Nico being fired would be enough, or do you think Dumont would have to go too?
I think it makes it even worse.
You do?
Yeah, because that means you would have just let the guy come in here, burn the house down, then tell him to leave. No, man, you're going to help rebuild this thing.
Is that the guy you want helping to rebuild it? Because the very next move after that was, let's go trade Quentin Grimes for Caleb Martin, who doesn't have a hip.
It's fair, but still, that's just the feeling that I get. Like, I think it would be even worse. What did Kyrie do over the weekend?
Okay, so Kyrie Irving has lots of free time now as he's recovering from his ACL tear, and it does bring up a question of, is there any risk here? So Kyrie was on a 4-hour Twitch stream.
Whoa!
And went on a couple different rants, and this was transcribed by Awful Announcing here. He started talking about NBA media and in particular former athletes and the way in which race and money pit players against one another and create an incorrect image of the league and its players. This is what Kyrie said. He said, let's stop allowing people to come into our culture, our spiritual game, and tell us what's right and what's wrong. And I'm talking to some of the former players too. They've lost their way. There's some former players who just be talking chat S. You don't even be talking about anything. All you do is hate on the younger players. And then you've got younger players looking up to these older players, and we see them as, I don't want to call them our idols, but we looked up to them. We valued their journeys. We respected their journeys. We wanted to get close to them. And then when you see somebody that you respect like that and admire, go on TV and talk about your journey as if it's just some, oh yeah, this just happens to you all the time. Get over it because you make a bunch of money. I'm so sick of that bleeping excuse, bro, that you're not allowed to feel because you make a lot of money in the NBA and you get paid. I don't have a problem with anything Kyrie Irving says there, right? It's fine. That's his opinion, whatever else. But that's as worked up as he's gotten recently, is when you hear that. And it's the first time he's jumped on that Twitch stream in like a year and a half, I think. Are you concerned at all about Kyrie having too much free time and just talking into an open space
like
so frequently?
He's bored.
Yeah, and talking into an open space so frequently that he's disconnected from the game of basketball and maybe loses his way a little bit. Or are you comfortable with where he's at this point?
I'm fine with where he's at. If he says something, then he says something. But the reality is we don't have to worry about him on the floor for basically another year. So all the stuff that he says doesn't really matter. When you're hurt, you're like a ghost around there. You really are like a ghost in the building. So whatever he says doesn't have an impact on the team. Because to be honest with you, who knows if he's actually going to be here next year?
Some of the answers here on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, where we're just talking about where your fatigue level is at with the Luka fallout. 817, haven't watched since the trade and won't for a long time. 817, I want fire Nico everywhere until he's gone. I'm out until then. 817, fatigue, I'm furious still. 505, there is no fatigue factor. This is Boston trading the babe to the Yanks. And then there's plenty of others. 214, tired of hearing it. Nico isn't going anywhere. Wow. 817, no fatigue, still perplexed, doesn't make sense. 214, tired of hearing about it and tired of hearing about the NBA altogether. And then, let's see here. 817, no more Mavs or Cowboys talk for a few days would be blissful. Well, you know what? We got a Rangers opening day coming up.
Yeah, we do.
Thursday.
We got a game tonight.
We do. Right
Broadcast
there.
right here in the fan, 635.
In Globe Life Field. They're going to be in Globe Life tonight.
Yes,
so you
sir.
got Globe Life Field games the next couple days, and then Thursday, KNC Masterpiece out at the ballpark.
Season hasn't even started yet, and G-Bag is getting time off the show. It's the way it happens.
A whole show of Sean Tree.
It's the way it happens. I need y'all's help. I really do. I need a life hack on how to get your teenager to not get his retainer eaten by the dog. Plus, Bobby is absolutely never flying again. It's all coming up next. Sean and RJ, 105.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. Peyton and Aiden are two people that we never allow out and about when we do events, and we have one coming up on Friday, Bobby.
Yes, we do. The Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour 2025. It's our third one now. Begins.
Yes, third year, huh?
Yeah, time flies. It begins this Friday. We will be at Keller Fire Station number 1. That's right, Keller. My second home, essentially, with the Keller softball team there that that we've all grown close to, but me especially. It's the official softball team of the morning show. But we'll be at Keller Fire Station number 1. That is 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. And we'll be out there with Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons for the grilling.
That's right. So grill masters out there.
When you're out there on the grill, maybe you just choose to wear only the apron. If you're so brave.
That's how I roll.
Yeah, you could do that. And then also we'll have free breakfast from Whataburger. That is while supplies last. But we'll be out there along with Eric Chiafalo.
Right, baby.
Chi-Chi will be out there with us at Keller Fire Station number 1 this Friday for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. So excited to see you guys out there.
He barely has to go anywhere. He lives right down the street from this place. I mean, so do I.
Yeah, I was about to say, you guys don't have any sort of commute at all. I'm going to be going 25 minutes.
I was looking at the map on how far it is from my house. It's like 5 miles from my house.
You had one that was 2 minutes from your house.
It's going to take me 22 minutes to get there because it's all back roads. Because of where I live.
Versus, not at that hour.
All back roads.
No, not at that hour.
It's 30 miles an hour. It's 30 miles an hour everywhere. I got to drive right by my dad's old dementia home.
Oh, gosh.
All the memes, all the memories. There you go. But Firehouse this Friday. Very, very excited. And Peyton, we don't have to see his face at all.
That'll be good. Because he'll have that angry little face.
He will.
From us probably busting his chops again about his bracket.
So I need y'all's help. So on Friday, Bobby and I both went over to the G-Bag remote at Cold Beer and Cheeseburgers.
Lucius was allowed out at that remote.
In Euless. Yes. Yeah, Lucius was allowed out. Yeah, well, as he should be. You know, okay. He's a major player around here.
I know.
So while I was there, I had dropped my son off at the orthodontist. I was like, all right, I'm going to drop him off because his orthodontist is right next door. I'm going to pop in. And he was getting his braces off, okay? And he was getting a retainer. So he got the permanent one underneath, but for some reason they couldn't give him the permanent one up under on top. The bottom teeth permanent. The top, they said they're going to do it in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks or whatever.
Okay.
Maybe more. It's 2 weeks. I think that's something else. But so he has this temporary retainer. But they said, like, don't lose this because, like, if you lose this and he doesn't wear it, his teeth go right back. It will go right back really quick. And you want to buy another one, it's like $1,000.
Did you ever have braces?
Never did. I have perfect teeth.
Okay, so I had braces.
I don't have perfect teeth.
And I had braces, and they gave me the retainer, and this is what they told me. They were like, you have to wear it all the time for the first year. All the time for the first year. They're like, and after that, every night for the rest of your life. And I was like, for the rest of my life? They're like,
that's why the permanent ones are perfect. They just go in there.
And they said, well, as long as you want your teeth to stay straight. I was like, wait, so you're telling me if I wear it for a year, and then I wear it at night for 3 years, and then I just stop, my teeth are going to shift right back into place? They're like, they might. We just tell people because we don't want them to be surprised if your teeth do that. So there's a little bit of scare tactic here, a little bit of scare straight. But yeah, especially that first year, it's really important that you keep it in.
So here we are, 48 hours in. I have yet to see this retainer in his mouth he wears it. Like, there's no doubt he wears it. But you know who else had it in his mouth? Was our dog. And they're like, by the way, if you lose this thing, they're like $1,000 to replace. They're really expensive. The insurance only covers like one. I'm like, oh, cool.
Because they're so specifically molded to the way your mouth is set.
So, I mean, this, how do you force your kid? Like, teenagers don't do anything. They literally don't do anything. And there's got to be a way that isn't like coercion that gets me to make sure that this kid, because he does a good job of wearing it, except for when he doesn't have it in his mouth and it's just laying about and the dog can come get it because these dogs, all they smell is that disgusting.
And he had it just sitting on the table yesterday at Topgolf.
I know.
While we were out there, which we'll talk about more at 7:40. But I saw it was just laying, and I saw you were trying to give him some insight on like how to clean it or something. You're trying to tell him like, dude, just like do this or that.
Like I have a mouth guard for nighttime, and I just soak it in soap.
Is his one of those ones? Because it's the top one right now, right?
It's just it's like it just covers the teeth. It doesn't have the pink thing.
So okay, I was gonna say it does not have like the molding for the top of the roof of your mouth. See, that would be even easier because those you have that thing popped in there and you like it's suction up there. You pop it off, you hear it pop, and there's just all that nasty
slime
S on it. Oh gosh, those things were. If you did not wash that thing every time you took it out of your mouth, that thing would get disgusting. It would get foul in a hurry. But yeah, he's got it easy, man. Like just pop that in, and make sure that it's sure that you've got it put in a safe place. Did they give him a little carrying?
They gave him a carrier, which is always empty. It's always empty. Never has it in there. Which it's supposed to be empty. It's supposed to be in his mouth. But
when you're eating or whatever.
When you're eating, it's supposed to be in there. Pey, did you have this problem ever?
Yeah, I never wore it. I wore it, I think, 3 days leading up to like an orthodontist appointment. That way my teeth would shift back and the guy every time would be like, oh, they look perfect. They look great, but I would not wear it. I hated wearing it.
Look at you.
Is that why is that why your gap settled back into place?
Yeah, that's why the teeth are back.
Wait, so it was at one point closed and you stopped wearing it and so they shifted back?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So they weren't in line. They were serious about it.
Oh, my gosh. What is a Sky Daddy?
Yeah, well, so we've heard a lot of news out there about, plane crashes and a lot of it's been everywhere recently. Just all the issues with aviation and different things like that. Well, this takes it to another level, Chop. This is, I think we're just running out of ideas for steamy romance novels. Mm-hmm. Kate Folk is a writer as well as an adjunct professor at the University of San Francisco. That's going to be relevant here in a second when you hear this. She has a new book coming out next month, and it's called Sky Daddy.
Ooh.
Now, maybe you're thinking this is some lame romance novel about a woman who loves pushing the limits of what's allowed by becoming a frequent flyer of the Mile High Club. Or maybe that she's dating a pilot. Could be that. You'd be wrong. This book is about a woman who is attracted to the airplane itself, Chop.
Wait. Like to the metal?
To the plane.
Actual, to the fuselage? Is the fuselage apparently some kind of like innuendo that we don't know about?
Some of the excerpts from this thing are absolutely hilarious, but it's not meant to be any sort of like campy comedy or anything like that. Like this is meant to be a legit erotic novel. At one point, the main character laments, quote, "What man could propel himself to a speed of 150 knots? What man could carry me across continents and seas, all while keeping me warm and oxygenated inside his aluminum torso?" Does that do something for you right there?
Not really.
It's a little steamy. So instead of watching, videos somewhere on the internet where she has to give her driver's license to get access in the state of Texas.
She's watching planes land?
This woman just spends all night online watching dirty plane crash videos.
Oh, my God.
Rides around SFO in the air train, getting her eyes on the orgy of fuselages, testing the limits of their size in those tiny little gates. right there. And so this was covered on NPR. This is NPR interview that like just this woman, she's talking about something that, you know, is it's really powerful. She's talking about these somebody who maybe has a fetish or something that they're kind of ashamed of, and it's really empowering. It's like, no, she's being a weirdo.
That's
literally
weird.
It's talking about in this book that this woman just like will go to the airport and watch planes land, and she like looks up crash footage. Did you ever see the 96 movie Crash?
I think so. Wait,
This was not the one that won Best Picture. This was a few years earlier.
Probably not that.
Crash. It has gosh, what's his name? The guy from Blacklist.
Oh,
Damn it, what's his name?
David Spades.
Yeah.
James Spader.
So Spader's in this.
Right. That's right, baby. That's right.
And it's a movie about this people who had been in car crashes who then they fetishize car crashes. Oh, and so this is kind of like that 30 years later. That was a big deal. Back in the day, it was a very controversial movie. But Sky Daddy, yeah, it's taking airplane. And according to new info from Delta, it sounds like she had a lot of content.
She probably watched this one non-stop. So they have the preliminary report out about the Delta plane crash that happened where it flipped upside down. And you're never going to fly again.
I bet Sky Daddy would be up. You can flip these upside down?
The captain was mainly like a sim instructor, and you have to fly as a sim instructor every so often to stay current with your license. So he basically just flies the simulator and he instructs, right?
This was the point I made to J. Ochoa, by the way, about golf. As I said, it doesn't count when I don't care what you can do in a simulator. Like it matters what you do on the golf course. So at a Top Golf or something, that doesn't matter. This is the same point.
That's fair. That's fair.
Same point.
So he hadn't flown. He had flown. This is the first time he had flown only like a couple times. Like I think it was like 3 days out of the last like 30, which whatever. But they got to fly like every 90 days. And you had a young co-pilot who I guess was going down too fast and then landed on just the one wheel, on the right wheel. And that just crushed the whole thing. But people are saying they never should have put these two together because he was rusty, a rusty captain. And then you had a young first officer that should not have been. They should never have been paired together.
I think I got a rusty captain one time.
That sounds.
But no, this is the exact kind of thing that I always worry about. I want to know how many flight hours you have. I want to know about your level of experience. Like I get it. It's probably an unreasonable expectation, right? Because they say it's like whenever anybody's frustrated, like, how am I supposed to get experience for a job if they will only hire you if you have experience? Like it's that kind of thing. Same sort of thing, though. I only want an experienced pilot. It's like, well, how am I supposed to become an experienced pilot unless you let me make some flights and do some damage?
Sorry.
And he did some damage.
Yeah, he did.
Flip that thing over.
Sorry, I kind of agree. Like, I want just like, just this experience, more experienced captain, somebody who flew in the Air Force for 1,000 years.
A Zoomy. You want a Zoomy?
A Zoomy? What's that?
That's apparently what other branches of the military call Air Force.
Gotcha. It's Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. The best part of the first week of the tourney wasn't necessarily the games. It was the coaches fighting the media at the podium. Fantastic sounds for the first weekend of March Madness. Next on Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
How about...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Rangers coverage like nobody else, right here on The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play the highlight. Rick Pitino walks over to the assistant coaches, the inbound to St. John's. They dribble it out, and that's it. The number 10 seed, Arkansas, is moving on. Calipari bests Pitino. And Arkansas is on to the Sweet 16. St. John's dream season comes to an end in the second round in Providence. He threw it away. He produced. Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! Amazing, Peyton. with the play the highlight clip.
Thank you.
People have been missing Sean. They've been missing Sean.
Yeah, look at that.
I went to last week, some of the segments there. I got some more for you coming.
Westwood won with the call. Arkansas 75-66 winners over St. John's in a game of Calipari versus Pitino. And this was this was the first kind of eye-popping upset. Obviously McNeese over Clemson, but St. John's was really, really good this year. And there was some Arkansas started 0-5 in the SEC. And this is the first one. I was like, okay, we got ourselves a tournament now.
I have you to thank for what was my best call of the tournament. I had Arkansas winning in the first round, and I had Arkansas winning this game against St. John's in my bracket. I picked this one. And so the whole reason why I picked this one, and we'll go over how your rules have worked out at 9 o'clock, but there were a couple different things you had told us. You'd said a 7 seed or lower has made the Final Four every year except for one since 2011.
Yep.
I was looking for, all right, where are some of our vulnerabilities potentially? And you had mentioned that there were a bunch of teams who were top 25 in defense and top 40 in offense on Ken Pom.
Yeah.
Out of all those teams that were listed, St. John's was not one of them.
Right. They were ripe.
And you said don't pick St. John's because they had a first-year coach. Not first coach. It was the...
That's Michigan that has a first-year coach with that school, even though Dusty May was at Florida Atlantic.
St. John's checked one of your boxes for
they were outside that. They were outside that metric.
They're not going to win.
Yeah.
And then in the list of teams you said had to be in the Sweet 16, the 7 teams you listed, they weren't in there. And so I said, you know what? This one feels vulnerable. Yeah. I'm calling it. So I took your rules together and did that. And so that's how I was able to make that pick.
All right. So we got some pretty good audio from this weekend. So in this game, Rick Pitino, and he went a couple of the coaches went kind of at the media during their post-game press conferences. I found some of these to be funny. So Pitino had this to say: R.J. Lewis is the Big East Player of the Year, and he was 3 for 17 in the game, and he did not play the final 5 minutes of this game. And Pitino at the podium was asked about it.
You had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
I played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play.
Right here in the middle. Was there one play with RJ that made you sit him the last 5 minutes?
You know he was 3 for 17. You know he was 0 for 3. So you're answering your own. I'm not going to knock one of my players.
Okay, Pitino's not being fair here. First off, okay, if you want to have a standard in place for R.J. Lewis, this clip went viral this week. I don't know if you have. Did you have the clip of him talking about? It was like a mic'd up segment. I don't know if it would have been on there.
No,
but there was this basically locker room speech clip. I don't know if it was from St. John's or it may have been from when he was at Iona. But it was like a behind-the-scenes look, and he was talking about nobody cares about your missed shots.
That was from the Netflix special. That was from earlier in the year.
Yeah,
we played that.
Yeah, nobody cares about your missed shots. Get back on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Like I don't care. I don't want you sulking. I don't want you change it. And so the only thing that you would think is, okay, he must have felt like R.J. Lewis was, and that was an awful game R.J. Lewis played.
Yeah.
He took awful shots. He was completely out of rhythm. But I don't think it's totally fair to say that, why he didn't play. I don't think they did. I think they were really trying to get you to say specifically what happened. Why was he not in there?
My issue with this from their perspective is I get it, right? You're 3 for 17. You're taking bad shots. You do not. That is for a November, December, January game where you don't use a playoff game to make a point, to teach someone a lesson.
No, but I respect that standards are standards. But
I get that.
Just own what the standards are, and then don't say I'm not gonna throw one of my players on the bus. You already did. You did by not playing him out there. Everybody saw it. So just communicate it. Tell us what it was. This is a brutal shooting game, though.
It was very bad.
What was I know at one point the 3-point shooting in this one was absolutely terrible. So Arkansas was 2 for 19 in this game. St. John's was 2 for 22. They were 4 for 41 from 3 in this game.
Could you imagine being 2 for 19 from 3 in today's world and winning by 9?
Yeah, it's absurd.
That is absurd. So a lot of people build this up as like Calipari versus Pitino. And Pitino was like, yeah, don't build that up like this.
I certainly have great respect for him, but we're not really close. Everybody tried to talk that way. It was just a Kentucky-Louisville, Memphis thing. You know, John, we don't know each other's wives. We don't know each other's children. So we're not really close friends. Like Bill and John have a very close relationship, Bill Self and John. You know, so I don't know a whole lot about him except he's a terrific basketball coach. I knew him as a very young age. I knew him really well. When he was living in Coriopolis, playing at Moon Township, I knew him very well back then. But years have gone by, and I don't think we've been to dinner one time in our lifetime. So I mean, we're both Italian. We both love the game. I think that's pretty much where the similarities end.
I'm stunned. I thought they were like bros.
I didn't think of them as. I mean, I know they've done some sit-down interviews before, like the two of them together during tournament time or whatever. Like I think back when they were at Kentucky and UMass, I think they did a sit-down. But to me, it was less about, oh, they're bros. I just thought of it as like, oh, this is a
very close-knit fraternity anyway.
Like their stories are so intertwined with each other.
Yeah.
And I thought of it as more a rivalry thing than just, oh, best buddies. It was more just, oh, this is significant.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are two big coaches that are at that. Like I don't think of Don Shula and Bill Walsh as like super close, but like, oh yeah, they're two big coaches. Them going against each other would be a big storyline.
Houston gave Bobby his first big defeat of the tournament.
A heave from just beyond half court, and it's over here in Wichita. They go wire to wire tonight, even if it didn't feel like it by the end. But the Houston Cougars' sweet streak continues while Gonzaga's comes to an end. 6 consecutive Sweet 16 appearances for Houston.
As Westwood won with the call. Is that Ted Emmerich?
It sounded like him.
Is that Rogers kiddo?
Sounds like Teddy.
Sounds like Teddy. Houston 81-76 over the Zags. This game was not even that close. But that was Bobby's first big defeat. He took a risk, Peyton. Elite Eight over here. Peyton picking all 1s and 2s, the Elite Eight. Bobby took a risk with the Zags upsetting the number 1 ranked Houston Cougars in that Midwest region.
Very bold.
Very bold. And he does
Respect it, but you lost.
This was tough to watch because this was a game where it felt like Gonzaga.
Who?
Gonzaga.
Okay,
yeah.
A second.
Kelvin Sampson has yelled at me already for that. This was a game that felt like Houston. About 5 minutes in, Houston got up like 8, 9, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just stayed there the whole game.
Stayed there the whole time.
It was the whole game. It was like between 8 and 13. And you just, every time there was a chance for momentum, you're just like, oh, Gonzaga misses a shot. Or then, okay, all right, Gonzaga makes a shot, but then they give up a couple by Houston. So this was something where there was just 3 minutes left, and they were down 76-65. With 2.5 minutes left, they were down 76-65. And this actually ended with an opportunity. It was 79-76. Khalif Battle actually got a three-pointer off with 3 seconds left. And, ultimately doesn't come together. Had to take a risk, had to find the sleeper somewhere.
I respect it, man. I thought it was a good risk to take. Kelvin Sampson, though, after the win, a reporter asked him about Gonzaga, and Kelvin was not having it.
Didn't you try to get a game with Gonzaga in 2021?
Gonzaga. It always burns me up when people say that. Yeah, it's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, "Hey, Kevin," and she would say, "Don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right." So that's why my antennas go up with that. Same with Gonzaga. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane and it's not Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga and it's Spokane.
Jeez.
Okay, well, sorry, Grandpa. Like, I get it.
I love Kelvin. I was like, he went a little hard there.
But look, it's Gonzaga. That is what it is.
Nevada or Nevada?
It's Nevada.
I think it's technically Nevada. Yeah,
it doesn't matter though.
They say Nevada. Oh, really? We have a meeting at 10:00, and
you're talking to
you're talking to the boss who will say it absolutely matters with Nevada.
Yeah, it matters, Peyton. Now, Nevada that's one where, again, but he's fighting a losing battle here, Kelvin Sampson. Because the Nevada thing still gets fought every year. Jeb Bush in 2016, whenever he was running for president, he went into Nevada and was doing some rally and said, it's great to be here in Nevada. And everybody in the crowd went, Nevada. Like, it's a big thing. You're still not getting politicians who are hyper image aware and like having to pick up on these little details. They're still not getting that right. So similarly, Kelvin Sampson, you're fighting a losing battle. Just if you want to say Gonzaga, that's fine. Say that. Just make you.
That's
correct him.
That's the right. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying if you want to correct him, fine, do it. But then just move on. Yeah. Don't spend a minute going like, when I was a boy. It's like, oh gosh, all right, here we go. Old man storytelling time. Here we are.
More audio here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Mick Cronin is the head coach of UCLA. He's always good for a great quote. I don't think he's going to be getting a sponsorship with a certain airline coming up.
Right now, guys, it's 12:40 a.m. and our season just ended. That's it. You're going to ask me about next year? Right now, my biggest concern is how bad the seats are on the Allegiant flight on that terrible plane that we're going to have to fly home tomorrow.
The school bus.
The cheese. The plain version of the cheese.
Hang in there.
And is there any chance that Doug got me some hot food, because I don't eat on game day, that I got something edible? Not next year, not right now, guys.
How bad the seat is.
Like,
what are they flying on?
I've never flown on Allegiant, so I have no idea. But look, I certainly understand being put out by the idea of like,
so it's a charter.
Man, I'm about to hop on a plane, or I'm gonna have a middle seat, or my hip already hurts. I don't want to sit down on this plane. This is just gonna be brutal. I'm hungry. I certainly understand all of that.
There is zero chance the head coach has a middle seat.
No, I know. I'm just saying in general. Like, I understand the idea of like you're getting ready to fly
on a regular plane.
Yeah, and you're getting ready to go, and you're just like, gosh, this is gonna suck. It's just unusual to go ahead and air that out for everybody to hear. I would not have expected him to do that.
I wouldn't have either. But it was a fun weekend. In college hoops. As there were a few upsets. We had a buzzer beater yesterday. Derek Queen in Maryland. They don't upset. They come back and beat the upset hopefuls in Colorado State on a buzzer beater.
I thought we were going to get the UConn upset. I really thought they were going to beat Florida in that game.
Yeah, I thought they were too. I mean, they were up. They were up for almost the entire game, and Florida crawls back and
boy, he got worked up afterwards. Hurley too.
Danny Hurley, he always does, and he yells. He's sitting there in the tunnel yelling at Baylor. And I hope they don't screw Baylor too.
I hope they don't bleep you like they just bleeped us, Baylor. I really hope they don't. Dude, shut up. That dude is insufferable.
See, I'll tell you this, though. It's really hard to not say, find me, who's the better coach currently in sports right now?
What a monster.
In all of sports? Like, he's had a great run. There's no doubt about it. I think.
Like today, in the sport that they're in, is there anybody that you would choose over him to coach in the sport that they're in?
Yeah, probably. I just need to think about it for a second. There's a lot of NFL coaches I would take.
There's good, yeah. But if you were an NFL team, would you take Kyle Shanahan to run your team right now, or would you take Dan Hurley to run your basketball team?
I'd take Kevin O'Connell to run my football team before Dan Hurley is my basketball team.
That's a take.
But Dan Hurley's great. Yeah. It's just he's also just he's a total douchebag.
He can be. There is no doubt about that. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. We got the commercial-free expressway. We're going to go around the NFL. The Cowboys have got to get moving on a few contracts. The Giants actually make a good move, and then our best and worst of the weekend next on 1.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Rants. Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Micah Parsons isn't the only Dallas Cowboy that's got to get a contract this offseason. That here in a couple of minutes. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway coming up here in the commercial-free Expressway. We got a game tonight, Bobby Belt, right here on 105 through The Fan.
Yes, the Texas Rangers will be back at Globe Life Field tonight. It is an exhibition game against the Kansas City Royals, but they will be back at Globe Life Field. It is a 7:05 first pitch today, and then tomorrow I think they're playing again, and I think it's at noon.
Holy smokes!
So if you want to go out to the ballpark, I know my wife will be out there today and tomorrow. So if you want to go out
here
there,
on The Fan.
yeah,
6:35 pregame.
Yes, exactly. So they will be out there. Rangers back in the ballpark for the next 2 days, and then Thursday we get opening day 3:05 against the Boston Red Sox, and KNC Masterpiece will be out there from 10 to 2, and then we will be out at Keller Fire Station number 1 on Friday with Eric Chiafalo.
Always gutsy letting us out of the studio, but our Firehouse tours are back until the winter. Basically, until the winter, they are back.
Yeah, and so we'll have
year number 3.
We'll have Sean and RJ Firehouse aprons for you. So for the grill masters out there, and then we'll have free Whataburger while supplies last for breakfast.
Let's go around the NFL real quick before we get to the Cowboys. Brandon Cooks has a new home.
Yeah, Brandon Cooks, who had said some controversial things about the Dallas Cowboys recently. Not anything that I think we disagreed with, but just said, look, they've got their own priorities right now, and if I go back there, I need to be used in the right sort of way. Well, he has gotten a reunion. The New Orleans Saints are reuniting with wide receiver Brandon Cooks 8 years after they traded him to the New England Patriots. 2 years, $13 million, so that's $6.5 million a year, which is lower than what he was getting here in Dallas at the end. Is that a deal you would have been interested in, or do you just say, nope, this ran its course, and I think Brandon Cooks is kind of what he is.
2 for 13?
Yep.
Man, that's affordable.
It is.
That's something they would have done. I could have been talked into it. I think it ran its course, but I could have been talked into it. That's such a cheap number for a player. It's just what does he have left? What are his? You have to look at his metrics. Was he was never. Kellen wasn't here when he was. They didn't cross paths here, right? He came after.
Yeah,
they just missed each other.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not crying over it. I could have been talked into it. $6.5 million is nothing.
Yeah, I think that if you're just talking about you need a value and you need somebody who's going to basically just be a baseline contributor for you at the number 2 receiver, he can be that if you use him the correct way. But the problem is Dallas didn't always consistently use him the right way. And right now, I don't feel like they've got a legitimate. I don't think they have a legitimate 3 right now, to be honest, much less a legitimate 2. But so you're going to be asking
Their
somebody.
legitimate 2 might be a legitimate 3.
You're asking a questionable 3 to be your 2. And that's a big ask. At the very least, I know Brandon Cooks is a legit 3. And
I think he's a very good 3 at this point in his career. That's where it ends. You're going to have to get a legit 2, and that may be coming in the draft. We don't know. They can always draft somebody, and I think that, this whole idea that the Bengals didn't need to sign T. Higgins because they already had Jamar Chase. No, you really do need 2 legit wide receivers. I mean, the number 2 wide receiver is a starting position on the end, and it's no different than your right tackle.
Yeah,
it's a starting position. You got to have it, especially in today's world, or today's NFL. So Cooks gets a deal with New Orleans. Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't have a deal, and the decision might come after the draft, but he was in Pittsburgh over the weekend. I got a text from my guy Chris Mack at Pittsburgh. He joined us during Steelers week. We played them, and he was like, "It's happening. It's happening. He's in the building. Can't let him out of the building. Can't let him out of the building." They want him there, but he does leave the building.
Yeah, he does leave the building. Doesn't ultimately get it done, but I think it's indicative, given the next story we're going to talk about here before we jump into the Cowboys. I think it's indicative that right now it's Pittsburgh or bust. Either he signs with the Steelers, or he hangs it up, or he waits around until August and just says, let me see if anybody gets hurt. Yep. I still think Pittsburgh and Rodgers is a great fit.
Yeah, I think it's good.
All the success that he clearly had, as odd of a fit as it seemed like Rodgers in Green Bay was, that proved to kind of be the exact type of environment that he needed. And there's nothing that's more AFC Green Bay than Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. That's 100% what it is. So to me, I think he'd be beloved in Pittsburgh. I think he's familiar with that kind of a community, that kind of a feel, just given what he did in Green Bay for as long as he did. Jets was too big. New York was too big a scenario to try and execute what he wanted to do. Just like when Favre went to the Jets and it melted down. I think Pittsburgh's a great fit for him, and I ultimately would like to see him play there if he's going to extend his career. Otherwise, yeah, just hang it up. We've all had enough.
Now, what do you think, though, of the fact that he might now wait until after the draft? And look, I don't think it's a big deal. He's not going to OTAs and minicamp anyway. And if he does, you're lucky. You got to count on him not being there. So, maybe he's waiting for a quarterback of a different team to trip over their dog like Derek Holland did.
Yeah.
Or get suspended for the year for something, a gambling scandal or whatever, right? They're looking for something. Maybe other teams that are high enough in the draft that don't land the quarterback they're looking for. And he gets another option. But right now, because you're right, because we are going to talk about the Giants in a second, it does look like Pittsburgh or bust. So if you're him, it's like even more. You weren't even in a rush to begin with. Now it's even more of a no rush.
Yeah, because it's one suitor at the moment. It's one suitor, see if it's a fit. And if it isn't, you'll just wait around for something to open up. Ultimately, again, if he's going to play, I think Pittsburgh is the fit. Don't wait around for something else. Go there. And if it doesn't work out, fine, just retire. Just hang it up. You've been around for long enough.
I absolutely hate this, but the Giants did something smart at quarterback. They have signed Jameis Winston to a 2-year deal. Now, this does a couple of things. One, it basically ensures that they won't win because Jameis doesn't win. But
not frequently. His best year, he was 9-7.
But two, it also says something really, really bad for all of us. It makes the Giants watchable. And that means that they are going to shoehorn them into every stinking primetime game that they can find. There is now, before that, the networks knew the Giants were not watchable, but the networks need no excuses, zero, to put them on primetime games. But Jameis makes them watchable. They'll score a ton of points. They'll be on TV, and we don't need that. We don't need the Giants on TV. They're a non-factor. But now they're going to be all over it.
Well, and this is a case of Jameis is just dangerous enough to either
give them hope.
Yeah, just to make he will make a difference in the game. Like, he's dangerous enough to either win the game because he gets hot, or he's dangerous enough to just lose it. And either way, he's going to be a major impact as to why did this game turn out the way it did.
He's a great quote. He is awesome. I can't wait for his post-career podcast. Maybe put him on TV.
He was good at the Super Bowl.
He was fantastic. He will throw for 500 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions.
Yep.
And it is must-see TV. He literally is must-see TV. But the Giants are just boring. But now they're kind of like, all right.
I mean, they'll be able to push the ball because he will take chances. He'll push the ball down the field. He'll try to be aggressive. That'll be good for Malik Neighbors. But yeah, it's obviously, if you're running with Jameis Winston next year, you're not necessarily thinking, oh, we're going to win the Super Bowl. By the way, 12 touchdown passes next year. That's all he needs. 12, Chop, to pass Troy Aikman on the all-time touchdowns list.
Are you kidding me?
He needs 12 touchdown passes.
Oh, God.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
He's at 154 right now. Troy had 165. But he needs 12 touchdown passes. He's still 31 interceptions away from passing Troy for interceptions. If he throws for 12 touchdowns and 30 interceptions next year, he will pass Troy for touchdown passes and tie him for interceptions.
Does Troy have more interceptions than touchdowns?
No, it's just right now it's the discrepancy isn't as tight on James. So you think 165 touchdowns to 141 picks for Troy. And Winston is 154 touchdowns to 111 interceptions.
I'm thrown. I would not have guessed Troy had that many interceptions.
No. I mean, a lot of it got skewed very early on when he played.
Was 1-15 year just pick central?
So he was 18 picks that year in 11 starts. He had 18 picks his second year. Then the last 2 years he had 12 and 14. In between there, he was one of the better quarterbacks at not turning the ball over.
Okay. I mean, that makes a little bit more sense. Todd Archer had an article talking about the Cowboys' biggest offseason concern is not the Micah Parsons contract, not just the Micah contract, but there are also 3 key members that are in position to sign extensions. Tyler Smith, has his 5th-year option for 2026 at a cost of $21 million. Jake Ferguson and Deron Bland are about to enter the final year of their rookie deals. If you, Bobby, were to kind of put these based on the market for each, what is the most, hey, you got to do this right now, outside of Micah, you got to do this right now, and the one that you can wait the longest on?
The one you need to get done now, like have to, is Deron Bland.
Is that because of Deron or because of the corner market?
Yes.
All right.
Both. I mean, the corner market's starting to shoot up. He's in the last year of his deal.
So he's not coming to camp without a deal, and neither's Ferg.
I don't think Bland will. Yeah, I would think Bland might not show up if he doesn't have a deal. I don't know that for certain. He's also just he's wired different. It's one of the reasons they love him. So he might be one of these guys who just says, I'd show up. But most players in his position would not. Ferguson, I don't think Ferguson would hold out for a contract because I don't think he's at the top of the market. It's not the same sort of standoff. Tyler Smith, he'll be there. Tyler Smith is not in the last year of his deal. The one that's the most urgent to me is Bland because, like I said, corner market's going up. Keeps getting more expensive every day. He's in the last year of his deal. You want to get that handled. Tyler Smith can wait the longest. You should get it done early. You should get ahead of things. But Tyler Smith this will be the 4th year. Mm-hmm. He's got his 5th-year option. Like, he's got some room here where you don't have to get that done right now. And then the one that I would think would be the easiest to get done to me would be Jake Ferguson, though. That's the one that right now you're probably buying a little low, given how things went last year, which was he had a disappointing year. It was not as good as you wanted it to be. I know he got banged up a little bit, but even before that, it wasn't as good as everybody had projected, as everybody was really hoping it would be. So his value is probably a little bit lower right now than it would have been if he would have replicated his 2nd year. And so to me, that's the one that, hey, buy now on that. Try to buy now, get that one done. That one shouldn't be too ridiculous. You expect that he's going to play better, so just lock that one in.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obvious the sooner the better on the corner market. It's so expensive, so the sooner the better on Bland. And like you said, I don't think he's going to be in camp. I wouldn't. If I was, most people in his situation would not be in camp. I think you could drag your feet on Ferg if you want to, because I'll tell you this, I never hear anything about the tight end market.
It has not exploded like the other ones. Who's the highest paid tight end in the NFL?
I assume it's Travis Kelce.
It is.
Or Kittle.
It's Kelce. How much do you think he makes on average?
18, 16?
17. So you're talking about...
I mean, I had a bookend.
You went on the left side and the right side.
I had a bookend, dude. Come on. What are we doing?
So you're talking about if Travis Kelce played running back, he would be the 3rd highest paid running back in the NFL.
Oh, boy.
If he played receiver, he'd be the 23rd ranked receiver in the NFL. If he played offensive line, he would be the, what number is that? He would be the 37th highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL. So tight end is one that is not a ridiculous price value as it stands right now. Ferguson's had a year down. In fact, I'll give you some just quick projections. You tell me.
Real quick.
Yeah.
How much? So they've always had discussions in the bill. How much of their discussions are, do we really want to bring him back? Like, do you think they want him?
Ferguson?
Yeah.
Yes, I think they do.
Okay.
I think they like him.
I like him too. I think he's great. I think he's a good. He's a good interview, obviously, but I think he's a really good player. But he didn't have his best year.
No, but I mean, again, a lot of things were against him last year. So here's the deal with. I'll give you contract projections for all these. You tell me if you feel like you can afford to do these right now. On Jake Ferguson, 4 years, $52 million, $30 million guaranteed. So that would give him $13 million annually. That would make him the 7th highest paid tight end in the NFL right now.
13 annually. It's 4. How many? It's
4 for 52 with $30 million guaranteed. So that's $13 million a year. That would make him the 7th highest paid tight end in the NFL, and it would put him $1 million above where Dalton Schultz is right now.
Yeah,
the number you use, David.
And I think that's right around there. It would also make him the 7th highest paid in terms of total guarantee. So to me, that's an easy one that I think you get done right now. Next contract here. Let's go with the one that seems a little more pertinent right now to get done. Deron Bland. Deron Bland, you go 5 years, $120 million, and you do $70 million guaranteed.
Help me with my math. What is 5? How much is a year per year?
It's $24 million a year. That would make him tied with Surtain for the 4th highest paid.
Is he that good?
And the $70 million total guaranteed would make him 5th behind Denzel Ward, J.C. Horn, Surtain, and Derek Stingley.
Are you overpaying?
No, you're paying what the market says, because if you look at right about like J.C. Horn making 25 is kind of absurd. Bland is definitely above Horn. And again, you're talking about Jair Alexander Jair Alexander has really come down. He's making $21 million a year. He's 5th on the list. I think you absolutely have to pay Bland 24. He was an All-Pro. He's already been an All-Pro corner for you.
Okay, I'm down. Whatever.
So you're just easy, no problem.
Yeah.
You're in. Okay. All right.
They need players.
Next on this list is Tyler Smith, and this is the one where you might need to wait a little bit. 5 years, $125 million. That makes him the highest paid guard in the NFL, just over Trey Smith. And then you give him $65 million guaranteed, which would be the most guaranteed at the position by $2 million over Robert Hunt at the Panthers.
I think he's really good.
And already made a Pro Bowl, already been a second team All-Pro. You are projecting out a little bit, continued growth. So this is he is a prime candidate for that's out of all those three, he's the prime candidate for has the best case to say I need to be paid at the top of the market.
All right, so 65 for Dak, 35 for Mike. What's for 35 for Lamb? Mike is going to get 45?
Probably 40 to 42, I would guess.
All right.
But 60 for Dak, 35. It's actually 34 for Lamb. Probably we'll say it's 41 for Micah. You've already got, 20 in Osa.
Man, you were looking at, oh, God.
And then 25 and 24 in Tyler Smith and Deron Bland.
That's $190 million for 5 players.
It's significant.
That's significant. It's the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I mean, look, you draft good players, you get that's what it's going to end up
being.
Listen,
you're going to pay that money either way. Either you're going to pay it to your own, or you're going to pay it to guys that you don't know how they're going to, react when they get here.
What's the easiest of those three to walk away from? On the Tyler Smith, Deron Bland, or Jake Ferguson one? I feel like you think it's Bland.
No, I think Bland is No, I think the easiest one to walk away from is Ferguson, because I think you could find Ferguson.
Okay. I
like Jake a lot, but I think you can find Jake Ferguson. I don't know, finding a good corner is not easy.
No, I know that was the one that you gave some resistance to. Is that a little much?
That's just only because, I don't know, is he the 5th best corner in the league? That's how I'm looking at it. But
Rex on the YouTube says, pay Bland in all caps. He wants that one getting done. I think you're right. It's probably Ferguson is the easiest one that you would move from. But, man, I think that at that value, that's still probably one where I'd say, get all 3 of them done, figure it out. Do whatever you did. 940, going to overpay for Bland just like we did Diggs, slightly above average corner. I would disagree, and I also think the mentality is different for those two players. I think the Cowboys feel like Bland is going to be more locked in than Diggs.
I think he's more than slightly above average. I think he's slightly above average. I'm like, is a 6. I think he's like a 7.5.
I think he's a really good
I think he's
player.
really, really good. I don't have a major problem paying him. All right, Tolos, let us hook you up with the Rangers ticket giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Rangers tickets when they take on the Tampa Bay Rays on April 4th. And there will also be a Peagle bobblehead giveaway for the first 15,000 fans in the stadium. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right.
Boy, the Peagle bobblehead.
Well, I thought you said something else. I was like, what? Okay, it is. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for our best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Bobby, you want to kick this one off?
Sure, I can start off for us. It was there was definitely some good and some bad on this weekend for me. The bad, right off the bat, I was slated to go to the wedding of one Zach Rowe, 0.
Yeah.
And
we got the half invite to that.
Okay, so I'm gonna stick up for 0 on this one because you guys have been busting balls in the group text. Is that 0 and his lovely bride Lauren were getting married in Waxahachie, and they just said, "Hey, Would love for you guys to be there because of just limitations with our space. So that we can't have plus ones. Like we're just inviting. We're trying to prioritize and get as many people there that are important to us as possible. Hope you guys understand. We love everybody. Just want to do this. And so I was like, okay, cool. I'm going. Others were like, can't do it. Can't separate me and the date, me and the plus one. And so because of that, there were enough, I guess, that had not committed to going, that then they were able to open it up.
Yeah.
To like, hey, those who've already said yes, we have room for plus
It
ones.
really is the genius way to get it done, because like when you do that, yeah, you know that when you do that, you're going to get a lot of people who are like, yeah, that's we're either both invited or none of us are. That's how I look at it, and I knew that was going to open up. Now, I didn't do that. That's not why I said no. I just it's March Madness too. You can't get married.
Zero's not a basketball fan.
You can't get married in the middle of college football season or March Madness.
Well, the worst was missing Zero's wedding, because as we are on the road to Waxahachie, home of Meat Church, for this wedding, started about 15 minutes after leaving. Started seeing a little steam rising up from the hood.
No,
started seeing some overheating. Radiator issue. So ended up having to get the radiator fixed. Was not able to actually get down to Waxahachie for the wedding. I was very sad. I texted Zero right after. I was like, dude, I feel awful. You're gonna have to let me take you and Lauren to dinner sometime after you guys get settled after the wedding. But I was bummed out. I did see that there was Eric Chiafalo, Zach Wolchuk. They were both out there at the wedding. Carter Freeman, Alec Medford, Reggie Atatulip came up for the wedding. And so it was, I was very sad, but congratulations to Zero and Lauren. And then the best of the weekend.
I noticed you were driving the other car in today.
Yeah, no, so we got it repaired. We got it back yesterday. It was the Explorer.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we got it back yesterday. So yeah, the Explorer screwed me over there. All right, best of the weekend has to be just dominating the links. That's what we call them in the golf world. That's what we use for the term for the golf course. Going to Top Golf in Fort Worth for Tarleton State's event. Thank you to Byron Anderson having us out there. He's always has us out to do the calls with basketball and football and different things like that. He was already talking again about doing some more football calls this year. But we went out there to the Tarleton State event, the fundraiser, and played in the Top Golf base, you and I both.
Yep.
And just it was good to spend some quality time with Choppy, helping him straighten out some things in his swing.
Yeah, it was good.
Get some kinks out of his game. Made a lot of progress. I think this was like a par 72.
And not a par 72.
I had a 50. Like I know I've told you guys I would shoot under 80. I shot a 50.
Yeah, you did pretty well.
A 50.
Solid. It was solid effort.
I told you guys I would
on your part.
I would. I mean, you saw me break into. I was surprised. You filmed a couple of these. I was like, these are going to end up on social media. But I figured the fact that you didn't send them out is because you want to keep some of those swing tips to yourself.
Well, that and my camera's got a crack in it. Mm-hmm. It's really a crack in the protector.
Oh.
So it just got like a little glare, so it doesn't come out as well.
No, I enjoyed it. I did enjoy going out there swinging the clubs. Kristen was in my bay with me. I wish I would have asked more questions. I'm terrible about asking questions on these things. In fact, I'll read you guys the text that I sent Choppy when we were getting ready to leave on Sunday morning, and I had said to Chop, 9:23 a.m. for a noon event. So what exactly are we doing today? I'm confused by this. Chop said, same. Top Golf at noon, Fort Worth. I said, so we weren't supposed to build teams or whatever, right? Because it's just me and Kristen showed up today. Chop said, I don't know. I'm just bringing Sarah and Luca. I said, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
And yeah, we went at the end. When I got there, I was very disappointed I didn't ask more questions. Kristen was she was lecturing me. She's like, you need to ask more questions about this.
I'm terrible at asking
She's
questions.
like, this would have been a good thing to like bring the kids to, or you could have found some other people to bring to. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm really bad about getting details.
I'm very bad about getting details as well.
But it was a great time.
It was. And the thing is, like, a regular, I can't justify playing golf on a Sunday because it's like 4 or 5 hours. Top Golf, it's like an hour.
Yeah.
Get out there and play. And it's like, because we got to get ready for the show the next day. So it doesn't take, all that long. So best and worst here on 105.
682. Worst. Lost my G-Bag flag.
No.
That he was going to get him to sign for him on Friday. So he lost those. Sorry, 682.
We'll get you on one.
209. Well, I'm not going to read that 209, but that's funny because I don't think I can read that on there.
Best for me, I did my first lawn mow of the weekend, and am happy to report there is no Movid 25. That is the concern that I had last year when I mowed. I got the Movid. I got big time. All the grass go into my mouth and my nose, and it's just that's my allergies. But
1 year to flatten the curve.
1 year to flatten the curve.
Have you thought about wearing a mask while you mow?
You know the answer to that question.
I know. I just wanted you to
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. No, I've been taking allergy pills every day, so it's already in my system. So I've got it. That Aldi $5 allergy pill. The bottle for like $60. So, it's working. It's working hard for
Have
me.
you not been a consistent allergy medicine taker for
but
your
I have
life?
been. I have been lately.
Just this past
year,
dude. It makes a difference.
And I have not gotten sick at all this past year from and no respiratory. I've got like stomach issues.
That daily antihistamine hit,
it really does.
I remember thinking just like, I don't need it. And when I consistently took it, I've never felt clear.
Worst of the weekend is I did end up as the main character in the neighborhood this weekend.
Oh no. Aren't you every weekend?
Yeah, my 12-year-old Julian had a sleepover with 4 other boys. He asked me on Friday, "Can I have a sleepover?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I think he asked that. He knew I was going to say no, but I surprised him and I said yes. He goes, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, go ahead." I was like, "This you don't have baseball. Like, it's the last weekend without baseball for like months, so go ahead." So he invites 4 friends over, and every parent, when they dropped the kid off, they said, "Do you know what you're getting into?" And after like the 3rd parent, I was like, "All right, just spill the beans." And they're like, "All right, you're probably going to get a door broken because there's always a door that breaks in the house because they try to because
they swat you.
They try to lock each other out of the door. So this one kid, the bigger kid, just barrels through these doors all the time." I'm like, "Oh, okay. So I guess we're having them play outside." So I send them out on their way, and they were causing a ruckus through the neighborhood. I don't mind, because I'm the type of parent. I'm like, if I did it, how can I get on you for doing it? That's just my philosophy, right?
Yeah, but
kids have got to be kids. Boys have got to cause trouble.
Yeah, but that clearly doesn't apply universally. There would be other things you did that you would not
universally.
let them do.
Like, I don't want my kid to be, driving hammered.
Sure.
Okay, but just doing little kid stuff, causing trouble. That's what boys do. Boys cause trouble. Right? Get your knees scraped up. Break a limb. Right? That's what I want.
I tell people that all the time. Get your knees scraped up.
I don't want them to get in trouble. And they did, because they decided at 11 o'clock it was a good idea to ding-dong ditch everybody.
No. Not in your neighborhood.
And they came back, and I'm like, guys, you're going to get shot in this neighborhood. Like, everybody here is like stand your ground castle law guy. You are not good. This is not going to end well for you. And the fact that they all went, Beavis and Butthead with the shirt over their head, Cornholio, covering their face just to go up there and ring the doorbell, that doesn't work. Everybody's got a Ring camera here. They got them like spotlights outside the house.
So you did not know they were going out to do this?
I knew they were going to go cause hell. I didn't know they were going to do this. I thought they were just going to walk the street like it was Stand By Me. Have gun will travel.
Is Ding Dong Ditch more effective than the T-Ping? Do kids find it more...
They find it more dangerous, I think.
Oh, Ding Dong Ditching? Really?
I think so. Okay. I don't know. They find it more like, I don't know, whatever.
We've had the issue, not of the Ding Dong Ditch. It's the just banging on the... Like, this has been an issue at the complex where kids will just go out and at night just hard bang on somebody's door and run off.
Oh, yeah.
And that one, I'm just like, man, you guys are... You're testing things, because if you bang on the wrong door and you upset somebody late at night, wake them up or something.
Kids, you got little kid, baby sleeping. You wake the baby up. Oh man! So I was the main character of the neighborhood. Shout out to my neighbor Brad. He decided to go down. My kids threw the football down the storm drain on accident, and he opened up the manhole cover because he's got tools for everything, and he went down there into the storm drain. I tried to reach it. It was already in the. It was in the hole. It was like down the way, and he went and got it. So
what a champ!
What a champ!
Shout out to you, Brad.
That's what neighbors do. He said. Peyton,
my best. I survived Boston. My worst is I paid for Boston. I refuse to look at the credit card bill.
All right. Well, don't give too much. We'll do this at 8:20 here. Don't give too much.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. But yeah, no, Boston was great. I had to test the theory of is seafood better up there in the Northeast? I'd never been that far in Northeast. I did think it was going to be a little cheaper though, because I thought if you were closer to the water, it was easier to get the seafood, and food was supposed to be cheaper. All the supply and all that stuff, but I guess not.
It's supposed to be a premium though. It's like you're getting the best. So it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, we have access to it.
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
I thought
oh,
it was
so
like
good.
if you look further away from the water, it took longer to get you the supply, and it was all, money stuff, whatever. But, it was still really good. I had the lobster roll there. I went with the hot buttered lobster roll, not the cold lobster roll, because I know you can get one or the other. So that was fun. Fenway Park was amazing. I mean, it would have been nice if baseball was going on there, but touring the ballpark was amazing. Now I know why David Ortiz was so successful there. That ballpark is small. That's a small ballpark.
It's
man.
tiny.
I mean, they lie on the dimensions. The tour guide told us they lie on all the dimensions.
Oh, you know what? Let's just do it here. We're here. We're here. We'll do Peyton stuff now.
Oh.
I've been told by play-by-play guys that if you stand at third base and you try to pace to the left field wall, the security will stop you.
Why?
Because it's not 310 feet down the left field line. They lie on the dimensions.
Pesky pole is 297, but they mark it as 302.
Did you see the red Ted Williams chair in right field?
Yes, I did.
Is that part of the tour? Do they stop and go and this is where Ted
we didn't go to it. We were like if you know the stadium, we're like in a section above it.
Yeah.
But we got to the Green Monster, so I got to sit in the seats, and it's a real cool.
You know how far that is? That red chair.
502 feet.
It's so far up there.
So there was one year I remember, gosh, it's supposed to have been 2010 or 2011. It's probably 2011. Josh Hamilton hit one that day. Well, that's as close as I've seen anybody get to that chair. Hamilton hit one that day and I understand there's more math behind it and everything else, but that's supposed to be 500 feet to that chair. Hamilton's was pretty close, and I think they call it 460 or something. But man, that's a ways out there. Now, would you pay, Peyton, based on now that you've sat up on the monster, would you be able to take in a game that way, or was it just a cool view, popping down and looking at the stadium from there?
Said I would do it once. I think you have to enjoy the game one time up there, because they did say that. I mean, you get your own security up there. No one's allowed up there that doesn't have a ticket. You can't just walk around. So you have your own security, your own concession stand up there. Everything there is it's like a suite basically, but outside.
I have a feeling I would get kind of like a fear of heights thing.
Do you wouldn't be, have you did you never sit in the front row of left field of the old ballpark in Arlington?
Yeah, I did. I never felt that. I never felt.
I don't think it's that
they
high.
Did have the gap though. The ballpark in Arlington had the gap though there. This does. I mean, it is. You look over, it's the ground.
If I go to a water park and we get pretty high up and it starts the wind starts to shake it a little bit, I will get I'm hanging on. I do not do well with heights.
They said when the Yankees come into town, no matter how good or bad the teams are playing, those tickets are $800 to $1,000 each up there.
Jeez. Seems a lot for a left
just
field
for that
seat?
spot.
Yeah, all those seats. They said World Series tickets in 2018 when they played the Dodgers were north of $3,000, $4,000. So expensive, but I think if there was $100, $200, I'd do it one time.
Did you have the movie set feel? Did you feel I felt like that with Lambeau Field. Did you feel like you were walking into this is like being in a movie?
A little bit. You got the nostalgia. Man, I mean, the Red Sox fans, they hang on to that 2004 World Series, man. They talk about it happened yesterday.
It
was big.
Yeah, it was big.
Man, they talk about it a lot. But no, it was great. Boston was great. I did dump tea into the harbor.
You did?
I did. I threw it. Not actually poured it over. They had to. It was in a box, and you threw it over and then reeled it back in.
It was brisk.
I threw Arizona tea in the Boston
that's
harbor.
awesome. There you go. Very good. Peyton Russell, best and worst of the weekend right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is opening week in Major League Baseball. We got a Rangers game tonight, 6:35 pregame right here on 105 through The Fan, and we get you set for opening week next on 105 through The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. 6:35 tonight is the start of the Rangers baseball season here on 105.3 The Fan. As they have an exhibition game tonight against the Royals. We will carry that game tonight. So G-Bag gets a little bit shorter of a show. And that is going to happen today, 6:35, pregame, 7:05, first pitch.
Yeah, and I'm
you're going to go?
No, I'm not going. My wife is going to be going, but I'm very excited for Rangers baseball to get going. This is something where, I had a little bit of last year. It kind of sapped the joy pretty quickly for me because you remember last year we got to June and we were basically going like, all right.
We're out of it.
Is this even worth like messing with? Do you even bother with this? Because should you just go ahead and sell? Should you do this? Should you do that? So last year was just such a downer with all the different injuries that occurred and how you had, Wyatt Langford maybe not performing at the level that you really wanted him to. But, I'm excited. I'm excited about this year. All right, I'm curious for you. What's like the number one top line thing for you that you're like, all right, I'm in on this with the Rangers season. This is what I want.
Like
an excitement level as we head into opening day.
Oh, I'm very bullish. Bullish is good, right? Bullish is good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very bullish on this team. Now, a lot of it hinges on the health of a lot of players. But this is every bit as good of a team as there is in the American League.
That's high praise.
Because I think the Yankees have taken such a step back with their injuries. They lose Soto to the Mets. They lose Cole to Tommy John. Stanton's out for months. Their rookie of the year pitcher is out for months. They're and outside of them, like going into the year, there was no great team in the AL. Like, make no mistake about it. The American League stinks. It stinks this year. And you absolutely, like, if you are a team like the Royals, who made the playoffs last year but hasn't had a lot of success in recent years, or if you're a team like the Blue Jays, who never busts through, or Seattle, who never busts through, you have no excuse this year. None.
Well, let's see how the Texas Rangers stack up against the rest of the American League and against the rest of Major League Baseball. This is over at Fangraphs, one of the better analytical websites that exists for baseball. And Fangraphs every year does a ranking of positional groups. So they will take all 30 teams in Major League Baseball and they will rank the catcher position for them and first base, and they'll go on down the line. So we've got the various positions now that they've ranked across Major League Baseball, and we'll see exactly where the Rangers stack up on this. What position would you like to start with? And then we'll just kind of take it from there.
Let's start with third base.
Third base it is. Okay, so we'll start with third base, and this is something, again, where they're going to use a lot of their basically their F-WAR analytics, which are, it's Fangraphs wins above replacement. And wins above replacement just basically means here's a baseline player, that's a 0, and then anything above or below it, your contribution ranks you above a replaceable player, just a league average player. And so this is their own formula that they do for it, and some of their projection out and what they think a team is going to be capable of reaching, or a player is going to be able to reach this year. So these are projections based on that. The number one third base position ranking in all of Major League Baseball is, by a significant amount, it's the Cleveland Guardians. By a lot.
Okay.
With Jose Ramirez and the depth that they have there. The Texas Rangers, you're going to have to go down a little ways to find them on this list with Josh Young there, but it's right in the middle of the pack at number 15. Josh Young, Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, Jonathan Ornelas, and Jake Berger are listed as the depth there. They mentioned that after playing 122 games in 2023, it appeared that Josh Young had finally gotten off the injury schneid that cost him much of 22 and a good chunk of 21. Alas, it was not to be. He gets hurt 4 games into the season. Young is still young, so the projection systems aren't overly concerned about another mostly lost season, expecting him to be about league average overall at third base in 2025. There's still upside if he remains healthy, and Young could very well be a 3 to 4 WAR player this year, but some caution is warranted. So
okay, so this is not based. This is not last. This is a projection model.
It's a projection model based on,
it's like Pacoda,
recent history and things like that, and they're ranking it based on that projection. So that's there at third base. Let's go around the diamond. Shortstop. The Texas Rangers come in ranked. Where would you guess, Chop?
My assumption is they'll come in ranked second or third.
5th.
Okay.
Behind the Royals.
Bobby Jr. 1.
The Royals at 1. The Orioles at 2.
Okay, yeah.
Dodgers at 3 with Mookie Betts.
Man, yeah. He's moving around the diamond all over the place.
4, the Mets with Lindor and Luis Angel Acuna. Number 5 is the Texas Rangers with Corey Seager, and then those same players that they had at third base as depth, Josh Smith, Duran, Ornelas. Says the Rangers topped this list last year, but their slide to 5th isn't because their outlook at the position has gotten worse, so much as the teams in front of them are experiencing the ascendance of young superstars or are seeing perennial MVP candidates return to form or change positions. Corey Seager wasn't quite the sparkling performer in 2024 that he was in 2023, but he still had a very Corey Seager-like season with a 140 WRC plus, landing in the top 10 defensively at shortstop and missing multiple weeks of the season due to injury. Heading into his age 31 season, it's reasonable to expect his Corey Seager-ness to continue for a few more years, but it's worth noting that Seager lost almost a full foot per second off his sprint speed last year.
Wow.
So significant to note there for the Rangers. But 15th at third base, and then 5th at shortstop. Second base, RJ Choppy. Where do you think these Texas Rangers come in?
Third.
Number 1.
Wow.
The Texas Rangers.
Wow, because the talk of the Semien decline appears to be premature.
As it was in the beginning, so it remains in 2025. Marcus Semien's Rangers have the best second base situation in baseball for the 3rd year in a row. In fact, it should be 4 seasons in a row. In 2022, Semien's first season in Texas, the Rangers were less than a 1/10 of a win behind the Rays, less than irrelevance, even though Semien projected for more wins above replacement than Tampa Bay starter Brandon Lowe. The difference was an erroneous projection that Ray's backup would end up being 0.2 WAR player, and so that kind of skewed things a little bit. But it says all of this is to say that if you don't know Semien by now, you will never know him. In odd-numbered years, he hits about 270 with middle-of-the-order power and great defense and compiles about 6 WAR. In even-numbered years, he hits about 235 with everything else remaining the same and is a 4-win player. So he's kind of alternating like Bochy does when he wins and loses and wins and loses.
The funny thing is here, the write-up on second base, they call it the bass guitar of a baseball team. If you're there, people assume you don't have the chops to play lead guitar, shortstop, or rhythm, third base. And that is just where the nerds miss out, like up the middle.
Yeah.
Up the middle is where you need to be strong. Like nobody in real baseball discounts second base.
Yeah, 100%.
You know who you put at third? You put the catcher at third who's got bad knees but a good arm.
Yeah.
Like who discounts second base?
Michael Young in his prime was playing second. Where'd he go near the end of his career? Third. That's where he went.
It's like, yeah, you want a good arm at third. You got to have a good arm at third. But like, nobody's discounting second base. Like this is just
no. If you have a butcher at second base, it's bad.
If you have a butcher at second base, you're not winning.
First base now. We've already got the Rangers. Strong showings. 15 at third, 5th at shortstop, 1st at second base with Jake Berger, Josh Smith, Dustin Harris listed as some of their depth at first base. Where do you think the Rangers fall on first base?
Let's go back to the third base. Well, let's go mid-pack.
20th. The Rangers come in 20th on these projections. Anytime you can trade away.
So hang on. Where does Washington land then? Because they traded Nate.
The Nationals come in on this list 10th.
It's not that good.
In fact, they described Nate Lowe as falling into their laps.
Boy, Peyton, how does that make you feel?
It hurts.
They say anytime you can trade away a first baseman for a reliever after trading for a different first baseman who underperformed your incumbent the season before, you have to do it, right? The Rangers sure thought so.
Oh,
so they are low on Jake Berger.
Yikes.
They say Berger started the switch from third base, where he was a very poor fielder last season. Perhaps a full-time role that doesn't overly strain him on the defensive side will unlock some more offense. The Rangers seem to have made this move because they want power more than on base out of the position, and Berger will certainly give them that. But a little bit of a brutal fall there, according to the projections from FanWar.
That is tough. Man, I like Nate Lowe. I thought he was a good player. He came up with a lot of big hits late in games, and a lot, kind of a bat to ball guy too, which I think is very underrated in a postseason.
Yeah,
very underrated in a postseason as a bat to ball guy. I didn't love trading him away. I think the reliever they got was a really good one. It's a chance to be really good, but. Yeah, I didn't love moving on from him. And if you were going to do that, you would think you would do that for somebody who's like a kid that he's locked.
Yeah.
You get this hot shot prospect you're going to bring up, but that's not how they did it.
So corners of the infield, not as great as the middle of the infield for the Rangers.
Okay, so 15, 5, 1, and 20.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Catcher. Where do you think the Rangers come down with Jonah Heim and Kyle Higashioka?
13.
18. It says Jonah Heim was one of the better catchers in the sport from 2022 to 23, providing roughly average offense and tremendous value with his defense. Many things went wrong for the Rangers last year, and one of them was that the All-Star and Gold Glove version of Heim was gone. In his place was one of the least productive hitters in the league, and much more surprisingly, a mediocre glove behind the dish. After he stole at least 8 runs worth of strikes in each of the previous 3 years, his framing was a net negative in 2024. It's hard to imagine Heim will be below replacement level again this season, but the projections aren't convinced he's going to return to all-star form. They mentioned that Higashioka has caught 80 to 90 games in each of the past 3 seasons, churning out about a 1.5 wins above replacement per year, and that's pretty much exactly what our depth charts have him doing again in 2025. So a little below league average.
Who's number one? Baltimore?
Number one on this list is the Mariners with Cal Raleigh, Mitch Garver.
All right. All right.
Let's go to DH, and then we'll run through the outfield really quickly. DH.
We can.
We'll have pitching that we can do later this week, and so I'll hit the DH really quickly, and then we can wrap. We'll do
outfield tomorrow and pitching tomorrow.
DH. Where do you think the Rangers come down with Jock Peterson, Adolis Garcia, Jake Berger, and then anybody else who's kind of rotating in there?
That's a pretty decent one. 9.
5.
Okay.
Says that's right. There are 9 names on this list of players that could potentially be DH for the Rangers. I guess that's in keeping with the idea of DH being a parking spot for any starting position player who's old and or slow and or injury prone. And indeed, the Rangers have lots of those. They also have Jock Peterson, who molts every few years and emerges as a completely different player. The young Dodgers center fielder became a bench bat and glue guy, and in 2024, he somewhat quietly put together a monster season for Arizona. Among position players with at least 400 plate appearances, Peterson was fourth in OBP, trailing only Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. The two guys behind him on the list were Alvarez and Ohtani. So, pretty strong group there. They say they can fill the starts against lefties with a combination of Jake Berger and Adolis Garcia. The latter looks like he'll start in right field against righties and shift over to DH against lefties, with Kevin Pillar coming in to play right. So, number 5 on DH. DH, shortstop, and second base get top 5 rankings for the Rangers.
I assume the Dodgers are number 1 with Shohei.
The Dodgers are number 1.
Yeah,
yep.
And that makes
number 2 is the Astros.
With Jordan. That makes perfect sense.
And 3 is the Athletics. So the Rangers finished 5th.
The
but third in the
Athletics?
division. Yep, with Brent Rooker. Yep.
Okay, so we'll do outfield and pitching tomorrow. That's good. Good stuff. Fangraphs get you set for opening day. It is Thursday right here on the Fan. KNC Match will be out there at 10 o'clock and on Thursday at the ballpark. We have the game tonight, 6:35 here on 105.3 The Fan. Science says you're not underpaid, you're just ugly. And a sports legend passes away, and I'm not sure if Peyton Russell knows who it is. We will do that next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton Russell, and Aiden alongside. We are going to get into a little bit below the belt, obviously, coming up at 8:40, and then a little bit more March Madness talk in the 9 o'clock hour. But, Bobby, it is one of the biggest questions out there that I have in the world of going to the market, the grocery store, the cost of eggs, but I could just smuggle them across the border now.
Well, no, you can't because you're going to get caught. Is the issue. So eggs, I feel like, have been held up recently as the example of just how ridiculously expensive everything is and how much costs have jumped up. Well, this is a fascinating note coming from U.S. Border Patrol, Chop.
Okay.
They are currently, in the first 2 months of 2025, Customs and Border Protection is seizing more eggs than they are fentanyl at the border right now. A dozen eggs cost American consumers around $5.90 in February, almost double what it was in 2024. Many U.S. residents are paying significantly more, especially in California, where prices climbed to nearly $10 for a dozen eggs. Wow. Prices are expected to increase another 41% in 2025, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So now people are like, man, this is a bigger deal. We got to get this across the border more than we do the fentanyl now. In the first 2 months, again, it was profitable. They seized fentanyl on 134 occasions, down from 197 seizures in the same time frame in 2024. Meanwhile, they intercepted eggs on 3,254 occasions in January and February compared to 1,500 in the first 2 months of 2024. So people are just like, I got to get some eggs across the border because these prices are just not doing it. So that's what you're doing. I buy in bulk. You go to Sam's or Costco, and you get 2 dozen for $8, which is still expensive. 817 says Costco sells them for $4.
Yeah,
right now
it's still expensive, but I guess it's not.
Kristen can't stop complaining about it. Where she's like, the cost of, she just from when she was a kid up through adulthood and everything else, she's like, this is like the highest jump in price of anything else that we regularly buy.
It really is.
Eggs.
It really is.
And you're a big egg eater. Don't you eat like a ton?
Yeah, we try to eat a couple dozen a week.
Gosh, you guys should see this guy when we're on road trips. His plate, he will take. I remember there was one time we were in Oxnard. You took like a paper plate and you you couldn't see white.
No,
it was all covered in those water eggs, those fake package
powdered eggs.
Yeah. But you're just loading up on the protein.
I assume that there's protein in that. I assume it's real eggs.
I would imagine there's got to be some, right? Like, I mean, it's like the astronaut food.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You're not underpaid. You're just ugly.
I am.
Pretty privileged. The jaw-dropping amount of money that workers make that are more attractive. According to a report from March of this year, obviously, people who are easy on the eyes earn about $20,000 more than colleagues who are less attractive, according to new data on pretty privilege in the workplace.
Okay, well, since we just talked about eggs, is this a chicken and the egg theory, though?
What do you mean?
Okay, so you know how like they've said before, you'll see like a picture of Tom Brady when he was a rookie versus now, and they'll be like a reminder, you're not ugly, you're just poor.
Yeah.
So like, is this an instance of people get the money and are then able to make themselves look more attractive?
That's possible. I think it's absolutely possible. But people who consider themselves attractive, on average, make $64,000 a year compared to those who consider themselves unattractive in this study, who make right around $44,000 a year. But yeah, it could be a chicken and the egg thing. You never know.
So Peyton, look, you just find out how much Alec makes versus how much you make, and then you'll know who wins. Because if you make more or he makes more, then we'll know who's more attractive.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. 46% of those respondents who feel unattractive rated themselves a 3 or less on a 1 to 10 scale. So they really think they're unattractive.
This also could be a confidence issue then. You just have a lack of confidence. If you have poor self-image and you don't have any confidence in yourself to then be able to ascend in the workplace, that could also be it. There are lots of psychological factors here, Chop.
Yeah, there are. There are quite a bit of psychological factors that do come into play with this one. But, you may not be, you may not be underpaid. You might just be ugly. And that's the reality of it. Peyton, do you know who this guy is?
Good inside uppercut by Foreman. Come on. Oh, and look at the left. Come up and slice it up. And Jerry Cooney's in big trouble. He's ready to go. And there he goes.
George Foreman, Big George, Marshall, Texas, passing away over the weekend at the age of 76. When this happened, I first went, does Peyton know who this is? Because I asked my son Luca, I said, he's 15. I said, do you know who George Foreman is? He goes, no.
I knew the grills.
Is that how you knew? You didn't know he was a boxer? You knew he was the grill guy?
I knew he was a boxer. I didn't know he was, big time. But yeah, no, I knew the first thing that came to mind was the grills.
76-5. Just a trip. The oldest champ ever.
Have you ever heard, Peyton? Have you ever heard of the rumble in the jungle? Have you ever heard that phrase?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Okay, that was Ali Foreman, and that was a big time fight in 74. Now,
okay, I was born 96, so a little before my time.
Okay, do you know who George Washington is, Peyton?
He has 12 children, 7 girls, and 5 boys. Peyton, what are the names of his boys?
George.
Yep.
And?
George.
Uh-huh.
George the third.
Yep.
And the fourth.
And the fifth.
And the fifth.
He's got 5 Georges. He calls them Monk, Big Wheel, Red, Little Joey, and let's see, then George Jr.
This is a great example of why, whenever people talk about, like, sometimes we'll get people to ask us, like, are you guys the same on the air as you are off the air or whatever? Yes, exactly. And the dynamic is still exactly the same because our text thread showed this when Sean Sharif texted the news to us and he says, George Foreman died. And I replied back, just buy another one. They're like $20 at Walmart.
Bobby.
And Sean replied, D, right back to that. And then Choppy replied and said, good thing about George Foreman died is he named all his sons George. So George Foreman is very much alive. And I said, by George, he's right.
I don't think you're supposed to read this on the air.
And Sean didn't reply to any of it at that point. It was definitely put out.
I don't think you're supposed to reply.
Why not?
Because our text chain is not for public use.
The only one who could have gotten in trouble there for that take was me. Was for buy another one. They're $20 at Walmart.
That's not remotely true. Just leave.
Okay, $40 at Walmart. Whatever.
Leave our texts out of this. My gosh, Peyton. So we had detailed your trip to Boston with the Green Monster, going to Fenway Park.
Yeah.
We did not have a chance to ask you because this was the hot topic of discussion on Friday. Your tip situation. Your Uber situation with the trip. Personal. With going into the toll booth. You had a problem with this. Explain your cheapness to us, please.
I don't think it's me being cheap. I guess I just wasn't aware. So, you go from the airport to wherever our hotel was. And, you can take the toll road to bypass some traffic, or you can just take the normal road. And I looked at my Uber receipt, and I was like, okay, let's see what the breakdown is. Did they charge us? Because the guy had to wait for us because we didn't, it was one of those airports where, like, we were on the first floor and he was on the second. So we had to walk up to him. So he charged me like $4 for a wait fee. I was already pissed off about that. He waited 4, maybe 5 minutes.
There was a wait fee?
Yes.
So if they arrive and you are not ready to go, they will like start a timer and you get a fee if you're not there.
But he was ready. He was just in the wrong spot.
I know, but it doesn't matter. If you're not in the spot where you're supposed to be and you've called for the Uber and you're not standing there, they'll charge the... Because the driver's losing money at that point.
So I guess I understand, but I was already upset about that. And then I was checking the receipt, just say, okay, because it was like a $40 trip. I was just saying, okay, what was the math on here? And then I saw, toll road fee. And I was like, toll road? I didn't tell this guy to take a toll road. I guess he just did it under his own power. But he charged me for that. And I was like, okay, if I'm not telling you take the toll road, how are you going to charge me for that? I didn't understand that part. Like, it just doesn't seem fair. It was a cheap way of getting more money. And it was a couple bucks. So I'm not getting anybody to throw a hissy fit. I know it sounds like I'm throwing a hissy fit. Yeah. I was just upset that I'm getting charged for something like I didn't ask for.
So was it like okay? So how like when you're on 635 and you could take that express lane in the middle.
That you go underground.
Or you go underground, or you could stay on the regular 635. Was it like that, or was it like you get on the tollway and that's just the road?
I don't know. It was the airport, and then we were on the toll road. Like he had an option to take not tolls or the toll road. But I didn't know the city. I didn't know those streets, so I'm not sure.
But here's the thing, Peyton. It's not about them getting more money because there's no overhead. It literally just reimburses the driver for the tolls. That's all it does. So, like, if you ran $5.35 worth of tolls in that car, he's just getting $5.35 for it. It's just to reimburse him for
he's not profiting enough.
Yeah, there's no profit involved in it. And the other thing is like.
Bobby used the term like overhead. It just throws me off. I don't know what exactly that means.
It's automatically include like you're automatically whatever the fastest route is. It's gonna put it. So if there's tolls, you have to tell them not to take tolls if you don't want to.
Well, then that's on me. I did not know that. I don't take a ton of Ubers, but yeah. So I was looking at the breakdown, the receipt, and I saw that. And I was like, I didn't tell this guy to take a toll. Like, why is it up? Why is he able to charge me more, or Uber charge me more because of that? But I would have had him going around. I don't care if it takes an hour and a half to get to the hotel. I want the cheapest ride.
But then you were upset that you were like too far from the hotel. So like, what did you must have cared a little bit about how quickly you got there.
Oh, like from the airport?
The walk or whatever. Whatever the walk was when you didn't want to take the train.
Oh, yeah, because the train was, it was a 7 or 8. I didn't do my research on the train. I never took the train, by the way. I went up to the train, looked at the signs and where to go, and I was like, this is too difficult. I'm just going to Uber.
You could have asked somebody.
I could have, but not a whole lot of people talk there. It's a quiet city. People were walking, but no one's talking on the streets.
Hey, I'm walking here, right?
No, I think that's New York.
Yeah, you gotta take the trains. Like, 'cause if you go to Manhattan, like you've got to take the subway.
But it's like some of the train routes that like took me close to my destination, but like it was still like a 25-minute walk, like from the train.
25-minute walk.
Yeah, because like
that's a lot. That's a waste.
Uber takes me curbside to my destination. Train takes you to like a generic area.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Walk from there. So that's what was the deciding factor. And it got cold in certain parts of the day. Rain was always a factor. So I was like, all right, I might as well just bite the bullet.
When
here.
you were in Europe, did you take a train everywhere and have to like walk a lot of places?
In Florence we did, because the train took you like right from our Airbnb to like downtown, so it was like right there. But no, we either Ubered or taxied or walked basically. Yeah.
Peyton 214 says you're getting charged for time and mileage. It's cheaper to do the toll. Let's see here. So what else do we have here? 325 says they don't reimburse the drivers 100% on the tolls, no matter what they say, and often don't reimburse tolls at all, and drivers have to fight just to get a fraction of it. So that means that a lot of times they're losing money. So he was just trying to get you to your place on time. He was just being a good driver. And you one-starred him, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I 4-starred him, and I gave him
4-star.
4-star. I took it down. He was at 4.99. Now he's lower.
A 4 is a 1 on those ratings.
Yeah, you gotta get it's a 5 or nothing.
Well, okay, the wait time did upset me though. That upset me a little. That was probably the difference of 5 or 4-star.
All right, very nice.
Peyton 4 is fine. Man.
4-star drop. This guy's gonna lose his. He's not gonna get any fares now. Poor guy. What's coming up next to Below the Belt?
Oh, the NFL free agency has calmed down just a little bit. Where do the Dallas Cowboys stack up against the rest of the league? Let's find out what the analysts have to say. That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC.
I got to remember remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jeff. Your name's Jeff.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is the star up or is the star down after the first 2 weeks of NFL free agency? Let's find out what the experts are saying. The so-called experts, RJ Choppy, here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, a first-class buying experience. And you know what? We can talk Cowboys in this segment, but we can also talk Cowboys between breaks on Friday if you like, or talk about anything else.
That's right.
Want. I can show you our entire group texts that Choppy wants me to keep off the air. I got all of Peyton's. Peyton is the one who's most at risk. If
Man, the fan texts, like those are sacred. You cannot.
If you expose Peyton's texts, he'd be done so fast. It would be so quick that Peyton wouldn't be allowed to return to work. But you can ask us about all of it, talk to us about all of it on Friday when we kick off the 2025 version of the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. This is the third one that we've done now, and we will be kicking it off in my home away from home, Keller, where the Keller Indians high school softball team plays. Big fans of them over there. We're going to be at Fire Station #1, 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. That's 455 Keller Smithfield Road South. That's station #1, opened in 2009, and 11,000 square feet.
Wow.
Fire station there in Keller, RJ Choppy. But we'll have Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour aprons, as well as free Whataburger breakfast while supplies last.
Come on out. Now the question is, Bobby, what if that is enemy territory? What if that is Keller Central? Or Fossil Ridge?
You know what? I think I'm just welcome.
Or is it Timber Creek?
I think I'm welcome anywhere right now except around Denton Geyer. I think Geyer was kind of unhappy with me when I was making some jokes last year. It was all in good fun, and they won, and I give them props, but they didn't like that when I tweeted about the Keller game. I said Denton Geyer, more like Denton Tired. Am I right? Keller's got this one, which I was just always doing.
It's a great joke.
I was doing bits the whole way. When they played Eaton, they were playing the Eaton Eagles. Okay, I said Eaton Eagles is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be eating these Eagles tonight.
Eagles.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
And so that was the whole bit. But congratulations to Denton. But they're still not happy with me, especially one of those coaches. They didn't like me very much. All right, let's take a look at the NFL power rankings in the wake of free agency. You want to lead off with NFL.com or the mothership, ESPN?
NFL.com.
Okay, let's go to NFL.com. This is Eric Edholm doing these rankings. And if I were to just say, without stacking it in your mind, just off the top of your head, you think generally where the Cowboys are right now, where would you put the Cowboys in the NFL power rankings?
Oh man, I haven't
a rough territory.
Done this.
Just kind of
rough territory is they're obviously not top 10, 10 to 20.
Okay, 10 to 20. So they were before free agency. NFL.com had them 23rd. After free agency, they've moved up a little bit. A very little bit, one spot to 22.
Okay.
This is the write-up. The recent drama following DeMarcus Lawrence's exit may not have a lasting imprint on the Cowboys, but it does paint an interesting picture of the current leadership. This is Dak Prescott's team, but it's also CeeDee Lamb's and Micah Parsons' team too. Parsons technically hangs in the balance prior to his extension, but it feels as if the Cowboys will lock him up long-term at some point soon. That naturally will elevate his voice even more in the locker room, which is transitioning from Mike McCarthy to Brian Schottenheimer. Other respected voices have departed this offseason with Zach Martin and Jordan Lewis at the top of the list. The Cowboys might have a slightly more aggressive approach to free agency, and they've traded for a pair of former first-rounders in Kenneth Murray and Kyrie Elam, who might be able to flourish in a new situation. But I'll be really curious how Dallas's current leadership guides this team into a new era. For your curiosity, here are the teams that are behind the Cowboys. They're just outside the bottom 10 in the NFL. Directly behind them, the Indianapolis Colts, the Carolina Panthers, New England Patriots, Las Vegas Raiders, New York Jets, New Orleans Saints, Cleveland Browns, Jacksonville Jaguars, and then the Giants and the Titans. I don't have a complaint about any of those teams that are behind them. Those are all pretty accurate. And the ones directly ahead of them, the first few, I would probably have ahead of Dallas right now: Atlanta, Miami, Arizona.
Yeah, I'd have those ahead of them too. Or right there.
But They're close enough that I don't fault anybody if they're punishing Dallas a little bit and saying you need to show us something before we give you any benefit of the doubt.
I would have Miami ahead. I don't know about the other two.
Atlanta was borderline playoffs. They were close.
Yeah.
And Arizona played some good games last year. I think Jonathan Gannon's doing a decent job there.
Yeah, and then you got to ask yourself, the division, the NFC West with Arizona, how winnable is it? San Fran's taking a step back.
But if we're just talking about who's the best,
yeah,
they would be I think above Dallas at this point.
I don't hate it.
At the end of the season, over at ESPN, the Dallas Cowboys ranked 18th on the list, which feels closer to where you think they are than 22nd.
Right.
Do you think they went up or down based on these rankings?
It's been a mid-off season. I would say they stay stagnant. They stayed still at 18.
They took a drop.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys come in at 21. They fall 3 spots. This is Todd Archer's write-up. He said the Cowboys did not lay out a big financial investment in Solomon Thomas, just $3 million guaranteed, yet he can fill a number of roles in Matt Eberflus's defense and in the locker room. He played for new defensive line coach Aaron Whitecotton with the Jets, so he can help teach what the new position coach wants. He has also been productive with 8.5 sacks over the past 2 seasons. Mainly, Thomas's experience will be a plus for a defense that lost some leadership in free agency and potentially needed a fresh voice anyway.
How much... So was the original rankings the 18 and the 23?
Mm-hmm.
Was that just at the end of the year? So that
was after Super Bowl.
Okay, so they knew that Schottenheimer was the coach.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much that plays into it.
I mean, when I look at the I don't think it does a ton because I think ever since Schottenheimer got hired, remember these rankings were done after Schottenheimer would have been hired. And I think when you look at everything Schottenheimer's done since, when he's talked about philosophy, leadership, team building, the moves that have been made, the hires he's made on the coaching staff, those have all generally been pluses.
Yeah.
And so for me, I think that they're in a position where I think the bigger issue is just you still have starting positions that you haven't filled. Who's your wide receiver 2? Who's your wide receiver 3?
Right.
For that matter. What's going to go on with the offensive line? Do you have a starting running back? All we know is that you've lost running back at this point. But what have you really done to make your team better? You've solidified depth. You've made sure you didn't get worse.
I think solidifying depth is such an underrated part of
100% matters because they didn't do it last year.
No, they got rid of their depth.
It destroyed them.
So now one injury, you're so thin. So I think they did a really good job this offseason with depth. They just didn't get any difference making.
See, and that's the thing is that I think what they've done is they've made sure they didn't get worse. That their signings have ensured that they didn't get worse.
Some people would argue it would be impossible.
Well, I mean, not totally impossible, but they didn't get worse, but they haven't gotten better. Those signings have just, all right, you've maintained. Like you said, that's where you thought they had probably had them. They've maintained. This is where ESPN would have had them. They have not gotten better. Because that's the thing, they still don't have starters in a number of different places. Here's what they've lost so far this offseason. DeMarcus Lawrence, Jordan Lewis, Brandon Cooks, Chauncey Golston, Chuma Edoga, Cooper Rush, Rico Dowdle. Those are significant. Who they've brought in? Dante Fowler, Solomon Thomas, offensive lineman Robert Jones. He's a guard. Running backs, Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. You added more to the defensive line. You got Peyton Turner. Then you've got Jack Sanborn at linebacker. You've traded for Kenneth Murray. You've traded for Kyrie Elam. Nothing done at wide receiver. A lot of emphasis on defensive line. And you still don't know, okay, what is our starting situation along the offensive line? You've added 2 running backs. Are you genuinely trying to tell me they're going to be one of your starters? Now, they've still got the draft, and they've got different ways that they can add there. And so this isn't a final grade by any means, but it does feel a little bit like, have you covered all your contingencies the way you're supposed to?
Well, let me ask you this. Let's go through the rest of the teams. Did Washington get better this offseason? So
Washington got better.
All right. Did the Giants get better or worse?
Man, the Giants were at the very bottom. They might be a little better. They did sign Paulson Adebo. They did get Winston. He'll be better than the quarterback situation they had. So probably a little better. But I think they're still, I don't know if their position changed in the rankings, but they are a better team because they were just so bad before.
And what about Philly?
Philly's probably gotten worse.
Okay.
Because Philly lost so many people on defense so far this offseason. Now that's what happens when you put together a team like that. You're going to lose a bunch of different people. But I mean, they lost Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, Mekhi Becton. Those are like starters.
Those are starters.
Those are starters for them. They lost other depth. Avonte Maddox, Isaiah Rodgers, Kenneth Gainwell, Oren Burks. They've lost a lot. Philly's definitely been hurt.
Where is San Francisco on these lists?
So that's an interesting position. They are 18 on the NFL Network or on the NFL.com list, which is actually up 3 spots, even after all their purges. They were 13 at the end of the season on ESPN, and they've dropped 2 spots to 15. I think San Francisco's still a better team. I do think San Francisco's better than Dallas.
But the margin's smaller.
It's definitely tighter. Yeah. But you've also had a situation where this is what's frustrating a little bit about the way Dallas is added. You talked about how, when we were talking at 8 o'clock about the Fangraphs projections, how there's a vulnerability here in the AL that teams should be trying to take advantage of. Mm-hmm. And they should be trying to, all right, this is our window. Let's go for it. There's a vulnerability in the NFC right now where you can say, all right, Philly just won, but there's still some instability across it. Detroit's really good, but Detroit still hasn't figured out how to win the biggest games yet. They've come out flat in some they came out flat against Washington. They lost a big lead against San Francisco. They've got some demons that they're fighting now in Detroit. And so this is an opportunity hey, let's close the gap a little bit, or let's do something. San Francisco's taking a step back. Why are we not doing things to get us closer? Instead, we're just saying, let's maintain. Let's make sure that we're kind of on the level. This is an opportunity to make sure you really closed a gap and did something. And to be fair, they tried to get Dre Greenlaw from San Francisco. He ended up in Denver. But, you've got to do something about your receiver position right now. You've got to have a better contingency than just Jalen Tolbert and Jonathan Mingo. That can't be your fallback.
Right.
That can't be your parachute.
We may have to go around the rest of the NFC and see who's better or worse than last year at this point.
Yeah, because honestly, I think Dallas did enough to just maintain. I think that a lot of the teams in the NFC so far have gotten better.
You think so?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
We'll do it tomorrow.
This is an opportunity to try and take advantage of vulnerability. And gosh, how many times did Jerry say recently about ripe for the picking in recent years, or this is a great time to take advantage of some things, and yet this is the time where they're kind of handcuffed, whether it be out of necessity or by choice or misunderstanding or misevaluation, however it is. They're handcuffed right now of their own doing or out of reality. However you look at it, they're not doing what they need to do.
Well, they got to. And the draft is going to tell a lot. They got some holes to fill still. But the question is, are they going to try and reach for certain positions to fill in the draft? Or are they just going to kind of stick to what they've done all the years? And that's just say, hey, no matter what, best player available.
Yeah, depends on how
where
close I think that window is to closing.
Yep. Philo.
B-Belt.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. 9 o'clock hour coming up next on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Who's set to host solo in our March Madness show bet? And was this the worst first weekend in tournament history? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Drives right side against Mawat with 4 seconds. Forcing up a tough fadeaway jumper. It won't go. Caught by Keita, and that'll do it. For the first time since 2011, BYU is through to the Sweet 16. They hang on 91-89.
And then the kicker.
Then the intro. Come on, Ross.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti!
Oh, man. Peyton is taking all the shots.
That's so petty.
And I haven't got to Friday's show yet.
No, you haven't. That's right, you haven't. Man, that was a much better Sunday than it was any other day because you had much more upsets. You had Ole Miss over Iowa State. You had Maryland with a buzzer beater over Colorado State. You had, obviously, Florida avoiding a scare from UConn, and you had Duke rolling over Baylor. That was a big game, 89-66.
A New Mexico-Michigan State game wasn't bad for most of the game.
That's right. It wasn't. It wasn't bad at all. So the early returns of the tournament, the first couple of days, in the first round alone, there were 5 upsets. not including the 8-9 games, but just 4 games decided by 5 points or less. That is not the March that we have come to know and love. But either way, it was still pretty decent.
But you were right. I mean, that was one of the things. You said 5 was the number of upsets we would get.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
it
average.
was on the level.
So we were right there. There just wasn't a big, like, there wasn't a 15 or a 14 or anything like that. It was a 12, Colorado State, one we kind of predicted. In fact, I think Colorado State was the favorite heading into that game, the betting favorite by like 1.5 points. And then, of course, you had the McNeese State one. But yeah, there wasn't like a big jaw-dropping upset. And so that's kind of changed things.
So let's take a look. So I gave you this, it was basically this time last week. I gave you, I think it was maybe Tuesday, the stats. I gave you the cheat sheet. So let's see how we did on the cheat sheet. I said, let's see. On average, there are 8.5 upsets per year. Now, again, 8-9 games are not included in the upsets.
Right.
In 9 of those 13, the higher one, north of 10 in terms of the upsets, right? But in the first round, there are an average of 4.7 upsets. Most ever was 8. And this year we had 5.
5. Yep.
5 seed upsets this year. So it's right there on the average. In the second, go ahead.
And throughout the whole tournament, it's 8 is the average.
Yeah.
And so you would not include, similarly, would you not include a 5-4?
It doesn't say. I think it would count.
Okay. Well, because, I mean, during the second round, we had 3. So that gave us 8 for the first 2 rounds.
We had Arkansas.
Yep. And then you had the 2 6-3s that won.
BYU
and Ole Miss.
Yep. So there's your 3. 1.5 12 seeds advance. This year we had just the one, right, with Colorado State. Moving on. 1.6 11 seeds move on. All right, so 1.6 11 seeds would move on to the second round.
Which we did not get any 11 seeds, right?
No, we had Drake.
Oh, Drake, yes. Yeah, so Drake was the one. Yep.
And then 1.6 10 seeds move on. And we had a couple of 10 seeds. We had Arkansas, and then we had New Mexico. So we had a couple of 10 seeds that moved on. So those things hit. Now, a 7 seed or lower making the Final Four. We have had that every year since, 2011, except for one. Every year since then. So we still are in play
close
with that. We got, what? It's just Arkansas.
It's just Arkansas. That's all you got right now.
Yeah, so it's just Arkansas. So you're kind of running into a problem here.
So what you're telling me is Arkansas is making the Final Four.
No, that's what history would show. Of the 8 games on Saturday, 4 were decided by 10 points or more, 1 decided by 1 possession, 2 more that ended up with a single-digit margin, but were comfortable wins for Houston and Tennessee. We had the buzzer beater yesterday. We had 2 games decided by 5 or less, 3 by double digits, and then the rest were all single-digit, but more than 5, between 5, 6 and 9.
Nice.
And only the 1 upset yesterday, and that was Ole Miss.
I know Peyton was dumping on one of your tip sheet picks in the bathroom earlier this morning. You remember which one it was, Peyton?
Yeah, it was the first 4.
He was quick with that info. Yeah, well, Chop said one of the first 4 teams would win. That didn't happen, did it? And,
no.
And I left. I filled out my bracket before that was even finished, and so that should give me extra points for this soft bracket.
Yeah. So that so not the first 4 is out, right? All the first 4 teams are gone. It's the first time it's the second time ever that a first 4 team has failed to reach the round of 32.
So that
it's
means
happened
next
one
year
other time.
It's got to happen, right? Can't happen 2 years in a row.
I would assume so.
Okay.
I think what we're seeing here is there does seem to be a bigger discrepancy in like the haves and the have-nots in college basketball. The average margin of victory in the round of 64 was 17. 10 of the wins were 25 or more. We did not get a single 13, 14, 15, or 16 seed to win a game for the first time since 2017. That's pretty big.
Yeah, you still told us, you were like, that's not like ironclad. You're not definitely getting one of those each year. You are going to get a 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
So that I still think that's correct.
But we got at least one 13, 14, 15, or 16.
For like 6 years.
Yeah, right, in a row. The gap, though, it just seems to be growing. It seems to be growing between the haves and the have-nots, and that is just the reality of the sport. So last week I said the teams that can win because of the KenPom data. Mm-hmm. And KenPom is the website that you've heard them reference it on the broadcast, on the pregame shows. KenPom. It's just a kind of a defensive efficiency, offensive efficiency type site. And the teams we said were Duke, Florida, Houston, Auburn, Tennessee, Wisconsin, Iowa State, and Gonzaga. So Zags are out. Wisconsin.
You had more that were in top 25D and top 40O.
Yeah, but those then we brought it down to the next level.
We whittled it down.
We whittled it down even more. So we've got 5 left: Duke, Florida, Houston, Auburn, and Tennessee. We said these teams would all make the Sweet 16. Auburn, Duke, Florida, Houston, Clemson, Tennessee, and Iowa State.
Clemson and Iowa State.
They missed
bit
out
you a little.
We said these teams cannot win the big dance. St. John's
out.
Illinois
out.
Purdue
still there.
Kentucky
still there.
BYU and Missouri
out.
All right. We said there would be 8.5 upsets. 4.7 to the first, 3 in the second. So far, we've hit that.
Nailed it.
We've hit that so far. And that there will be 1 7 or lower seed that makes the Final Four. So
I think overall this has been, I think you've given us this proved to be, I don't know, I'd say about 85% accurate, which is a great data to have for when you're trying to pick something as random as this. Now, where things stand with our current bracket here on the morning show, we've got, look, first 2 days, Choppy was hurting. Choppy was not feeling great. After we got out of the round of 64, it was Peyton up 28. Me and Sean had 25 points. Choppy had 24. Not that big a margin, but Choppy lost 2 Elite 8 teams. He lost North Carolina and he lost Clemson. And all of us had our Elite 8 teams left, so that one was hurting him a little bit. But man, Saturday and Sunday was brutal for Sean Sharif.
Yeah, it was.
He had already lost Clemson, which he had in the Sweet 16.
Yep.
But he then loses Iowa State from the Elite 8. He loses Wisconsin from the Elite 8. And he lost a slew of... Yeah, he lost the most games of anybody on Saturday and Sunday. He had 5 losses.
To Allah.
He had 5 losses there. And Peyton, the only one that's really hit him so far is St. John's. Because he had St. John's in the Final Four. He was the first one to lose a Final Four team. And then I lost Gonzaga.
Man, I love the pictures you found for this. Peyton looks 11 years old.
Yeah,
Bobby
Peyton, when was
looks
that?
4.
I was 14. That was the day before. That was a Cowboys preseason game against the Chargers. That was the day before my freshman year of high school. So I was 14 technically in that picture.
I was 5, I think, there. So, and people had made the comment. They're like, Bobby had blonde hair.
Yeah.
This is literally, that was the summer I learned to ride my bike.
Oh, and
I was in the bike.
Sun.
I was in the sun so much it bleached my hair.
I had that. Mine would do that when I was a kid too.
Like it does. You wouldn't, because if you actually see, it's hard to see on the picture there. It's blonde on the top. I've got like almost a Billy Ray Cyrus mullet going on in this photo, and the bottom of it is brown. But right on top, it's like this bleached blonde from the sun going after it. And then of course there's you sticking your tongue out like I would in a photo, and then Sean looking just absolutely zooted at his graduation.
He looked miserable in that photo.
He's got he's squinting the eyes, so either he's looking into the sun or he was doing something.
He was doing something
before graduation
all day.
But here's the problem: the Iowa State loss is a big one for Sean. When they lost, if they would have got to the Sweet 16, everything's generally pretty stable. But that kind of complicated things, and now puts him in last place. And of course, what's on the line is you have to host from 5:30 to 6 one of these days.
So he will lose if Houston does not make the Final Four.
Yeah, if Houston doesn't make the Final Four, he's probably in trouble.
If you, how do you lose?
So I can't lose outright. Ooh. I can tie for a loss with Peyton. But I can't lose outright because of just the combination of things that would have to occur. But basically what would have to happen is it's essentially Florida wins the national title. That would put me in a tie scenario with Peyton. Because what would happen is if Florida wins the national title, Peyton picked Florida to lose in the Final Four. So that would naturally mean that Peyton lost Auburn in the Final Four and lost the title game. So that would drop him enough points to where if Florida wins, who I have in the title game, it only drops me to the point where I'm tied with Peyton.
Now, Bobby, you did say "and" in my scenario thing. So all those have to happen, correct?
For you to lose solo, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, this is losing together.
Yeah, because we've got there are a couple different aspects here. Basically, here are the big things we're watching the rest of the way, Chop. Houston, these are the big outcomes that we're all watching. Does Tennessee or Houston get to the Final Four? That's going to be a big one. And then does Auburn or Florida make the title? And then who wins, Florida or Duke? Those are big. Those are the three factors that are really going to determine this. But this is set up really tight. Usually by now, we've got a clear this person lost set aside. You looked like that person when we were wrapping things up on Friday, but this is set up pretty well to where you might escape.
I might escape. Okay,
it's not a guarantee, but you might escape. You do need Florida to win it all, though.
Okay, very good. Now, it's because I do watch the most college basketball, unlike Charles Barkley. I don't know if you saw this, Bobby. This was on a halftime report in the Xavier game, and Ernie Johnson sends a very, very simple question Charles's way.
Ernie Johnson, Clark Kellogg, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley. Biggest takeaway from the first half?
Well, I think that's a good question.
Thank you very much.
That's his job. Totally his job.
That came out of left field for you.
Would you expect Ernie not to ask you anything? Would you expect him to sit here and just let you?
Just look at you?
I was you know the game I'm watching. I'm watching Bryant against MSU.
You can't watch more than one game at a time. You watch all these TV shows at one time.
That's at night, man. This is at night. They're not all at the same time, man. One after the other. Ernie, I'm not gonna lie. I was paying attention to the Bryant score. So get at the Clark or Kenneth, please.
Kenny, you got. That is priceless.
I'll take
first.
It.
That's a first. I wasn't watching. That's somebody else.
He's a man of many firsts, by the way.
He is becoming more and more the way like Shaq isn't watching the game. Yeah. Like Charles is now clearly his college analysis has always been much worse than his NBA analysis because he's not as up to date on everything that's happening.
Well, that's a good question.
I always like him on the college coverage though, because I like in general when he's watching the game, he can at least, even if he's not familiar with what these teams have been, it's interesting to hear what he's seen on the floor when he watches the game. I still like hearing him talk about those things. So that's the value that he provides. But if he's not even watching the game, then he's completely useless sitting there at halftime.
It's unbelievable.
What is he? Do you think CBS executives are like, what are you being paid to sit here for?
I don't know. I think they love it. Don't you think? I mean, they might. It's like it's Charles. Like I don't know. You can't hire Charles and not expect to get. They're probably upset, but I think you also have to look at him differently because that's why you hired him.
Sure.
What'd you hire him for? Right? You hired him for that. Oh boy, that's phenomenal stuff. From Charles, Kenny, Clark, and Ernie Johnson. More Ranger stuff to get into. It is opening week in Major League Baseball. We did the infield. Now let's do the outfield. How do the Rangers stack up against the rest of the sport? Coming up next on 105 through the Fan after we get you over to Platinum.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
First 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Coming up tonight, right here on 105 through the Fan, it is Rangers Royals. 6:30 is the pregame show. 7:05 is the first pitch, and we're going to have K&C out at the Globe for opening day on Thursday, Bobby Belt.
Yes, they will be out there from 10 to 2, leading up to Rangers Red Sox at 3 o'clock. We will be out ourselves on Friday morning with Eric Chiafalo joining us at Keller Fire Station number 1, where we'll be giving away Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour aprons for the grilling season, as well as free Whataburger for breakfast while supplies last. So come on, hang out with us for the start of the 2025, the third annual Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour, starting there in Keller, which we have a lot of great listeners in Keller, a lot of great representation. So we're excited to be hanging out with y'all again. All right, let's take a look at the rest of these positional rankings from Fangraphs. We did this at 8 o'clock. We started the first half of the list. This is basically the analytics site Fangraphs, which takes a look at all of Major League Baseball and uses their different models for projections to see how players are going to perform over the course of the season. And when we took a look at each position group across the league, the Rangers fared okay in some areas and had some trouble in others.
At third base, they were 15th. At shortstop, they were 5th. At second base, they were 1st. At first base, they were 20th. And at catcher, they were 18th. And at DH, they were 5th.
Which is strong.
Yeah, DH is, look, obviously, when DH came into play in the 70s, it was like, all right, let's just put an old guy there. Give a guy a day off. And now it's a true, I think it's generally the highest paid offensive position.
Just because, the type of impact the bat has and how so frequently,
on average.
Yeah, so frequently guys end up there. That's where Shohei is now. That's where you end up having to move guys when, all right, maybe the fielding has dipped a little bit, but that bat is still too valuable. All right, let's take a look at the outfield. As we look at the outfield, not the band, not Lose Your Love Tonight, not that outfield.
Outfield. Fast. Was there fastball? No, that was fast. Sorry, they were
Your Love. Josie's on a vacation far away. That's the one. All right, take a look at the outfield. Right field, RJ Choppy, the number 1 team ranked by Fangraphs in right field power rankings is, who do you think it is? Pretty easy.
Is Judge moving to right field?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's the New York Yankees. Number 2, not too far from the New York Yankees.
The Mets?
The Mets.
Juan Soto.
Yeah, so pretty easy to look at the New York teams there and see why they would finish in the top 2. Where do you think the Rangers fall down on this list with Adolis Garcia and maybe some rotational work in right for Evan Carter, Kevin Pillar?
Adolis' numbers were not tremendous,
and so you're projecting a little bit. How does Fangraphs think he's going to bounce back? He's going to have a solid year, or do they think this is a decline?
It's a decline. I'll say 16th.
They are 18th, pretty close.
All right.
The projection for Adolis Garcia is a 2 wins above replacement. They project that he'll hit 239 and slug 446, on base percentage of 302. So OPS of 748. It says the Rangers have fallen a full 10 spots from last season's ranking. A year ago, Adolis Garcia was coming off a 4.5 wins above replacement campaign in which he slugged 39 home runs. Talked about how in 2024 he clearly saw a dip in a lot of those numbers, and defensively he had minus 11 fielding runs. Basically, he just was a black hole there in right field last year. It says Garcia is not the only one who has regressed after exploding onto the scene in 2023. Evan Carter got off to a slow start, and his season ended after just 21 games due to a lumbar sprain. There have been reports this spring that Carter's swing has looked tentative, and it's hard to blame him. Carter should be spending most of his time in center. Kevin Pillar is still technically an outfielder, and talked about how he still posts positive numbers at the plate in a number of different ways. But the Rangers come in 18th on that list.
All right, look. Right field is stacked.
Mm-hmm.
Judge, Soto, Tatis, Trout moved over there, Kyle Tucker, Acuna, Corbin Carroll. Colton Cowser over there. I mean, shoot. You could have had Mookie Betts and Bryce Harper there too, but they moved to the infield.
Yeah.
Right field. It's funny.
It's where the studs are.
In Little League, you just throw your worst player in right field. And in the big leagues, it's like, it's not the most important position in the world, but like that's where a lot of the power comes from, is right field.
Absolutely. Now, when you look at center field, let's move over there. There is a clear top three, with one of them being way above the other two at number one.
Julio?
Julio Rodriguez and the Seattle Mariners come in ranked number one on this list. Number 2 and 3 jockeying pretty close to each other. A couple NL teams.
I'm drawing a blank.
The Atlanta Braves with Michael Harris II in center field, and then the San Diego Padres with Jackson Merrill are the top two. And then after that, everything kind of just falls into place. Everybody else is kind of generally close to each other.
This is kind of a weak center field.
And maybe that benefits the Rangers here a little bit. It just depends on what these projections say about Evan Carter. Where do you think the Rangers fall down on this list?
It's hard to project anything with Evan because of his back, so I'll say they have not had the Rangers as high as I would have thought. I will say they have them at 16.
Number 9, top 10. They say after spending most of 2023 in Double-A Frisco, Carter took over the Rangers' left field job and hit a sizzling 306, 414, 645 slash line. That's batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging in September. Then played well in October during the team's championship run. He entered last year at number 12 on our top 100 prospects list, but didn't come close to living up to expectations. Poor slash line, had just 5 home runs in 162 plate appearances before being sidelined by a lumbar sprain in late May. A hoped-for return was scrubbed in late July, and he didn't play again. In October, he underwent a procedure to remove tissue that was hindering his recovery. How much of a factor his back was in his underperformance is unknown, but he didn't hit the ball as hard as in late 2023, nor did he make good swing decisions. They also mentioned Leody Taveras here, talking about a 2.5 wins above replacement last year, but he slumped in 2023, but he slumped in 2024 to 1.4 or 1.1. Given his speed, hitting the ball in the air more often, but not very hard, he wasn't very productive. His defensive metrics widely ranged from different areas. As a switch hitter, he struggled against lefties. He's not a great platoon fit with Evan Carter. And they mentioned that Kevin Pillar is a right-hander, is probably likely to see some time there. This is a big question of just, does Evan Carter bounce back or not?
It's all it is does he bounce back? Like, how is literally the back? His back.
Did it make you a little nervous when Sean asked Sandler, he's like, are you buying, selling, or holding Evan Carter stock? And he just said he was holding it.
Nervous?
That makes me a little nervous.
Look, I don't think you can say anything other than holding it because it's too early to sell, obviously. But, I mean, you can't, when you have somebody who's young that already has back issues, I don't think you can buy. I don't even think like a fan blog who is always positive can realistically buy somebody who's got a back issue in his early 20s.
Yeah,
I almost said young 20s. And that doesn't make any sense.
You're young 20, early 20s, you mean?
Early. It's got to be early.
20s.
I almost said young 20s.
Yeah, early 20s. I saw what you meant there.
Peyton's in his young 20s.
All right, left field. And we'll get to pitching later this week. They're going to start releasing their bullpen and starting numbers.
No, they don't have that out yet?
No, not yet. They've gone through the position group. So we've got left field here now. The Texas Rangers, who are projected to have Wyatt Langford as the main guy in left field, and then some rotation of maybe Pillar, Josh Smith, Taveras, different guys like that. Where do you think the Texas Rangers come down on the MLB rankings in left field, Chop?
Listen, I fashion myself as a baseball savant. I don't know that off the top of my head I could think of any left fielders that I would be more higher on than Wyatt Langford at this point.
That you'd be higher on, not more higher.
Did I say more higher?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Hagelin, did I say more higher? He's not listening.
That's why it was English minor, not English major. You said more higher.
Peyton, did I say more higher? I have to go to the audio on this one.
Look at the replay.
I have the replay on that.
Find it on the Odyssey app. You can download it. Just go to your Google App Store, your iTunes Store, and you can find it there.
More high on.
Yeah, that you're more high on. Go ahead. Yep. So where do you think they're going to be?
Number 1.
Close. They're number 2.
No, baby, what I tell you? In your face, Sean. Wyatt Langford, baby.
Number 1 is the Detroit Tigers with Riley Green.
Listen, are we all in agreement here? Sorry. That by the end of this year, this is Wyatt Langford's team.
That he's the best player?
He's the best player on this team
Seager.
at the end of this year.
No, Seager. It's still Seager. That's what I think.
Peyton? Elite Aiton?
You know what? I'm going to say yes. I agree with Chop.
Right, baby.
Let's go. Let's go Wyatt.
Right.
Wyatt for MVP.
That's right.
What in the world? All right. So
who gets more MVP votes this year?
Seager. I think. I don't think that's very difficult either. I think Wyatt Langford's going to be really good, but Seager's still...
You guys are haters.
Seager's still a top 15 player in baseball. All right. This is the write-up. It says Wyatt Langford is similar to Riley Green in that he is a 23-year-old former 4th overall pick drafted out of the University of Florida in 2023. He is also on the precipice of stardom. Rebounding from a slow start to his rookie season, a hamstring strain that put him on the shelf for 3+ weeks did him no favors. The right-handed swinging former Gator went on to finish with 16 home runs, with fully half of them coming over the final month. The projections have him picking up where he left off, with our depth charts bullishly anticipating 22 home runs, which would surpass, and also a win WRC plus that would surpass last year's mark by a comfortable margin. You might not want to bet against that happening, as our lead prospect analyst Eric Longhagen says back in July, it's rare for hitters to hit the ball both as often as Langford has and as hard as he does. It's the same sort of thing with Ellie De La Cruz, right? Like when they talk about just the exit velocity consistently coming off of his bat is so rare, how often it just jumps off, that you eventually think this is going to fall into place the way it needs to. When the likely future All-Star needs a day off, his at-bats will go to some combination of Pilar, Josh Smith, Leody Taveras, and Jock Peterson. Their projection for him right now is just an 807 OPS, though, Chop, and roughly about 4 wins above replacement. But either way,
what's Seager's? Does it say?
Yeah, let me just pull up shortstop really quick. But they had him right there with 22 home runs. That feels like that would be low to me. I would think that they would get that higher. Seager's is 874.
And his WAR?
4.5.
Okay.
So
also more positional value at shortstop than left field.
Yep.
So that I think the way they do it at Fangraphs boosts his WAR a little bit, but
so that's not bad. On the infield, we mentioned it. They had top 5 there at shortstop. They had number 1 at second base. They had a good showing at DH, and then here in the outfield, they get number 9 at center field and number 2 in left field. So position ranking wise, Texas looks to be in a good spot as long as they stay healthy.
So 4 top 5 ones. Yeah. All right, just one outside, one at 20, and the rest in there. Good stuff. I'm excited tonight. Ranger baseball, 6:30 pregame Thursday. Ranger opening day right here on the Fan. 10 o'clock coverage starts with KNC at Globe Life Field. Speaking of KNC, they're in studio next for Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on the Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Asia Bakes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Gets it up top to Queen, dribbling left, big step down the lane, runner for the win, banked it in! He banked it in! He banked it in! And Maryland has won! Maryland is going to the Sweet 16!
That is Maryland Radio with the call.
You don't have to say that's Maryland Radio. You can know that's Maryland Radio when they describe the travel as Derek Queen, big step.
Yeah, the Crab Five.
Few of them.
The Crab Five moving on to the Sweet 16.
I like that.
The only buzzer beater of the first round, of the first weekend, I should say. KNC Masterpiece joining us here on 105 through the Fan.
Yeah, though the end of that Arizona-Oregon game had plenty of intrigue. But you're right. I thought Sunday probably provided some better games from what has been a pretty, really super chalky tournament.
It's been chalky, just like Peyton's bracket that he chose.
Yep.
And he's
paying off.
Well, he is defensive.
It is.
He is defensive about it, man.
See, that's the thing. It's going to pay off. It's always going to pay off. If you pick the chalky bracket, you're not going to lose. You're not going to necessarily win because of, you're not going to project the exact perfect bracket. But if you take no risks, yeah, most of the 1 and 2s are going to get along. They're going to get down to that part of this bracket. And so there's no risk there. Peyton didn't have the spirit of the game.
Now,
That's
Kevin,
okay.
ask Bobby whose Final Four I have and who does Sean have, because we're going to compare Final
That's
Fours
not
now.
the point.
I know. The point is because it's the Elite Eight. I had all 1s and 2s in the Elite Eight, but Sean picked all 1s in the Final Four.
Okay.
And now it's not chalk. Now it's not chalk.
But Sean also picked Iowa State and Wisconsin
And
in
he
the
was
Elite
wrong.
Eight.
Oh, well, hold on.
Peyton's getting so angry.
Iowa
So
State,
angry.
Wait, weren't Iowa State and Wisconsin both 3 seeds?
That's still lower seed. Gets to it.
Okay, I don't know if I think taking
We're
the
cherry
3
picking.
over the 2 is as revolutionary.
We're cherry picking stats over
Yeah.
here.
Well, that's not cherry picking.
Yes,
you,
it is.
You literally don't know the meaning of the word cherry picking if you think that's cherry picking. We're literally saying what you did, which is you picked 1s and 2s for all 8 teams, which has literally never happened, and you didn't care. You didn't want to play along with the spirit of the rule. You just didn't want to have to host for half an hour.
Kevin, I also turned my bracket in 2 days before the tournament started.
Ooh, he didn't know if Texas or Xavier was going to go.
Okay. Do you adjust your strategy based on the stakes involved? Like, you'd like to win. What's the prize for winning?
Nothing.
There's nothing.
Exactly.
The
It's
point
just
is to not
losing.
lose.
So you don't play to win the game. You play to not lose the game.
I got it. You're in third place in a golf tournament. All right? And you go out there and like there's a big difference between 6th place money and 5th.
Yeah.
And you don't think you're going to win. You don't really care about winning. So on the 18th hole with a 1-stroke lead, water on the right, you just tee up with a hybrid.
Lay up.
I
Go
get it.
left, keep it straight, and then take your par and then go home. That's what you're looking for.
Exactly. Whereas
Don't try to sail the water.
if only the top 2
Whereas
like ever
Tiger's
got
trying
to
to win.
golf again.
Yeah. Tiger's trying to win.
Yeah, unless it's never mind.
Whoa,
Never mind.
hey.
Never mind. But like, if only the top 2 ever got to golf again, you'd be like, well, let's
Let's
leave
go.
it all out
Yeah.
on the table.
But if they pay a lot of money, as Kevin Kisner says, they pay a lot of money for 20th.
It's good.
That's why I show up. He said once because they asked him. They said, they're like, you can win at any course, right? He goes, no, I'm never going to win at like Torrey Pines or Bethpage. And they're like, well, why do you show up? He's like, well, they pay a lot of money for 20th.
So
it's such great honesty.
It's a great job.
this should maybe be an off-air conversation. But
So should our group chat.
Would you relax? I showed Hagee that. Hagee said it wasn't bad.
I told him that. So in the golf tournament, like I was thinking Happy Gilmore, you get the giant check and everything. Did you ever think it would be a funny bit, like just one time
Go to the bank.
to do a child support payment with a giant check and to drop it off? Like, I know the giant checks aren't free, but would that have been worth the bit of just presenting her with a giant check?
checks are awesome.
Just hand her one.
Yeah.
I have a giant check at the house that it was Sandlot donated to my possibilities.
Yeah.
And so they gave him a giant check and I was like, can I just keep this?
Let's keep
She's
these
like,
things.
Yeah.
Now, I never thought of doing that. You're not supposed to pay with a check. It's all direct deposit.
All right, but that,
It's all. Yeah, but
we've advanced.
We've
but
advanced.
At some point,
that would have been pretty
Yeah,
cool.
going with the giant check, show up with balloons like it's Publishers Clearinghouse back in the day. Hey, Peyton, what's Publishers Clearinghouse?
No idea.
Yep, didn't think so.
Okay. He knew who George Foreman was.
He didn't know who Stephon Marbury was last week.
Old Vince McMahon used to show up to
Marbury?
people's
That
house,
was
knock on
Ed
their door.
McMahon.
Yeah, not Vince. I mean, Vince may have showed up at their houses for a different, more nefarious reason, it turns out. What's coming up with the show today?
We open things up. We're just a few days away from opening day, and it is the Whataburger opening day, ladies
you'll
and
be there.
gentlemen. Yes, we will be there
Fact.
live from the ballpark, well, Globe Life. We do predictions to start the show today, and March Madness stuff, we dive into it at 10:20. Plus, at 11:20 today, we celebrate two great sports people who passed away this weekend and the impact they leave.
Okay. I'm trying to think of the other one.
You know the other one.
Yeah.
Kyle Yeoman.
No!
Well, he trained Kyle Yeoman.
Love you, Kyle. Sorry.
As far as I know, he's still alive.
He trained Kyle Yeomans. Okay, I told you guys when we were in the break, come back here, I was like, I gotta bring something up to y'all because this has been bugging me recently, and I was asking Chop about it, and he had an interesting approach when I asked him last week. But the elevator, I had to run downstairs just now, and I was coming back up, and as I was coming back up, I had to hold the door open for somebody who was just behind me a little bit, and he goes, "Oh, thank you." So that was the extent of our interaction. We get on the elevator. He's getting off on like the 6th floor.
Oh man, that's fast.
When he's getting off the floor, I'm going. I saw it. When he's exiting the elevator, I then feel obligated to go, "Have a good one," because we've previously interacted.
You don't have to do that.
Hold on. Because we've previously
He's standing up. He's serious now.
No. I just need to be able to see Hagee's face because I need to know if he's just talking sarcastically or if he's like really making a point. I feel like if we've already had an interaction, I need to have a courtesy of like goodbye to you as well. Whereas if we didn't talk at all, if I wouldn't have held the door open for him and we both just ended up on the elevator, we would have rode up in silence. I would have said nothing when he walked off. Shoppy is the exact opposite, where he said whether he talks to them on the elevator or not, he is giving them the have a good one, like breaking the silence that way as the introduction
because
is the
he
goodbye.
likes that. He enjoys awkward moments like that.
I grew up in a civil society, Bobby. We say hi to people.
He doesn't love conflict,
But you didn't say hi to anybody.
Awkward.
You said goodbye to them. You didn't even talk to them on the ride up.
That's a point.
People do that. People do that to me all the time. They'll just be like, "Have a great day," and I'm like, "What? We hadn't said anything to each other."
So that's the thing. I think but I do think once the seal's been broken and you make some sort of thank you for holding the door open or whatever, now like an interaction has been introduced that you have to say goodbye to.
Plus, I also think I have a responsibility as a very happy individual to bring my happiness to other people.
I think you know what?
Right? Yeah. And then if me telling that person, hey, have a great day today. You have a good one.
Yep.
Maybe they don't have a bad day.
I know.
Maybe they were thinking about jumping before.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't go to the 12th floor and open the window.
Yeah,
right?
maybe
Maybe they don't think about that.
Lord.
It crossed my mind. I'm a happy-go-lucky kid. Nothing brings me down.
I was,
for the most part,
Choppy. I was very, I was against this for a long time until just now, because
of this argument.
Because the world needs more happiness.
Oh,
this place is already
shirt?
One I'm wearing
the
right
hoodie.
now?
No, the hoodie. You had a hoodie.
Let Love Invade.
Yeah, he tried to.
I gave it to Chiafalo, I think.
Yeah, you were very inebriated.
Oxnard.
And we were all just sitting there going like, is this a real story? Is Court just really drunk?
My friend, one of my friends, he was a musician. He passed away during COVID, and that was one of the songs. It was called Amazing Grace, and in one of the lines was Let Love Invade. And honestly, it was about racism. He was just like very upset about some things that were going on. He was like, I just want more people to love each other. And so I actually have a shirt that says that. And one of Officer Scott, I know he knows D as well. So I need to do more of that. Put more good into the world.
Yeah.
Just say it. I'm going to start doing this to every time I'm on an elevator. I will say, have a great day.
Have a great day. Yeah, it's the kind of person that Corey and I are a little different. He has a hoodie that says "Let Love Invade," and mine says "Go ahead, call HR." It's a little bit different.
DJ has that. Engineer DJ has that shirt as well. Now, Hagee, you've been quiet here, but you've been shaking your head a lot. No, so you just don't have the elevator interaction.
Kevin and I, we talk to each other on the elevator.
If I don't know you, I am disinterested in talking to the person on the elevator. But I will tell you this. If they engage me, I will engage back with them. I'm just never going to be the person that starts the back and forth.
Okay, so if they engage you then on the elevator, let's say they engage you or they held the elevator open for you, they were nice, and then they're getting off on a floor earlier than you, then are you going to initiate the goodbye of have a good one?
I do not believe so.
That just seems antisocial.
Say something like "Take it easy, sweet cheeks."
No, not
Sweet
that.
cheeks.
I don't know. Does that?
I'm fine with you on the antisocial part.
I'm antisocial.
I could see that, but again, if they're like, "Have a good day," I'd be like, "Yeah, you too." But like,
you'd respond. You would never initiate.
Exactly. Okay. I think that is a fair way to put it.
I think Kevin, for Peace-a-thon this year, we need to add a auction item of a 2-minute elevator ride with the KNC masterpiece.
It's a long elevator ride.
Dead serious about this. The every time we get on the elevator and other people get on or whatever, we just keep the show going. So we just act like we're still on radio, and we have people cracking up by the time they're done. They're like, "Who are these guys?"
And I was like, "That's the funnest elevator ride of my life."
Exactly, but we don't say goodbye to.
Are you guys the elevator show of record? Would you say?
I think we probably are. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a good question.
I don't think there's another elevator show like us out there.
Man, I could see that. What did y'all make of this Mark Cuban quote on Tom Segura's podcast?
What part of basketball do you control, and what do you not?
I don't
control?
anymore, and I haven't for a while.
So you relinquished all of it.
I didn't relinquish. They kind of
muscled it out of you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say muscle, but the majority owner, Patrick Dumont, decided that he was comfortable with Nico Harrison, the general manager, and the team he had put together, which is his choice.
His choice.
I mean, and you can't totally argue with him because we went to the finals.
Yes.
Now I could tell you, but Yeah, it was his choice, and he made his choice, and so I'm just a fan now.
You were in the position of having some.
That was when I originally sold the team. That originally was what was supposed to happen.
Okay,
and then over time, and initially it was, and then over time it was like, okay, and Nico we trust, and so here we are.
When he stopped himself, that was originally the converse. That's originally what was supposed. He never had a true. Here's what your thing is. They just kind of said it, and it existed, and then they were like,
agreement.
Hey, by the way, lawyers say that's not okay. So see you later, man. Like he eventually essentially just got pushed away.
Seems odd for him too.
I know, and I've wondered that because I remember when the sale got made, it's like, oh, he'll still be involved, and like eventually that could get phased out over 2 years. And I was just curious what that language in the contract looked like. But we talked about it at the time. There is no way in 2 years that Mark Cuban will have any say in this team. And so, like, if he's disappointed with the way it went, I get that.
He should have done better business.
Yeah, he should have known. Like, you could just look at his interactions off of Shark Tank. You should have known exactly how that was going to go unless it was specifically worded into the contract.
Yeah. Here's the question. 2 years from now, will he still have his seat in the arena? By the bench.
I think he will. Because he's like the team mascot.
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
He was
because
a fan
if
of this
tension's
team,
already
they were
kind of
crappy anyway.
Yeah.
But if tension's building with ownership, are they going to keep giving him that seat? Like if it's like they did things, they decided to go a certain way, and Mark does more of these interviews and more bitterness builds up, is this eventually going to get to a point where it's like he's not even at the games anymore?
What percentage does he own in 2 years?
If it gets bad enough, 0.
So you think he's just going to sell?
Yeah, I think there would reach a point where he would just say, I'm out of this. You guys have ruined what I had anyway.
That is interesting.
I mean, he can always purchase the seat.
I don't think you can purchase that
one in particular. Like, he can get a really close seat. I don't think that one in particular maybe is for sale.
Maybe not. Maybe that's just his.
Well, then again, everything has a price.
Everything's got a price, especially for the $1 Million Man. Yeah. It's the K&C Masterpiece next on The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, hey, how's it going? KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Jacob, how are we doing over there, man? I can't hear Kevin right now. How you doing?
Dear.
Oh, there it is.
All right.
We got a new guy on the board today for Alec. He has some work to do here.
Let's talk about this off the start. You got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors. We have Jacob. Jacob, not an auspicious start to the show.
Not a great start.
What just happened in that breakdown right there?
And what does auspicious mean?
So I can't tell you what auspicious means. That's not in my vocabulary. We had Kevin potted all the way down, unfortunately.
You know what? Because Sean wasn't sitting there this morning.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, so
well, wasn't all the way up at the start. We're good though.
Nowhere to go but up.
Yeah. Well,
follow-up question.
I don't know. It could get a lot worse.
That's true. That is true. Do you prefer Jacob, Jake, some other variation?
So I'm kind of known so far here as Jake. I don't really mind. Jake or Jacob, whatever works for you. So.
What about J-Rock?
J-Rock works too.
All right,
whatever you want.
J-Rock if we want to. He said whatever we want.
I kind of really do want to call you J-Rock
suggested
now.
nicknames for our new buddy
his last
Jacob.
name does start with an R.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oh, I thought you did that on purpose.
No, I just always thought that was a cool name. I think I saw it in like How High or something once.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was How High. He said that.
I think you might be How High right now.
J-Rock.
All right. So give us your opinion. Jake, Jacob, J-Rock, and if you think the show will get better from here. These are all the questions that I want to know to start things off. Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. Corey!
Yes!
It is Thursday is Whataburger opening day. But I think we should just say it's Whataburger opening week.
I love it.
I don't know what the powers that be will think about this.
I think Whataburger will be happy with it.
Okay.
And as long as Whataburger's happy about it,
then
I'm
everything
happy.
else is good.
And I think ownership will be happy too.
Okay, I like it. Now, give me cut number 16 because we have some bold but possible predictions for the MLB season, including a couple that I invented about the Rangers.
Rocker ready. And the 2-2. Curve swung on and missed. He struck him out. So down goes Veen.
See, that was much better. That was nice.
Good job. Proud of you.
We're already moving back on the way up. All right. Are you ready, Corey, for bold predictions that could actually happen?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I mean, let's start the show off bold.
Okay, good. Let's do that. All right, bold prediction number 1 from MLB, not me. The entire American League playoff field will be different from last year. Now, this has only happened once.
That is bold.
That is
very bold.
You told me to start bold.
That is bold.
In the wild card era. And that is in 2006 and 2007. So in 2006, in the National League, playoff teams were Mets, Cardinals, Padres, and Dodgers. The next year, Phillies, Cubs, Diamondbacks, and Rockies. So an entirely different playoff field. Now, it's going to be more difficult for that to happen this year because obviously they've expanded twice and there's 2 more playoff teams. But math says that there's a 2% chance of that happening. And all I think about is the Rangers weren't in the playoffs last year. So if we change the entire field, that means they could be in the playoffs this year. And that is a no-brainer.
All right. Is that happening right now? All right. I don't think this is going to happen. I just think that I appreciate the boldness of it. I just don't think, I think the Rangers are going to be in it.
Okay.
For the long haul.
Okay.
They're in it to win it. That's a fact. All right. I know Chris Young. He is in it to win it for sure. But it just seems like there are some other teams that stayed good, got a little bit better, and I feel like they're going to be back into the mix on this.
Bold prediction number 2. Somebody who used to be on our show, who's no longer on our show, might appear on our show today.
Did we know he might appear on the show?
I had no idea he was going to be here.
He's just here and surprising. Yeah. He's in a meeting with Chop and Bobby and Peyton and Spittle and Tim right now. They're all in a meeting.
I'll tell you right now, if Reggie leaves Houston to defect to the morning show, I'm going to be very displeased about that.
It would make sense, though.
Might as well just add him to G-Bag.
He's a star, dude.
Yeah.
He's a star.
Okay, agreed.
Oh, you just said who it was. Now nobody's going to be surprised. It's Reggie, y'all.
The A's and the Rays will both make the playoffs.
Ooh. I think the A's, they did a wonderful job. This is smart on their part. They've never spent money, right? Like, they've always been like, no, why would we ever do that?
True.
But they're going to a place where nobody wants to watch baseball in Sacramento, and it's going to be 155 degrees at some point out there on the field. And so they're like, we need to spend a little money to get people interested, at least for a little bit. And I think they have some very good young talent. I don't think they're a title contender, but I think they're going to be good enough to be in the playoffs. They're not going to be a pushover.
Neither New York team will make the playoffs.
Oh, dude.
You demanded bold. I gave you bold.
So they're suggesting that because Garrett Cole is out, that they can't make the playoffs. Their pitching's not quite the same. They don't have that one guy to do it.
Are you sure that I'm not suggesting it because I don't like the Yankees?
Hey, look, that's fine. That's fine. I just think that, and that's a tough division too. That is going to be a tough division for them. The Mets, they've been so aggressive though, and like everything that they've done since Cohen's got there.
I mean, that's true, but
it hasn't completely worked out. But it seems like he's just going to continue being aggressive, and I think Soto. I think it'll be a good thing for them. I think they can. Phillies, Cubs, Dodgers. That is a tough one too.
So this prediction looked a little bolder a couple days ago. It started to maybe come in focus and maybe be less bold. Still going to throw it out there. Both Kamar Rocker and Jack Leiter will be in the opening day rotation. I mean, I realize you're going to see the one starting pitcher, hopefully, Nathan Eovaldi. But what I mean is they'll be in the 5 when the opening day roster is
So
announced.
we're currently at a place where we have Eovaldi.
Yep.
Malley.
Yep.
We're still waiting on Patrick Corbin to stretch out, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be a minute. Rocker, Leiter, DeGrom.
There you go.
5 right-handers. Which
they signed Corbin for a reason. It's going to happen.
And Bradford was supposed to be like there for a reason too. I'm with it. I think both of them will be there. They'll both get their opportunity. But the thing is, you heard it from Jack Leiter after this weekend. Hey, it felt good to be able to push through 6 innings, even though I gave up 11 hits.
Yeah.
It felt good to be able to know that I could grind it out and still have that opportunity to put the team in a good position to win. That was important to him. Rocker still has a lot of growth in the game. And, what really scared me, though, was how many hits they got off a Leiter with 0-2 counts. That was a little concerning. So keep an eye on that. But I think this is a good opportunity to see if the Vandy boys can do it.
Next bold prediction that could be proven wrong as early as today. Evan Carter will start the season in the minors. Now, this is something that we posed last week. Some people got really upset. And then more information came out, and they're like, oh, I kind of see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, there was a listener that was like, this is clickbait. Has this even been suggested? It's okay, we know things. We know things from time to time. And
what kind of thing?
Things like this. Evan Carter the results aren't there. The results have not panned out so far for what he needed to do. There is a real possibility. That's why they went and got Pilar. That's why they didn't. Kevin, how much credit do you give Chris Young and Bochy and Ray Davis for saying, you know what, we aren't completely comfortable there?
A lot.
What if something goes bad? Should we plan for a worst case scenario? A, Chris Young has said that he likes to do that, and B, they did it, and Pilar's there just in case.
Look, we've talked all the time about how sports at times should be more of a meritocracy instead of, hey, you were good at one point.
Don't you feel Bochy is that manager?
Yes, I do.
Like, again, this goes with the hot hand thing, but it is the part of the right now meritocracy. If you've been good right now, I will play you. If you have not been good, I can't.
Ellie De La Cruz will steal more than 80 bases. Now, here's the trajectory. His first year, which admittedly he only played 98 games, 35 stolen bases. Last year, 67 stolen bases. Do you think that Ellie De La Cruz can get above 80 stolen bases this year?
Yes. I think he can if he really wants to. But The problem that's going to keep that from happening is I think he's going to have more home runs this year, and so he's not going to have to steal as many bases.
Okay.
So I think he's going to pop a few more home runs. But, Kevin, did you see the 1-of-1 Logo Man card that popped on Topps over the weekend?
I did.
That thing was gorgeous.
And I really like what Topps is doing.
Yes,
because
I do too.
In some of these instances, people pulled the cards, but in a lot of them, they're like, here's what you could get if you buy our product. And that's just good marketing strategy right there.
Yeah, it is.
Now, this one, I think you can do this. Someone other than Luis Ariz will win the NL batting title. Anybody. I don't even need you to give me a name. Because Ariz won the batting championship in 2022 when he was in the AL. People didn't value him, traded him. He won it in 2023 in the NL. Won it last year in the NL. So your choice is anybody in the National League other than Luis Ariz.
That is a man that goes to the plate with one purpose. That is to get on base.
It's true.
It is not to hit a home run. It is not to. He just wants to put the ball somewhere. And his goal is that. So I can't bet against him, Kevin. I cannot bet that anybody else in the field is going to be as effective at it as he is. So I'm not betting again. That is bold. That's a bold prediction to suggest that anybody else can do it. Wow.
Bold prediction from the fan text. Jake Ferguson is a penalty machine and can't block. Adios.
That's not bold. That's right. No, I don't know about the block part. He's actually decent at blocking sometimes. But he was a penalty machine last year. He was one of the top penalty people.
Which begs the question, will Jake Ferguson be on the Texas Rangers opening day roster?
I'm going to say maybe.
No, the correct answer is no.
You don't know that?
I do know that.
What if he can pitch? And he's a lefty.
Where the hell has he been all this time?
Playing football.
Jerry Jones would never allow that.
You don't think he would?
No.
Had Dion wanted to play for the Rangers, would Jerry have been like, go ahead and play for the Rangers? Or would he have been like, nope, that's not happening?
Yeah, because Dion is a big enough name. Like if Corey Seager was like that level of player, I could see it happening. Jake Ferguson's not a big enough name for him to be like, yeah, all right.
I love that people are taking part and they're just like, I'm going to throw my bold prediction out. Jake Berger, 35 plus home runs for the Rangers this year. I'm in the 30 range. 35 is a good number. I love it. If he's doing that, dude, our offense is back.
See, you said you're at 30, but that's just a prediction. 35 plus. That's a bold prediction.
Bold.
All right. Bold prediction from MLB.com. I'm going to go ahead and tell you I disagree with this. The Phillies will win the World Series. I think the Phillies will win the World Series once they move on from Bryce Harper, as has been the trend with the Nationals. You just move on from Bryce Harper. That is your ticket.
How would they move on from Bryce Harper?
They could trade him.
So Wyatt in center field. Can Bryce still play in the outfield?
No, I'm not saying trade him to the Rangers. Just
what if he did though?
I mean,
are you suggesting the Rangers can't win the World Series?
No.
Then? He moves to first base, and Jake Berger goes to DH.
Okay, because if you were going to put Jake Berger in the outfield,
Jock has to play more outfield in this situation.
Then
Here's the scenario.
In that instance,
dude, that's some pop.
I believe they will not win the World Series.
Some pop at the plate.
You'll have a lot of defensive struggles.
Jock Peterson knows how to play outfield. He's not Altuve.
Well, but the actual bold prediction is that the Philadelphia Phillies will win the World Series.
They're good. We just talked about them suing that company over the
the data,
and the information there. They have put a good team together with Dombrowski, so that is very bold. I'll say no though.
Okay,
I'll say it's not going to happen.
Here's two more super bold predictions from the 817. Wyatt Langford will win World Series MVP. Well, I'll accept that prediction even if none of these other ones come true. And then from the 903, now we're talking really bold. Joey Gallo will have 100 plus strikeouts as a pitcher this year. Where? At the rec league park? Or are you saying in Major League Baseball?
Yeah, because in the National League, the pitchers don't hit anymore. So you can't. I don't think you can do it.
That might be the boldest prediction we got, though. The 903 knows what's up.
Some people are hearkening back to the days of Rangers Prices Right, where we suggest give us your wildest, boldest prediction. And I like it, but I don't know that I want to read that on air right now but I appreciate the 630 for texting that in about Jacob deGrom.
Do we need to do Rangers prices right again on opening day?
On opening day, I think we can do that. I think we should.
And I'm glad that you brought this up about Patrick Corbin, because stuff that was coming out this weekend, obviously we've joked around, Dallas Morning News has a lot of great coverage about this as well, that it doesn't necessarily look like Corbin's going to be ready for the full workload come opening day. So that's why I think Leiter and Rocker are your guys,
right,
especially with moving on from Dunning. We'll talk about that more in a little bit.
It might be, 1-2 runs through the rotation?
I think it's a matter of time before they roll Corbin in there, because we go back to Chris Young, who said he's an innings equalizer, which just means he can stay in the game.
All right, let me ask you this then. Both Leiter and Rocker are pitching 6 innings, giving up about 2 runs per game. Do you say we're moving on?
No, I'm not moving.
You leave it the way that it is and say, Patrick, we appreciate it, but you might have to wait just a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
That is exactly what I'm going to do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk some March Madness. What has been your bracket's biggest triumph and toughest defeat heading into the Sweet 16? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you...
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Where are you going, Reggie?
You can run out of camera view. That doesn't mean you're not here.
He was here for a wedding.
Yes.
And he took an extra day
for Zero's wedding
to come see us.
From the 214. So I'm in the airport, and I heard Kevin casually drop that Reggie could possibly defect to the morning show. All right, I want to make this clear. I said that would make me mad because he was in the meeting with the morning show. I think Reggie is very happy in Houston.
Unfortunately.
And I think he is having a vacation day and does not want to be on the radio with us.
You can get vacation days in this business?
Yeah. You see Sean?
We love you, Sean.
Yeah, I do.
Sean's gonna get so mad about stuff like that.
I'm just kidding, Sean. Jeez.
He's the first person to call somebody out for taking a vacation day, too.
Oh,
where's Kevin? I thought you said he likes to work. He hasn't not worked in 7 months.
Yeah. See? All right. March Madness. Here's what I want to know. Your best triumph thus far in your bracket and the toughest defeat that you've had heading into the Sweet 16. And I know, obviously, this has been a big topic of conversation for people from the 817. Colorado State getting screwed with the big-time walk on Maryland before that last second shot. I think they saw the NBA game a couple days earlier where Trae Young just, took a stroll around the court, and they're like, that's fine. No traveling. And then they were like, I guess we can't call it. But let's go to that. First, give me cut number 1. I believe Colorado State is losing 70-68 in the waning seconds of the game. They need to make something happen.
And Lake, those are the 5 for Colorado State. They get it into the hands of Clifford, trying to back down Miguel. Blake, that's for the lead. Gets it. Colorado State up 1.
So it looks like Colorado State's going to win. There's a timeout and oh, hey. Then we go to cut number 2. You will hear the... I feel like it's a euphemism for a travel. He says, big step. And so go ahead and take it away.
1 bucket to keep its season alive. Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen who's driving, floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
So in the Maryland call, you got the big step. But they didn't say travel. I've seen multiple articles today that say basketball experts are divided on whether or not that was a travel. I get it. If you're Colorado State, you feel like you really got jobbed.
When they say basketball experts, do you think they're talking about current experts and older experts and they're divided because some people are like, hey, that's a travel. And the other people are like, not in today's game.
Trae Young's like, you could have taken at least 2 more steps and been fine.
And Mike's just furious.
Yeah, I could see that. I do kind of wonder if he watched that and he's like, wow, what a cool ending. Or if he was like, no, it's BS. This is not my basketball. That shouldn't have counted.
Kevin, I just went to look. All of my Elite 8 teams are still in. I'm not missing any Elite 8 team. I'm sorry, but 1.
Who's out?
Iowa State. I had Iowa State beating Ole Miss, and Ole Miss has the win there.
And Ole Miss whooped their ass.
And that was one that I had already, when I did the let it just do it on its own, when I'd autofilled, it had picked Ole Miss, and I was like, no, come on, what are we doing here? But other than that, every other team is in the Sweet 16 or in the Elite 8, and then my Final 4 are still in it. And I was afraid this weekend that the team that I picked to win it all was not going to be available. Florida looked like they were going to take one on the chin this weekend.
So I bet if you're listening right now and maybe you're a fan of Michigan State or Houston, that you got some closer than desired calls along the way, because I thought it's weird. There wasn't a lot of upsets. Obviously, you got that last second buzzer beater, but I thought there was a lot more compelling games.
Okay.
Because Alabama, obviously, they've already had some struggles in the tournament. Florida and UConn went down to the wire. We'll get back to that in just a second. It took Michigan State a really long time to pull away. Arizona and Oregon went down just to the last few seconds. So there was a lot of super entertaining, super competitive games, and then Gonzaga made their huge comeback against Houston, only to fall short. So I am curious what people's brackets look like right now. So your biggest loss, which is not that big right now, would have been the Iowa State defeat then, right?
Yeah, I do believe so. Well, yeah, we'll go with that one, Kevin.
Is there a triumph that you're particularly proud of, whether it's Arkansas?
Oh, yeah, the fact that Florida got through is really impressive.
Okay.
To me. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it. Tennessee being where they are at the moment. Houston, obviously. Everybody doubted Houston.
Did they?
Along the way.
I feel like they've been pretty decent favorites.
Actually, Kevin, the fact that 2 6 seeds, BYU and Ole Miss, are where they are has kind of surprised me. That's probably been the two that have been really like, wow, they've been really putting some good games together.
And it's crazy that there's only one team, Arkansas, that is lower than a 6 seed in the Sweet 16.
Are you serious?
Yes.
So did they get it right this year?
I mean,
like the committee put the right teams in the right places for the first time?
I guess so, because if you look at it, I think there are only 4 teams that are out of seed. Like theoretically, if you assume all the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, and the 4s have advanced, 12 of the Sweet 16 are 1s, 2s, 3s or 4s, and then 3s. And then Michigan is a 5, so I don't think that's particularly out of line. Man, by the way, Derek Holland's Michigan team, they were losing by, I think, 11 points at some point. Texas A&M, and then they ended up winning by 12. They just annihilated Texas A&M in the second half. So props to Michigan for making it to the Sweet 16.
I was sad, Kevin, to see McNeese State go down.
Yeah.
Because I was telling Adrian the story that you told last week of the amazing, is it Khan?
Yep. Amir Khan.
Yeah, the guy who has taken over the world in social media.
He really has.
And she was like, oh, I can't wait to see him. And they lost. And she was like, guess I won't be able to. And I was like, nope.
See, because like that would have been your one David versus Goliath in the Sweet 16.
Yes.
Like, if you think Texas Tech and Arkansas is it, okay, it's a 5.5 point spread. Like, but I get it. Arkansas is a double-digit seed. But if you would have had number 1 seeded Houston against McNeese State in the Sweet 16,
nobody would have believed you.
Yeah, and people would have been like, all right, I'm here for the chaos versus like, hey, I got Houston going a really long way.
The 817 NIL is changing things. It happened last year, too. You will see less upsets. I thought what we started seeing with NIL was that more teams that you didn't know about were starting to make their way into it, that you were like, whoa, hold on, because they were able to afford players.
Yeah, see, and that's an interesting concept that you can kind of break both ways, right?
Yeah.
Because for Kentucky, they literally brought 0 points back from last year's team. There's nobody on this Kentucky team that made it to the Sweet 16 that scored 0.1 for Kentucky last year, which is crazy. And
yeah,
so
they're where they are.
that shows you the power of recruiting and NIL. Or if you want to go back to college football, you can see a team like Indiana, who kind of came from, I think it's fair to say, relatively nowhere, and was in the mix to win a national championship. I think that's because of NIL. So I could see it breaking both ways.
I do wonder, though, if at the beginning of the year you look at, I don't know, do they chart how NIL money is spent yet? Do we have that?
Sure. I don't have that at my fingertips, but I'm sure they do.
If we had a SPO track for NIL money and we were able to see that these 10 teams, these 20 teams, these 64 teams, they spent the most money, would all 64 be in? You know, like, would you be like, oh, and we could basically rank it on the money spent in NIL?
It feels hard to argue, and I still don't think he's coming back. But the best player in college basketball, Cooper Flagg, there's been some discussion that maybe he would come back to Duke. Well, literally the only reason that would happen is because they'll throw all of the NIL money at him, which is kind of weird because on the one hand, you're like, oh, well, that's disappointing for the other schools. On the other hand, this is why people love college basketball to begin with, is you had all these players that stayed in college for a really long time. And you're like, I got to know them and love them or hate them or whatever the case might be. Man, we've got some people that are rolling in their brackets from the 903. I missed on 2 Sweet 16 teams and only one of my Elite 8 teams is out. If you got Because the next person, another 903, I got 14 out of 16. I had St. John's and Memphis in the Sweet 16. If you got 14 of your 16 Sweet 16 teams, you're rolling.
I wanted to go back to something you just said about NIL money and Duke.
Yeah.
It seems like that would be anti what they typically do. Now, I might be wrong about this, but it just seems like they are like, oh, we only had this guy for 1 year. Doesn't matter. We have another one coming in.
That is true.
We have the next one too, and then the next one as well. So it just seems like that would be, but what he can bring to your program is very valuable.
I get it. If it's Cooper Flag, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take some kid's scholarship away because that's what happens, by the way.
I was going to donate this money to a charity, but why would I do that?
So I wanted to throw this out there, and I know this is tough. Will Chambers will be stoked to hear this story. Do you think, Corey, that you could root for Kentucky?
Sure.
Okay. Because they're playing Tennessee.
I don't have any true college basketball yet.
Okay. Here's why I think you're going to like Kentucky. So Mark Pope, who, as we just talked about, has flipped literally the entirety of the roster. When it came out with where the team was going to be to open the NCAA tournament, Mark Pope said, it's only a 7-hour drive. If anybody is having trouble with gas money, hit me up. And
really?
He said it on his radio show.
Seems illegal.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to get to that in just a second. Then he goes, I'm not going to tell you how to hit me up because I'm nervous about how many people are going to hit me up. So he really stuck with that phrase. So this one gentleman, a Kentucky student, he said he had access to Mark Pope's email address, sent him an email and said, hey, if you could throw me some gas money or a ticket, I'd drive myself and my girlfriend up to Milwaukee to catch her first tournament game as head coach here at Kentucky. Coach Pope's secretary, boom, done. We will take care of your gas money. All he had to do was provide proof of tickets and make sure that no one in his party was within recruitable age between 9th and 12th grade. Because even if you're like,
that makes sense.
That kid's never going to play basketball at Kentucky, that would be viewed as an impermissible gift, and it could get you in trouble.
You ate too much pasta. You owe 75 cents.
Yes. By the way, that's not far off from a real thing that the NCAA did. And said, do those things, and there will be a $100 Visa gift card waiting for you in the men's basketball office. He did those things.
It costs $100 for gas.
I mean, I think they're like erring on the side of let's help this kid out.
Gotcha.
And so he goes, I quickly bought some tickets, the cheapest ones I could get, showed them, went to the office, got the gas money, went to the opening game, and they won. And then they won again.
I think this is, having been to a Final Four before, having been able to see like how these games go, it's a blast. But I think this is a really cool opportunity. And even if you didn't want to go at first, this is a cool story to be able to tell your friends. Yeah, coach gave me a card so I could go to the game. I gotta go. Yeah. I think that's really cool. I like this a lot.
From the 214, just tuning in, is Duke still in the tournament? They are.
They're rolling too.
And
they are rolling.
They won their game yesterday against Baylor by more than the other 3 number 1 seeds won their games combined.
Well, that's impressive.
Duke also had the largest margin of victory in the first round.
So they did get effed, like Coach said, UConn's coach.
Yeah. Look, okay.
Why can't I remember his name right now?
So let's talk about Dan Hurley.
Dan Hurley, thank you.
Or Danny Hurley, if you prefer. Look,
you like him, don't you?
I mean, look, I don't like him because I hate UConn,
but
for personal and other reasons. But he's objectively done an amazing job as a coach. They lost yesterday in, Corey brought up, an uber competitive game against Florida in which, man, it looked like UConn had them.
They were playing great defense in that game. They were making it frustrating on Florida. Then Florida was able to find their 3-pointer.
And we haven't had a back-to-back-to-back champion in more than 50 years. And UConn has already won 2 straight. And so you're like, oh, man, this could be the chance. And so they lost. And Hurley in the post game talked about how they represented and did everything with class. I get you. But at the same time, there's video of him walking down the tunnel and talking to the Baylor players as they're about to go against Duke and say, hope you guys don't get effed just like we got effed. it's the heat of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So that might not be the most classiest.
So he didn't
response.
say this. He didn't say this at the presser.
No.
That's fine.
No, this was like literally
he was
walking off the court.
He was warning Baylor.
Tunnel.
He was warning the Baylor fans. Look, man. Look, it's Duke. You're probably going to get screwed here.
By the way, there's a giant free throw discrepancy in that game. Now, if you watch the game, you can make an argument it's because one team continually drove to the basket and the other team just kept throwing off three-pointers. But
driving to the basket's important, Kevin.
It is. It is. From the 817, man, there's a few people like this. My Elite 8 is intact. My Sweet 16 sucks. From the 972, I only have 9 of the Sweet 16 teams, but I have 7 of the Elite 8 teams, so I'm in business. 7 teams to the Sweet 16. So is the SEC the best basketball conference or not? I mean, they're on their way to potentially becoming the best ever, which we talked about could be the case. They're already tied for the second most conference wins in an NCAA tournament through 2 rounds, and they have 7 teams left.
So this is the best. This is the best version of it, at least. They might not be the best forever.
Sure. But only 2 of their teams didn't make the tournament.
There's a lot of money in that conference, though.
That
a lot of
is
money.
True. From the 5-1-2, I have 11 of the 16s, 7 of the Final 8, and all 4 of the Final 4s. That's the key. If you have all 4 of your Final 4s, you could still be in business right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we say goodbye, probably, to Dane Dunning. Next on the Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles?
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105 through the fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Full count again. Runner does not go. And the pitch is swung on and missed. He curved him. A rarely used pitch by Dunning. But he gets Luke Raley for the second out of the inning. Seattle leading 1-0. Justin Turner.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It is time for Baseball Nuggets. So let's start with Dane Dunning.
What happened?
Well, Corey, he's been put on outright waivers, which doesn't necessarily mean that he's gone, but it kind of does. So teams have, well, this was 48 hours from when it happened, so I believe through today, to claim Dane Dunning. If you claim Dane Dunning, you take on his $2.66 million in salary. And obviously, Dane Dunning is no more with the Rangers. If no one claims him, the Rangers then could send him to the minors, where he would still technically be under their control and use the roster spot for somebody else. One of the reasons that this was done, well, there's two reasons. First of all, he continued to struggle in spring training, which I'm surprised by and is really disappointing. But also, Adrian Hauser and Patrick Murphy are non-roster pitchers who are still in camp trying to get a spot. Although the thought was that Hauser was not going to make the opening day roster. Maybe something now changes with this. But the point was, neither one of them are on the 40-man roster. So you were going to need to clear a spot if one of them made it. And so that spot gets cleared via Dane Dunning. And I have to say, I'm really surprised about this because he just has such a great brain for pitching, but sometimes that only gets you so far. And he'd had a really tough spring training. And so I think for some people, the writing was kind of on the wall. So I'm bummed. I like Dane Dunning personally, but that has no impact on how you're building your team. But it is unfortunate for him.
So 5 games for him
in
spring training.
Something like that.
11 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts, 8.18 ERA.
Oh.
So, and his whip was a 1.91. And I guess there's a lot more that they're expecting out of him. But Kevin, I think the biggest thing is their expectation was coming into last season. And I think he kind of let them down. And then he had a bigger hill to climb from there. And he let himself down. He knows it.
Yeah.
I'm with you, though. I think that the person, the guy's great. But I think he's going to be a fantastic pitching coach at some point. Like his body has been, he had the hip problem earlier on. His body's been a little bit of a problem here and there for him, and he just hasn't quite found. I hope that he's able to be part of it, because somebody's right here. World Series champion, thank you, Dane.
Yes.
That season they couldn't have done it without him. He carried so many important innings and so many moments that they needed from him.
And here's another thing that I know people hate hearing. It's not about the money. All right. So we've talked about it all year. It feels like the Rangers have about $6 million, more specifically $5.7 million, to stay below the tax threshold. If they surpass the tax threshold, this would be the third time they're a tax offender. And then they would be responsible for 50% tax, anything over that $241 million. They would like to reset that and go back to, hey, like, we were not an offender, so then if you want to spend more next year, you'll still get taxed on it, but it won't be anywhere near as damaging. So they've got $5.7 million in space, but Tyler Malley has like $5 million of reachable incentive.
Okay, so gotcha.
So the potential for some of these incentives to add up and push you over are still there. Now, hopefully that would be a good problem to have, because that means everybody on your team is rocking and rolling. But the ownership group, I feel like they've been really clear that that is something they would like to avoid.
Somebody just asked what we traded for him. I believe that was Lance Lynn. I think it was like a pitcher swap there, and it was Lance Lynn. Dunning was traded for the second time in his career to the Rangers, part of a trade that sent Lance Lynn to Chicago.
And then
I think you got good stuff out of Dunning for that time.
And I feel like you just addressed this. Somebody said, why spring training versus what he's done in the regular season? And I think there was still lingering concern about what you saw last season, where he was, unfortunately, a disappointment. But he came into spring training in great shape. He had a great mindset about it. It just, you didn't see the results. And so for the Rangers, I could see how they're like, all right, so I'm going to take this and the disappointment with last year in the regular season, and the fact that if I can cut a little bit of salary, and the fact that I need a 40-man roster spot, and boom, 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 all of it makes sense. Now, again, he could come back to the Rangers if nobody claims him and the $2.66 million, and then he could just be outrighted to the minors by the Rangers. And maybe Dane Dunning is of the belief that he's like, I'll fight my way back up. And
he has to be.
Yeah.
And you would be too, right?
For sure.
If something like that knocks you down,
sure,
you take it for a little bit and you go, have a bottle of whiskey and then come back even stronger.
And so that's disappointing for him, but a decision that got made nonetheless. All right, let's quick hit a few more things. Gunnar Henderson, we talked about this last week. He will, in fact, start the regular season on the injured list. One of the best players in all of baseball. We said it was looking like it might trend that way last week, and that is, in fact, the way it's gonna go. But I want to go back to the Paul Skeens card.
Oh, my gosh.
Because the story of who bought it is more fascinating than I would have guessed. I honestly just thought it was going to be some person who's a big-time collector. They got lots of money, and they wanted to make it happen because they think this is a great investment piece. Not that there's anything wrong with that. However, did you see that the card was bought by Dick's Sporting Goods?
Huh? So they're going to have it at the Dick's Sporting Goods? Like everybody, they just have it in a little place to...
In Pittsburgh.
In glass.
Now, they're going to have it...
Dude, that's...
They're going to have the card in a new collector space called the House of Sports Store in suburban Pittsburgh. Now, take it a step further, because you still look like you're like, I don't know about this business plan. Dick's Sporting Goods is headquartered in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
So, like, that's the hub of their operation.
So they're expecting people to roll in there needing a basketball or a glove or something.
Yes.
And they're like, hey, let's take a look at that Paul Skeens card while we're here.
Now, they didn't say it like that in the press release because you have to put some fancy language in there.
Right, fancy language is important.
So instead they said, we're thrilled to bring the special card home and display it in our Pittsburgh House of Sport store where it can inspire the next generation of athletes and collectors. I'm not saying they don't want that, but this is a business move as well.
Oh, yeah, it's a PR thing. It only cost them $1 million. This is pretty genius, actually, on the part of Dick's to do this. Like, this is smart because I do think it'll bring in some conversation. It'll bring in some more. A lot of people might be like, hold on, Dick's Sporting Goods. Of course, I got to go get my kid a baseball bat.
Yeah. And go see the most amazing Pittsburgh Pirates card ever made.
It should definitely take a tour. Now, if they had to lay off a bunch of employees recently, and they're like, "Hey, this is going to be our way to pay for it," but we had to lay employees off, then that would be upsetting.
I'm not gonna lie. If you're like an assistant GM there, and they're like, "Hey, budget," and then they bought this card, and you're like, "Hold on, did I just get budgeted for Paul Skeens' card?"
Take a flamethrower to that thing.
I could see how that would definitely.
You wear a Richard Nixon mask so you don't get caught.
By the way,
he's not a crook.
For Paul Skeens, he was asked about if the Pirates feel the expectations and if they need to go for it. Do you want to wait and talk about that later?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And he said, I think we owe something to the city. We owe a lot to the city and Dick's Sporting Goods. It's our job to go out and win for the city because it's bigger than all of us. There's something about the city. We saw it last summer. We've seen it in videos of the wild card game. I'm tired of watching them because it was a wild card series. The bar needs to be set pretty high. Not taking anything away from those guys, but the fact that that's a golden era of recent Pirates baseball, that needs to change. So, again, I don't know if that does anything to move the ownership group to be like, hey, we really should put some more money into this whole thing and take over, but we'll see if that actually happens.
They better have some good security. This person just texted and said, I hope they have good security. You're right, dude.
Oh,
for that
at
card.
the shop?
You think there's one security guard that's just standing right next to that card the whole time?
I think it should, like the
back
Mona
up,
Lisa.
kid.
They should have this big thing of glass over and everything.
Mona Lisa has a guard?
I'm pretty sure.
Sweet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk about those Dallas Stars, but also the Rangers are represented on this year's All MLB Breakout Team, and it's not just Wyatt Langford. Next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where you got me, Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Jacob Ray rocking the board with us today. Alec will be back tomorrow. Now, there's
You're telling me you've never wanted to pump in the ocean or pump in the pool?
We're asking the questions that matter.
The surfboard is a surfboard.
What the hell is a pump surfboard?
You've seen it. It's that right there. It's the pump surfboard. It's the thing that kind of you pump it up and down.
Oh, okay.
You get in the pool and just pump around for a little bit.
So while we're playing the intro music, Corey goes, man, I want to ride a pump surfboard. And I was like, I don't know what that means. We're going to get to MLB's all breakout team in just a minute, but the Stars are back in action again tonight. So in the meantime, if you can give me cut number 7, the Stars were playing this weekend and they were able to pick up another pair of points.
Here we go to OG. The Flyers win the draw back, but a foot race as Robertson goes to challenge, and the Stars with the puck in front, score over immediately. Thomas Harley, he started the scoring, he ends the scoring, he ends the game, and Dallas wins it in overtime.
Now, what's amazing about that is Jake was able to play the entirety of overtime because it took 9 seconds. Don't worry, that's not a dig. You did the right thing. It took 9 seconds, and you didn't even win.
Yeah.
Face-off is amazing. But Thomas Harley is somebody that we have talked about quite a bit, especially looking at the prospect of being without Miro to start the playoffs. You are needing more people to step up, and to see Thomas Harley putting work in, getting that 2 points, it was a cool thing.
He's a really nice scoring defenseman, and he has a power shot too to go along with it, so that's always helpful. I'm still frustrated though. Can I be frustrated about the goal situation?
Yes.
And the way that was called, because I'm biased. All right, I'm a Stars fan, but my eyeballs tell me that thing was over the line, and I don't see how anybody was looking at it going, it's not. But I don't know, man. I don't know where the line actually stops, because it looks like it bleeds a little bit. The coloring just kind of bleeds in the ice a little bit, and it looked like it was there, but whatever.
So you think sharper paint work on the ice might have led to a...
As Frank told us, that paint is painted underneath the ice onto like a white sheet or something like that. And then they lay... And it's only like an inch or so of ice. It's not really that thick. So that's what we were told by a former assistant GM for the Stars. So it's not very thick. And so I do wonder how accurate that line is, and is there a better way to do this? Should the NHL consider putting a chip in the puck?
I know we did that, and remember Fox had that, and
that was the blue streak thing, though. This is a chip to just confirm that the entire puck is past the line.
So then they would shoot the puck, and it would have like this trail behind it.
That was awesome. I loved it for the first time.
And that puck cost $400 per puck.
Are you serious?
Yes. And so when a puck went out into the stands,
they'd have to go beat people up for it.
They sent people out to go back and get it.
And if it hit them in the head, they'd be like, don't worry, we got the puck.
That is something that happened to my mom when she was pregnant with me. Feel free to make your own jokes. But for the Dallas Stars, while I still think it's unlikely, you continue to keep a comfortable distance between yourself and Colorado, especially with 2 games in hand. And if you can win those 2 games in hand, you can beat Winnipeg in regulation. All of a sudden, you would only be 2 points back. I still don't think that's likely, and you're probably headed towards the series with Colorado, maybe with Minnesota, but got to keep getting some wins. We're going to talk more tomorrow for people who are still concerned about the goaltending. Either tomorrow, because the Stars play again tonight, or Wednesday. We're going to go in depth on that again.
So you said 13 games left?
I believe that is correct.
It is a stay in front right now. You're going to keep chasing. You want to stay healthy, get yourself prepared for the postseason. Make sure that your group is working well together, and make sure they're all on the same page about what they're trying to accomplish. But stay in front of everybody else. If Winnipeg falls, then you can go take advantage of it. But that's where the Stars are right now.
So you might look.
But this is a very tough time to be a Pete DeBoer, right? Like, you want to tell the guys, let's chase.
Yeah.
But we don't need to get hurt trying to chase. So and hockey's hockey, so you're going to be physical anyway. but you got to keep guys motivated somehow and not let them just fall off for the last 13 games.
I mean, it's not like they would go really hard to end the regular season and lose in the playoffs and say that they were burnt out because they had to play.
That happened with the Cowboys, Kevin.
What?
It did.
All right.
But that guy's gone now.
In the meantime, man,
there are questions about
I just think it's only fair if he throws some shade on the way out that we can just have some fun with it. If you can give me cut number 19, I want to transition back to baseball.
And the 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep out into left field. Ward going back to his left. It sails out of here. Wyatt Langford home runs in the first 2 games of this series. His 16th blast of the year to make it 7-3. The Rangers are back to within 4.
By the way, I know we haven't officially seen confirmation of this, and I don't know how in-depth Bochy wants to go on to breaking down the minutia of his batting order before the season has actually started.
Everybody wants, that Evan Grant is sitting there every day going, all right, so who's hitting 6th?
Yeah.
He's every single day he's trying to figure that out.
But
because he wants to break the news first.
Look, I'll break the news first, and then I'll admit I was wrong later if I'm wrong. Wyatt Langford's your 3 hitter.
Okay.
All right, I will be stunned if that's not the case, unless they wanted to take some radical approach to it and Marcus Semien is not the lead.
Or Josh Young. They're just like, Josh Young, he's the guy. I don't know. It'd be weird.
If it's not Wyatt Langford in the 3 hole, I will be very, very surprised. Now, it won't surprise you to know that there is an all-breakout team for Major League Baseball this year. It has been put together by Jim Bowden, who, as you remember, is Mike Bassick's mortal enemy.
He's the one that traded him and hated him and everything.
And wouldn't
right?
pitch him.
Yeah, wouldn't pitch him.
He was like, I don't want you to pitch for us. So, yeah, I'll be interested in see if those two ever run into each other down the line. Actually,
they will.
We had Bowden on one time, I think, so it'll probably be a cordial conversation. All right, so on the list, there are 2 Texas Rangers.
Before we get to those Rangers, the person they have at the top of the entirety of this, and it's the first person in the story for Jim Bowden, is a guy that Mike's been talking about, and that's Lawrence Butler. And we got a chance to see him live in spring training, and he delivered the same way he always does.
Look, as the A's move to their ballpark, that's definitely, for sure, absolutely going to be built on time in Las Vegas. Lawrence Butler is the guy.
Yeah.
That they're like, this is our dude. We bought out arbitration, a year or 2 of free agency because he's going to be the guy.
And the Rangers fans, you're going to get plenty of opportunities to see Lawrence Butler and see if he is having a breakout season.
Absolutely. And from the 972, I want Wyatt Langford at leadoff. I hear you on that. I just don't think that's likely to happen, especially to start the season.
Until Marcus Semien goes to Boch and says, or Boch brings him in and says, hey, we got to talk about this.
And I think that's fair. I'm not saying that text, I don't think you're wrong. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Here's what I hope. I hope Marcus Semien crushes it as leadoff, and Wyatt Langford has to hit third.
Yeah. And you love it because you're like, what are you going to do? Pitch around Semien for what? To get to Seager?
Yeah.
And then you're going to pitch around him for what? To get to Wyatt?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to walk the bases loaded every first inning. All right, so Wyatt Langford is on the all-breakout team. Not surprising, and I think that's fair because as much as he had a crazy September, he did not have the I'm here in the major leagues, everyone take notice of me season that we all kind of thought.
Yeah,
right?
we expected that he would show up, and, I mean, Mike was like MVP. He was top 5 in MVP, and we were expecting a lot more out of that.
Yes.
And for that matter, the outfield, there were some iffy moments in the outfield.
Okay, yeah,
there were
fair. But he hasn't even played outfield period for very long.
I know. There were a couple of those moments. There were moments at bat where maybe he got rookie called, and they were just fair. Sorry, Rook, you're not getting that call. And you're like, yeah, but you're Angel Hernandez, and that was 10 feet outside. And he's like, doesn't matter, you're out. So that happened a few times to him last year, and that was frustrating. He lived through it. He made his way through it. And I think he grew from it. And you saw even this year, Kevin, our interview with him, a little bit different than the first interview.
For sure.
I thought it was a lot better than the first one.
I did too.
And he knows now. He knows that, I have this natural gift. I'm very talented at this game, and I am willing to work hard at it. But now the next step is I have to be, when it comes to PR, I might be the face of this team. I might be the one that's having to talk a lot. So there's a lot that's getting pushed onto this kid very early in his career. The expectations are another thing that are being pushed there.
So I want to talk about the other Rangers player on the list. I know a lot of people probably guess it's Rocker. Maybe they go back to Evan Carter, but alas, it is not. Robert Garcia.
Yes.
So one of the things that gets brought up in this, I know it's not like a this for that, but one of the reasons the Rangers moved off of Nathaniel Lowe is because they had an opportunity to go get Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia won't be arbitration eligible until 2027. So if he works out for this team as especially a high leverage bullpen arm, you're going to have him for a long time for cheap. So Bowden dove into, and I'm curious people's thoughts about Robert Garcia. The analytics loved Robert Garcia last year. They put him in the 98th percentile of pitchers in barrel percentage, I guess avoiding it, and hard hit rate. The 97th percentile in true ERA and 94th percentile in chase rate. So the point is he misses the barrel of the bat, doesn't have a lot of hard hit pitches off of him, and he gets a lot of people to chase.
His off speed run value is 94%, which means like that's a high quality for off speed pitches from him.
And it's tricky, right? Because he had a negative WAR, an ERA above 4, and 13 holds versus 4 blown saves.
Yep.
Which those don't sound like overwhelming numbers whatsoever. But my question there is, does that mean a little bit of luck was at play? Because I know that's what a lot of analytic people will say. These are the true outcomes. And you're like, no, the true outcome is what actually happens on the damn field. And they're like, well, he just got unlucky. So if you think Robert Garcia was a victim of somewhat being unlucky, I mean, clearly there's a position for leverage arms in this bullpen. And I'm curious.
Yes, there is.
Yes. I'm curious. By the way, I know we get new listeners all the time. Leverage arms usually meaning the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. I realize there can be other really important parts in the game, but a lot of times people shorthand that for 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
And it seems like Luke Jackson, Robert Garcia, Chris Martin are the 3 that Boch is going to run with unless they say, hey, this isn't quite working out. But Garcia,
which is possible.
He has about a 95 mile an hour fastball. His changeup drops down to 87. Like that's a nice drop in. That's a nice drop in or change in speed.
Yep.
But it's also his location. I feel like his location may change just a little bit with Mike Maddox because Mike Maddox likes to keep the ball low. And just looking at the history of Robert Garcia, it looks like he likes to pitch up in the zone.
And that's usually not always, but that's usually problematic.
But with the Rangers and Mike Maddox's whole philosophy, it is definitely about not just changing side to side on the plate, but changing your eye level from low to high, high to low. He wants to stay low, but every once in a while he'll put one up by your eyeballs so that you you're like, oh, I got to protect, and then he's like, all right, I got you away.
So if he can continue to have the impressive chase rate, he has a very impressive strikeout per 9. It was 11.3 last year, and then you just mentioned maybe the biggest part of all of this, Mike Maddox, who it feels like, this is not being biased, is one of the most appreciated and respected pitching coaches in all of the game. If that helps with his consistency, I love to see it. And I love to see it because we've heard a lot about Rocker. Obviously, we hear all the time about Langford, and well, for a good reason. But I like Robert Garcia being dropped in on this list because if the Rangers have a spot where they really need somebody to make a bigger impact than predicted, it's leverage bullpen arms.
Absolutely. And you're right. If that's a spot where you see somebody have a breakout season, you're probably considering, hey, we didn't blow 40 saves this year. We were able to pick up even more because of it, and we feel very comfortable going into the playoffs. I'm hopeful that he's the guy. 6'4", that dude's a giant. When you see him on the mound, you're going to be looking at him going, oh my gosh.
Yes.
So good luck to everybody hitting against him this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and I know it's very different situations, but George Foreman and Bill Mercer. Let's celebrate 2 sports greats who passed away this weekend and the impact they leave. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Bagels? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids and by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first at 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Flair from the ropes. Wants to toss Carey across. Carey's got him. Here's the Nelson pin. Go! Hey! The dreams come true! Yes!
I love that audio. So that is Bill Mercer at the 1984. It would become the Parade of Champions, but I think at that time it was the David Von Erich Memorial Show. And I promise this is not going to be a segment about wrestling, but for different reasons and different impacts, probably nationally and locally, we lost George Foreman and Bill Mercer over the weekend. I believe George Foreman was 76 and Bill Mercer lived all of life. He was 99. Do you want to start with one or the other, or just kind of talk about him however?
When it comes to George Foreman, Kevin, I saw this quote from George Foreman after he knocked out Michael Moorer.
Yes.
Sure, the fight was fixed. I fixed it with my right hand.
Give me cut number 10, because that, at the time, was a shocking upset.
George Foreman enjoying his best round of the fight here in round 10. There's a right hand. Down goes Moore. He's flat on his back. He may not get up. Maybe he's not moving. Moore could be about to lose the heavyweight title. I don't believe this. Joe Cortez pulls off the count. It is over. And George Foreman has pulled off the miracle that no one thought possible.
By the way, shout out to those broadcasters for bringing the heat.
Mm-hmm.
That was excellent.
That dude could hit a ton. Like the movie Ali.
Yes.
Whenever he's in the room just hitting the heavy bag, and it's just like it's thunder every time his glove touches the bag, and that you even saw it in that movie. I know that the real fight happened, but the pain every time George Foreman hit, he hit a ton.
So the fight of the century, the original fight of the century, was Muhammad Ali against Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier won that fight that was at the Garden. Now, they would fight 2 more times. Obviously, Ali would win the next 2. But so Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali were both undefeated at the time. Biggest fight that's ever been. I mean, some will probably argue ever will be. Joe Frazier wins. Oh my God, he beat Muhammad Ali. Nobody can beat Muhammad Ali. You know who beat Joe Frazier? George Foreman. He knocked him out in the second round. That same year, or I guess it was the next year, he fought Ken Norton, who had given Muhammad Ali all kinds of problems as well. Guess what happened? Knocked him out in the second round. And so that's why when George Foreman fought Muhammad Ali, that was, I know Ali won, and the rope-a-dope strategy and everything like that. Obviously, that fight has its own totally different lore. But people were like, I don't know, man. You could be in trouble in this fight, Muhammad. Because, like, he had taken the dude who beat you and smashed him. Another guy that had beaten you and smashed him. And people were like, I don't know about that. So when he won that fight, that is one of the most famous fights of all time, the George Foreman, Muhammad Ali. But I want to go back to the Michael Moorer thing, because Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman for the heavyweight title in 1974.
Okay.
That was the last time that George Foreman was a real heavyweight champion. I know they have a bunch of knockoff belts and everything like that, but that was the last time he was a real heavyweight champion for 20 years.
Wow.
So when he beat Michael Moorer, it'd been 20 years since he lost to Ali. And in the meantime, he also retired for like a decade.
Really?
And so the fact that he came back, and when you hear that level of excitement, it's because, well, that's not going to happen, because he had fought Evander Holyfield as part of his comeback, and he lost. And so I don't think anybody thought this was really going to happen. And then he won, and pandemonium broke out.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, too, that he beat a documentary director.
No, that's Michael Moore. This is Michael Moorer.
For me, though, it's his personality popped in these little ways that he'd pop in on like a Friday night show, or when you watched him in his commercials with the Foreman Grill.
He was on King of the Hill, and I forgot to ask for this clip, and I kicked myself for that. But him and Hank Hill get in a debate, and he was like, "Oh, you want to sell my grills in your store?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, we don't do novelty grills." And like George Foreman, like the actual George Foreman's like, "Novelty grill," and he is furious about that. But
he punched a gas tank.
You make a great point. For a long time, I wonder how many people were like, "Oh yeah, the grill guy."
Yeah,
and you're like, "Well, he's actually a multi-time heavyweight champion of the world, but and is one of the most famous fights that has ever been." But don't worry about that. Yes, the grill guy.
Grill guy.
If
Yeah,
that's what
one.
works for you. So it is unfortunate because you were right. Great fighter, unbelievable fighter. A great feels like it's underselling him. Unbelievable fighter, businessman, and fascinating personality quirk that he named all of his kids George as well, which I've always been interested in.
Yeah, I respect that a lot. If you can name all your kids George and feel confident about it, you're pretty confident in your skin. You know what I mean? And that's where he was. But raw power. He was a power boxer by all means.
He was. So I understand why nationally that's the bigger story. I get that. I really do. But I want to talk some more about Bill Mercer because I know you care about this. I care about this. I think the people of North Texas should care about this a lot, as if they already don't. So for me, Bill Mercer is the voice of world-class championship wrestling. So that's the Von Erichs, that's the Sportatorium and everything like that. But also, I don't want it to make it sound like he was just the wrestling guy, because he did stuff with
the Cowboys.
Exactly. The Cowboys, the Rangers. But I want to give you cut number 9. This is Bill Mercer talking to Lee Harvey Oswald as he's been taken in for the apparent assassination of the president.
You have been. Nobody said what? Sir? You have been. Nobody said what? Okay, we ain't. That was Oswald. Lee Oswald, who was charged with the murder of the President of the United States. He's been taken back upstairs.
So I know it's hard to hear because you hear somebody yelling in the background. That is Bill Mercer essentially telling Lee Harvey Oswald that he's being charged with shooting and killing the president.
Yeah.
Actually, at that time, it might have just been shooting. They might not have pronounced him dead yet. But so think about it. You became the voice for a generation of wrestling fans. You also did stuff for the Rangers, for the Cowboys, broke the news to Lee Harvey Oswald that he was arrested because he had shot JFK. That's the most amazingly well-rounded resume I can think of.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's reporting right there. And a legendary voice. He has
a great voice.
A lot of times people use like a term to say something about somebody that's moved on. And I think I keep seeing over and over, and it came off my tweet. It comes out of my mouth every time I say it, legend.
Yeah.
Like that is a true legend in this industry right there, because I went to the University of North Texas to study under him. Unfortunately, he retired the year before I got there. However, before that, you had sent me on an assignment. I believe it was to cover University of Texas at Dallas. UTD, like softball.
Correct. That is correct.
And I was like, okay, what do I do? And I talked to Bill Mercer, and I chatted with him for a long time, and he gave me his phone number and said, call me anytime if you ever need anything. And I was like, this is a legend telling me to call him anytime. And I think he was doing the games for his granddaughter was like, would you mind doing it? And he was like, yeah, I'll do that. He was just a guy that loved doing this. He enjoyed this business, and he enjoyed being a mentor to people who were trying to be involved in this, or people that were just trying to be involved in other things. He had that about him, that he wanted to be involved with what they were doing and wanted to give them great advice, and you trusted him. Whenever he spoke, you trusted him and the advice that he was giving. And Kevin, when I went to University of North Texas, Hank Dickinson was, and I think he still is, the professor who took over for Bill Mercer. And he would bring in Mark Followell, Coop. He would bring in all these play-by-play guys, and they would all talk, and every one of them would point to Bill Mercer. Like, in some way, shape, or form, they would give credence to what Bill Mercer did in his career. And one of the things I still remember from Mark Followell was he hated the word get, because the word get was lazy. He passes the ball, and he doesn't get the ball to this guy. He doesn't get this. He find other words, build your vocabulary, was what Bill Mercer was always saying. One of the kindest men I've ever had the pleasure of working with.
So I finished my college degree at UTD, and Bill Mercer at that time came in to call the basketball games. And so I was on the newspaper at UTD, and they were like, hey, do you want to, maybe we could set this up. And so I had a little office at the newspaper that I never used. There was nothing in there. I mean, there was a desk and a chair, but I had no decorations or anything.
Did it have a computer?
Yes.
Okay.
But when it was time to talk to Bill Mercer, I went in there and talked with him, and we chatted for 15, 20 minutes, got all the relevant information and whatnot. And I was like, hey, man, I really appreciate your time. And he goes, if you've got a minute, quick story for you. Because I had told him I was a wrestling fan, about World Class Championship Wrestling and the Von Erichs. And I was like, sure. Just kicked my feet up on the desk, and just for the next 30 minutes, he just told me stories about, and he's like, what you have to remember about Kabuki or Abdullah the Butcher. And I was like, okay, great. And so he just talked about that for a good 30 minutes. And so then last year, or I guess it was at the end of 23, when the Iron Claw came out, Bill Mercer, as a character, is prominently featured in there. Bill Mercer was at the premiere. Now, he's in a wheelchair at that point because he was 99 when he died. But he's in a wheelchair. The people who flocked to see Bill Mercer, you would have thought, for some people there, he was their Zac Efron.
Yes. Yeah.
And he was like, oh my God, it's Bill Mercer. I need to go talk to him. And so it was just really cool, because when I got to see Marshall and Ross at the premiere, I got to talk to Kevin Von Erich. But when Bill Mercer got there, people wanted to talk to him. And you could tell he loved just kind of holding court, and he could do so wherever he was, even sitting in his wheelchair at the movie premiere. So I realized that nationally, he might not get as much acclaim, but you look at a lot of people who broadcast here in North Texas, they were products directly or indirectly of Bill Mercer.
Yeah, a lot. You're damn right about that. A lot of the people that are in our industry, by the way, at University of North Texas at Apogee Stadium, the Bill Mercer Press Club is the suite up there.
Okay.
So if you ever want to go through there, I read 2 books before I made a leap from IT to this business, and one of them was Play-by-Play, Tales from Sportscasting Insider. It was his memoir.
Yeah.
I read that book, and I was like, I gotta go. And Kevin, I remember too, the day that our managing editor Rick Mann said, hey, you're gonna go talk to Bill Mercer, he looked at me and said, you're gonna have the best time. I wish I was you today. And I was like, I had no clue what I was in for. I had no clue. But once I'd read the book and once I knew what I was in for, that was why I wanted to go to UNT to study under him and learn from the dude that knew, man.
And it was in different ways, but George Foreman, Bill Mercer, huge voids left in the sporting community by their passing over the weekend. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are the Cowboys actually going to have a running back competition? And do you want to see it?
Let's go.
Next on The Fan.
Has Lola Veep on it? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece in this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're on the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
As Carson Wentz as our quarterback.
On second down, they will run it and run it. They will to Sanders. Big run. He's still on his feet. Miles Sanders. It's a foot race to the 30. Can he go all the way? The answer is yes. 82-yard touchdown.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are the Cowboys actually going to have some sort of running back competition, and will you care about how that turns out? We're going to talk about that in just a minute, but we talked about the men's bracket earlier, wanted to give some local love. Shout out to the TCU women's basketball team. They beat Louisville, and they've advanced to the Sweet 16 for the first time ever.
That's awesome, dude.
Man, that was a really long delay.
I love
That was
TCU.
not the
You know
reaction
that.
I was hoping for.
Here's what I didn't want to happen. Because of my adoration for TCU, I didn't want them to be like, oh, there goes Corey again, always being on the TCU bandwagon.
Is SMU versus TCU just like runoff from Dallas versus
Yes.
Fort Worth people?
It's two people from different sides of the coin that just cannot stand. And they all just kind of meet together in Arlington, right?
Yeah.
And there's a comedian out there. I just was told this, Kevin. Something Mitchell. And his line is, they're two different people that meet in Fort Worth or meet in Arlington in the central location, and both of them get let down by the Cowboys there. You know, and I was like, dang, that's true though. And then Denton's just kind of left out there. UNT's just kind of left out in the nowhere.
Now
It's not fair.
We're giving Jake some pointers as we go along. He played the gridiron music, even though we haven't done the gridiron intro yet. Do you think we should let that slide, or is he trying to tell us, why don't you get back on task and focus?
Reggie's right behind him. And Reggie knows how to do all that stuff still.
But Reggie's still here, but he won't come on air?
I've been told Reggie still does that on his show. That he's like, I want to make sure I run the board. This is my show.
Wow.
He's very demanding on that show.
Well,
but yeah, I think this is the first time to work with us. He's learning. I'll give him I was just about to compliment him, and then I was like, don't do it because he'll mess up. I think Peyton set him up for failure earlier. I think you left your microphone off on purpose.
I could see that.
Yeah, so I'm going to blame that one on Peyton. This one I'll blame on him.
Peyton is an Esther.
Didn't even get to do our dip.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Strike two. Yeah, I'm just kidding. All right, so let's talk about, I don't want to see this competition. Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, they said they will not cede the lead role easily if the Cowboys draft a running back. That's great. I have seen you play as of late. And if there's a resurgence, a renaissance, if you will, that would be awesome. Let's be honest. If the Cowboys draft a running back in rounds 1, 2, or 3, maybe even 4, that person is the presumptive starter, are they not?
Yeah. Yes. I think you're right about that. But anything after 1, I do kind of feel like it is a competition.
Okay.
Okay. I think because Javonte Williams, there have been times where he's been a good running back.
That's true.
Miles Sanders has had his moments as well. And I love this line from him from what they're telling me, they want a competitive room. Everyone go in there and compete and may the best man win. That's what you should be saying if you're Schottenheimer, if you're Steven, if you're Will McClay, if you're Jerry. Look, we don't know who's good at this position that we're going to have in this room. So please, somebody show that you're going to be good. That's what it sounds like because we don't know. And Javonte Williams kind of cast aside by Denver. Miles Sanders cast aside by most of NFL fans. And so there is a place. But I think if they don't get somebody in the first round and they get them in the second round, it'll be we're giving them the chance. We're giving them the process. They're learning how to find the bathroom, like those things.
Yeah.
And then once they show their flash, they're like, oh, yeah, that's our starter. But I think Williams and Sanders, here's the thing, those guys being backup roles or being, accentuations to what they're doing, I think they're quality. I think they got quality people to do that job, what their job is supposed to be.
Now, Quinn Ewers is set to visit the Colts, Raiders, and Cowboys. We've talked about this plenty of times, the links potentially between the Cowboys and Quinn Ewers. I have no problem with that. Just as long as it's a day 3 pick. Yeah. If it's a day 3 pick, then like rock on, take your chances, and
don't reach for him.
What happens. Yeah.
Don't reach. I think that he could use a lot more development in the NFL. He could use a lot more development as a backup quarterback. He's not going to run away from anything. You saw his legs aren't that.
Yeah.
His arm isn't what I thought it was supposed to be. Like, it was supposed to have a big arm, but I was like, it's decent. But I think he has a lot of room to grow. I would not mind him being a late round pick.
Now let's go to Xavier Worthy, because this saga has taken another interesting turn. Last month, maybe it's just a couple weeks ago, Xavier Worthy was arrested, but then not charged for allegations of domestic abuse. We've talked about this before. It can be a tricky balance between what's true, what's not, and what are the repercussions if somebody just makes things up. So now Xavier Worthy is suing his accuser, his ex-fiancée Tia Jones. This, of course, courtesy of, you guessed it, TMZ.
Oh!
Because this is exactly the kind of story they're here for, and I think they do a really good job gathering this information. So Worthy has claimed that Tia Jones both abused him and made up claims of domestic violence in order to, quote, extort a home, money, cars, and other valuables from him.
Okay.
So
this is very interesting.
And so he said that he repeatedly asked her to leave their home after he learned that she had cheated on him. Again, I know this is turning into a he said, she said situation. Worthy claims that she destroyed his game room when asked to leave, then scratched his face and ripped chunks of his hair from his head.
Does he have proof of that, though? That's the right. Like, if you have pictures and you can say, look, this is what happened.
That's true.
Unless you break your own nose to, fake your own
Fight Club
kidnapping
style.
or something. Yeah.
The thing that's tough about this is, and I understand how society works, you're much more likely to believe that a man abused a woman in a domestic issue as opposed to the other way around. And there is some still ridiculous backwards thinking of like, you got beat up by a lady? Like, that's absurd.
And most times, Kevin, if you're in public and you see a couple fighting, you're probably going to try to defend the woman first because you think she can't handle herself.
Which, for most of the time, I'm sure is the way to go. But sometimes abuse is abuse. And especially in a gladiator sport like football, it's probably tough to come out and say, no, she was abusing me.
Yeah, no, I bet it definitely is.
Because like people are going to be out on the field looking for whatever trash talk advantage or whatever. But he's gone on the offensive and said she also stole more than $150,000 worth of cash and property from his residence while he was in police custody. So you think about it, he gets arrested and he accuses that in that time, that's when, after he was like, we're done, she took all this stuff and took off. Jeez. So we'll see how that plays out. Right now, he said, she said, but a very complex and unfortunate situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see stuff like this happen way too often. All right, let's talk about the Giants. 2 years, $8 million deal total for Jameis Winston. Do you think this is step one and he's going to be their backup quarterback? Or do you think this is the step they want it to be so they can be fine, but not really that great and get another high draft?
He does kind of put you in a 6 to 8 win potential area,
which is probably too high for them, right?
Yeah. And they still are interested in getting Russell Wilson from what I see. So like, that's still a possibility.
Is Russell Wilson the backup choice to Aaron Rodgers? Is that what we're learning along all of this?
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers is
that sucks.
The prized cow here, and then Russell Wilson is the next one on the list. The Winston, though, this is a perfect place for him. He needs to be in New York so he can be on TV more because that dude is hilarious. All right,
true.
I know people have thoughts about him based on what he did as a teenager in college. I get it. And I don't know his off the field stuff, but everything I see, I'm like, dude, he's great. He's self-deprecating. He has jokes. He's funny about a lot of different things. So I think he's in the perfect spot. And it might be really interesting to see how him and Malik Neighbors work together, because he likes to throw it. He likes to throw it far. And if you can run under it, he's all about it.
Who do you think has the worst roster of talent? I'm not saying this is directly related to the Giants. I'm not saying it's not. Who do you think right now, before the draft, which team has the worst talent in the NFL?
I would say Carolina, but it's probably the Giants.
Okay, New York Giants, they're tired of your naysaying. They only have the fourth worst roster in the NFL, per Bleacher Report. It goes Jacksonville, fifth worst, then the Giants, then the Patriots.
For the Cardinals.
They didn't make the top five.
Really?
They're moving up in the world. Well, I guess the bottom five. The Tennessee Titans have the second least amount of talent. And Corey, you stick with your instincts and you win. Carolina Panthers have the most talent deficient roster in the NFL per the Bleacher Report. You can start with their needs of wide receiver, safety, edge. If you still think they need a quarterback, that's obviously a fair discussion worth having, but they're number one in terms of the least talented team in the NFL.
They do have a first round. They own their first round pick.
Everybody has their first round pick.
Second
right?
round, third round, fourth round, fifth round, seventh. They need to bump up and get another couple seconds. Like that, they need to do something to add to this, because they didn't do enough there in free agency, and then they still need to grow and develop.
Yeah, that's fair. Unfortunate, but number one least talented team in all of the NFL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, did the Rangers leave surprised with more pitching questions or answers, and other roster spots that are still up for grabs? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We were going to talk about more serious Rangers issues, and we will probably still do that in about 20 days, 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes or so. 20 days or so. You can catch that on the AM station. 20 minutes or so, we will talk about that. In the meantime, what people really demand to talk about, the Texas Rangers have released their new food items for the year. And right now, I'm going to introduce to you the most eclectic group of people ever to jump on for this segment. Could we get them in for another segment? They said no.
Yep.
But for this segment, Carter Freeman, Reginald Atatula, and Eric Chiafalo have all come into the studio.
I think I'm in the wrong city
to take part.
Murderer's Row right here.
I think it's because Eric's like, I will only be on shows where at least 5 to 6 people talk. And so when he saw Reggie and Carter in here, he's like, I need to participate.
You guys met my quota.
Okay.
So I'm here.
That's why he doesn't try hard on Bet Nation. There's only 3 of us in there. We need to have more people there.
I don't try that hard on Bet Nation because I'm beat down and it's Sunday afternoon and I'm doing another 4-hour show.
What a fascinating thing to admit on air.
Yeah. No, but I have a great time. I mean,
we do. We have a lot of fun.
Get to hang out with Wolchuk. So it's and we're in the midst of the madness, even though it's been kind of
the midness.
Yes.
Midness.
Yes.
I like that.
March Midness. That's good. That is very good. All right. Corey, are you ready for the new food items this year at Globe Life Field?
Yep, let's do it.
Obviously, I have no acceptable palate, so I will toss it around to you guys.
Please tell me they went through with the Simeon Toast Crunch.
You'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. Let him do the
Hey,
segment, Eric.
Hey, yeah.
I want him to do the Simeon.
Be
Toast
humble.
Show you get to run.
And sit down.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
The Boomstick Burrito. You're welcome. It's a 26-inch wide tortilla filled with rice, beans, taco meat, squeezy nacho cheese.
Squeezy nacho?
That's right. You know what I'm
the
talking
best kind.
about.
Is that the Julio stuff?
Pico de gallo, lettuce, and sour cream. The tortilla is so big, it's made special for the ballpark. For the low, low price of $35.99, this item can be yours at the ballpark.
$35 for like 2 feet?
$35.99. Don't fall into that trap.
Yeah.
That's where they
36.
make it $99.
Okay, $36, but we're talking about 2 feet 2 inches worth of real estate.
That's right.
That's like a
That's
family
just
deal.
Wow. Okay, but it's obvious. Okay, I just is it going to be? Are they going to have it all cut up
There's
for
no
you?
way to do it. Are they bringing that big, huge pan out with it too? Because
It's a giant pan.
Do I get to take that home?
It's specially made. They had to bring in, tortilla scientists to figure out how to make this happen.
Yeah, from NASA.
I do wonder.
They've been furloughed from their jobs, so they were able to.
Man, I learned a lot about NASA in the last week or so. It's pretty shocking.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he had a rough week last week.
I'm still in the midst of listening to space podcasts because of the stuff I learned about the Nazis.
Anything you want? What?
Yeah. Look it up, kids.
I think I'm out on this, but it's largely because you get a regular big burrito and you take a few bites and it becomes unwieldy pretty quickly. I can only imagine trying to keep that particular burrito together at that size.
I guess you're doing the thing because you can't really cut it up. You can only really cut it in half because you need to have that bottom buffer without everything just spilling out all over the place. So I guess this is you and a partner both accepting roughly 1 foot of burrito.
Yeah,
in the middle.
Well, it's like the
Lady and the Tramp.
I know you ate a boomstick burger all by yourself, but those are usually meant for like 2 or 3 or 4 people. So I assume this is the same way.
I would argue 5 or 6 people, but
yeah, this is going to quickly become a burrito bowl. That's what's happening here.
This is more difficult. This is more difficult. I mean, how much is that going to weigh? Like, do we have
3.5 pounds?
3.5 pounds?
Yeah.
That's heavy duty.
It really is.
But I feel like the burger one was roughly that too. That one had some tonnage.
I think it's going to be fun. I think it'll be a fun event for people. That's a family item right there. Or an Eric item.
Chiafalo, yeah. Let's talk about lobster. Now, a couple years ago, when the Rangers won the World Series because they had a lobster roll that cost $250, they decided that might not be for everybody. They have scaled it down. So now it's a lobster blend, which means it's lobster and imitation crab. You don't even get lobster and regular crab. You get lobster and imitation crab. However, that has brought the prices down.
What does the imitation sound like?
Hey, I'm a crab.
Okay, I'm in.
Krusty Krab, maybe?
That's the first invitation.
Yeah, all right. So there is the lobster roll, which you're familiar with, $14. I'm going to expand it out.
Are lobster rolls good,
Yes.
by the way?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever had a good lobster roll because I ordered one from Dallas, and I don't know. I feel like I need to order one from Maine.
That's the thing is Peyton was just the morning show producer just in Boston. I told him, get a lobster roll while you're up there because they're great. And
He
now
did that
I've
for
had
my
one
benefit.
there.
Clearly, I don't know who Peyton is.
Look, it's been 6 months. Reggie's probably forgotten everything about the fan, but having it from the source, it makes it harder to have it elsewhere.
Okay.
So I'd question it in Texas as opposed to straight from the Haba up in Boston.
So do you prefer the lobster roll, or would you like the lobster mac or lobster nachos? So that will be Tostitos, shameless plug, tortilla chips that are layered with white cheddar sauce, shredded Gruyere, and lobster, $20.
Gruyere, great cheese, by the way.
Really good
Can
cheese.
you spell it?
Yes.
G-R... Is that U-Y-E-R-E?
Yep.
Wow.
Nailed it.
But where's the little dash above one of the E's? Which E is that on?
The tilde.
I was going to say it was the G, so I don't know. I feel like I'm...
No, it's not the G.
In the spot where the G is.
Mm-hmm. You see it. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that we still have this.
Not
It's a
everybody
bullseye.
can find it.
I'm going lobster nachos.
The ever elusive.
Stop it.
Spot.
Stop it.
I've had some good lobster mac before.
Oh, okay. I
I've
thought
had
we were
some
still
very
on
good
the
lobster
other
mac
thing.
in my time, but I'll take some lobster nachos. I'll try that out. Have you ever had a lobster queso?
Yes, I have. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's in Lucy's queso book, and I made some, and it was awesome. It was
She's an author now?
not yet. She will have a queso book at some point.
Excellent.
I'm in on all 3 of these, Hagee, just for the record.
Okay. Do you have a number 1 seed in the group?
Whichever one didn't have the imitation involved. I'm here for the real thing.
Hey, I have terrible news for you. I'm pretty sure that lobster mix is for all 3 of them.
Oh,
Because
so none of
otherwise,
it's real.
that's what they had to
We're doing
cost. That's why it
canned-
cost $250,000 or $250
Okay.
for the other one.
Yeah. It was like thousands of dollars. I don't think I should have a mortgage to get some lobster.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It is. Now, Hurtado. I know that's what you really want to talk about. The Birria Quesadilla will be back. But I've got a couple more things to add. What do you think about the Big Papa potato? So it's got Hurtado shredded brisket inside a baked potato layered with butter, cheddar cheese, and Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, all for the low price of $15.
For a potato?
Yes.
Loaded.
That's awesome. That's great value for that potato. That's an entire dinner right there.
I think that's a great move. I love that. I love that idea with the brisket in there.
It looks good too.
I've never wanted a baked potato at the ballpark though. I don't know.
Is that too
Have you wanted
much?
lobster nachos before?
Like every time I'm there.
Yeah, I feel like
the squeezy cheese.
That's true. That does it.
Yeah.
With you.
Squeezy cheese.
I would love a baked potato. It just feels like weird for the situation. But you know what? It's brisket, so in.
Exactly.
I just love something that's like a vessel that I can eat the whole thing.
That's right.
You know,
especially if you're good with the skin.
Potato is
skin
now
of the potato.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Like it's basically just a.
Is that how you're doing
brisket's-
that like a taco? You're just kind of
I'm eating it like that.
Wait,
I'm not
you're
gonna be
taking
forking.
bites of
want to
potato.
see
Yeah,
that.
I would eat it like it was a taco.
I would not expect him to eat this any other way.
That's 100% the way you consume this.
See, Reggie, I've watched him eat this burger in Arizona, and I looked once, and he took a first bite, and then I said something to Mike, and then I turned, and it was gone, and I was like, oh, I can see how you can do that. Not everybody else can do it the way that you do it, though.
You have to understand your skill set.
Right. Don't let the nice haircut fool you. He's still a menace when it comes to food.
Just absolutely sloppy. So don't hold the fork. You guys can hang on to that fork. Give me the napkin, though. I'm going to need that.
And it's hurtado.
From the 682,
Right, so-
10 beers and a Hurtado's potato. Count me in.
Yeah, I'm after it.
You can decide that along your own lines how much you're going to be drinking. All right. I feel like you've been waiting for this Thai food. Do you prefer to start with the golden pouches? Might have to dump that.
What is that about?
Well, you find out. That's called a tease.
The euphemism.
Or the crazy drunken noodles. Which one would you like to start with?
Drunken noodle sounds
All right.
fantastic.
Stir-fried flat rice noodles that are mixed with Thai Thai spicy chili sauce, egg, onions, carrots, bell peppers, tomatoes, basil, and the choice of your protein for $18, or if you want it with chicken, $20.
There's a market for this, man. I mean,
Is that market you?
It's not really me, no. But the amount of Thai food lovers out here is really through the roof.
Directly
So-
into my personal stomach. So yeah, I'm with it.
You're about that?
Yeah, like if I could just surgically insert it directly into my stomach, I would.
Well, you're
You
not
want
gonna
to skip the taste?
Yeah, you
do that.
You want the taste part, don't you?
I mean, sure. As long as it gets to the right place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the most important part. I'm trying to digest
Fuel
that,
the
baby.
system here.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Sustenance
digest
number one.
Now, there's a lot of intrigue behind the golden pouches. All right?
Always has been.
So, could be a fancy kangaroo. We don't know.
Let's not put the golden pouches on a pedestal.
I think this has to do with Severance.
No.
I still haven't seen that.
They're pouches.
I did see the
Is that
thimble
good?
thing you were talking about.
Okay.
It's very good. All right, golden pouches. Like crab rangoon, these fried wontons are stuffed with cream cheese, onions, and I'm sorry to tell you,
Imitation crab.
imitation crab.
Oh, we're doing so good.
Chili
Talking about
sauce on the
Genghis Grill.
side.
Yeah.
9 for $4 or 2 for $5.
Oh.
As Eric said moments ago, there is a market for some people. This is not me. I've never been a Rangoon fan. Ragoon?
What's everybody's
I think
one
it's
seed?
Rango.
What's everybody's one seed to this point? Because I think for me it's the baked
burrito.
potato.
I think the
potato.
baked potatoes are for
and then
me.
and then the burrito.
Yeah.
Potato burrito so far. But I've actually seen a couple other things, so I know some good things.
Oh,
on the
you've
way.
been eyeballing.
Yeah, there's some smoked wings coming from Hurtado, I believe.
However, we've got 2 more that could throw this whole competition.
But I don't think they're Orange Magic, so
So you
that's a
can't.
little competition.
That's true. Yeah.
Gumbo nachos.
What? All right.
So the iconic baseball snack, nachos, probably with a squeezy cheese, gets a Louisiana twist. The Rangers Cajun nachos start with Tostitos tortilla chips that are laced with white queso, topped with chicken and sausage gumbo. $16.
And we're trusting people in DFW to cook gumbo correctly.
It's close enough to Louisiana, where I feel like you can hope for that.
States border each other. I've had good gumbo at the state fair. I'm sure that can translate to a ballpark.
All right.
Because this is my new 1C. This sounds
Are there photos
wonderful.
of this? Because I'm just, my mind, it's
I
a
know,
it's a
I'm
bowl
thinking soupy.
food that you're putting
There are-
on nachos. I don't know.
There are.
You
It just
dip like queso.
we can put those on the
Yep.
website. It just didn't translate as well, just right here and right now. Eric?
Just how liquidy is that is my question. Like to soak the chips up, I guess.
Here you go. Here, you take a look at that one right there. It's that. It looks like they do a pretty good job of layering it there.
I mean, I'd be interested in trying it. My only concern is how well are the chips going to stay crunchy in that scenario.
Now we take a page straight out of the State Fair of Texas as we have Carter, Eric Chiafalo, and Reginald Atatula with us for this segment.
Still don't know why I'm here.
This because you love doing free work.
Didn't even say my
You've
last
always
name.
said that.
Oh, Carter Freeman. I'm sorry. So they have bacon on a stick for the low price of $10. You can buy crispy, thick cut Danish bacon glazed with Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce.
What makes the bacon Danish?
It's Nordic.
It's from Dane.
So
he got cut from the team.
They get rid of the team, but his food's still here.
Yeah, they got rid of him on the team. They said, we will keep your bacon. That sounded weird when I said it. I did not think it would sound that weird out loud. But it's glazed with Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce and served on a stick for the low price of $10. That, my friends, is my number one seed.
We had bacon like this, Carter, at the card show one year. A guy was outside selling it. He brought us some. It was phenomenal.
So good.
And I feel like I've had bacon on a stick at the State Fair, and it's bacon. So just in general, I'm in on this. But that you mentioning this is your one seed, the thing you want, I did think, how many of these would Kevin Hagelin actually eat? And we actually did find one because I don't think you try any of the rest of them.
Not the notch. I would eat the potato for sure.
Without the sour cream.
That's true. There's no way he's eating sour
That's
cream.
a good point.
And one of those green things on top. It's
don't
called
tell him
chives,
about
Kevin.
them.
Yeah.
And the lobster mac. Yeah, no, I don't want that. And like,
wait, the lobster mac you're
No,
out
he's
on?
on the chives.
I
He's like,
want
get
the
the
lobster
chives
mac.
off.
That's why you don't tell him about
I'm
him.
out
You just
on the
wait to
chives.
see if he notices
Look,
when he takes
I've told
bites.
the story
Brushes it
before.
off.
When I was little, my mom wanted me to try pork chops. I didn't want to, and she told me they were white steak. And I was like,
Kind of what it is.
That's a true story. And so I tried them, thought they were delicious.
If you're good, you're good. If it works, it works.
Yeah. So she lied to
That's
me.
damn fine parenting.
It
I'm proud
really
of her.
is.
How old were you when you found out it wasn't white steak?
Too old, probably. I don't know exactly the age, but it was too old.
I think the better question is, what is the awkward circumstance that you were put into because you called it white steak in front of people that you
Good
probably
question.
shouldn't have?
Yeah.
Man,
What
that is.
friends were you around? And you were like, hold on,
They're
what?
like, you're 17 for God's sake.
Second or third date this came out.
No. Yes, I'll take the white steak, please.
I'm sorry, sir. We keep it pink around here.
It's a miracle I found a wife. All right. There will also be a Lebanese restaurant there. El Tiempo Cantina will be there. So there's other different spots that will be there as well. But I wanted to read out some of the individually specific items. All right. I say bacon on sticks, number one. Carter, what say you?
I think I'm going to go with the gumbo nachos.
Okay.
It's a risky pick, but it's boom or bust.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the potato.
Potato from Hurtado does sound incredible. If I can just make
Did you list off the smoked wings, or is that just something?
Yeah,
I'm
the smoked
seeing?
wings, because I mean it was sort of anecdotal from Corey. I didn't know if he was ball sacking me
I'm
on that.
seeing them.
All right,
Look, there
here's-
they are on Jared's tweet.
Here's what I was confused about. Are the wings enormous?
Look how big that potato. Look at the potato, dude.
That potato. Okay.
The wings are the size of the potato.
Okay.
That's
All right.
$15. That's the best
That is
deal.
a great deal. Yeah.
I was trying to hide some consumer concern. I should have known better and put my trust in Hurtado.
Yep.
The 4 chicken wings are served with Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce for $19. But when you hear 4 chicken wings for $19, you're like, I don't love it.
Right,
But then when you
right.
see
Did they come with chips?
their modern, unnatural society chicken wings, and they're huge, I support that.
Yeah. I think
Pterodactyl wings.
Yes. Pterodactyl wings, that's what we should call it.
I'm running
Oh, yeah,
with,
then I'm definitely buying that.
I'm running with Hurtado first, and then everything else after that. So wings and potato are my
Okay.
top 2 seeds. Any
Reggie?
order.
I mean, I really wanted to go with the lobster mac, but I mean, that if a great value on a good baked potato. You know, like
Save that for Camden Yards.
Yeah, I think I'm with the potato.
Okay. So there you go. A look at the new food items coming to the ballpark this year. You know who else is going to be at the ballpark
Reggie.
on Thursday?
Oh.
I can't speak to
The
that.
elevator show of record.
That's right. The Whataburger opening day KNC Masterpiece will be doing our show live from the ballpark on Thursday.
You got a certification I don't know
You've
about?
been in an elevator with us. You know
Yeah.
how it goes.
We're
Okay.
very charming. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time we actually will dive into more of the roster questions and how things are looking about 72 hours from opening day. We'll do that for the Rangers next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has posters?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the KNC Masterpiece, and the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we are going to talk about the Texas Rangers in a more serious tone. Now, I know we got a chance to go through all the foodstuffs and everything like that, and that was super fun, and I'm so glad that Reggie was able to bounce in for that. You can go listen to him.
And Carter and Eric as well.
For sure, but they'll still be here, and we can still tell them after the fact.
Reggie will still be alive. We can talk to him anytime we want.
That is true.
Go pick up the phone.
That is true.
No, he might not answer, he says.
Oh, okay. So don't pick up the phone and call Reggie. All right. So what I wanted to talk about here.
We could definitely give out his phone number on air right now. And we don't have to see him every day, but people can reach out and be like, we miss you.
That
and all
feels really rude. But yes, we could have.
We could. I didn't say we're going to. I just said we could.
So did the Rangers leave surprised with more pitching questions or answers? And then I'm going to swing back around to some other positional and roster questions because somebody was asking about Kevin Pillar. At this point, it feels like pretty much a lock that Kevin Pillar is going to be on this team.
Yeah, it does.
But I was thinking about it, and you went in to spring training thinking that your rotation was probably set. Maybe Kamar Rocker would make a run at it.
People were complaining about John Gray. Like, can we make him a closer?
Yeah.
Like, we were at a point where we were like, we're pretty stacked, but now we're picking at our own starting rotation here.
And instead, you walked away, and you talked about this earlier with Malley, DeGrom, and Evaldi in 2 spots up for grabs. Now, popular thinking is that Leiter and Rocker will take those spots to start, with then Corbin eventually, once he is up to speed and has got his arm built up, taking one of those spots. So you have a left-handed presence in there. And I still think that is the way that it is likely to play out. But you got to be more concerned about the rotation now than before, right? Because of those 3 pitchers who are going to pitch, you have DeGrom, who I hope he's fine, but obviously notoriously has had a bunch of arm issues. Tyler Malley missed, like a year and a half, and then he came back, had 3 starts, had to be shut down. We had a scare in spring training as well. And so, the Rangers went a bold direction in building their rotation with people who have had injury concerns. And then when those players have injury concerns, you wonder about the depth. I wonder about the depth.
Okay, so that's interesting the way you just said that. They built it on players with injury concerns.
They do.
Chris Young said, my job, I think a GM's job is to constantly think about the things that could go wrong.
Yes.
And prepare for the worst case scenario. It is weird that when you're saying that, you're signing guys that worst case scenario is probably going to play out more likely. But I do appreciate, because how often do we argue that the Cowboys don't think that way?
Yes.
They're like, no, they're going to put a star on their helmet and then they're going to be
magically
better.
Get better.
And with the Rangers, Chris Young is just like, I'm going to have a plan. I think that he's always kind of observing. They're always watching positions of need and trying to figure that out. We still probably have a lot of questions about the back end of the bullpen and what it's going to look like and how much we trust it. Because right now it's just played out in spring training. So do we trust it completely? But he said, I got to go find arms. I got to go get as many as I can. And if it's not good enough, we'll continue to get more.
And to your point, the ceiling is so much higher because you never would have gotten Jacob DeGrom if not for injury concerns. You could make an argument you wouldn't have gotten Tyler Malley or John Gray if not for the injury concerns. So that's
designer bin.
Yes.
Like that's get the designer bin at the Goodwill.
That is kind of the deal that goes along with it. And so then you look at the 2 replacements, Jack Leiter and Kamar Rocker. Jack Leiter hasn't really had a whole bunch of injury concerns, but he's just had can he find his stuff? Whereas Kamar Rocker, obviously another person who has had very famously noted variety of injury problems.
Yeah. There are, with the young pitchers too, you just don't know exactly what to expect from them, so you're kind of hoping for some things. But if they can get them to those 3 pitchers, that's all you're really hoping out of those 2 is, can you get them to Luke Jackson, Robert Garcia, and Chris Martin? Can those young pitchers do that?
And so somebody brought up Dunning had a bad 2024. It's a disappointing spring. Boggles my mind that the Rangers waived him with the uncertainty of all the rotation in the bullpen. And so let's go back around to what some of your pitching specific options are. So we talked about the three main pitchers that are good to go, and we think Leiter and Rocker will make up the five. After that, I think Patrick Murphy is still in the mix. We eventually think Patrick Corbin is going to get a shot, whether or not you think that's the right decision. So that's 7 right there. So I am still surprised that Dane Dunning didn't get a look. But then the other person is Adrian Hauser. Now, I know Hauser's not going to make the opening day roster, but he had 14 1/3 innings pitched in the spring, 3.77 ERA. So they probably view him as one of the next 3 up. So I think that the Rangers think all of those guys had surpassed Dane Dunning when it comes to the bullpen. Chris Martin, Luke Jackson, Robert Garcia, you just mentioned. You can throw in Sean Armstrong, Jacob Webb, and Hobie Milner. That was nosebleed seats guy. And so now all of a sudden...
Is Mark Church in the mix still? Okay, sorry.
No, that's a great question. I think so because, and again, this could change today, but usually we get some stuff like that earlier in the morning. But I think you look at it that Garabito is in the mix. Patrick Murphy, who we just talked about as a potential starter, is probably in the mix. And then Mark Church or Jacob Latz might be a little bit of a longer shot, but I think they're in the mix. So Latz, Church, Garabito, Murphy, maybe those 4 guys for the last 2 spots.
I need everybody to listen right now that's listening. If you're listening, I need you to listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
The Rangers will not get Bauer. They are not going to get Trevor Bauer.
It's not going to happen.
You can keep saying, oh, but look at him dominating in this league. What he's facing, the competition he's facing there, is nothing like what he's going to face in the major leagues. I know he's done it before. He is not the same pitcher. What he's doing now, he's good. He's really smart when it comes to pitching. There's no way they're going to touch that. They are going to stay away from it and avoid it altogether. That being said, though, they were up until the last minute trying to get Dylan Cease last year.
Yes, they were.
I strongly believe that Leiter, Rocker could, if they're not performing, but they're good enough, they could be bait for something else. There are lots of guys that could be, hey, we have our eyes set on something else. We're not good enough. We want to go get one more piece to add to this thing. Now, again, DeGrom and Eovaldi healthy, we've seen the Rangers go into a World Series and win with just 2 starting pitchers, essentially.
That is true.
So we know they can do that. They would prefer not to.
Yeah.
You want to make it through the season for sure.
Let's talk about Jack Leiter just a little bit more. Let's break down the spring. And all of this comes along with the spring of spring. You can take whatever you want or not take whatever you want out of spring training. But for Jack Leiter, pitched in 5 games, had 2 starts, 17 strikeouts in 14 2/3 innings pitched with a 3.07 ERA.
I'll take it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. There's just one more number you need to know.
Okay.
In those 14 2/3 innings, he also has 9 walks.
Walks are still there. And if he's not going to change that, if he's afraid to, throw certain pitches in certain areas, and that's part of it, or if it's just he can't find his command, he won't be there long. Like that's just the way that it is. If he's not finding his command, which is something that they have been on him about for, since they've brought him up, then he won't be up for long. But he's finding more of a rhythm, Kevin, than I think we've ever seen him with before.
I agree. And there are some reasons for that. First of all, increased velocity. Second of all, a new pitch. So let's talk about the increased velocity. Jack Leiter's rising fastball over 98 miles per hour. That's 2 miles per hour harder than he threw it in his big league debut. And he's topped out at 99.9. That's faster than any pitch he's thrown in the majors. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago in terms of how maybe he did his prep routine a little bit differently after talking with the pitching coaches. Then there's the vaunted kick change. So the kick changeup is averaging more than 92 miles per hour. And probably more importantly, it's got 7 strikeouts in spring training off of that specific pitch. So I told you he has 17 strikeouts.
For the kick change?
From the kick change.
Okay.
7 of those strikeouts are specifically from the kick change. So there was discussion. I get control is still part of it, and how he keeps himself like calmed down is still part of it. But you wanted to add another pitch to the repertoire. Here you go.
I'm kind of curious, Kevin. That kick change, is it just for that pitch, or is it for all pitches? I'm sorry.
No, yeah,
it's just his whole approach.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
No, but the kick change, specifically the changeup.
Gotcha.
It's specifically
helping that pitch.
Yes, specifically that pitch.
That's impressive.
And that pitch alone.
I wonder if that throws off the timing of the hitter a little bit, because, I mean, obviously that kick right there with the off-speed pitch, if that changes and alters the way that they're seeing that pitch come in. I like it.
And from the 817 and 940, these are fair things that you brought up. Y'all forgot Cody Bradford, and then what about John Gray? So I promise I did not forget about Cody Bradford. I'm just talking for myself. I remain concerned about what exactly is happening there. So with John Gray, we know he got transferred to the 60-day injured list. So he's going to be out for the first couple of months. But that's true. The idea is he'll come back, hopefully in the second half of the season, where I don't totally know if they'll just absolutely put him back as a starter, or maybe they'll reconsider, depending how the bullpen goes. We'll see about that. John Gray, one of our favorite people on the Rangers. And for Cody Bradford...
Yeah, it hurts my soul that he fractured his wrist.
It really... Because he talked about wanting to get to certain innings marks and everything.
How much chocolate milk he drinks.
Yes.
His bones are strong.
Absolutely.
You think it probably would have been worse had he not drank all that chocolate milk?
Good point. That is very good. Out for the season. That's why he didn't need surgery. And then for Cody Bradford, look, I feel like we kind of got fed some of this logic with Jacob deGrom a little bit ago, when it was like, oh, no, yeah, he just tweaked it. We'll see how it goes. And then all of a sudden, bam, Tommy John.
Right.
And so with Cody Bradford, something
keep pushing it off and pushing it off until we have to.
It feels like something is off here, because he was going to be shut down for 2 weeks and then be reevaluated. Okay. And then the scans came back clean. They don't have concern. At least that's what they said, it sounds like, about the structure of the UCL. And they followed it up with, he'll be shut down for an additional 3 or 4 weeks. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And people might be listening right now and be like, I am a pitching scientist. I know exactly what's happening. That's great, because I want to know, because something about this doesn't add up. And I'm concerned, and it's not just the Rangers. All teams are not totally honest about what might be happening with their injury situation.
Think about how it affects you if you're trying to make a trade. If you're trying to make a trade and they're like, oh, dude, they don't have Cody Bradford. They need this. Let's squeeze something else out of them. That's one small way. You know, there's a lot of other things that could be involved in this too. You also want to give the pitcher every opportunity to come back. You know, before you just say, like, he's probably sitting there saying to himself, I want to be back.
Yes.
And I'm going to do everything I can. And the Rangers are like, all right, even if they are looking at the information, they're like, it's not going to work. They still have to give him every chance.
And so that goes back to the idea of, why did they move on from Dane Dunning? Well, if you think Bradford is coming back and Gray, you can just add those two more to the list of pitchers that the Rangers, at least this point, so they essentially think they have, 10 pitchers that they would start ahead of Dane Dunning? Mm-hmm. And when you need a 40-man roster spot, unfortunately, that makes you expendable. In the outfield, center field. Look, we talked about this last week. I still am curious to see what happens with Evan Carter. Leody Taveras is going to be on the roster.
Yeah. Yes, he will.
All right? But for Evan Carter, he's trying to be the starting center fielder, right? Like, that's the goal.
Yep.
But he's also trying to stay on the roster. Because last week, Bruce Bochy was asked, hey, would it be better for Evan Carter to maybe be hitting 7th, 8th, and 9th and taking off against left-handers, or leading off every single day in the minors? His answer, Bruce Bochy's answer, not my answer, Bruce Bochy's answer, that's a really fair question, and left it at that. So I still think you're looking at the possibility that Evan Carter does not break, well, I guess we've already broken camp, but does not start with the Texas Rangers, but he could still have the potential to be your starting center fielder. I'm really curious when we get that news in the next day or two. In the meantime, Kevin Pillar, Sam Haggerty are still in competition. I think Pillar is on the roster.
I do too.
I think, so you think Pillar's there, and we agree that Leote is there.
Yeah, here's the thing that concerns me a lot, though, is...
And they did send Osuna down. I know that's somebody that...
What? That's it.
We talked about it.
I'm done with this season.
We talked about it, how that was probably going to happen, and they did. So if our dreams were that he would make the opening day roster, he has a bright future ahead of him, but it's not happening right now.
Okay, with Evan Carter, in his journey that he's going through, Ezekiel Duran not living up, to what expectations are of him as a backup outfielder. And that might be his last opportunity with the Rangers.
Sure.
And then like Josh Smith's everything backup. You don't have a lot of depth in the outfield right now.
I agree.
And that's where you have to have Evan Carter take that role, jump back into it, and be able to be who he was. Or you have to have Leote learn how to be able to hit better.
Yeah, and you're right, but also it just doesn't feel like that is that's going to happen at this stage of the game, right? Or that you're going to see it.
Yeah, I keep wanting it to click for him because he's still young. He's got this ability. He's big, strong, fast, all these great qualities.
And there are all kinds of reasons that certain players have deficiencies that prevent them from being desired by every team in Major League Baseball. So you look at Leote Taveras, holy smokes, is he fast?
Yeah.
And young and controllable from a salary point of view? What's the catch? Struggles hitting.
Yeah, he just can't hit the base. In baseball?
That's a pretty big part of the game.
This isn't track, Kevin.
Yeah, that's a pretty big part of the game.
It's okay if he can't dive head first.
Yes, that is such a weird thing. That really is. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. We'll get a lot more information, obviously, in the next 48 hours or so leading into Whataburger opening day. We'll be at the ballpark 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. doing our show on Thursday. In the meantime, I got some other news for you. We might bounce back to the tournament in just a second. Anthony Davis was upgraded from doubtful to questionable for tonight.
Okay.
Now, I'm trying my best, and I know the Mavericks are trying their best to get people to care, but the Mavericks have gone too far in with Facebook advertising where they're like, hey, did it really happen if you didn't see it live, or all this nonsense? It's more exciting in person. Not the time, Mavericks. I know you got to sell tickets. I don't know what the proper advertising campaign is, but it just doesn't feel like this is it. Not the time. I don't want to hear it.
You know what I want to hear from their advertising? We're still trying to make the playoffs. Kevin, just think about it, dude.
Yeah.
How amazing would it be if they made the playoffs? All of their bigs come back, and they're able to go on a run because nobody can stop the bigs. And then, Kyrie's not there, which means he's tradable next season.
Oh my
obviously.
God. Then I will.
Anybody's tradable on this team, Kevin.
To the best of my ability, I will recite the Happy Gilmore speech or the Billy Madison speech about how I'm stupid and Nico is smart. And we'll go through all of that. It just feels like that's not happening.
Kevin, I do have some information, Rangers information, real quick. Have you seen the Patrick Corbin stuff?
I did. Tell the people.
Probably an E7 against Pilar, a double against Heim,
that's not going to help
single
him.
Against Ornelas, a double against Osuna, and a strikeout swinging on Pilar. So everything's going to be all right, though.
Oh, that was for the simulated game.
It was a simulated game.
Hey, guess what? He didn't have to pitch against this team. All right?
You're right. This team, and that is a murderer's row. Jonah Heim, Pilar, Ornelas, and Osuna, murderer's row.
And have some questions.
He's got some work to do,
some
Kevin.
of the people that you listed in there, but he doesn't have to pitch against this team. So that's absolutely good news. All right, for the Mavericks, and they do play tonight. Like we said, Anthony Davis has been upgraded to questionable. Can you find it in your heart and soul to care about that? Because I know I'm supposed to, and I'll watch parts of the game, if not the whole game, but I'm just not. I care way more about the Stars game tonight than I do the Mavericks game.
That's a fact. I definitely care more about the Stars game. If Anthony Davis is on the court, though, I do want to watch it.
Okay.
He's an absolute, if he's on the court, he's an absolute blast to watch play.
For sure.
The energy in that arena for those 3 quarters that he was there was amazing. Again, that team looked like you were sitting there going, hold on. I know we just traded Luka, but we got a dude who's can help just clean up boards. He can shoot threes occasionally. But he's got all these other skills. He can pass in the paint. Dude, if Derek Lively comes back, we have, I started dreaming that, and then reality hit, and it was like, oh, yeah, he gets hurt. That's what's going to happen.
And so maybe it's not tonight, though it could be tonight. Anthony Davis looks like he'll be back this week. And you mentioned Kyrie, but still holding out hope for the return of your other two bigs. And you'd have a very unique three-man big in the NBA. Like, be the best group of bigs in the NBA.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I've got another basketball story for you, and it is going to warm your heart. Corey, are you ready to have your heart warmed?
Absolutely. Let's get some heartburn going.
Joe Ingles from the Timberwolves. He got his first start in 3 years. He hadn't started since January of 2022.
Probably for a good reason.
That is fair. But what if I told you they started him for an even better reason?
Okay. I don't know. What's the reason? Tell me why.
His autistic son was in the crowd watching. And as you can imagine, like, first of all, crowds can be overwhelming to all of us. But especially for certain types of autism, it can be very overwhelming. He was there to watch his dad, and the Minnesota Timberwolves said, let's go for it.
Get him on the court.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool.
How did he do? Did he have 20 points and 16 rebounds?
No, because he did only play 6 minutes, but he had an assist.
There you go.
And they won by like 40 points. So
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's great to be able to do. Listen, man, to be able to do something that you're good at or better than most people at front of your kid is always cool. That is like, there's no doubt about that. Being able to do something like that in front of your kid is always cool.
Yeah, and I thought it was really cool that Chris Finch was like, hey, let's make a change. Let's make that happen. He said it felt right and credited it for giving the team an emotional boost. And then they obviously beat the crap out of New Orleans. Now,
and they're 7th in the
they're still in the mix.
Yeah, so they got some time.
All right, Jake, we're going to have you make an important decision right here and right now.
I'm ready.
Do you want to get into a semantical NCAA tournament name discussion, which actually has really fun audio too, I believe? Or do you want to hear about the racer who made their return, the running racer who made their return from a burrito ban?
I think just based on the time of year, we got to do basketball, right?
Okay.
I think we have to.
I like that you brought this to the world because Bailey the Bird just texted in and she said, I always thought your name had an E in it.
Oh, like Corey?
Corey. Everybody out there.
So does FC Dallas.
It's not going to bug me if you text in and you're like, hey, Corey, and you spell it wrong. It's all spelled wrong all the time. However, my name is spelled Cory. I just want to let you know that. Last night, our friend Jake let us know that he was going to be working with us. And he texted me and said, hey, Corey, I'm going to be working with you, and some other words. And he misspelled my name. And I replied back to him, sweet, it's Corey without an E, off to a bad start. Now, since then, we've had other bad starts too, but it's okay. He's working on it, and we're growing as a young player here in this game. But that brought about the Kelvin Sampson audio that we're about to play. Do you get mad when people mispronounce or spell your name incorrectly? Because here's how Kelvin Sampson feels.
A game with Gonzaga in 2021.
Gonzaga.
It
always burns me up when people say that. Yeah, it's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, hey, Kevin, and she would say, don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right. So that's why my antennas go up with that. Same with Gonzaga. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane, and it's not Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga and it's Spokane.
And that right there, obviously, big disdain for the name Kevin. That's what it sounds like there.
Also, did he eventually answer the question?
I don't know if it went any further than that.
Asked?
Yeah, I don't know if it went any further, but he got up there and he was like, look, I'm very particular about this, and I want it to be done a certain way, and Kevin's a dumb name. Is the what Kelvin Sampson said.
What?
I didn't say that. Kelvin Sampson said it. You take that up with the city of Houston and the people that live there. Reggie. So that's not me, Kevin. I just want to point that out. I like your name. I think it's wonderful.
Thank you.
So most people in Houston don't.
Hey, follow up about that. How long is too long to correct somebody when they say your last name wrong? So
Kevin Hoagland.
As part of the Odyssey family, we'll do different appearances on different shows and stuff. And most of the shows get it right. But there's this one show that always says Hagland, and I really don't like it, but I didn't correct it the first or second time. I've been on that show a lot.
Is it like all?
No. It's another station in another market, but it's an Odyssey station. I've been on that show probably 10 times.
670 the score.
It's not that. Okay, dude, don't joke about that. And they still say my last name wrong. It's too late, right? For them, I'm just Kevin Hagland. Yeah, that's just what it has to be.
But if you didn't have the A right after the G, I would understand it.
I can't control
if it just said Hagland.
People don't understand how the letters work. I can't.
From the 214, it's Kelvin's mom's fault, obviously, is what they suggest.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see, this is what I like to do to mess with people, and this has worked a shocking amount of time. People will ask me, well, why does your initial go first? And I was like, actually, it doesn't.
Yeah, mine's spelled with a K.
Kevin is spelled with a C, and Corey is spelled with a K.
Good luck.
You'd be amazed how many people look at you and they're like, oh, for real? And I'm like, yep. Just to
mess
have some fun with them.
I said that to Arnie when we first got here. He was like, I don't understand this. What's going on here? And I was like, actually, my name's spelled with a K. And he was like, what? And that was the greatest moment. And then I think a few seconds later, he was like, I'm getting Sean a razor for Christmas this year. It's probably going to go dull on the first stroke, though. And I was like, this guy's a genius. I understand this show.
He is the absolute worst at radio. The worst.
Oh, I miss that guy.
All right. If you've ever wondered, could you do a radio show with no content? Go back and listen. Yes, you absolutely could.
The University of Texas is the worst. The Longhorns. Call in and tell me about it.
Want to have a line? Then we have the fan sports line. Did you see that girl in the dress? That's a 30-minute topic, right? Just the worst.
I think it sure see-through.
All right. Now, we'll transition to running and burritos. Are you familiar with Shelby Houlihan?
No.
It's fine if you're not. Most people don't know who the runners are.
Houlihan sounds like a bar.
We're going to get to that. So Shelby Houlihan made the return to the big stage. The U.S. record holder of the 1,500 meters, former record holder of the 5,000 meters, went to the World Indoor Championships, won a silver medal in the 3,000 meters.
Wow.
Now, where has Houlihan been? Houlihan did not participate in the Paris Olympics because she tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. She said she ate a burrito and claimed that it was tainted with the performance-enhancing drugs, and it should not be her fault.
How did she come to this conclusion that she had a tainted burrito? Like how's she like that's obviously it. I got it from a shady spot.
And that's exactly what she said.
All right.
She said she had bought the tainted pork burrito from a Mexican food truck, and that is who did her in.
That's terrible, dude. That is terrible.
And plus, that food truck's not that like at that point at that specific time anymore. So are you going to track them down? What was the name of it? I don't know. Food truck. So she got busted and was trying to say it was a Mexican food truck.
Yeah,
guess what? Her argument, thumbs down.
I hope that food truck never serves her again. I hope they never serve her again.
I agree.
They just drive off while she's ordering next time.
And so she got suspended for a 4-year doping ban because she ate a, quote, tainted burrito. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, I did something on my dadding bucket list over the weekend. You tell me some of your dadding bucket list things next on The Fan.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I feel sorry for everybody else out there because you don't get to work with Kevin every day. All right? And here's some of the things that goes through his brain that I get to hear and that our friend Jake gets to hear today. Alec, Carter. Like Ross is back there today too. Like that you're an interesting fella. Very interesting fella.
So Corey was talking about more of the food items that are available for the Rangers. And he said hot dog. And I go, hot dog? Armor hot dog? Except I think I said it more like Harmer hot dog. And Corey just stared at me. And I go, what kind of kid would eat Armor hot dogs? And then I started singing the jingle. Fat kids, skinny kids, kids who climb on rocks, tall kids, short kids, even kids with chicken pox love hot dogs. Armor hot dogs. Nothing? Screw you guys.
I don't remember that.
That happened.
By the way, I did see this story today. I don't know why this is affecting me so much, but 23andMe is filing for bankruptcy.
They are?
Yeah. So here's my suggestion. Delete all your information off 23andMe right now.
Why?
They're going to sell your DNA information to whoever they want now. What? Whoever the highest bidder is going to have your DNA information. I just don't want to be on the grid. I've never done it. My son Carter keeps wanting to do it. And he's like, I just want to know what our family is. I'm like, they could be lying to us. We don't know. Go to Grandpa's book. He has a whole lineage lined up.
Wow.
Anyway. Maybe 23andMe has helped out a lot of people find, some parents or whatever.
I'm surprised that they're going out of business.
Yeah, that's wild. Maybe people stopped.
They didn't care anymore about where they're from.
They're like, man, I don't like this answer. Maybe you find out you're like, you know what? I'm not favoring this one. I found out my dog was like 3 different dogs. I'm like, that doesn't even look like that.
Hold on. So if you find out
23andMe'd my dog,
what you are, then you can use it to your advantage or tell everybody. But if you don't like it, then you could just I'd be
throw
like,
it away.
Never done it.
You're like, not my history right there.
Okay. Wow. Fascinating.
Right. There are 2 more spring training games, Kevin, left. The Rangers and Royals will wrap up on tomorrow.
They're playing here.
The Rangers will be starting opening day on Thursday, the Whataburger opening day, where we will be out there at Globe Life having a good time setting up for opening day.
And if you're a wrestling fan, we're going to have MJF on the show because he's going to be one of the people throwing out a first pitch.
Sweet. That is cool.
He's going to be rude to us.
They open everything up against the Red Sox. I'm starting at, Kevin, we're going to start on opening day, March 27th, and we're going to go till, let's say, April 27th.
Okay.
In the Rangers' first month of the schedule, who's the player that you must see? Because I have one answer. And one answer only, and it's very early in the season. But let me give you some of the teams that they're going to be rolling up against in that first month, going up to April 27th. The Giants will be the last team they play.
Okay.
The San Francisco Giants, which obviously they're on the road, so you're not going to be able to get that one. But you can check it out on television because it sounds like everybody's got it. Fubo's got it and everything now. I don't know if you've heard Fubo and the Rangers have agreed.
I have heard.
You can listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Giants. You also have the Oakland A's. So any of the players that you're interested in on that team. The reason I brought this up was the Dodgers, obviously. Like the Rangers are hosting the Dodgers April 18th through April 20th. They'll be playing against the Angels and Ron Washington's group, the Mariners, Julio Rodriguez, the Cubs, Rays, Reds, and again, the Boston Red Sox. For me, I absolutely cannot wait to turn the TV on and then turn my radio on and listen to Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. But turn my TV on and watch Ellie De La Cruz against the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
That is like this. He is, for me, in this league, the current most exciting player on the field. I don't know who it is for all of y'all, but 877-881-1053. Who's a player that is a must-see in the first month of the Rangers season? Because selling tickets, watching them, the buzz is starting to brew again for the Texas Rangers right now.
Okay. Well, Ellie De La Cruz does make a whole lot of sense.
It piques the interest a little bit.
Yeah.
Dude, if it's the 5th game, their first game is going to be Jacob deGrom pitching against the Cincinnati Reds. That's his first game would be the 5th game in the rotation. because they have 4 against the Red Sox, and then there's Ellie De La Cruz against DeGrom.
So I'm going to go with, and I didn't count out the days to see if it would work. I'm going to go with Roki Sasaki because you've got the Dodgers coming up, and that will be here. And obviously the hype on this guy is unbelievable. We were really hoping that somehow we would miraculously get him. I would love the opportunity in that weekend series to see Roki Sasaki pitch.
Because with any time that a new pitcher comes from Japan or from somewhere else, the intrigue is, does he throw the gyro ball? What is it that's unique about him to everybody else that we've seen already? What is the difference? And I wonder sometimes if it is how much that counts. Nobody's ever seen this guy. Nobody's ever hit off this guy. There's not a single dude that saw him in the minor leagues that got to hit off of him. They've seen him a little bit in spring training, but their tape on him is very different. And so I'm very curious about that. Ohtani definitely. Satchel Paige is not pitching. All right. Somebody had texted that in.
I mean, that would have been cool to see, though.
It would be the coolest thing if it did happen. Lawrence Butler is obviously.
I get that.
If you didn't when we got to see him at that one at bat in Surprise, I was like, okay, I get it. And you're gonna get to see him a lot very early in the season because the Rangers have a couple series against the A's in the first month or so. So that's gonna be a good one right there. Again, opening day taking place Thursday. The Whataburger opening day with the KNC Masterpiece. We're going to be out there and doing our best to make sure we deliver great baseball to you all the way.
And the Texas Rangers are a slight favorite in that game. They're minus 112 with Nathan Eovaldi over Garrett Crochet.
Who are you most excited to see on the Rangers?
Josh Young.
I like that answer.
And so, honestly, and the reason why I had that answer so fast
because it seems like everybody would say Wyatt Langford immediately.
Which I get, but I think I misunderstood your question at first. And I thought you were saying the first month for the Rangers. And I was like, I need Josh Young to be there. I need Josh Young to be in people's faces and being the spark for this lineup and the spark for that clubhouse. It's Josh Young for me. I understand there can be a lot of different answers, but for me, it's Josh Young.
I think you're dead on with the spark part of it because whenever he's not there, we have a couple of different texters that are constantly pointing out, dude, he is the heartbeat.
Yeah.
And he is.
Yeah.
You see, if somebody hits a home run, he's the first one out of the dugout.
Yeah.
If somebody, if there's a reason to cheer, the camera always finds Josh Young because he's the one standing there doing it.
He's like Austin Hedges, but he's in your starting lineup. You take that enthusiasm with somebody who can make a huge impact in the game as well. That is a recipe for a win.
Yeah.
For a lot of wins, hopefully.
The 817, I'm ready to see professional ball sack doing television. We got a little bit of it last year, so it's not as much of a commodity as I once thought it was.
I mean, I still want to see it.
Who do you think gives better analysis, Mike Bassick or Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks?
Oh my God.
Yep, I just made you have to choose.
One of them is already in the Baseball Hall of Fame, so I'm going to have to go with Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks.
Mike's in the Baseball Hall of Fame?
Not for an event.
Yeah, for a moment in time.
Yeah, but Eric Nadel is in there for his body of work, not a moment.
Mike gave up a home run.
We'll maybe get there someday.
I was talking to a Tolo recently who was just like, that is kind of a cool thing, though.
Yeah.
I know he gave up the home run, but it is it opens a lot of conversation. How many times did we say that? Oh, yeah, Mike gave up the Barry Bonds home run, and people go, what? Are you serious? Even Bochy was surprised the first time we brought it up to him.
I do remember that.
He was like, oh, yeah, that's right, Mike. Mike, you were a good pitcher, and I really thought highly of you, but we knew Barry was going to get his opportunity.
He's a nice guy.
He is a nice guy.
Boch, not
Boch,
Mike.
Yeah, no,
Mike
Mike's
can
terrible.
be very mean.
No, we love him, though. So one of the things that I've always been able to enjoy with you and Mike was being a parent. And I have, I've been trying to, my son's getting ready to go off to college, not this season, this year.
Yep.
This year will be his senior year in high school. So oh my gosh, crap. Started to tear up a little bit.
You want to play Cats in the Cradle? Or?
No, thank you, Jake. So there are things that I'm doing with him right now that I don't even know if he realizes I'm getting most of the benefit of them.
Yeah.
Taking him to UNT last week was one of them. Doing a couple other college tours with him. We're going to do another one. That was fun. But the other day he was like, hey, I've had my car for a while and I think I'm 100 miles over from an oil change. And I was like, all right, you need to learn how to change your oil. And so yesterday I took him up to AutoZone. Anybody out there, if AutoZone would love to sponsor the show, I'm all about it.
Get in the zone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. AutoZone's where I've always gone. But we took him up to AutoZone, and I said, all right, here's what we're doing. We went to the book to find the oil filter, just all these things that he had never experienced. He actually looked at me and was like, is this book up to date? And I was like, what do you mean, is it up to date? Yes, they put it out here all the time.
That's a fair question, though, because I saw that really sad meme. I don't know if you saw it. I just saw it for the first time over the weekend about somebody writing their college professor and asking if they'll get penalized if their sources are too old because they found this really interesting article or book from the late 1990s. And I was like, oh my gosh. And they're
really
like,
old?
Yeah, and they just wanted to make sure that they were authorized to use that as a research material because it might be out of date, and that just crushed who I am.
877-881-1053. What are some bucket list moments you want to teach your kid or you remember doing with your dad? See, Kevin, I learned from the last time to give everybody options here.
Nothing to the second part.
So, but I know I've seen you. I've watched Brandon grow up was he 2 or 3 whenever we met?
2.
All right, so I've watched Brandon grow up, and I know I've watched you with him, and you did a lot of things with him. You were the primary parent.
Yes.
And so you were like, all right, he became interested in a lot of things you were interested in. And you're like, I'll show you these things along the way. And I do believe in the card world, he could probably go shark a lot of people.
I could see that.
At those places because you taught him well. But 877-881-1053. Now, we did have a couple hiccups in changing the oil. I will admit this.
Which, that makes sense.
For the first time, I did buy some ramps because I'm going to do the oil on all our cars from now on. I don't want to take it to this shop that I think is screwing me over anymore.
Oh my god!
And so I rolled it up, and we almost got it up there, but then the ramp slid because the concrete is slick in my garage. So I was like, well, lesson learned. We need to put something under the ramps, boys. And then there was another thing where oil went everywhere, but don't worry about that, all right?
Okay.
Afterwards, after he was done, he said, thanks, Dad, and gave me a hug and said, that's something I can teach my kid one day. And I was just like, oh,
that's nice.
And he goes, and next up, I need to learn how to change brake pads and tires. And I said, I don't know how to actually change the rubber on a tire.
Yeah.
I said, we'll go to Discount Tire for that, but I will teach you how to remove the tire from the car if you want me to.
Yes.
And so those are some things that I'm trying to make sure before I go that I get those taught to him. Now, Carter, on the other hand, my middle son, Carter, I don't know if I'll be able to teach him because I don't know if I'll be around. But I have Carter right. I have
Why
Avery
not?
right. I don't know. Something could happen before he gets a car. I could die. You never know what's going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a bit serious about that. So, but you want to make sure you're taking care of them.
From the 469, took my kids to Disneyland.
Heck yeah.
From the 214, I took my 22-year-old son to see 2 bands I love that were touring together, and now he loves them too.
Dude, that's really cool.
That is cool.
That is really cool. See, that's one of the things that my son is very into music production.
Yeah.
I used to manage a rapper.
Yeah.
And
you're a hero.
I just
today.
reached out to my friend. His name is if you want to go check him out, Voice Rock. He's phenomenal. Miles' Dead EP, Return to Sender, great song. But I asked him, I was like, hey, my son has always loved this album. Would you join him on a track? And he was like, absolutely. And now Avery just thinks that I'm the coolest dad ever.
That's awesome.
And so I appreciate that. Like these things that are, a lot of times you're like, man, my kid hates me. You're thinking there's no way that kid likes me at all.
Yeah.
I had to punish him, or I'm not living up to all these things, or I'm not the richest man in the world. I can't provide everything that I want to provide. And then you do something like that's easy, and they're like, you're the best for it. So that's really fun. I'm not dying, I promise.
R.I.P. Corey, love you, man. I would be shocked to learn that information.
Somebody's already asking if they can fill in for me when I die.
From the 318. Hey, we were having tryouts earlier. Week-long trail ride on horses from Beaumont to Houston with my dad. So I thought of 2 immediately, and me and Brandon got to go on the great college trip. So we went up to Michigan to visit Michigan. and Michigan State. Then all as part of the same deal, we went down to Austin.
Why was that? Was that something he just always was excited? He wanted to go to Michigan?
Those two schools were really high on his list because of marketing purposes, especially Michigan. He really wanted to go. And so we went to those two places, and then we went down to Austin for Texas, and then we went to SMU. So like all part of the same trip. But then the other one that I thought of, based on you're talking about changing oil, I taught Brandon to drive. Like, I did the course, and I filled out all his paperwork and everything. And not that you wouldn't be nervous when your kid was taking his driving exam. I think I was really nervous because I was like, oh man, if this doesn't go well, his mom's going to blame me for this 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
And so it did, and he got his license and all that good stuff. So yeah, teaching him how to drive every step of the way, that was really cool.
In the 972, I'm proud I taught my son gun safety when he was young, and now is 23 and passing that info along to others. I have a best friend who is an arms specialist in the Air Force. He thinks it's that important. My wife and I disagree on guns. I think it's important for them to learn how and why to use them.
Yeah.
Rather than keeping them ignorant about it.
Sure.
We've had that discussion many times, so it's a conversation she and I just agree to disagree on. But I think it's important because if you're in a situation where now all of a sudden your friend's pointing a gun at you and you're like, don't do that, or you think it's funny, it's not. It could be a bad situation. So I appreciate this. I love all the texts that I'm seeing right now.
From the 940, my email is kevin.hageland@odyssey.com if you want to fill the spot for Corey whenever he's gone.
What are you talking
start
about?
Taking applications.
Teaching my grandkids to cook. I
right
appreciate that
now.
from the 817, the people that are trying to replace me already. Know that I'll haunt you from
That's
death.
your own fault.
I will haunt you from the grave.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst? And I have an update.
What?
About the guy who ate all of the diamonds and said he was a sports agent. We will bring that to you in Wanker of the Weekend next right here in the fan.
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kid and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Impactful performance so far for Anthony Davis. Thompson gambled going after it, and to the basket, Davis put back jam. And how is that for a first 4 minutes and 26 seconds in a Mavericks uniform?
We wouldn't get much more than that, but potentially we're about to get the next act. Anthony Davis upgraded from doubtful to questionable for tonight's game. We will see how that goes. And in the NCAA world, I meant to mention this earlier, Xavier Sean Miller will be the next head basketball coach for the University of Texas. Obviously, the irony of this is it was Xavier
knocked him out
that went up against Texas in the first four, and I just kind of feel like we could have taken care of this a few days ago. So Rodney Terry was informed yesterday that he would not return to head up the Texas basketball program, and so now it is going to be Sean Miller from Xavier who is going to be doing that. Also, the Texas women's team is up 16-12 just a couple minutes into the second quarter in the second round of their NCAA tournament game against Illinois on the women's side. Now, let's do some wanker of the weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? This one's tough, but we have to be fair. Are the Texas Rangers in contention?
Oh.
For being wanker of the weekend?
No. What did they do?
Well, I saw a lot of this on social media, and then I found the evidence to kind of back it up.
Oh, no.
People were complaining.
You said kind of back it up, though.
Yeah, that the Rangers were pricing everybody out of opening day. But that could just be people are frustrated, so let's look into it. The Texas Rangers have the second most expensive home opener cost for people. Behind only, can you guess?
The Tampa Rays.
What? They're not charging anybody anything to get in. It's the I mean, they probably do. See, I always envisioned the Tampa Bay Rays as like that museum where there's a little box there at the front, and they're like, hey,
donate what you like.
Suggested donation is $25. You put whatever you can in the bucket and come on in. It's the Los Angeles Dodgers. So the Los Angeles Dodgers have the most expensive opening day tickets.
Dang.
Right behind them, though, is in fact the Texas Rangers.
Okay, now that is a supply and demand thing, I think, personally.
Okay.
Because the rest of the season, I don't think the tickets are that much.
Yeah.
Compared to the Dodgers. But opening day around here has always been a very special thing. You grew up here, Kevin. You know,
absolutely.
Parents getting their kids to skip school. Like, it is a packed house for opening day.
And you're right. When I started to see.
And then day two always is kind of like, what happened?
When I saw the data to back up the people's complaints on social media, that kind of bummed me out just a little bit. And you're right about supply and demand, but I'm sure there's been a lot of Rangers fans who have been super loyal and dedicated that they're like, hey, I was with them when you could have turned into the Rays and had the suggestion bucket about how much money you bring in. But now I want to get to the story that I really want to talk about. And I wanted to talk about this all day. Do you remember the saga of the Texas man who was taken to jail for swallowing the earrings?
Yes. And I kept wondering, like, how is that going to affect him with the little pokey parts in his intestines?
So he went to Tiffany's store in Orlando. And he represented...
Florida?
Yes. And he represented himself as an agent for, I believe it was the Orlando Magic and not the Miami Heat.
An agent of destruction.
No, an NBA agent.
Okay.
So he got taken back into their private room to see some of their more expensive diamonds.
Weird Sudbury.
So he swallowed earrings worth nearly $770,000. And then he got arrested on the side of the highway because he said he should have just taken them and then he could have just thrown them out the window. But instead, they took him into custody.
They had a window?
Like when he was in his car.
Oh, gotcha.
But instead, they pulled him over, they got him, and they're like, we're going to hold you and do x-rays. And they did x-rays, and they saw diamond-shaped things in his digestion system.
I would just tell people that's how it's always been.
You could try. But here's where the story really gets interesting. And now you might think, hold on, I'm already interested at $770,000 of diamonds being swallowed and getting arrested. It's going to take another turn. So police got the fourth earring out 2 days after they got the first three. So there was some kind of holdup with that fourth earring. Now I don't know if it was a bigger stone or what the story was, but it took a while. However, police also uncovered 2 other unidentified diamond earrings. That means that this gentleman not only swallowed 4 earrings worth $770,000 from Tiffany's in Orlando while representing himself as an agent for the Orlando Magic players, he also stole and swallowed 2 other earrings in the midst of this crime spree.
Okay.
So he was taken
to the same place, different place.
I don't believe it was the same place. They're working on tracking the serial numbers for that.
So he just walks in. I'm an NBA agent, or I'm an agent.
And they took him to the back room.
Take me to the back so I can check out these diamonds. And while I'm there, I'm scooping them up.
And so what he did was he jumped out of his chair, took the jewelry, tried to force his way out the door. When he couldn't get out at first, he swallowed the earrings and then broke free, took off, got arrested. So he got taken to the Orange County jail where they got the earrings back and everything. My question for you is,
why didn't he just put them in his pocket instead of throwing them in his gut?
He said he should have. He really should have. How do you resell those earrings? Because like if you got a price cut from $770,000 to $400,000, almost 50% off, that's a heck of a deal. Now, I don't have the money to participate in that, but still, that is a heck of a deal. do you have to tell them these were recovered from inside the human body or out of a big chunk of doo-doo?
Okay, this is interesting because I went to go look at a house once, and the lady told me that there was a murder-suicide in the house.
Oh, no.
And I didn't know if that made the house more valuable or if it made it less valuable. And here's another thing, because maybe there's a buyer that's like, I love murder houses, you know?
Yes.
Maybe there's a buyer out there that loves this story. Kevin, I've often told you, supply and demand and stories are two of the things that make things valuable.
That's true.
A bottle of wine, if it's a story about a bottle of wine that was given to the prince, oh my gosh, this is a really expensive bottle of wine. Or diamonds. This story is hilarious and weird all at the same time. I don't know that you have to tell them or discount them. I don't think you have to tell them that this has been in somebody's bowels. Nope. I don't think you have to.
No?
You don't have to disclose that information. Have you ever seen how they clean these diamonds? Those things are sparkling, dude.
Yeah, but
nobody's going to know. There has fecal matter on them at one point.
Okay, I guess that's true. By the way, side note, is there any chance that you think this fellow will represent himself and present the actual defense that sometimes he poops diamonds? That is a question I would like to know the answer to.
So if he gets a lawyer and the lawyer says that's not a good enough defense, he will fire that lawyer and be like, you know what? Let me show you. We're going to have new precedent set it.
Yeah, there's no way that guy knows what precedent means, but maybe. All right. Other wanker of the weekend candidates, if you have your own, feel free. 877-881-1053. Penny Hardaway. So Memphis lost in the NCAA tournament, and Penny Hardaway is 0-3 in his last 3 NCAA tournament games at Memphis. Man, it was supposed to be the next big thing and like really take off. And I know the whole Wiseman thing didn't really help, but
what he did though was he was coaching high school, right? Like an academy kind of thing. And then he was like, I will bring all my players to Memphis. Wasn't that like kind of the idea and concept there? He was like, I got a surefire product. You want to buy this from me. And then he got the Memphis coach pushed out and was able to take over there.
And unfortunately it has not gone well as of late.
Penny's entire career has not quite lived up to what you expected, even in basketball.
Yeah.
When he was playing.
Those darn injuries, man, because it looked like the Orlando Magic were going to be good forever or for like 12 years, but 'tis not to be. So let's talk about Julio Urias. The free agent has been suspended through the All-Star break. Now, he hasn't played in Major League Baseball since 2023, and this goes back to a couple of different incidents. He was suspended for 20 games in 2019 after being arrested on suspicion of domestic battery. And then there was another incident where he had problems for domestic violence, and he ran afoul of the domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse policy. So Rob Manfred said he is suspended through the All-Star break. Obviously, for somebody who hasn't even played since 2023, that's not going to help. And then I know Texas A&M lost, and maybe they could be wankers of the weekend for giving up that second half lead against Michigan. But Buzz Williams.
By the way, there were people at the event that I did on Saturday. They were rooting that on just because of you. They were like, look, he's got Duke.
That's fair. People are going to be even madder if I go to New York to go watch them play this weekend. All right. Texas A&M's coach Buzz Williams, he said that he's had discussions with multiple players, their parents, and their teammates, that they have gotten death threats and racial slurs on social media this season because of struggles of the basketball team. I know they beat Yale in the first round, and then they lost in the second round to Michigan. I can't imagine a sporting event causing you to go find a college kid and start firing off racial slurs or
let alone even a
threats.
professional player. Honestly,
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
That's
too.
a good point. That is a good
calling
point.
this thing together. I don't feel like we need to do that.
I get it. If you like back in the day where you're like yelling, "You suck, Patrick Ewing," or whatever, I think that's probably just part of the deal.
Yeah.
But then you're like, "Hey, let's throw in racial slurs and everything,"
And
or maybe threaten to kill somebody. That's madness.
Yeah, over a basketball game.
Absolute
The
madness.
903, I'm the wanker of the weekend for blowing $1,200 at a casino in Shreveport.
I know the answer is probably no. Did you have $1,200 worth of fun?
Did you go there with $1,600 though?
Okay.
And you only lost $1,200.
All right. So can you spend that as a profit of $400?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my budget.
And then I wanted to throw this out there because we talked about this last week. Mookie Betts says that he's still dealing with the illness that caused him to miss the 2 games of the Tokyo series.
Really?
And yeah, we talked about at the time he was down 15 pounds. I think he said it's still around.
Is this like flu kind of thing or stomach bug?
I'm not sure. They are kind of keeping that part close to the vest a little bit. Just he's having an issue and it still continues. And so I wonder when we get to our more like traditional opening day, if the stomach, it is with his stomach.
Gotcha.
But if that's still going to bother him, he said, I feel great. My body feels great. So the symptoms have started to go away, but I haven't figured out a way to calm my stomach all the way down. And then he talked about how he hadn't been able to put any of the weight back on either.
Oh, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Swirl?
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to the KNC Masterpiece, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Nest of defenders. Saves the ball with the leap. Knocked out of bounds. Deflected by me. And off to the side. That was great defense.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, somebody texted in from the 469 that they are the wanker of the weekend because they were up $1,100 and couldn't wait one day to cash out and lost all of it yesterday. Oh, madness. Oh, that stings.
Win some, lose some.
Right now, true. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Doing well, Hagee. You got to be on the lookout for those delayed withdrawal functionalities on your gambling sites.
True.
And I always try to sidestep those and just be aware. They're trying to get you to bet it and lose it in this next 24 hours.
So whenever you see that there's terms and conditions,
yes,
you best hit the terms and conditions and actually read them.
I believe so. And how the hell are you, Hagee?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. We are but 3 days away from opening day, and if you need baseball fix a little bit sooner, tonight, Rangers, Royals, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sweet.
So we're already getting ready for Whataburger opening day. How much of the tournament did you guys take in this weekend, and did it feel uneventful, or I don't know how you might describe it?
Yes, it was relatively uneventful. Now, I didn't get the Saturday experience that I necessarily wanted from a Madness standpoint because our good buddy Zero tied the knot on the third day of March Madness.
I heard it was very windy.
Was quite the decision. It was windy, which was nice because it kept you cool. But for those with the toupee, it was it's a dogfight.
Does somebody have a toupee out there?
There's a couple out there that were popping up, floating around. I mean, there's a lot of senior citizens at weddings. Don't you notice that?
Yeah,
like,
Kevin's been at weddings his whole he loves weddings.
Oh, look, we work with this guy at the newspaper, and it was one of my favorite things ever, is he wore a toupee, and then one weekend, I don't know if he got a new one or he dyed it or whatever, but it came back like a much brighter color, and I was like, whoa. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah. I was like, I just wanted to know if it was a mistake or if this was his like highlighted conscious decision, and he's like, this is what we're going with.
How old was this guy?
70,
okay.
65.
Wow.
22.
Okay, are you more likely to do a toupee in old age or dye your beard? What would be
it's
more
the beard
likely?
For sure, because I just went with, I lost my hair when I was like in my mid to late 20s, and so we just went with that.
Yeah, I guess you and Broadus have really already spoken for
It
yourselves.
would be pretty shocking now if I just came in and I was like, hey, fellas, decided to grow my hair out. You'd be like, what the hell? No, you didn't.
I got a ponytail in the back, and we're just like, all right.
Sure did.
That would be bet payoff for the century, by the way.
It really would.
If you did that with a straight face. That would be such a great bet payoff because you have like side and back hair.
Yeah.
You could just do a ponytail. That would be a fun bet
We can
payoff.
get a skullet going or the horseshoe or something like that. I think it was, I can't remember who the news host was who like shaved their head and the hair wasn't there. And then all of a sudden their hair started growing back and they're like, yeah, I just needed to shave it to help kind
restart
of
things.
reinfuse things. And I was like, come on, dude.
Invigorate
It's okay
the
that
pores.
you got your robot hair or whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, 2 steps backwards to a couple steps forwards.
I want to say Broadus is sounds like he's getting ready to stab you at any moment.
No, I just remember we had a guy named Bruce Mays. He's probably listening right now. And Bruce got hair plugs, and it looked like somebody had taken like ground beef and put it on top of his head. And I felt so sorry for him. I said, please don't ever let me be that.
Okay,
please
yeah.
Don't. And Bruce, if you're listening, I love you, but man, your head looked awful.
That's very difficult for someone like me. Finally come together for him? Did it grow out, normalize?
It was just, he was on the tarmac. He was a guy that was our advanced guy, operations guy. So he would be on the tarmac as the plane was coming in, and it's always a windy situation down there.
Always.
So you had, hair flying, skin flying,
beef.
Just a lot of everything. It looked like a just raw ground beef packed on top of his head.
Like an 80-20. Hate to see it.
70-30 maybe.
Oh,
He
wow.
had some, just a bad look. And if you're going that route with the plugs and all that, it looks super painful. Just be bald.
I hear you. Now, Heggie, on the beard front, we're around the same age, and we have.
Yeah.
I think I have a little bit more gray than you, quite a bit more gray than you in my beard. But you do have a decent amount of gray in your beard
for sure.
Or have you considered this seriously? The beard dyeing?
I'm not going to say seriously. But there's been like a Just for Men commercial here or there that I've caught my attention.
Yeah.
I just look at the regalness of Emmitt Smith and his all gray beard, and I'm like, man, he looks like a boss with that thing.
Deion Sanders now? I mean, he kind of goes back and forth, whether he goes clean shaven or beard. But when he goes beard and gets that thing just full silver fox going, I think there's something about it, man. It could really work. It'll definitely stop you in your tracks when you hit that age where it's going gray. And you're like, holy crap, what exactly is going on here? I believe that. You need to take a look in the mirror, see if we can get things figured out. But I always wondered, if I was single, would I be beard dyeing guy? And I think the answer to that could be yes. Yeah, that's the real litmus test.
Yeah,
unless it was the perfect silver fox bad boy.
Oh, and then you...
Yeah, then I think you roll with that. You get shredded.
The most shocking, silver bearded guy is David Letterman.
Oh, man.
When you look at it, because he's quit. He's
quit.
Duck
Dynasty beard, didn't
He did, and it's shocking to
not
see.
manicured at all.
Yeah, it's and you remember watching him on a nightly basis, and now it's like he's doing interviews, and you're like, well, who is this? Oh, it's Letterman.
Yeah.
And he's got some crazy
Talking
ass
racing or something.
Yeah, he's got some crazy. Yeah, he's a member. Yeah, he owns a part of a race team. But yeah, it just looks so strange to see that just completely white beard like that.
It's also hard to pull off the beard dye, though.
Yeah, I have no idea about the logistics of how that would go.
I did find one of those the you just kind of color it in. It's shower. It's like a soap bar or whatever. I tried it for a little bit.
Nobody has the patience.
I was like,
that.
nah, I'm not going to deal with that anymore. It was gone.
You're going to look like crap if you try it yourself.
It's usually just jarring. Like after after a chick gets her lips pumped up, and you need like 6 to 8 weeks for that thing to sort of settle in.
Okay.
But they can't just hide, right? I mean, you just got to.
This man knows exactly what he's doing.
You got to own it.
The comedic timing of Broadus on the
this is there. Such a professional radio guy. Just amazing the things that he's able to do on radio.
Yeah. And they just let him get away with it, too. Because he's good
all these years, he's really good at it.
You guys do agree about the lips, though. It's like you got to ice those things down, it feels like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and sometimes I wonder, I'm like, do they know? Do they walk out there and like, this is a mistake?
This was a lie.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I think it's one of the biggest cons that
Good to see you, Gavin.
Big plastic surgery has ever pulled off. Those ladies think they're getting a hookup going in there.
Yeah.
Makes them look like circus freaks, dude.
Oh, my God.
It's terrible.
Okay,
you look like a Muppet today.
Can't have super swollen labrums out here like that.
Exactly. So you get it.
It's just crazy.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking.
A lot more of that.
We will have Sands at 4 o'clock talking Rangers, and opening day is like 72 hours away.
It is. Indeed, it
Baseball
is.
Warning.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We have lots of sports to talk about as we open up hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. Cold beers and cheeseburgers. That was a heck of a party on Friday night, Brian.
Yeah, if you got an extra G-Bag flag, somebody lost theirs along the way. We're seeing it on the text here.
Lost flag at a G-Bag remote. That's happened from time to time.
Yeah, everybody put the signature on that bad boy, so it might be in somebody. I've seen a text here. I don't always read the text.
Hell, Portillo might know where it is.
Yeah.
Ruben Portillo.
Yeah, Ruben might know.
Might be packed up with the equipment.
Might be up on his wall right now.
Yeah, but then again, somebody might have it. Somebody else might have it. So if you have the extra flag, bring it back to the station. We'd appreciate it. Get it to the person. It's there's the rightful flag.
We'll get that coordinated.
Yeah.
Not as well as coordinated as Brian brought us his pink.
You love when I wear the pink
shirt.
Yeah, the
with
pink
his
shirt.
pink cheeks.
Yep.
It's a great match.
You like that? We were at Texas baseball yesterday.
Okay.
Texas. LSU was playing in Austin.
Right on.
Young Bennett Broadus firing the cannon for the Longhorns.
That's cool.
Fires a cannon after every run they're scored.
How many runs?
The SOB went after it on the firing the cannon too much for me.
Was that a little too loud?
No, it was like LSU's getting crushed.
Oh,
he kept firing the cannon every time Texas scored, and I was like, at the end of it, I got sick. Sick of him firing the cannon.
The boys firing the cannon for Texas, and you're still cheering LSU?
Yeah.
That hard?
I was, what I did? I had on.
He wears Longhorns gear.
This is what I went with. My son, he's a member of what they call the Texas Cowboys. It's been around since the 20s at the university. So he's part of the cannon crew this year. And so I had his hat on. I had my own Texas Cowboys hat, but I had on my LSU belt.
Okay.
Had on my purple socks.
Uh-huh.
I tried to be, but I can't sit there and watch my team they were awful yesterday. They were really good Friday night, but congratulations to Texas. By the way, Texas women's basketball team
getting it done.
Look like they're going to get to the Sweet 16. So yeah, it was a rough day for my Tigers down in Austin, but that's why I got the pink face. By the way, have you ever guys got the sunburn on the top of your legs when you're sitting down?
Oh yeah.
I had the sunblock and stuff on my face and things and my hands, but I didn't put it on the top of my knees.
The worst is top of your feet.
Yeah, when I finish,
whenever
I make
you
sure,
tie your shoes up, it burns.
Yeah, but
It's
I've got sunburn badly on my kneecaps.
Well, sounds like you had a great weekend going.
No, it wasn't.
There.
Really wasn't, Dawson.
That's hilarious. I want to see these. I want to see these knees in the break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll walk over right now.
I heard they're the bee's knees. I can't believe you have pink knees right now because you allowed he was probably wearing the Hoochie Daddy shorts yesterday. Wow.
First nice weekend we've had into the 80s.
That's up 4 or 5 inches into the thigh.
Yeah. That's a pretty high short line that Brian wears.
Palest / pinkest thigh I think I've ever seen.
No, I was sitting in the row, so the shorts kind of rode up a little bit. That's what happened there.
I could see that for sure. Yeah. Well, Ross Lubinsky's in for Lucius today. Lucius taking 2 weeks off, so send him some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. I'm going to take a stab at LA Live tonight.
Are you?
Okay. I got 4 stories plus a replay of the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:40. It'll probably be a disaster, but you guys can score for yourselves at home. As we open the show here, Zach Wolchuk off today. Send him some love on social as well. He's taking care of the baby. Joe Milton, Patriots backup.
Yeah.
He got in for 1 or 2 games, 22 of 29 for 241 and a touchdown. He also rushed for 16 yards and a score in New England's win over Buffalo, 23-16. Apparently, Brian, the Cowboys are interested in this backup quarterback that's one of the hot commodities out there in the trade market.
Yeah, just hearing some whispers from various people that they're going to maybe dip their toe in the pool here and see what they get. Talking to people around the league and stuff, it sounds like that New England really doesn't want to trade Milton. But if they do trade Milton, it would probably be for a 5th-round pick, and that's kind of where Dallas is probably thinking right now as far as do they want to move one of the multiple picks they have this year, or could you think about maybe getting a 2026 pick?
With multiple teams interested, I would think there would be a bidding war for a guy that went out there as a 6th rounder and put up good efficiency numbers without a turnover. It is a very limited sample size, Chief, but if I'm New England, I don't want to get a 5 for this. I'm thinking like a 3. If you're bringing in Joe Milton, you see him as a good backup and a potential developing starter.
Yeah, I'm with you. If I'm the Patriots, I'm going like right now, I just kind of have this luxury of having another young backup where there's no real controversy. Everybody knows Drake May's the guy, but if something happens to very mobile Drake May, him getting banged up behind what is still a not great offensive line, it's probably nice insurance to have. Super cheap, young, with some upside. Now, there's plenty of flaws in his game that Broadus could probably scout out for you in terms of the Tennessee tape or whatever. But the Week 18 meaningless situation, he had some highlight reel moments. So I would be totally in for a 5 if I'm the Cowboys. But if I'm the Patriots, why would I just punt on this guy for no reason?
Yeah, I don't sound like they want to punt, but like I say, it sounds like you offer him a 5 and you might get this thing done.
Well, maybe that speaks to just like they know that whatever it was that we saw in the meaningless Week 18 game is really not
mirage.
Like they think like we know what this guy is, and if we can just get a 5th round pick right now, let's just go for it, I guess.
Yeah,
because otherwise there's no controversy. Like when you have the weird backup and you got the young quarterback, but there's kind of like who should be the starter, but that's not the case at all. So
I kind of already, Eric, I told you this weekend I was going to look at quarterbacks. I'm on that mission this week. Me and Vach Lombardi are doing that.
It's good news.
So I've seen 4 of them so far, and I have both Howard from Ohio State and Milroe from Alabama in the 4th. So if you're gonna make me give up, not make me, if I could give up a 5th for a guy like Joe Milton, like that in the 3rd.
It's a no-brainer.
That's a no-brainer for me.
Agreed.
Yeah.
What do you think the Cowboys' plan would be? They just want a quality backup, or are they starting to prospect their long-term to replace Dak?
I think that you got to think about with the way that Dak has been, when he got, of course, got hurt last year, made it through 2 years ago clean, and then got hurt. So, there's always going to be that possibility. I don't think you can sit there and say, oh, no, that was just a fluke thing. I mean, there's been times where Dak Prescott has missed multiple games from injury, and you no longer have Cooper Rush around to try and win you a football game. So I think this would be some legit stuff. If you're going to ship off a 5 for a guy, that seems like you've got some interest of helping him helping you down the road.
Alrighty, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. If you have sports thoughts or other thoughts, you can send them in. Like this guy right here, 469, says, my dad and I rebuilt a 73 Chevy Nova that's still in my garage today. That sounds pretty awesome, doesn't it? I
tell you what, it's talented. If you could do stuff like that, I watch a lot of those YouTube videos. My new one is, Dawson and Cheech? I'm watching these dudes rebuild airplanes. Like somebody forgets an airplane in a hangar.
Huh.
Like it's a 1978 Beechcraft, and they get the thing to fire up. Now, we never see it fly, but they get the thing to it's like it hasn't flown for 20-something years.
And how long are these videos?
They're like 10, 15 minutes. But they're serious. It's like they all of a sudden they buy these things sight unseen for like nothing.
So that's enough of a payoff for you to just get to the end and never see that thing touch the clouds?
I'm always
obviously too dangerous.
I'm always fascinated by like if they bought one that is just complete junk.
Yeah.
But they seem to kind of find a way after 20 years to get another one is the airplanes that get repossessed. You ever seen that show?
No.
Airplane repos?
Airplane repo. This dude sneaks onto the tarmac and takes planes while like people are waiting around watching him.
That sounds awesome.
Like he fires that thing up like Lear jets and stuff like that. Like all of a sudden they land it, and he's kind of lurking around, and the pilots go into the terminal area and like hang out. He gets on the plane, cranks the thing up, and takes it off.
So this dude can fly the plane.
He has to kind of walk around and check and make sure. But sometimes it's like, do they have enough fuel? It's like he's taking a chance.
Mm-hmm.
They might not have enough fuel to get the thing off the ground. So sometimes he's like, man, I think I have to fill this one up. He goes, I don't have time to fill it up. I got to go.
So if you're late on your plane payments, always keep the tank empty on the ground.
On the ground, yeah.
Siphon that bad boy out.
Yeah.
It's a heady play.
Yeah, that sounds like an amazing show right there.
It is fascinating.
That's YouTube?
Yeah, YouTube. It's also, I think it's on like Travel Channel or something like that too. Yeah.
Well, NCAA tournament was really good over the weekend. First 2 rounds in the books. You think the lack of
it's done
of Cinderellas?
It's done.
I know Stephen A. Smith this morning said if they don't get this remedied, it'll be the death of college basketball. That's
done.
too far. I think it'll never be the same.
Never
be
will
accurate.
be.
Yeah.
No, it won't be the same because look at all the teams that are in the tournament or left. It's the Southeastern Conference. It's the Big Ten. It's the Big 12. There's no Cinderella teams in this thing. What's happening, all the mid-major kids are going to these big programs for NIL deals.
Yeah.
If you're any good, you're going to end up at Illinois or you're going to end up at Oklahoma. You're not going to play at little school little school like Grand Valley makes a great run. Makes a nice little. I say great run, nice little run. But we've seen teams over the years make these big runs. It's because these guys all kind of stuck together and played together and found a way to go beat a team that. Maybe it was a young North Carolina team or young Arizona team, or they beat some team that wasn't tournament ready.
Kentucky.
We don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We just lost the Cinderella team in college basketball.
That is true, but I think that we have a chance now for the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, and the Final 4.
Going to be great teams.
Should be
blue blood teams.
I mean, you clearly have the best of the best.
Absolutely.
So maybe
is that any fun?
The lore of that first, second round excitement might not be there quite as much, but I think you're talking about Sweet 16 and on being maybe the best that we have seen.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest problem, too, you always want a Cinderella or two perhaps to get to a certain point, and you didn't get much of that. But
Loyola of Chicago.
I think the worst part, though, was you just didn't get the many down to the wire type games.
Connecticut Baylor was good.
Like even
whenever I tuned in, it was a 12-point game.
A lot of these games were double-digit type wins or throughout the game. It's just never really that close, and that's worse to me than not having the Cinderella. At least give me the close game there at the end where you're getting a bunch of buzzer beater type moments. And there just wasn't really much of that.
I think you should. I mean, there's trade-offs, right? Maybe we don't have Cinderellas, but the overall quality of basketball with the big schools aggregating more of the talent, that should go up. And I think they can maybe afford to keep players around that would only be NBA second-round picks.
Agreed.
Maybe we only need 32 teams then, or whatever. Maybe we don't need. Maybe we don't need 64 teams.
We don't need to expand the tournament.
Definitely don't need 68 like we have now.
Sure.
But last year there was only one 11-seed or worse that made it this far, and this year there are 0. So it's definitely a trend to continue to monitor. Still had a buzzer beater, 4-seed Maryland getting a runner off glass from their freshman star Derek Queen, home state hero from Baltimore. He got the job done. I heard it send pastry chef Eric into absolute delirium.
There you go.
Out there. An audacious, skilled big man. Queen apparently in the huddle, coach asked who wants the ball, and he said, give me the mother bleeping ball, coach. So they gave it to him. Colorado State, Drake, McNeese were the only teams that pulled off significant upsets in the first round with the hope of even getting to the second weekend. Yeah. Texas Tech, no problem there with the win over Drake, a 13-point type of situation there.
Drake's head coach took off to Iowa, so that was probably in the cards. Kids probably sensed something was going on there.
You got to go to where the big money is, and Texas benefiting from that as well with their hire that should be final soon. The Rangers organization's 2023 Pitcher of the Year essentially being cut from the big league team. Dane Dunning outright waivers. Yeah. Any team willing to take on Dunning can get him for his $2.6 million salary. If the Rangers, if he does clear waivers, the Rangers can then outright him to the minors. Yeah. But I guess they need an opening on their 40-man roster spot. But bigger than that, his salary of $2.6 million is significant. Right now, the team $8 million under the luxury tax threshold, or $8.6 million as a result of getting this. So maybe they're trying to pile up enough money under that threshold. They don't want to be taxpayers for 3 years in a row and trigger all those penalties. So I do think it's pretty telling, though, that they gave up a starting pitcher with a history of being very good over $2.6 million, Ray.
Right. The financial aspect of it was pretty jarring, and that just shows you the state of where they're at and how much maneuverability they really have from a financial standpoint. And Dane Dunning just not being a guy who played well last year, and this spring was just a disaster.
Yeah. I mean, his numbers were not good last year, and even though he was 2023 Rangers pitcher of the year, by the time we got into the postseason, his role had been significantly reduced. And I think they look at that year kind of like one of those Martin Perez years that the guy's getting lucky, you know? Bats are finding gloves, and there's not a lot in the advanced analytics that would suggest he's going to continue to have success. Jared Sandler will join us for more on that coming up at 4 o'clock. Stars back in action tonight. They'll host Minnesota at 7 o'clock, coming off a nail-biting win 3-2 over Philadelphia. Nothing easy right now, Brian.
No, nothing easy at all. That's 4 straight games where they've gone to overtime, though, but they got the game winner very early, right off the jump. Mistake by the netminder there, and then next thing you know, they pounce on it for the game winner. So, yeah, it's tough, and the divisions. I mean, the Western Conference is very, very competitive, and every point's vital, as they say. And in this case, the fact that they got 2 points was big.
Mavs got 123 points on Friday night. They just kept making shots. Yeah. If they get Anthony Davis back, I think they'll make the play-in at least. Today they're in Brooklyn to take on the Nets at 6 o'clock. And Davis upgraded from doubtful to questionable a couple of hours ago. Mark Stein reported over the weekend he could return on this 4-game roadie. They play the Knicks tomorrow, Orlando Thursday, and Chicago on Saturday. And if I'm betting, Davis will definitely be back by the end of the week.
Yeah, it's a good chance of this week is what I was hearing. And then some of the other injuries, maybe even next week. Some of the guys coming back the following week.
Lively?
Gaff? Yeah, they're working on Lively right now. So hopefully they get him back. Well, if you're a fan of lose them all, you don't want him back. But if you're a fan of win them all, he's due back likely next week.
Mavs would probably try to become the first team ever to win a playoff series without an actual point guard.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
Let's go make history.
Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. A historic sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. What do you say?
Yes, 2 young Rangers have made the preseason all-breakout team, and I have a major bone to pick with my alma mater next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddies, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the chief of that hodgepodge.
Okay, I have a bone to pick with my alma mater, UNT, and I'm sure Wolchuk would be echoing these sentiments if he was with us today. But first, I want to acknowledge the Athletic and our buddy Jim Bowden, who put together the 2025 All-MLB Breakout Team.
Okay.
This is promising young players to watch. If you had to ballpark guess how many Rangers could be on this list, you're talking about young dudes that could be primed for a breakout. This is not a ton of guys. But do you think the Rangers would have more than one?
We're breaking out right here, right now, 2025. I think there's the possibility of two, at least one. Guaranteed one, maybe two.
Is Bang Bang your one?
Bang Bang's the lock.
Yeah, Langford.
Surefire.
Does Young fit in that category?
Josh Young?
Yeah.
I think the cat has broken loose. He was an all-star.
Okay, so that would be okay.
He would be eliminated. He is in the age bracket that he would still qualify.
I was thinking of Young, but you're right about the All-Star stuff too.
You're thinking, does Leiter get love? Does Rocker get love? Something like that. Not the case.
No.
That would be my two would be Leiter.
I know. I have good news for you on the pitching front in just a moment. We start with Wyatt Langford, 23 years old. We know how much of a monster he is, and he had 2 great months last season, batting over 300 in both June and September. So 11 of his 16 home runs, driving in 42 of his 74 RBIs during those months. So he had 2 explosive months, and it was all capped off with the September one, which leaves a good taste in our mouths, making us feel like, okay, he's on the road to meeting the expectations that we all had for him.
MVP candidate.
And he also ended up stealing 19 bases in 22 attempts on the season. So he only played 134 games with the injuries. He was still worth 3.9 WAR according to Baseball Reference. So he is, they say he has a keen eye at the plate, ranking in the 86th percentile in chase rate as a rookie. Last year, he reached 16 homers and 19 steals. 25 and 25 is realistic for this future star in 2025, says Jim Bowden. So, and some people are even thinking like 30 homers are, definitely on the table for a season like this, but 25 and 25 would be pretty dang strong.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would be frustrated by that season if that's what Langford ends up doing.
25 would be a great year. You know, I would put 40 on the table as a possibility if he can hit the consistency of, you know, the performance that he showed in September. Maybe that's his absolute peak. But, I mean, so even if you bring it down to 6 per month, you're still looking at 36 bombs. You know, from what I saw in Langford, it's starting to get onto easy mode for him very early in his career.
As long as we don't have oblique issues, I think we're going to be all right there.
Yeah.
Now, the other guy that makes an appearance here, 6'4", 236-pound lefty, Mr. Robert Garcia.
Okay.
This is exciting. I mean, we need as many lefty arms as possible, and we know the questions with the bullpen, but Robert Garcia is getting some love here from Jim Bowden. And the analytics loved Robert Garcia last year, putting him in the 98th percentile in barrel percentage and hard hit rate, 97th percentile in xERA, and the 94th percentile in chase rate. He throws 94-mile-per-hour fastball. He has a deceptive changeup and a late-breaking slider. So he is a guy that he says, like, hey, working with the Rangers pitching coach, Mike Maddox, one of the best in the game, that should help him improve the consistency factor. So that's something to be pretty excited about.
How did the Rangers even get him?
Well, that was part of the reason they moved on from Nathaniel Lowe.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so because having the opportunity to acquire a guy like that, bullpen, lefty, high leverage, and he's on the cheap. I mean, won't be arbitration eligible until 2027.
Yeah, just, you know, one season of stats with Washington last year, struck out 75 guys in 59 innings. I didn't think much of it when the Rangers traded Nathaniel Lowe for him, but that might be a CY stroke of genius.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stuff that CY and Mad Dog, they're able to see through some of the stuff, and maybe on a Dane Dunning understand when it's time to offload, but then other guys, they can see the diamond in the rough, so to speak, of like, no, we got something we can work with here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to Robert Garcia. That's some good news. Now,
I wonder if we still have our guy, because I was just looking something up about him. Do we still have our the guy who's helping out from the Kansas City Royals as a special assistant? Because he was picked by the Royals in 2017. Who's this is CY's the general manager, longtime.
Oh,
general.
yeah, that guy that might go run for governor. Is that Dayton Moore?
Dayton Moore.
Yeah.
Dayton Moore drafted this guy. So I wonder if and he spent 5 years in the Royals minor league system. So I wonder if it was one of those things that he was kind of said, hey, man, listen, take a look at this guy. Because he's had an interesting background from Kansas City, and then he quit baseball for a while, and then went to the Marlins on a Rule 5 draft thing. So I was just curious, maybe that maybe Moore probably saw him. Well, Moore probably drafted him and said, listen, if you want a guy that, you know, my recommendation, here's a guy that you surely should take a look at.
I love that intel. Yeah. Well, how frustrated and embarrassed on behalf of my alma mater should I be, fellas? I'm asking you. Because UNT men's basketball in the NIT tournament, they dominate this thing, by the way. They had a really nice clutch win over the weekend. But now they're headed for the quarterfinal versus Oklahoma State. They're playing the game in Oklahoma State. But this is a game that should be played in Denton. This should be
because we're the higher ranked team?
This should be a mean green home game. Why is it not? Because according to our buddy Jeremy Beedling, you have UNT is holding a staff luncheon in the basketball arena on Tuesday when this game's taking place, and they don't want to reschedule it. So because they're having a luncheon on the basketball hardwood, they're not going to host the home quarterfinal NIT game that they should be hosting.
I'd be livid if I was the coach. I don't know how this makes sense, Chief.
I can't imagine.
This is our basketball court.
Like,
keep your teacher school shoes off our court, please.
Take your luncheon somewhere else, dude.
Yeah. Sure, to get ball sacked on this.
I'm not getting ball sacked on this. No, this has been multi-sourced, but Jeremy Beedling gets the credit.
Do we host a first round game?
I believe so. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't really know how all that works. All I know is that tomorrow's game, the quarterfinal, is supposed to be the home game for the
usually if you're the higher ranked team, you get to host the games.
They're going to Stillwater. So
all for a staff luncheon.
I'd be embarrassed.
That coach has to be absolutely irate right now. And it's the NIT, so I think people just like scoff at it.
Yeah.
But come on, man, we're playing. Let's and wouldn't you get good money like having get the gate on that?
That's probably why they don't have. That's probably why they're not rescheduling.
Not enough money involved
because people probably wouldn't come to the game.
Maybe the organization gets the money. They're like, we're not opening up our spot to do this game if there's not any money in it for us. You're right, Brian. Probably follow the money. Time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Ross Lubinsky filling in for Lucius. How's your G-bag of the day?
Yes. It is that time of day, so we'll let this bed take us away. Welcome in, everyone, to G-Bag of the Day. Do it every day at 2:30 here on the G-Bag Nation. And as always, we start off G-Bag of the Day with our winner from last week. That was on Friday when the guys got a little distracted by some of the players for women's basketball.
And his sleep schedule has to be out of whack. He's on roofs by day. He's at the mic by night. He's flying home, probably getting a second helping of McDonald's after the initial 6 o'clock run through the drive-through,
crushing it,
and still, looking respectable.
Yeah.
How about this gal?
It all goes to his head.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
How about this gal at Iowa State, though? How many McDonald's meals a day you think she's getting?
Where's she at?
Oh, no.
I thought I saw Kendrick Perkins playing earlier. Was that somebody else?
No, she's a good player.
She was just on Lucius's screen over here. They're covering her in the pregame.
They had to go with a wide shot.
They covered her.
There are some big girls out here that got skills and fancy feet. Her and the gal at Washington, bro. Yeah, Washington gal, she's got game too.
It was a great pivot.
Fair.
It was a great pivot at the end too. With the credit to the.
You realized what was going
feet.
on, and you had to pivot there. That was
very
good.
athletic. I mean, you're quick and nimble at 250 pounds.
Not easy.
Not easy at all.
No, that's a great athlete, Ross. That's why she's the champ.
Absolutely. And speaking of champs, as I'm sure many Tolos and all of y'all know, UConn eliminated over the weekend for men's basketball. And as a result, the two-time defending champs are no more. And my goodness, I just wanted to bring this back because Dan Hurley has had some pretty public moments, let's call it that. And this is from earlier in the year after his team gets a dub over Creighton.
Two rings Baldy. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, you did. That's Baldy on Baldy crime right there.
Man, it sure is. It sure is. And that was a quick one, but I did want to quickly pivot because I don't know if y'all are members of an HOA when it comes to your neighborhood, but this guy over here on TikTok decided that he wants to wage war with his HOA.
This video is for my HOA. If you're new here, welcome. We're being petty. My favorite part about this whole thing is the vice president of my HOA lives right there. And they just pulled into their driveway.
He's saying
Quick
next
recap.
door.
My HOA recently discovered the trash cans are ugly. Yeah, it's a trash can. Now with this groundbreaking discovery, they've decided to charge me $50 every time they can see my garbage cans from the road. So welcome to part 2 of things I'm doing to piss off my HOA. Now don't get me wrong. I like living in this neighborhood. It's very pretty. But there's one thing it's missing. Bats. Now they gave me options. They said I could either put my trash cans in the garage, but that's my home gym, or I can erect a fence. In all fairness, I did put up a fence. I just used it to cover the real eyesore, the air conditioning unit. Now at this point, some of you may be asking, Scotty, why bats? A fun fact, bat sanctuaries are federally protected. Bats deserve to live in nice places too. Before we put this up in the air, we're going to be spraying it with a bat attractant spray. Free will's crazy, huh?
That's a wild animal right there. You're down to have bats around your house?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the name of HOA warfare, all bets are off, Chief.
Are they not? They're not an aggressive bird. Like when I think of bats, I'm stricken with fear. I would be losing myself if I had bats swarming my house.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't want them in the house, but I don't think you'll even notice them unless you're looking for them. But I've been in a lot of places where there's bats.
Don't you have any
bridges,
in your
caves.
area? Don't you have in your neck of the woods? Aren't there a lot of bats? Didn't you tell us in the backyard?
I don't even know. I know it when I used to live next to Sean. We had bats.
Okay,
because there was a big like water and green belt that flowed in the back, and they like to feast on various vermin and whatnots that were back there.
But
No
I don't think bats will bother you at all.
Yeah, they eat the bugs, right?
What about their poo?
I've never seen bat poo.
Really?
Never have.
Probably don't want to.
Wouldn't know. Probably could look it up.
And one thing I did want to mention, because obviously this was on TikTok, so this was a video. The guy didn't just put this up like this little, I guess you'd call it like a bat house or whatever. He didn't just put it like on like a pole, like 6 feet up, like at like eye level, right? He put it like 20 plus feet up. Like it is.
There you go.
It is up there.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
So everybody can see it from the road.
Oh yeah, 100%. And especially when you consider the fact that the guy lives next to the HOA person. So just incredible.
Yeah. How about some bat guano for you?
Guano,
buddy?
that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bat guano.
Bat guano, yeah.
That's a much cooler word for poo.
These HOA people, they get attracted to this job though because they're control freaks, and they just love getting into their hyper Karen mindset and getting their way. It's crazy, Ross.
No, it really is. And do we have time for one more?
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
Cool beans. All right. So this one, I was working Sean and RJ last week, Wednesday through Friday. And I don't know if any of y'all are Mad Dog Russo fans, but I just had to include this because this clip is hilarious. He's talking about how he's been through the trenches when it comes to the New York Mets and how his son was denied access to an interview.
When I was told to go to Tempe, if you want Mike Scioscia, Chris, you got to get here at 7:30. Who got there at 7:30 with the tape recorder for 15 minutes with Mike Scioscia? You're talking to him. Who interviewed Don Baylor out in the parking lot once to talk about 86? Me. Who sat there forever and ever and ever, drove across the state to get from Vera Fiera down to Sarasota to break down with Dusty Baker and Lance Berkman? Me. I did. Sat around the ballpark in Sarasota for hours waiting for Bobby Valentine when he was managing the Red Sox. Who did that? Me. Sat down the right field line waiting for Selig to show up on a cold day in St. Louis when they played the Red Sox in the World Series. Me. Coors Field in Colorado. Me. All-Star game. Bouncing around Minneapolis and Kansas City, San Francisco World Series, San Francisco All-Star games. Who sat there in the ballpark in 1993 with Bobby Cox breaking down Giants Braves with the big guy? With Juan Gonzalez winning a home run derby? Me!
I was there with the Mad Dog. Mad Dog.
I love it, dude. Who do you think you are? He is.
Man, just masterfully making a bit and a reoccurring radio theme now on his show out of this moment. And it's a content gold, and I think you can appreciate the Hall of Fame chops of Mad Dog more than ever.
Absolutely.
I know I can. Is it our winner? We were distracted by women's basketball on TV, or more accurately, I was. And for good reason. That gal's got game. Dana Hurley earlier in the year, a win over Creighton, 2 rings Baldy. HOA TikTok guy, free will is crazy. Or is it the Mad Dog? I'm going to go with the champ, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with Doggy.
Ross Lubinsky and for Lucius?
Yeah, I got to go with the champ. That is hysterical. Hysterical, guys.
We're at 2-1, Brian.
Fertilizer superpower.
Okay.
Rat guana?
The bats.
Got him. By a score of 2-1. Still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's us. Best of the weekend coming up next, Chief. What's in store?
March Madness and the 2 most viral clips of the weekend next in the nation.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Out the next 2 weeks, Ross Lubinsky's in for him. Texas beating Illinois 64-48 with 1 minute to go. They're bringing the Illinois seniors off the court. They're crying. They're hugging. It's always such a human interest piece of this NCAA tournament when the careers are over. You know, that's the last moment of basketball they'll ever play, you know, for a lot of them anyway. Anyway, tournament continues. Women's action today. It's time for the Chief and some more sports fun. Here he is.
Yes, best of the weekend. We lost a legend, couple of legends. Bill Mercer of UNT and sports broadcasting fame. The
99
mentor.
years old.
Yeah, 99 years old. I never actually got to meet him, but in my sports broadcasting class, it was built on everything, all his principles and everything like that. You had a big poster of him in there. He's always referenced. If you went to UNT and you did sports broadcasting, you're absolutely familiar with him, but I didn't, like Corey, get a chance to actually interact with him ever. But he was a man who passed away this weekend at 99 years old. Damn good run. Awesome human being. But we also lost George Foreman. I was curious how that landed with you guys. 76 years old.
I mean, just kind of sad. Huge sports figure in the 90s when his comeback was on. It was just amazing. Larger than life. I mean, he combined so many of my favorite things into one. He was fat athlete in his second come around, which I always appreciate. And he was also old man athlete. He was great trash talking athlete. He represented so much of what was right about boxing. You know, he stepped away for like 8 years to be a pastor. Chief, he had a church and everything. Got back into boxing to save the church.
That was literally something that I was educated on this weekend when seeing all the tributes and everything and just archival stories or whatever popping up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea the type of man of God that George Foreman was.
Yeah,
punting on his career for a while and then dipping back in. Right.
Yep.
You know what's so interesting though about George Foreman is he might be known more for the grills than the boxing career.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like he made a fortune selling those George Foreman grills. He had to make well over $200 million doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible what he was able to, but the boxing stuff with him and Michael Spinks and guys, that's from kind of like my era of boxing, him and with Ali and stuff. But man, I think if you said George Foreman, someone would go, oh, you mean the grills? The guy did the grills? Probably people don't know he was a damn good boxer.
I mean, you'd have to be over 40 and a guy probably to have watched his fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got to watch him fight or anything like that, but I have. I'm proudly able to say that I have cooked on a George Foreman before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hard to clean, aren't they?
They yes, and I wasn't on cleaning duty, so I got to skirt that, but yes, I would presume very difficult.
Man, my favorite thing to make in there is a panini. You know, you get the right bread, you get the cheese,
quesadillas and stuff like that.
It's so versatile. You could do steaks on that bad boy.
Yeah. Yeah. So R.I.P. to the legend, George Foreman. People are calling me out. Did I accidentally call bats a bird at one point? I mean, I apologize. A lot of bat lovers on the text.
Yeah.
When we were talking about the HOA guy putting a little bat area at his own home to anger, I guess, his HOA. The bats are pretty incredible. They eat mosquitoes and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like as a mosquito repellent alone, I guess I'd be willing to tolerate whatever else comes with it, because that's the worst part about summer.
Yeah.
It's the worst part about summertime, even more so than the scorching heat itself.
Yeah.
I hate walking outside, and then because it's not even outside, they infiltrate. All of a sudden, like as soon as the mosquitoes make an appearance, they're in your house now.
Yeah.
And my kids get eaten alive. But
I get it the worst in my household. It's terrible. We have this outbreak at the house of these things that kind of look like mosquitoes, but they're bigger. Some people call them like mayflies. Some people call them pinwheels.
Yes, they
eaters.
They don't bite you or anything like that.
They're good.
Yeah.
Chiropractor? Is that you said that? It means hand wing. Is what they belong to an order that's known as hand.
They're not birds. They're
known
not
as hand
birds.
Wings. Yeah, they're known. It's Chiroptera. Chiroptera.
Like
almost
pterodactyl.
You're almost there.
Like I'm just
working it out, Brian.
I'm just saying it means hand
Sound
wing.
it out.
Well, you're the one that called them birds, dumbass.
It's true.
I'm trying to save you over here.
You're doing a damn good
keep going,
job.
keep going. You're doing well. Yeah, keep going. Oh, these things are birds. Ha 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 ha.
Let me hand you a chainsaw to pull you out of that sand pit.
Yeah.
We're gonna relive one of my gaffes from last week a little bit later on in the program when we had our origins of the buttload conversation. But in the meantime, let's talk about a couple of things from the weekend. I have to throw this video up. Carter, go ahead and make this happen. I saw the most insane padless Oklahoma drill that I have ever seen in my whole life.
Oh no.
And we're used to seeing this time of year.
Is this for rugby or something like that? What are we doing here?
This looks like just
spring break deal.
This looks like a non-regulated couple of, like, there's a crowd of people there, but you have 2 300+ pounders doing an Oklahoma drill without pads on. Look at that thing.
Dear God, maybe a college linebacker against a former college guard who are about 10 years past their prime, but one of them's still explosive. How is he not paralyzed?
I don't know how
he
that
tries to
dude.
Goldberg spear dude, and dude trucks him.
It's the craziest video I saw this weekend.
You see, look at this, Brian?
Giant human beings, and
That guy should be dead right there.
The runner takes a big hit, but it was up high, so he doesn't lose. He's able to gather himself and then finish. The runner never hits the ground. He wins the battle. It was a great initial hit there, but it was, low man wins, and the defender went way too high right there in the chest plate. Good smack, but then the defender ends up the one on the ground. He gets truck sticked when it's all said and done. How ridiculous is that? These guys are got to be like in their 30s.
Man, I'll give him an A for effort. I can say that much. That's a hell of a show. It's the best Oklahoma drill I've ever seen. Not textbook. I'm sure coaches are offended by it. But.
Yeah. But the effort, the attitude, the aggression, it was all there on both sides. Yeah. I would have loved to have been there in person to witness that. But there's really not a price that I'd be willing to go in there, especially padless, and go do 30-plus-year-old Oklahoma drills. That feels ridiculous. It was a great video. I appreciate the content. Speaking of content, we have a new alpha male influencer.
Uh-oh.
Did you see this guy go viral? This had to be in y'all's algorithm.
Well, somebody was saying that it's kind of cringy stuff going on here, right?
I saw the headline and I did not click because I was like, man, this might be
I was a little nervous. What happened here?
It's not like it's just funny. This dude is like I think he's a former football player. I don't know exactly where he played, maybe in college, but he was a running back, and he is as jacked really as it gets.
Oh, I did see that.
So he just, and it's going through his basically his morning routine. And so he keeps putting like the time of the morning. He's up at like 4 a.m. And he's getting himself together. And part of it is sticking his face into a bowl of ice water for a period of time, I guess, to wake himself up. I don't know what else it's good for in your face. But the thing that was most interesting was at one point he takes a banana peel after he eats the banana, and then he just starts wiping the inside of the banana peel onto his own face as sort of an exfoliant of sorts.
All right.
So I don't know again what that, I get his skin looks to be
probably
in pretty good shape. Yeah.
I got a buddy who lives in the jungle in Hawaii. He just started making these lotions out of fruit. He asked ChatGPT, how can I make lotions out of fruit? And he sold that like the antioxidants make your skin more vibrant and better.
I don't doubt it. I actually think there's something onto this.
Might be some science behind it.
It's a funny visual to watch a grown man just wipe banana peels on his face.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But I do think, and I love that you reference your buddy in the jungle. And when you say that, right, you literally mean he's living outside in the jungle, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He built a floor and a roof, so he's kind of got a structure.
That's great.
I think he gets solar power. The rain collected it for a shower.
You guys remember when I was doing the grass-fed beef towel on my face?
I do, yes.
So
Yeah.
I could have
Never
probably
smelled so delicious in here.
I should have done I should have done like a TikTok morning routine where I'm applying beef tallow from my fridge and onto my own face.
Let me ask you this, though, because I'm not necessarily always tuned into the frequency of the social media generation. They're laughing at him, right?
Totally.
God, what a clown.
100% they are. Well, because everybody started doing their own morning routine deals.
yeah.
Mike Golick Jr., our buddy Gojo.
Oh, is it milk and
he did his.
cereal?
He ends up putting his own face into a bowl of cereal.
Well done, Gojo. NFL news of the day is coming up next as we're off and running, 1 hour down, 4 to go here in the G-Bag Nation. What kind of NFL news is rattling around, Chief?
Oh, we got a lot of good stuff. We have a Stephon Diggs update. We have more drama in Cincinnati, Shedeur Sanders, Jameis Winston, and I think Broadus is going to like Travis Hunter even more after he finds this out next year in the Nation.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news coming up here in 20 minutes. Have the C-note for you. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's NFL News today. Here he is in for the Woolly Bully today. Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, Friday, cold beers and cheeseburgers. Just before we got off the air, we got the news about Jameis Winston and the Giants. And then the numbers came out, and I thought it was interesting to see that it was just a 2-year, $8 million deal.
Mm-hmm.
He could work up to $16 million with incentives, but 2 years for $8 million is, I mean, that's as backup money gets.
Sure.
Pretty sure Zach Wilson just went to Miami on a 1-year deal. It might have been fully guaranteed at like $6 or $7 million.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Zach Wilson, who nobody thinks is better than Jameis Winston. So, but that was, I guess, just the market here. But for the Giants, it makes a ton of sense because he's a guy that is going to be playing an entertaining brand of football. You know how good he is as a vibes guy, locker room guy, culture guy. So if he ends up having to be sort of the veteran grooming the young
things are going
quarterback
bad
kind of deal,
and everybody's talking about getting fired, he's the guy that's going to cheer everybody up.
probably comfortable being if somehow they get Shedeur Sanders maybe at 3,
sure,
then he could be the guy to sort of take him under his wing or whatever and not be complaining about not being the starter. So all that makes a ton of sense, but it does make me feel like what are you expecting from a draft standpoint, Broadus? Are you expecting the Giants to, because Cam Ward's going to go number 1 to the Titans. Does Shedeur Sanders, is he there at 3? Do the Browns want him at 2? There's so much, like, some people think he's going to slide. I just don't see the Giants passing on Shedeur Sanders at 3.
I don't think so either. I think there's, to me, when I looked at, and I mentioned to you, I've done 4 of the quarterbacks. I felt like that Ward would be a guy that I'd like to put in my top 15, just overall.
You think so? You gave Cam Ward a first-round grade.
I gave him a first-round grade, and I haven't had a chance to see Dart yet. I've done Sanders. I have him outside my top 15, so now I have to determine where he slots in there with Golden and Warren and Mykel Williams and Will Johnson, guys like that. So I grade these quarterbacks pretty hard, but I also have to find out, okay, what guys would I, when they're in the round, what guys would I take them over, or where they would slide or slot in. But I think I watched Sanders play at Jackson State, and this is my thought about him. I watched him play Jackson State in Colorado. I felt like he was a much slimmer, mobile guy at Jackson State than he was at Colorado.
Mobile.
Much more mobile of a player. When you watch him play, and you could see where times at Jackson State where things kind of broke down for him a little bit, and he's having to run around and escape and make plays. And I think he was far more comfortable doing it, and he physically looked better moving around at Jackson State than he did at Colorado. He looks like a bigger guy. And I think his if he could get himself back into that form where he had at Jackson State, because he'll take himself into some sacks just because he drifts far too much, and he just doesn't have, he just, instead of getting rid of the football, he'll drift and drift and drift and then try to avoid, and he can't. But at Jackson State, he would drift and he would get himself out of trouble. So I think physically he's a better player at Jackson State than he was at Colorado.
And I wonder how much of that has to do with just the defenders that he was going up against. He was able to run away from guys.
They blocked for him better at Jackson State than they did at Colorado.
Definitely blocked for him better.
Yeah.
And then you just don't have the same type of athletes that you're having, being in foot races against.
I think they dealt with a lot of quickness there at Jackson State. A lot of guys, the Gramblings and teams that I watched him play, there were some teams that got after him pretty good. He just physically, his body looked different in the way he was able to move around.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I wonder if there's a conditioning factor to him a little bit, that he's, if he needs to slim down a little bit so he can be a little bit more mobile. He's a good athlete. I think he could be a better athlete. He showed he was a better athlete at Jackson State.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember watching him at Colorado and that being one of the big takeaways. Outside of his general accuracy, which is a plus for him, it felt like he was always running for his life.
Yeah.
And a lot of that had to do with the bad offensive line. But I think plenty of it had to do with him, like you said. He just feels like he's a drifter. And he's not Kyler Murray or somebody who can run out of anything.
Ward from Miami will drift too.
He will.
But he tends to, when he has to escape, he can escape. When you start talking about him as a player, like him in Milroe, when they have design runs, they're able, you see the explosive, the power, the quickness, and all that.
Cam Ward has some of that, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's surefire number one. But after that, I don't know.
They'll see what the Giants do. The Giants might want to take a positional player and then think about it. But their general manager is in a win-now mode. So he might be forced to take the quarterback there and see what happens. But he might also consider taking, like he did last time, he took Neighbors, take somebody else to pair with the quarterback, and then maybe grab the quarterback in the second round.
Well, I do think also like how much intel they have from around the league on where they think Shedeur might go. Because if they think he falls out of the top 10, they could be a prime candidate to take whoever they think is best at 3.
Yeah.
And then perhaps trade back into the first round.
Sure.
To try and go get Shedeur.
Sure.
And then you kind of double dip in the first round that way. But it's just hard to imagine in my mind that the Giants punt on a quarterback opportunity here.
Well, they like I say, they need
a lot though.
They need a lot, and the problem is their general manager's got one foot in the parking lot as is. So, do you want to draft a quarterback for somebody else, or is this guy? This guy has to be, and he spent a lot of time in Boulder. I mean, he spent a lot of time in Boulder, and so that leads me to believe that maybe that Shedeur will be the consideration for them at 3.
Well, if he was spending a lot of time in Boulder, that means he saw a healthy helping of Travis Hunter, who is the two-way super beast. But he apparently is also quite the fisherman.
He's a great fisherman, yeah. He's got his own boat.
He said, when I dream at night, I'm actually fishing on a boat.
Yeah.
He's not going to bed imagining getting pick sixes or catching balls and getting yak. He's thinking about fishing on a boat. I feel like this is even more exciting in terms of your draft stock. Is he he's not your number? Is he your number one player in the draft?
Number one player.
He's your number one player,
right?
So he can't go any higher.
Nope.
But you knew this about him already. He was quite the fisherman.
Yeah, I knew. Like if you follow along, he's kind of fun the way he's really outstanding when it comes to his media availability and what he posts. And so he posts a lot of things that he does in his life, and fishing is one of them. He's got a beautiful boat that he fishes off of. So, good for him. And he's pretty talented at doing it.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, I saw
shares the same passion with his head coach, with Dion.
Oh, that's true.
Being a great fisherman. Yeah.
Well, Chris Sims had his quarterback rankings last week for the draft, but now he's got his wide receiver rankings, and this is very interesting to me because he's got Travis Hunter at 1. His best receiver. He's got Ted McMillan at 3. So those are names that you're familiar with.
He's got the Washington State kid, I think, in the 2nd overall pick. Is that
Kyle Williams?
Kyle
Williams out of Washington State is Chris Sims' second best receiver, and he's not a guy that I've heard talked about at all. We hear a ton about Ibuka.
Yeah.
We hear a ton about Golden. We obviously hear about McMillan. He's got Kyle. Who is this Kyle Williams?
Kyle Williams is a transfer from UNLV, and he actually broke Dez Bryant's Holiday Bowl record last year for receiving on 10 catches. I think he had 172 yards.
Why aren't we talking about him for the Cowboys?
He's like a 3rd, 4th round guy, in honesty.
Okay, so what the heck is Chris Sims seeing that has him as his second best receiver in the class? That's crazy.
I think he likes the quick twitch element to his game, I'd have to say. He's a vertical player. The stuff underneath, though, is kind of not what you want to be with the other guys. But he's not going to block all that well on the outside, but he's kind of some guy that runs routes the same speed. So you've got a guy that's a vertical player that has a little quick twitch of getting off the line of scrimmage, but the underneath stuff is not as good as some of the others. He's 5'11", he's 190 pounds. He's a good player, and but he's got some punt and kickoff return stuff. So he's taking a flyer on a guy, is what he's doing.
That's his number 2 receiver in the draft, according to Chris Sims. It's Kyle Williams out of Washington State. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are, by the way, only 1 month until the NFL draft. Isn't that crazy?
No.
That is crazy to me.
It's funny because it's
happening a little earlier this year.
Every time we're on the draft show, Kyle Yeoman says we're 100 days away, we're 90 days away, we're 70 days away, we're
30 days.
I feel like we've been counting down but no, it's getting close to finishing this thing out.
Time's flying, buddy. We are just a month from the draft, 3 days from opening day. That is right, Thursday at this time. The ball's going to be getting pitched.
Let's go.
By Evaldi.
Nasty Nate on the bump. That's going to be awesome, dude. We have, how about this? The quote from star wide receiver with the Rams, Puka Nacua, 24 years old. He says, quote, "I know I want to retire at the age of 30. I think of Aaron Donald. Let's go out at the top. I think it would be super cool. But also, I want to have a big family. I want to have at least a starting 5. I came from a big family, so I need 5 boys for sure. But also, I want to be able to be a part of their lives and be as active as I can with them." Nacua talking about raising a family and being done with his NFL career at 30 years old.
I mean, if you could script it where you get to the NFL at 22, 23, you accomplish everything, you win a championship, you get a giant bag of money, and you're gone. I could see that. But one thing I know about young guys is they don't have a great imagination for what it's going to be like when they get older. They just don't know. So when you get older, you're going to need more money. Maybe your wife at that time is going to be like, "Honey, play one more contract out. You're only 30. Why are we walking away from $80 million?"
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to love it, so much that you won't want to let it go. Right now, you think the next 5 years is going to last forever. 30 years old to a 25-year-old is like, it might as well be 100. But it's going to go by in a blink, and you're not going to want to give it up. That'd be my read.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, how much money are you really going to be able to make between now and then? And now with the dollars being what they are, we are seeing guys retire much younger, more often than we had been accustomed to.
Good point.
That's what they have that opportunity now with how much money they're able to make. As long as he can stay healthy, his next contract should be pretty dang fat, especially with the wide receiver money being what it is now.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. You're 24 and you feel like 30 is way down the line. It'll be real soon. When he wakes up.
It's part of the problem for finding quality analysts and media members. The guys who are good have such generational wealth. They don't want to look at a schedule or being accountable to anything. They're good. They made it. They get the next 50 years to basically be on vacation.
Yeah. What a dream. Did you guys see the CJ Stroud impersonator over the weekend?
Did a good job.
Getting into the Houston rodeo.
Yeah, the rodeo, yeah.
This guy, I mean, don't get me wrong. We'd all be double taken if we saw this guy. We'd all think that was probably CJ Stroud. But the funniest part is he's actually wearing his number 7 Houston Texans CJ Stroud jersey, as if players do that when just walking about around town. CJ Stroud impersonator. And then all these, like you see the video, this dude gets in free. You see him at the security, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, Mr. Stroud, come on in here." And then you have all sorts of people, security included, all trying to take pictures with him. And he's just some internet impersonator of CJ Stroud getting behind the gates and getting through. I remember the Klay Thompson lookalike was pretty strong. Yeah. That one was still the most impressive from what I'm familiar with, impersonating in sports and actually getting into the arena. I mean, that dude was putting up pregame warm-up shots as Klay Thompson. That was incredible from just a few years ago, but this is not bad.
Okay, so a quick search of this. Dude's been kind of blowing up behind the scenes on Twitch and different social medias for a couple of months.
Colin Drum.
Yeah, this fan at a Rockets game thought he was CJ Stroud. So over the last couple of months, he's been realizing how much he looks like CJ Stroud and just decided to try it out, take it for a spin, hit a home run.
He did. That is so cool. He's taking pictures. He's signing autographs.
I mean, you got to have some sort of a critical thinking skill about you, though. You got to look at the chest, the guns. I mean, it's close,
right? But
you got to be is this dude really a football player?
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the body for it. Yeah, you can see him falling out of the jersey. But I mean, I do think it's funny to consider there's at least one adult at work on a Monday sharing the weekend story of how they got a chance to take a photo and get the autograph with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And they have no idea they were getting ball sacked.
Amazing.
That's good stuff.
I mean, that Sylvester Stallone at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on Friday, he could have sold me.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He was doing, I love how he was doing the bottom lip to the side.
Yeah. And they're so funny. Him and Mr. T and Harrison Ford, they're rolling around.
Yeah,
And
Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones was really good, I thought, too.
Indy was great.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, a lot of these impersonators are really heavy-handed and self-important, you know? And they kind of get obnoxious. Like, look, okay, we get it. It's a funny bit.
Yeah.
But they're kind of laughing along with you.
Yeah.
Like,
They're in on the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And then we'll close it down here. Kirk Cousins planning to wait until after the draft to potentially waive his no-trade clause with the Falcons. I don't even know if the Falcons are going to be planning on trading him at all. We'll see what he can command via trade, but he doesn't want to get the same situation that he ended up with in Atlanta last year where he maybe gets traded to a team, then they draft a quarterback, and all of a sudden he's second fiddle. He still thinks he's a starter in this league. So we'll continue to monitor Kirk Cousins. I don't know which one I care less about, Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers, but both of them. Just
Aaron Rodgers for me.
Love it, Chief. Thank you so much. A C-Note's coming up. Cowboys news of the evening. Who's the Cowboys signing with the most upside from this free agent round? Would you do this Micah Parsons trade? And apparently the Cowboys are looking to trade for a quarterback as well. It's the G-Bag Nation's Cowboys news of the evening next in the Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
There are 52 weekends in 2025. One weekend reigns supreme over them all. Opening weekend for the Texas Rangers is a can't-miss celebration of the great game as it returns to Globe Life Field. Experience baseball joy when Corey Seager and the Rangers take on Alex Bregman and the Red Sox for the season's first series, March 27th through the 30th. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
The Law Tigers, Dallas Harley-Davidson, and your Dallas Stars have teamed up to give one lucky fan a custom Dallas Stars Harley-Davidson. Enter to win at DallasStarsBike.com. This one-of-a-kind Harley will be given away live at the last Stars home game of the season on Saturday, April 12th. It's on display at Dallas Harley-Davidson. Come on down and check out what may be your future ride. Enter today at DallasStarsBike.com. That's DallasStarsBike.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Kroger for mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings, plus over $600 in digital coupons each week, and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Kroger, you always get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
We've lowered prices. You can save 15% or more on hundreds of items like Thomas Mini Bagels, Campbell's SpaghettiOs, and more. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
At the UPS Store, we shred away your worries and your sensitive documents. Shredding services and bins are provided by Iron Mountain on an as-is basis. Most locations are independently owned. Visit theupsstore.com/shredding for full details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Paying rent can feel like throwing money away. And when you're spending so much, it can be hard to see yourself buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is helping you put your monthly rent towards home ownership with Rent Rewards. For the first time, save up to $5,000 off the cost of your first home just by paying rent. Only at Rocket Mortgage. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to find out more.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Easy Cater. It's all the food for your workplace, all in one place. With over 100,000 restaurants nationwide on one platform. Whether you need food for company meetings or events, daily employee lunches, or your next lunch and learn, Easy Cater makes food for work, work. And it doesn't stop at lunch. With Easy Cater, you've got great breakfast options, snacks, treats, and more. Whenever and wherever work happens, Easy Cater's here to make the food happen. Order now at easycater.com.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex, right between I-20 and Highway 80. And, of course, it's a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store right now. Take advantage of Ram Truck Month at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. One of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere on brand new Ram trucks. You can also start the process online, PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by A-Star.
Wish you could flip a switch and solve your electrical problems? Wish granted. Get a free electrical service call from A-Star. Our pros bring the power with fast, friendly service. Call 214-655-COOL or visit astardfw.com. Restrictions apply. Visit website for details.
Is it? Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening. Talking about a Miami slot receiver, right? Restrepo.
Yeah, he's. It's funny. He goes. Eric goes. He ran 4.8. Dawson goes. Is he a tight end? I'm like, no, he's like a 5'8" slot.
He's a slot.
He plays really fast though.
I like Restrepo. He's a route running machine.
He is a.
Good change of direction.
Yeah. Everything. Yeah.
Okay. Time for the C-Note here. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today. carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, that's your Frankels. Yeah, Joe Milton, Patriots backup at target in the trades for the Cowboys. Brian confirmed that for us at the top of the show. This is real. Okay, I know you see a lot of Cowboys trade rumorooskies out there, and you're like, well, this is speculation or it's just an opinion. But this is an actual report.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Patriots would want to deal him for what the Cowboys would be offering.
They really don't.
I'd want to hold out for a 3 if I'm giving a young quarterback who had some success in his rookie year.
Sure.
I could see why the Patriots want to get something, but not. What do you think, Brian?
They might be in a situation, though, in New England where you have a new coaching staff, and they're probably not interested in the guy.
Okay.
And maybe they didn't like him when they evaluated him while they were at Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And so so the coaches are walking in like, hey, we really don't feel good about playing with this guy. We don't think he could fit what we're trying to do. So see what you can get for him. And I think that's
a chance to evaluate him for a year.
Yeah.
If they're willing to give him up for a 5, which is probably going to do nothing for your organization.
I think the front office wants to fight for him.
Okay.
I don't think the coaching staff is necessarily on board with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
New coaching staff comes in and says, we're really not interested in him as a backup guy. We'd like to do something else.
I know they do have Dobbs as their backup.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking as a young quarterback who had success, if we can get him in a couple of preseason games and he lights it up, we could. I mean, I think trading for a 5 is probably nothing, and I have a young quarterback asset in my building. We know it was years ago, probably 2 decades ago now, what the Packers were able to trade Matt Flynn to the Seahawks for.
Mm-hmm.
I want a 3. I want a 2. But more than that, I want to know, from you guys, maybe what you think the Cowboys would be thinking here for Milton. Is this evidence they're trying to prospect in those quarterback waters and find a replacement for Dak, who's starting to get dinged too much?
Yeah, I think it's twofold. I think you want to have something with some more upside than Cooper Rush. And so you have to start considering Dak's end. And when is that going to be? Sometime over the next 4 years. But injuries have cut him short. And throwing Cooper Rush out there, not good for business. You're going to probably win one too many games to get the draft pick you really want in a year that you actually suck, like this year, but you're not going to win enough to actually get to the postseason. And there's no excitement, at least when you have a young rookie quarterback or like a Joe Milton style quarterback with upside that you haven't seen before. That's getting eyeballs, and that's generating interest when a season may be going sideways on you and Dak gets hurt. Who cares to go watch Cooper Rush again? We've seen this bland story before. Yeah. Go get something that maybe it's going to be a train wreck, but you will be, all Cowboys fans will be much more interested in watching the Cowboys with Dak goes down and it's a rookie quarterback or a second-year quarterback as opposed to Cooper Rush.
Yeah. You're right. That is super boring, and then there's kind of a burst of excitement in the fourth quarter when the determination is made. Did you win or lose?
Exactly. That's it.
Okay, so look out for more Joe Milton content.
But your assessment of a fifth-round pick is dead on.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah. If they would take it,
what New England's looking for.
If I'm the Cowboys and I get that, I'm like, cool. We got a lotto ticket here. A guy that's got good athleticism, pretty good arm, and at least played in a meaningless Week 18 game and put up really good numbers. Would you do this Micah Parsons trade? It's next in the C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening. We go to Katie Drummond talking about it. Send in a proposal for you guys. Dallas would send Micah to said Patriots for the 4th overall pick, the 38th pick, a 5th rounder, and then a 2026 first rounder and 2027 third rounder.
Holy smokes.
So you're getting 2 1s, a 2, a 3, and a 5.
Heck yeah, I would do that. I would absolutely do that.
Talk about backing up the truck.
That means you have a good chance of getting Travis Hunter in this draft.
Well, I was just doing something I was going to do at Krusty's Corner because I've got another trade proposal off a mock draft I saw. Remember I asked you guys last week about would you trade for Travis Hunter?
Right.
It's actually there's a better way of even doing this now off this mock draft.
Cool.
So we could talk about that at 3:40 today.
No way Cowboys actually do trade Micah Parsons, but it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, the Cowboys are they're not the type of organization that moves on from star players. And unfortunately they wait to pay him until the last minute and they end up resetting the market with these players, and that's exactly what they've done now with Micah Parsons. But yeah, they're not the type of team that is thinking long-term rebuild, losing a star player. They don't have an appetite for that. But this particular scenario, I think you're getting like exactly what you would want in terms of not only you getting multiple first-round picks, but one of them is a top 4 pick.
Yeah, but okay, so you're getting 4 and 38. So what are we getting in 26?
Another first-round pick.
And what else?
And a 3rd and 27.
Oh, and a 3rd and 27.
So 2 1s, one of those being a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
And
good shot that pick could be very high too. That one at New England could be in the top 5 again.
Yeah.
Depending on what you think about their quarterback and how New England's going to play this year.
I just think with what the Cowboys have added to the defense, you get Diggs and Overshown back with Parsons. I really want to see how this thing could come together. But you're offering 2 1s, a 2, and a 3. Like, there's a price for everything. The Cowboys don't trade star players, but at some point they would.
Yeah, and in this case, you would feel pretty good about the idea that you could get Travis Hunter at 4. So you're trading star player for star player.
What do you feel like the possibility of maybe getting Carter from Penn State?
Yeah, and there's also you're getting one of them.
Yeah, people will tell you though that Carter's a bigger pain in the ass than Micah.
Yeah,
the Penn State folk will tell you that.
Okay, well, as long as he plays that well.
Yeah. If you hate Micah for being a pain in the ass, then
this is a bigger pain.
This is potentially a bigger pain in the ass.
I think the only way it really bothers fans is when it gets to the point where a guy could be kicked out of the league, suspended, stuff like that. Sure, fans can get offended or think I'd rather have better leadership, but all that's just personality flair to me.
Well, the other thing, too, is who says you have to even pick at 4? You could just trade down from there.
Yeah,
and
sure could.
Now you're just stockpiling high value.
I would pick Travis Hunter if that was the case.
I would too.
I would,
assuming he's there at 4. But
it's a little bit more easier for me to trade down from 12, personally, just for what the level of player. But I'd take Travis Hunter.
You are looking at a Hall of Famer for maybe All Pro. What's Travis Hunter's bust potential there? If you say star for star,
he's 185 pounds. He could bust at corner. He could be a slightly built corner that gets beat up on the outside by people. That's why I think he's probably going to be a wide receiver in this league. I think he's going to have more opportunities to make more big plays as a wide receiver. But I understand why people have him at corner, but he is 100. He's a slightly built corner.
Does he have the length?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's 185 pounds.
Gotcha. Good stuff there from Brian Broaddus, a former Cowboy scout.
And if he plays both ways, his weight's only going to go down.
Oh,
Burning calories.
Exhausted.
He gets smaller.
I would love to know the meal plan. Whatever team that gets him, that's really committing to him playing both ways as much as possible. What does that meal plan look like?
You would be envious the way you eat. Yes.
If it was me, I think I'd load up on French toast for all 3 meals, to be honest with you.
Hey, that's a good route. I mean, obviously you got to figure out a way to get the protein in there, but in terms of your entree,
well,
I love that.
The egg on the bread, that's quite a bit of protein, isn't it? The egg in the bread?
I think, do you guys know how many grams of protein are in one single egg?
7 or 8?
I believe it's 6.
Okay. So we might have to do a side omelet.
Maybe a side omelet. You could always just protein shake it up with chocolate milk and just all the deliciousness.
Man, so I'm doing Lent again, which is 6 weeks of denying myself delicious treats.
You're on fire.
I think I'm taking it all the way to training camp this year because I built myself in too big of a hole. I got to continue this on. So we're 2.5, almost 3 weeks into this, and I'm imagining the French toast and the donuts and pizza. It's just killing me. I haven't been able to get through that mental breakthrough where I forget about it yet.
This is usually about the time where the hallucinations start to set in, and you start having those dreams about different snacks.
My goodness.
But so you're 49, right?
Yeah,
49 years old. So 49 was the year, the line of demarcation where the regulation length of Lent might not be quite enough to make up for the last 12 months.
Yeah. I mean, it was really firing like 4 or 5 years ago, and I got low enough that there was no amount of debauchery that could push me back over 2 bills. But now I keep tipping back over there, and I'm like, this is when it gets like, the doc's like, hey, here's your obese line.
Yeah.
It's below this.
We're going to need you to go on about 6 months of crash course.
Dude, they told me my ideal weight last time I was there was 166 pounds. I was like, how is that humanly possible?
So
I feel like I would blow away.
Are you 2 bills?
I'm like 193 right now.
So you're carrying like a third grader on your back?
I carry like 30 extra pounds. Maybe not a third grader, but at least a 3-year-old. Okay, Pro Football Focus did every team signing with the most upside. Brian, who's yours? Is it that edge? Was it Peyton? Something like that?
You know what? I really do like the linebacker from the Bears. Sanborn a lot. I think Sanborn's a really a nice signing for the Cowboys for the way that he sees the way the play develops. He gets in. He could finish as a tackler. Like the way he could play as a Mike and play as a Will. So yeah, I think for a young guy, surprised they just didn't offer. They didn't tender him a contract there, but I think he's got big upside there.
Yeah, that's who Pro Football Focus went with, saying slotting him at number 200 on the big board ahead of the 2022 draft. Pro Football Focus was actually high on him in college. The Wisconsin product proceeded to go undrafted before landing with the Bears. Long been a sturdy run defender. PFF grade at 70 in 23 and 24 after excelling there in college. Cowboys may be able to offer Sanborn more snaps due to their depleted linebacker room.
You can start probably.
Bolstering one of the league's worst run defenses units from a season ago. So you think increased role with the Cowboys, increased production, maybe leading tackler on this team, Brian?
Absolutely, yeah.
David Moore in the Morning News writing about the Cowboys running back situation. Headline, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders won't cede lead role easily if the Cowboys draft a running back. Williams saying, from what they're telling me, they want a competitive room. Everyone go in there and compete, and may the best man win.
BS.
They want the rookie star to be a star?
Yes, absolutely.
If the rookie couldn't beat Miles Sanders coming out, would you have bust potential on your radar? I mean, Miles Sanders is a pretty solid veteran. It's not going to be easy to beat him out.
I could go all the way down in the 4th round and have a guy that beats Sanders and Williams both out.
Nice.
Yeah, I would be hugely concerned.
I'm that comfortable with this draft. I could go all the way to the 4th round to beat both those guys out.
Yeah, the running back you draft is the guy that needs to be your starter.
Yep.
And it shouldn't be very hard to unseat Williams and Sanders.
So if he's struggling in Oxnard preseason, it'll be like, oh boy, it's Miles Sanders time.
That would suck.
That would suck. Okay.
Never want to see Miles Sanders time on the clock.
No, you don't. No, he had that one good year 3 years ago in Philadelphia, but it was so offensive line dependent. It's actually the exhibit a case if you're going to court for, why the running back doesn't matter very much. It's that, offensive lines can make you look like an all-pro. Great tweet from Donnie Fowler over the weekend, said, "I'm back and I'm better." He's talking about his run defense. Brian, when you did that film study on Dante Fowler back after 1 year with Washington, he said on Twitter this weekend, "I'm better." What does he mean by that?
He's gotten better playing as a run defender is what he has. He's got a better feel for how to play off blocks. It's just not about being just that one-dimensional player where all he was a pass rush guy. You could actually start this guy, and the way that the Commanders were able to do that, before he was a guy that was kind of a rotational player, but he's got more in the tool belt now with his ability to play with his hands, get off blocks, get upfield, chase down the guys going away, ball coming at him, playing with some strength, being able to get off blocks. He's gotten much better as a run defender, and I think that's where he has to feel pretty good about himself.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, the Cowboys news of the evening. Every show at 3:20 here on The Fan. We get you caught up on everything developing. And then we get to Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, daily 3:40. Brian, what's in store for us today?
Yeah, let's talk about some of these quarterbacks. And as I mentioned, I got a trade opportunity. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Mavs and Stars, both in action. We'll have the latest on that. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway in the Expressway. We also ask Reddit and the latest on Micah Parsons' contract. It's a Tuesday morning, The Fan.
Check off your grocery list at Whole Foods Market. Get no antibiotics ever air-chilled whole chicken for $3.49 per pound with Prime through March 25th. Feed the whole family with this juicy, tender Maine over rice. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Got broken or cracked pipes? Metroflow Plumbing has you covered with cutting-edge CIPP technology. No digging, no mess, just seamless pipe repair that lasts. Call Metroflow Plumbing today and restore your pipes without the hassle. Visit metroflowplumbing.com.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
kept going?
Yeah. I mean, shout out to the margaritas there, man. They were on point. Little hair of the dog never hurt you.
Just kind of wondered why like a guy like 61 years old like me can drink more shots than him and not be all tore up.
No, you didn't have more than him.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Gary, I think I did 7.
7 fireballs?
7 fireballs, yeah.
Well, yeah, he had the higher proof liquor. He was getting tequila, which is 80 proof. Fireball's 40 proof, bro.
You guys kept trying to tell me that.
You got it on PG-13 mode.
You guys were kind of trying to tell me that, and I was just kind of kept drinking them.
I can buy Fireball at the gas station, dog.
Bro, I did not see you doing shots.
That's because I had to keep myself intact. Last time,
You
cold
worry
beers
about
and cheeseburgers.
going home, and you're like,
Well, yeah, I didn't have the DD, so I was smooth sailing. Cold beer here, taper off about 4:20. We're good. 7 o'clock, I was humming. I was ready for those ribs.
Can't believe you guys are just downplaying my ability to have some fireball shots.
I don't want to downplay it.
I think Dawson tried to at the actual at the bar. He goes, you only know you're drinking 35%.
Well, you try to compare yourself to the bully, and that was 10 tried and true tequila shots.
I don't
Impressive.
know. Okay,
twice as much liquor in those.
All right,
as
the
yours.
last time we were there, like I was picking up the slack for some of those other drinks, the lemon drops and some of the tequila drinks that we didn't know what the butterscotch drink. What was that I was drinking?
Hey, listen, you were doing it right. Okay,
I want a little acknowledgement from you over there.
I gave you a pat on the back. Hey, listen, I'll acknowledge that you would drink
35%.
You would drink Wolchuk under the table, going shot for shot, but that's not what you did on Friday.
And I did get him around. I was worried about him getting sick. All right, got a trade for you there, Chieftain.
Let's do it.
On Pro Football Focus's last mock draft, they have Travis Hunter getting to 5, so he drops another spot. Remember last week he was at 4 at New England, and we were talking about trading up. This week they have him at 5.
Jags?
Yeah. This is all it's going to cost us. Remember last time it was we were going to have to give up pick 44 and maybe next year's 3?
Yeah, you swap ones, you pick up, you give up a second and a third.
Yeah, for next year.
Right.
2026. This time around, man, you willing to give up your 2 and pick 149, a 5th to go get him in this draft? A 2 and a 5?
A 2 and a 5 to go get Travis Hunter? Yeah, that's...
And you keep 12?
No, you swap.
You swap. You go to 5. You go to 5.
Yeah.
They go to 12. You pick Travis Hunter at 5, and they get your second round pick, 44 and 149.
Got to do it.
That's easy. Yeah, I'm.
Oh wait, we've taken him out of the mix because he wants that 149. He wants to make a pick there.
No,
when it was next year's 3.
Yeah, next year's felt a little better because I'm kicking the can on that.
But he would complain that like, I can't believe we gave up this year's 3. No, next 3 for this. You know.
I like being able to spread out the assets that I'm giving up because this team does have so many holes.
Yeah.
That they need to be able to stand tall and make some picks.
Yeah.
But I'm still so enticed by Travis Hunter that I would still do it. I would absolutely still do it. You're getting a two-way guy, hopefully. Hopefully you have a guy that's eating snaps at corner and also wide receiver 2 to CeeDee Lamb. And the superstar factor of that name, that's got Jerry written all over it.
Yeah.
Okay, good news here, Brian. Whiskey expert weighing in. Fireball whiskey, 66 proof. So that's pretty close to tequila, which is at 80. Fireball malt, which is what I was thinking about, is the 33 proof stuff.
Okay, that's
the
the
junior
stuff.
high school stuff.
That's the stuff you get at the gas station.
Yeah.
So, okay.
It's basically made of wine. It's fake Fireball.
But I was indulging in the 66% one, right?
Yeah.
Which was closer to what you said, the 80% with the tequila.
Yeah,
right?
it's 80% of the 80 proof.
Right.
So it's not quite as bad.
Hey, I gave you an attaboy butt slap at the end of that show for a reason on Friday. I came away impressed.
I was just, I'm
and
always,
you weren't sloppy
I'm
like
always
you
trying,
were in Arizona 2 years ago at the post game dinner. You weren't just slobbering all over yourself during our charity dinner like you were in front of Nate Dell and
Hey,
Nixon.
Eric, let me tell you.
You think Eric?
Sorry, I didn't realize Gavin was having a conversation with you. Let me butt in here again.
You talk about something you don't give a damn about. At the end of that, I didn't feel bad until the next day.
I had a great time, man.
I didn't feel bad until the next day. Then when Hicksy did say, "God, that brought us to sure chatty."
Well,
I bought him dinner. I felt bad about being so chatty. I did interrupt you a ton. A ton. All right, so we're in on that, right?
Par for the course.
Yep. All right, cool. Thank you very much for the guy or gal who texted in and said that was 66 proof.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, 5 minutes here. Here we go. Seen 4 quarterbacks so far. I'm not going to go through each one of them, but I'm going to tell you. I've got specific, and I'm kind of stealing a little bit of an idea from Pro Football Focus of the guys I've seen so far, the quarterbacks, and they have it broken down in different categories. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through, and we'll update this as I see the rest of these quarterbacks, and then we'll come up with a consensus like, oh, this guy has the best this, and this guy does this the best.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
All right. Best arm I've seen so far is Jalen Milroe, by far.
Just in terms of arm strength?
Arm strength.
Yeah,
by
he's got
far.
an absolute cannon.
He is, there's no telling where it's going to go, but you watch the first half of the Georgia game, he throws the ball as well as you can imagine. You watch the first half of the Michigan game where it's early in the game, it's pouring down rain, he's getting sacked, he's fumbling. He looks like a guy you wouldn't even draft. But as far as just pure arm talent of the four I've seen so far, he would be the guy. So that would be him for arm talent. Best out of the pocket quarterback.
Ooh, I'm going to go Cam Ward.
Shedeur Sanders.
Throwing the ball outside of the pocket.
Outside the pocket.
On the move.
On the move.
Left and right.
I think left and right. Yeah, I think Shedeur Sanders does this. I think his going to his left is rare with the way he throws.
I mean, the accuracy certainly speaks for itself.
He is incredible throwing. I mean, when he could get his hip open, shoulder squared, and let that thing fly. And I mean, it's on a rope going to his left. A lot of guys sometimes struggle getting everything in line to get that ball out.
Mm-hmm.
Sanders has got this. He's got this. And his arm talent isn't the best of the group, as we mentioned.
Yeah, the arm strength is not quite there, but the accuracy is pretty next level. That's encouraging, though, the idea that he can do it left and right on the move.
Best mechanics I've seen so far in this, and of the four, Will Howard from Ohio State. He's got the ability. I think Will Howard could play under center, and I could think he could play in the shotgun. Now, he's our national championship quarterback. He got better as the season wore along. Michigan game, though, very end, though, he made a couple mistakes that might have cost his team the game. A couple of interceptions, one down on the goal line that was really, really bad, and one backed up. But overall, you watch all the other playoff games he played in. Ohio State's got great players. But, man, he did a great job of getting the ball on the move to these guys as they're running those crossing routes. He hits them on the move, down the field throws. He's not throwing the ball behind his guys. He's putting it right where he needs to be, the accuracy. But when you start to talk about, though, the mechanics of him and him sitting in the pocket, throwing off that front leg, getting the ball to where it needs to be and helping his guys get down the field and make plays.
He's got a day 3 guy?
He's a 4th-round guy on my board right now.
All right. Cam Ward doesn't make an appearance yet.
Not yet.
Best skill sets.
He's about to. Best under pressure.
Cam
Ward.
There you go.
Cam Ward he can escape a lot of trouble here. Best mobility. Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
I think when you watch Milroe, he has the ability to design runs, whatever he has to do, anything to do movement in the pocket wise, he's got the best mobility.
When you say Cam Ward pressure, are you talking about escaping pressure or standing tall in the pocket with the dude in his face?
With pressure in his face.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, best when it comes to standing there and making the throw. Best on third down is Cam Ward.
Hey, that's huge.
Best touch is Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
And the best, see if I read my best outside the numbers thrower is Cam Ward. So far, the guys I've seen so far, those are the guys that the four guys. Cam Ward, I got him in the first round. I've got Sanders in the second. I have to figure out if he's player 16, 17, 18. I only 15 first round grades. So don't freak out at, I'd say, second round. He's in that second tier group of, he could be a 17th best player on my board. Have to kind of determine with the other guys. And then I've got Will Howard in the fourth over Milroe in the fourth as well. So far, that's what I've seen. Got 7 more quarterbacks got to do. We'll revisit this and see if some of these guys of the first 4 that I've done still maintain the level of the best of.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We're talking baseball with Jared Sandler as the Rangers have a lot of decisions to make and a big game coming up tonight. We can preview that for you as well coming up next year in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app presented by Comerica.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. March Madness isn't quite as mad as it used to be because it's the chalkiest Sweet 16 in history. Get used to it because the reality of the transfer portal and the ability for programs with lots of money, see bigger schools, to spend their way to success is real. 1 seeds, 2 seeds, 3 seeds dominating is the new reality. David versus Goliath is great, but he can never take down Cash. I'm Bill Ryder.
Chief Follow back here in Tolos. It's time to take control of your financial future. And good news, we can look no further than Trajan Wealth. That's our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. And they have offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner. Or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Or give them a call right now at 469-579-3500. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. That's right, they're a fiduciary firm. So they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It's time for basketball, and right now, Uber Eats has deals on McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Get game day deals now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Jared Sandler here with us on the Fan. Jared, if you could get to a slightly better sell spot, that would be good. We had a couple of
I don't stuck right now, fellas. I don't know where I'm doing the best I can.
Okay. We'll see how this goes. What can you say about the show Wyatt Langford just put on in Cactus League? Even better than last year, huh? Appears we've lost Sandler. We've lost Sandler for good now here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
You encouraged him, and then he just got mad and hit the
he was like, well, if that's the way you want to be, Dawson, forget about it. But it can be tough to get a cell signal up there.
No, it's tough. It's very, very tough.
Thought with the roof open, maybe it would open things up a little bit for him there with the phone lines.
That could make some sense. So maybe he'll call back when that roof does open, but we're probably good. Okay, Ranger stuff going into tonight's game. Again, a 6:30 first pregame and 7 o'clock first pitch. I was mentioning Wyatt Langford there.
Yeah.
Last year, his on-base plus slugging in Cactus League. Remember how excited we were about him?
Yeah.
And we were talking about how, hey, this guy could win Rookie of the Year and, maybe be the rare candidate for MVP as well. And then he didn't really play well for the first 2 months. And June was great. September was great. But this Cactus League, he improved his OPS to over 1.3. And granted, like 800 is good. Last year it was 1.1. This year it's over 1.3, and he has been on an absolute tear out there in Cactus League action. And, I mean, I think outside of Corey Seager, he might be the most exciting player we have going right now, at least from the lineup perspective.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Adolis Garcia has really cranked things up post-oblique issue earlier in camp. And so he's a guy that can always just be an absolute lightning rod and put the entire lineup on his back for a stretch. So you still have elements of that, but in terms of the excitement level of something that we've only seen a little bit of that could really balloon into MVP level dominance with Wyatt Langford, there's no question he's right there on the short list of dudes you're just most excited to watch him erupt this season.
The biggest question, and maybe I'm making too much of this that I have for the Rangers, is this really Jonah Heim's job to lose?
I think
I think that with Higgy, I think if you were saying, hey, Brian, you always ask me about, who's the 53rd player? What's the last guy on the Cowboys that could potentially start or take a job? I don't think this catching thing is completely solidified for the Rangers.
You got to be open-minded to it if he struggles as much as he did last year with
I don't know if there's the leashes that long, Dawson.
Okay, let's ask Sandler about that. I think he's going to jump back on here with us. I did want to tell you there's breaking news. Anthony Davis is going to play tonight. Okay.
There you go.
Super exciting.
We got to talk about that here in just a second, but Jared back with us now here on The Fan. Not too excited about Anthony Davis's return, huh?
Well, so now what? They make the playoffs and they lose the opportunity to maybe get like a decent draft pick for the last time in the last 6 years. Is that that's what we're doing?
Yeah, it's not a tank move, and it is a potential for injury move. In a snake bit year, I would not be trying to press my luck at this point in the thing, but I guess you can hope that they have enough offense now and he can bring defense and Lively can bring defense and maybe you can salvage something. But Sans, to me, this is a story that's become about the general manager now, Nico, maybe wanting to see this through and have success to prove that he was right.
Hey, if there are enough season ticket holders who opt out and, I don't know, like sponsorship dollars lost, is there any chance Patrick Dumont's like, Nico, this one backfired royally and we are the laughingstock of the NBA, take a hike?
I would hope so. I hope that is in consideration, but it's hard to tell how much denial they might be in over there with the Mavs right now. Jared Sandler brought to you by Advanced Hair Restoration. Go to advancedhair.com. And Brian was just talking about the Higashioka and Jonah Heim situation and where that is as we get set for opening day on Thursday. Could there be a passing of the torch, or is Heim locked in as the main catcher?
No, I mean, I think it's 50-50, and I think whoever's playing better will, maybe if that 50-50 pendulum swings in favor of one player or the other, then, I think it's basically performance based. They don't have to commit to one, like in that it's I think we talked about this on Friday. It's not like a quarterback where like one guy's your guy and you can only make so many changes. I think they try maybe and give them opportunities to catch all five starters early and split it up that way. I don't know if it's going to be a straight alternating, every other game, or if they're going to look at it matchup based. But I think like the idea is, let's just say over the first 30 games, more or less playing time is going to be the same. But yeah, I mean, I heard you, Dawson, saying that, maybe, or Broadus, one of you were saying that maybe that leash isn't so long. And I think that's, very fair. Sorry, specific to Jonah Heim. I mean, if Jonah gets off to a slow start, it's not that he's going to be buried, right?
No.
I think Kyle Higashioka will go through a rough stretch, but I think they have the ability to kind of ride the hot hand. And, the other thing is on the defensive side, Jonah metrically had a down year last year. Now, some people have explained that, it to some degree had to do with positioning behind the plate more so than framing ability. But let's say, he's not doing what he has done in the past from a defensive standpoint. That's another thing. I think we'll naturally look at the offensive numbers, but I do think that the defensive numbers, the framing, the receiving, that stuff will play a role in the equation as well.
Jared, I hope this is not a terrible question, but is there things that they're absolutely, and I'm going to use the word terrified, but just so unsure about that they just can't get buttoned up right now with their team?
You talking about like terms of roster decisions?
Yeah.
Well, I think it all goes back to the money side. I think that, uniquely, and this is the first time, this is my 11th year, 12th year, whatever it is. This is the first time that, before opening day, the Rangers are really having to make decisions that are money conscious.
Sure.
And again, I want to make it clear. It's not like this is a Tampa Bay and Athletics, a Guardians, a Twins situation where they're just not spending. They just don't, for a third straight year, want to exceed the lowest luxury tax apron. And it's because they have spent. With that said, I understand why fans might be frustrated that, they, as a major market, are in this position. But, this is what ownership has decided is what's best moving forward. And so I think because of that, little things, Evan Grant, I think in his article shared that, Dane Dunning being placed on waivers is to some degree to see if a team would snatch him up and take the money, and that frees up their ability to add Adrian Hauser to the roster. But and it's not like they couldn't add Adrian Hauser, but now, they're really pushing towards that luxury tax threshold. And one thing that, I think, unfortunately, maybe Rangers fans are becoming more familiar with this sort of thing, but in case, they aren't, there's a lot of unknown because of incentives. Tyler Mahle can earn up to $5 million in incentives. And you obviously, as a contending team, want him to earn those because that means he's healthy and pitching well. But those dollars go towards your luxury tax figure. And so they've got to leave cushion and leave buffer for some of those incentives to hit. And then, guys, what about the trade deadline? If they're going to add to the trade deadline, they're also adding money. Now, maybe there's money that gets exchanged in negotiations and whatnot, but there are all sorts of factors that I think they're trying to kind of thread the needle of being a team that is, in a great position to compete in a big way, but also wanting to make the right moves to ensure that they don't, go over this luxury tax threshold. And it seems like a complicated tightrope act.
Talking Rangers with Jared Sandler here on The Fan. Jared, how excited should we be getting for the potential of Robert Garcia, the lefty out of the bullpen, who I saw Jim Bowden put on his breakout roster, MLB breakouts for this upcoming season, 6'4", 236, lefty in the bullpen. How excited are you about Robert Garcia?
Yeah, when the Rangers acquired him, I'll be honest, I didn't know a ton about him, and then quickly learned of his story of, how he thought he had retired, but paperwork wasn't filed correctly, and that kind of gave him a second life. And then when you look at the numbers, he's a perfect example of someone who's, beneath the surface numbers, the advanced, or however you want to characterize it, tell a totally different story than just his ERA. He was, on a short list of pitchers from in certain metrics in terms of his dominance out of the bullpen last year. And I think, that's probably why Jim Bowden has him on that list. I haven't read the list. I don't know if there was a write-up, but, if I was doing a write-up for that, I would cite those numbers as an indication that, his performance has been better than maybe what the back of the baseball card had suggested. And it's not like the back of the baseball card has, been ugly or anything, but I don't know whether he's going to, be in a closing role or a setup role, or if it's going to be a little bit of both. But I do think that he is going to be a relied upon member of this bullpen. And I think that he's going to be getting leverage innings, and I'm excited to see what it looks like. He's looked impressive in spring. You just read the height and weight. He's a big, imposing figure, which I don't know why it matters, because, you don't need to be 6'4" to be a good pitcher. But when I think of guys throwing gas coming out of the bullpen in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, having that sort of size or stature, it kind of fires you up. Aroldis Chapman, you stand next to him and you think like he can just, put his arm around you and break you in half, right? And I think that maybe gives you a little liquid courage, so to speak, with having a guy that imposing, and he kind of has that walk and that feel about him. And, a lot of things add up to this guy being a contributor in high leverage spots. And now we just got to wait and see him go out and hopefully do it.
It's Jared Sandler here with you. Opening day on Thursday. Jared, I would start Kevin Pillar at center field. I would move Evan Carter to the minor leagues, and I'm trying to get Tavares hot so I can trade him. What do you think? When's the Evan Carter decision coming?
Yeah, so technically I don't think they have to make that decision until like 10 or 11 on Thursday morning. So it might not be until then, or maybe it's maybe we get an update. It's kind of up to them at that point. If they want to release it anytime before then. I get the sense he's going to be on the team, but I understand that thought, Dawson, and I think there's some people who think, hey, send him down, have him absolutely wreck AAA, give him at bats against righties and lefties, and then call him up in a month or whenever. But the sense I get, he's going to be on the team now. I do think Kevin Pillar will also be on the team, and I think there's a chance that Kevin Pillar starts on opening day because they're going to face a lefty in Garrett Crochet. And with Leote, I think he's on the team as well. I wonder how much of Leote's spot on the team is an insurance for Evan Carter's health. And that's not going to change whether he's in AAA or the majors. But I do think, Gavin, to me, it makes a lot of sense that, if you are trying to save a little money, and not that Leote's making a ton, but you could probably trade Leote, get a pre-arbitration reliever or pitcher who's, making $700,000, $1 million, whatever. It's going to be a lot less than Leote's $4.5 million or so. And, add some depth in that regard. And I think that that's something that they got to strongly consider, even if it's not before opening day, sometime shortly after in the month of April. All it takes is one injury, and that, those types of phone calls might really kick into motion.
No Seager tonight?
Yeah, dealing with just some calf tightness, discomfort, nothing. I hate to say this. We're going on air, and I hope people listen, and I hope people watch, depending on where you are. But, this game really, there's not a whole lot at stake here, and especially for someone like Corey, who's gotten plenty of at-bats. So I spoke to him earlier. He says that as of now, no reason why opening day would be in question at all. It's a little sore, and so no reason to run out there and play.
And what was the best thing you tried for the Rangers' new concession items?
Didn't try any of it. I took some pictures and videos. That 24-inch Boomstick burrito looks pretty impressive, though. I'd like to take that down. I think we're going to get a chance on Thursday, opening day, to take that down. So I don't know. I mean, how many inches do you think you could take of that, Chief?
Well, I mean, I did in 3 hours' time. I did the 2-foot boomstick burger. I guess it was a couple of years ago now. So if you give me a couple 2 or 3 hours, I think I could put the whole thing down. But in one sitting, I feel good about the first 12 inches.
Who do you think can take down the most inches of the station?
I mean, I don't want to be braggadocious or whatever, but I think I'm leading the charge on that. I'm certainly the favorite.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Walsh could be up there.
That's a 3.5 pound thing, right, Jared? Is that what we're looking at?
It is 3.5 pounds.
Yeah, I was told 3.5 pounds. How bizarre is that? My
Crazy.
goodness.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I would do that like a breakfast burrito. That would be really appealing to me. You give me 24 inches of bacon, sausage, egg, cheese, hash brown.
Yes.
Maybe throw a little salsa on there.
Yes.
I would take that bad boy down.
That sounds delightful. Look forward to you going toe-to-toe with the Chief at some point, Sands. Have a great night. DeGrom tomorrow, right? DeGrom's pitching tomorrow in the 1:30 game?
Yeah, but I believe so. And then probably going to start Sunday, the finale against the Red Sox, maybe that first game in Cincinnati.
All righty. Thank you, buddy. Have a good night, and we'll chat with you tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Take care.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Chief, what's in store tonight?
Happy National Cocktail Day, ladies and gentlemen. What's your favorite cocktail next year in the nation?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
plug. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's the Chief with the Woolly Bullies Top 10.
Congratulations to Anthony Day-to-Day Davis, who is no longer Day-to-Day, but he is starting tonight for your Dallas Mavericks. For the first time since February 8th, the Brow is back, ladies and gentlemen. He's strong-armed the entire organization. And I was kind of thinking they were going to unveil him in Dallas.
Yeah, it would have been exciting, but I think that just shows how much he's chomping at the bit how much he's looking at the fact that, they're in a dogfight right now.
They need to win games.
For the 10th seed, and Davis needs to justify his guy Nico's trade for him. So he's going to go play and in danger next year as well. Good job, guys.
I do not support this decision in any way, but I know that this is Anthony Davis just being a competitor. And to some extent, we have to respect and applaud that.
Yeah, you're right.
But, man, big picture, this feels like quite the gamble. You need the draft pick because you don't have many. And like you've been hammering home, Dawson, for the last week plus, the idea of bringing him back and then him getting re-injured in some way that is now he's rehabbing in the offseason instead of just getting ready. That would be, and that's on the table with the way the season has gone. I mean, even Tim Hardaway Jr. can't come back to the AAC without getting hurt like he did on Friday night.
No way.
It's just like you can't escape it right now.
Well, I guess they must feel like there's a potentially huge payoff here. I think it was absolutely flushed once Kyrie Irving went out. But, I mean, they're scoring. Let's talk about that. What was it the other night? 123 points against Detroit, 131 against Indiana, 125 against Philadelphia. They did only score 96 against Houston, a very good defensive team, young, athletic. But back at them again, 116 against the Spurs, 133 against the Spurs, 116 against the Suns. That's their last 10 games, 111 against the Grizzlies. They can score somehow. Maybe they're going to prove you don't need an actual floor point guard. You don't need a floor general. And we can go out here, if we could defend and rebound, we're winning these games. We're just giving up 125 a game, so we just need to fix our rim protection.
They might tell you that's fool's gold. They're playing against teams that are just as bad health-wise.
Okay.
And they'll tell you that, we've been in some games where the teams we're playing are just as chaotic with guys not playing or resting.
They have played games against teams without bigs.
Yeah,
they played terrible teams, dude. Even when they played the Pacers, they didn't have Halliburton. These are awful teams.
Because I asked the same question, Dawson. I said, well, how are you guys generating so much offense?
Playing garbage.
And they said, we're garbage right now, and we're playing garbage that because of injuries and resting and load management or whatever you said. We're in a lot of these games where it's chaos and there's a lot of scoring because nobody can play defense because the players aren't any good.
I'm right there with you. I just think in their crazed world where Luka for AD made sense,
no question.
AD is going to come and give them more offensive firepower and significantly better defense. And they're probably thinking, hey, let's line up against Houston if we could get through the play-in. We can beat them.
That's exactly what they're thinking.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're thinking. They're thinking, there's a couple of teams, of course, that they have absolutely no shot against. But that you start to think about the Houstons and people like that, they feel like they have a shot there. But the ones at the top of the table, not so much.
What do you guys think the over-under is?
We'll say this, though, real quick. They feel like, though, they can give Denver problems just because of bigs. They can match Denver, the bigs that Denver has.
There you go.
So that's why. But Oklahoma City's probably a bad matchup for them.
Okay, so I've been refreshing, waiting for them to throw Anthony Davis on Prize Picks to see what we can wager on tonight, boys. And what do you guys think the points over-under is for Anthony?
24.5.
Probably is restricted minutes, maybe?
See, that's the thing that we don't know yet. We haven't gotten an announcement on what the restrictions are going to be. You'd have to expect him to be on some level of minutes restriction.
Let's go under.
19.5.
16.5?
There you go, yeah.
Now, maybe they know something about the minutes restriction,
yeah.
But and I'm sure they do, but 16.5.
Hell,
That's
he'll have that at the
enticing.
end of the first quarter if he's right.
Enticing. Okay, happy National Cocktail Day, ladies and gentlemen. Old Fashioned Long Island from Tom Collins in the 214. That's his go-to.
What's old?
Quite a text.
Old man drink right there.
I'll take a gin and tonic for the win. They glow in club lights.
Yeah.
You know? I feel masculine drinking one, you know. You don't have to be drinking shots and getting too heavy. I mean, although the gin will get you messed up. You'll be having yourself quite a time. But I think the gin and tonic was always my favorite drink.
I don't know how much familiarity I really have with the gin stuff. So it might be a unfortunate blind spot.
You probably drank gin out of a plastic bottle when you were really hammered. That's a like Gilby gin. That was
feels very true to you.
I feel like at a dinner though, if you have to be in a dinner scene where you can't get a light domestic beer or it's going to be frowned upon, like we're classing it up.
Mm-hmm.
The gin and tonic's the go-to as far as it's a masculine drink. It doesn't have a bunch of sugar in it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to get you too hammered.
Just go bourbon on the rocks.
Bourbon on the rocks ain't bad.
I'm trying to avoid getting too hammered, you know. This is like 7-8 at night.
Yeah, no, there's time and place.
There's like the gin martinis are kind of a dinner drink, kind of a like before. That's more of a lunch drink.
Okay.
But the gin and tonic is, I don't know, if you're drinking gin, I think you're kind of a hardcore drinker.
Okay.
I mean, every gin drinker I've ever known.
A little judgmental over there.
No, I mean,
he hung him up for a reason.
Yeah. Was a hardcore drinker.
Let me tell you that every gin drinker that I've known, they've been they don't stop.
Yeah.
They just keep.
Not up until they go.
Like, they don't worry about getting all liquored up.
The only thing to worry about is when does the liquor store close? You know, that's your only concern. And can you get a ride up there?
Did you, Dawson? You drank a bunch of gin?
Bunch.
Like, were you seriously you drinking that bad rot get out of the plastic bottle gin kind of stuff?
Rodeo Dawson.
You weren't like Tanqueray. No, Tanqueray's a little more high end.
Tanqueray and Bombay, I think, were the ones I'd buy the most.
Okay, there you go. Well, see, there's some gin that just
mid-grade gin.
Yeah, there's people that drink the gin, and if you're drinking gin that's in that plastic bottle, I keep saying the plastic bottle,
like the Royal Canadian or whatever that was, Canadian Mist,
Gilby. God. You're drinking that, you're just like, I don't care.
I mean, if it wasn't that, then it would be, just whiskey on the rocks.
Yeah.
You know, that'll make you feel like a man, too.
Okay. Speaking of men, we go into the Pimp Cup. Ross Lubinsky, what's your 1 seed for cocktails?
Oh, not much of a cocktail drinker, I'll be honest. But do you like martinis count?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Then I would just go with like a standard, I'm trying to remember because I was living with a roommate and she made a really good martini. I want to say she used, was it cranberry juice? I don't know what kind of martini that would be, but it was really good.
The old female roommate, eh?
I was about to say, yeah. Well, she was like one of those people who was like, oh yeah, I'm not only going to have like wine every night, but sometimes she would just bust out martinis if a friend came over, and I was like, I guess I'll take one of those. And yeah, the cranberry martinis are really good.
You guys ever just live with a friend, a female friend? This is just a female, because you didn't say girlfriend or anything.
No, it was
just a roommate.
2 of my gal pals that I have had since middle school, and we were all living together.
How about that?
No, I never have. I don't know if I could.
Never ventured into those waters. The martini, is that dirty, Ross?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I'm not very familiar with the martinis. I do. I think an old fashioned is pretty on point, but a ranch water, a lot of ranch waters coming in right now. Transfusion brought us getting a lot of love. I was surprised you didn't immediately jump at the transfusion.
That's a great drink.
I know you appreciate those.
I do.
So the dirty martini comes with some olive brine.
It's the actual juice of the olive. Yeah.
Okay, the olive juice that's in that jar sounds disgusting.
Yeah, you pour like a spoonful into the drink.
Whew. It's gonna be a no for me. Somebody texted in a rusty nail, 972 rusty nail. Not familiar with that
rusty
particular
trombone.
One. Super familiar with that one. But never heard of the rusty nail. I'm sure Dawson will have an answer very, very soon.
Scotch whiskey with Drambuie. Don't know what Drambuie is, but it's some sort of
It's a
mixer.
liqueur.
Okay.
Sounds nice.
Rusty nail sounds strong.
Yeah.
Liquor and liquor. That's the 2 mixers here.
Mm-hmm.
Martini, tequila sunrise, screwdriver, Mai Tai, rum and coke, all outside looking in.
What?
First into the tourney
Classics.
at 10, gin and tonic. There he is,
Bang,
Gavin
bang.
Dawson getting points. Moscow Mule at number 9.
Very popular these days.
Very popular.
yeah.
And the copper.
There's something, yes, that copper cup.
Yep.
It's just the presentation factor of it all. You're like, I want to be the guy holding that.
Yep.
Whiskey sour at 8. That's a Wolchuk special.
It's a great beverage. A little too sweet for me. Gives me a stomachache.
Wolchuk had quite the seating arrangement at Zero's wedding on Saturday.
Was he at a table with nobody he knew?
Though he was very familiar. Perhaps his childhood icon.
Sham?
Perhaps Sham was sitting to his left.
And Emmitt Smith to his right.
Somebody was to his right. They were making a Wolchuk sandwich. We'll talk about it in the finest. But Wolchuk's a whiskey sour guy. He proves that time and time again. Mimosa, number 7.
That's a brunch drink.
It's phenomenal. Long Island iced tea.
You're on vacation.
Vacation,
Yeah,
or just it's also synonymous with Sunday Fun Day. When you say Sunday Fun Day, I think mimosas.
There you go.
And I think the entire Metroplex does.
Belgian waffles and cocktails.
That's right, dude. What a dynamic duo. Long Island iced tea at 6. Daiquiris at 5. The Pina Colada at 4. That's an all-time beach drink.
Yeah.
If you're on the beach and you have a drink, I'm guessing you have a Pina Colada.
Goombay Punch.
That feels
Goombay Punch.
Foreign?
It's a very
feels like a Cajun swamp people type of Louisiana thing.
Get some of this Goombay Punch.
Goombay
That's
Punch.
exactly right. Thank you.
It's rum, like it's milk rum. It's like a milkshake.
Oh wow.
Punch. It's a good beach drink.
You had me at milkshake, sir.
Mm-hmm.
The old fashioned at 3.
Old fashioned.
Mojito.
That's
Broadus.
good. That's good. Yep. Mojito. Mm-hmm.
With the mint in there.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Is number 2. But a good old fashioned margarita, ladies and gentlemen, number 1. And the margaritas at Zero's wedding, we're getting it done. Yeah. I mean, me, Alec Medford, Carter, Wolchuk, Reginald, just enjoying some delicious
What a
margs on
time, dude.
Saturday.
I saw the pictures on social. It looked great. Congrats to Zero and his lovely bride.
There we go.
I will say one thing. I do make a pretty mean margarita, so one of these days I'll have to bring up the big machine and have y'all taste them sometime because they're pretty good. They're pretty good.
Sounds very Will Chambers.
That make you very popular, man. That does. That sounds very Chambers-esque.
Will Chambers.
Yeah.
Marg's in the office guy.
No, margarita kit with me, guys.
No, yeah. Will's the guy. What he
Keep
did?
that
He did
thing
the chili.
Yeah.
He made the chili, and we
The
were
Skyline chili.
The Skyline chili, and we all like, we kind of like, oh, okay. And he tasted it. It was like,
Other than the cheese sticking to the foil, I thought it was fine.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Standing in for the Woolly Bullies top 10 at 4:20 this afternoon. Once again, in admirable fashion, we'll go around the Rangers, and the big question CY is about to deliver an answer on. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. And in 1 hour with Lucius out, I'm going to attempt LA Live here for you tonight. That's all. Coming
Big
up
shoes, my friend.
next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Opening day is so delicious, we've renamed it Whataburger Opening Day. This Thursday with all-day coverage right here on your proud home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Ross. In for Lucius today. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Lucius and Wolchuk are both out. Send those guys some love on social media. Let them know that they are missed. It's been a big a couple of days for Rangers news here coming out of the weekend. They're home now, and they're about to play the Royals tonight. Pregame coming up at 6:30 and the first pitch at 7 o'clock. The first big item of news, and I just think this, goes to their financial reality right now, being up against the luxury tax threshold, something they want to avoid for a third year in a row, where at that point you got to get competitive balance taxes going. You got to write a big check to the other owners. Obviously, Ray wants nothing to do with that. And if they can get through this year without having to do that, then they can reset and maybe spend more next year, which sucks because they placed Dane Dunning on outright waivers. That should clear a 40-man roster spot. A team can claim him at $2.6 million a year. And then, if he does clear waivers, then they would outright him. But this is basically to free up $2.6 million a year. And in a game where the payrolls are around $200 million, it just seems insane that you could let a guy go who is your 2023 pitcher of the year go over 1% of that number or 1.5% of that number. So, I guess this is just a reminder that we're not operating as the Dodgers, and very few teams have historically. The Mets, the Yankees, the Dodgers been willing to go into luxury tax territory. At least we're not the Mariners, who are penny pinching their balls off. But they are preparing to finalize their opening day roster. It'll be interesting to see what they will do with an extra 40-man roster spot. Would be fun to have a trade. I would be working my butt off trying to find the guy that can be that linchpin for the closer role. We're still kind of looking out for that. They're gonna have about $8.5 million of payroll to play with once Dunning is off their books. As Sands told us about 30 minutes ago, they could also trade Tavares, which would open up about $4 million. So now you'd be looking at over $12 million of cushion. But it's gonna be a tough fit. Good thing we got CY on the job.
Yeah.
Okay. Evan Grant observations from the weekend. Evan Carter now looks like a man who is pressing. He was 0 for 3 yesterday with a pair of strikeouts, hitless in 12 at-bats in a row. Yeah. This is Evan Carter. How does this happen? 6 strikeouts in that stretch. His OPS for the spring is 441. That's on base plus slugging. 441 for Evan Carter this spring. In 2023, just his on-base percentage was 417. So things have really gone downhill for Evan Carter. I don't know how you would have him on the team. I don't think you need a roster spot. Leody Taveras is hitting right-handers better. I think it's clear right now you send Carter down and hope he gets right there.
Yeah, because I think the only way that he can ever, it's a much easier opportunity to regain your confidence versus that level of competition, and he can get more reps versus lefties, which is something that you're just having to sit him on those particular days. At least he can get that work in. And I think with what Pilar has brought to the table in spring training, it's opened the door for it. You should almost look at it as a luxury, like, hey, we have a chance now, and hopefully he can rekindle that flame. And by summertime, Carter's back up and everything's much better. But I'm with you. I think he needs repetitions. He needs to try and get that confidence back. And between Tavares and Pilar, you can get through the first portion of the season.
Yeah, it's so weird they say, nothing matters in spring training, but this definitely matters. A young guy trying to come back from injury and prove that he can do it against pitchers who aren't necessarily throwing their best repertoire. Mm-hmm. This should be the time where you're hitting 350.
Yeah, this is... Are we starting to see why he wasn't one of baseball's top 200 players?
That could be it. That could be it.
I mean that And I do this in a way that did you, for one season, catch a little lightning in the bottle with a player? This is maybe who he is.
I mean, Rugi Odor had 2 month stretches that good, where he looks like a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
And I think that might be part of it. CY talked about the time missed and being a young player who really hadn't had established that he could do it consistently yet.
Sure.
There were a lot of lessons that he needed to learn to be able to do it consistently.
Right.
And, Boach or CY said it's hard to make up for that. We love him as a player and a person. We know how good he is and know what he's going to impact our team. I'm just not ready to commit to whether that's opening day or not. So that's the word CY was putting on it over the weekend. Not ready to commit. He also said Bochy has been reminding people about how he missed time. This is a Bruce Bochy talking point, which strikes me as something that you tell people when you're convincing him, I don't want him on my opening day roster. He can't help me win games right now. Look, he was out for a long time, and what the recipe was in 2023 was he had an amazing summer. Mm-hmm. And at the end of that, by getting totally grooved, was ready to step in and, dominate big league pitching in his unique way there for a brief period of time. But it also helped that the Astros didn't have any left-handed pitchers.
Yeah.
How much could that have been huge? Derailed at that time. Jack Leiter had 6 innings of work yesterday, gave up 3 runs. That's a quality start. But he hit one hundo on the gun a bunch of times. Yes. And that's the first time he's done that in a StatCast monitored game.
Okay, well, he is far more comfortable than Evan Carter is right now. When you start to talk about your young players, Jack Leiter throughout has been, and really since the word go here in surprise, has been ready. He's prepared. The pitching, the pitches he's developed or is working on seems to be working well. He was a guy that you kind of felt like maybe he wasn't the most mentally tough guy, but he's shown that some good mental toughness. I wouldn't be surprised if, we interviewed Jack Leiter and he says, well, I've been working with a psychologist on some things, sports psychologist. And I've been seeing, and because he went from being a guy at Vanderbilt coming out to being one of the greatest pitchers ever in the draft coming out of college. And then all of a sudden has kind of things start to fall apart for him a little bit and needs to kind of rebuild himself. The pressure of his old man as a major league pitcher, the pressure of where he was drafted, the pressure of how he played at Vanderbilt. Maybe he didn't handle all those things really, really well.
And it's just such a big step from, college or the minor leagues to being able to play at a major league level. I mean, it's just, it is such a difficult transition. And for a guy that wasn't supernaturally confident or could go out there believing he was the man,
Mm-hmm.
I think it could extend it, but I think this shows he's getting in the weight room.
Yeah.
He's adding power and strength. And, it just underscores the fact that it's definitely a journey. And as we mentioned, Wyatt Langford, even better this spring than last year when we all thought he was going to go win Rookie of the Year. His OPS last year, 1.137. This year, 1.363. Mm-hmm. So 250 points better. And he was also 1 of 1 on his challenges. Evan Grant pointing out today in the paper, according to a StatCast last year, Langford was the victim of 62 pitches outside the strike zone that were called strikes against him.
Yeah.
That's just part of, earning your reputation and your respect of the umpires there as a young player. And they did Langford no favors last year. But this year he's, at least going to be armed there in spring training with that ability to challenge. Hopefully they get that in the big league system soon as well. Football's finest coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
All right. We have a Stephon Diggs health update and Dion putting it all out there on where he wants Shedeur to go. That's next here in the Nation.
Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. Rangers baseball at 6:30. They're going to take on the Royals exhibition action. DeGrom pitching tomorrow. It should be fun. Okay, here on your home of the Rangers, we're fired up for a return to glory 2025. Anthony Davis is playing tonight for the Mavs. We'll have more on that coming up in the Expressway at 5:20. And then I'm going to attempt LA Live at 5:40. I think we'll call it GD Live. You know, it's got a nice ring to it. GD Live.
Yeah. First ever.
Yeah, GD Live 5:40. You know, try to pull it off in Lucius fashion as much as I'm capable of.
Are you zooming enough?
Am I zooming?
Right? Because Lucius
Oh, that's
is always
right. He's
zooming.
always zooming. I don't know if I'm zooming. I do have an extra Celsius over here. Maybe I should crack it.
You got to get in the right mindset.
I'm zooming and grooving.
Yeah.
Some CBD.
That's right.
Okay.
Of course, you'll be black tomorrow.
Well, we'll see how it goes. You know, maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe we'll need somebody else to be the substitute LA tomorrow.
You know what I'm watching? This Cam Ward is throwing right now in the pro day.
Ooh.
Lot of from underneath center. These NFL coaches and scouts are like, listen, if you're going to do this workout, make sure it's underneath center. Let's see the drop backs. Let's see the footwork. Let's see all that and how ready he might be for this, or if this could be something difficult for him to pick up. But looks like he's doing okay so far with the throws and stuff, but a lot of from underneath center to try and get him, see how he adapts to that.
Well, it is 5 o'clock here on a Monday. It's quitting time. Crack 'em if you got 'em. Here's the Chief with football's finest.
Okay, so we know Stephon Diggs went to New England, and they just wanted to kick the tires on him and get an update on where he was physically toward the ACL last season. Apparently, he's ahead of schedule, running full speed. I've seen some videos of him doing some workouts, single leg, like squat, kind of lunge stuff, Bulgarian style perhaps, and he's getting it done. So Stephon Diggs seems to be attacking the rehab in a way that's going to set him up for potential success. We'll see if New England strikes at him. Maybe it's a post-draft situation like it oftentimes is for a lot of veterans, and just see where the chips fall after the draft, who didn't get the receiver they wanted, boom, go get a Diggs. But that's encouraging, the fact that he is ahead of schedule, and I wonder how interested the Cowboys might be at the right price, of course.
Yeah, I would think right price for the Cowboys has to be under $10 million. I don't know how far you have to go underneath that. He's going to be 32 years old in November. You know, I would say at this point, best days are behind him by quite a bit. But Stephon Diggs is still capable of like an 1,200-yard season, isn't he?
I would put that I'd probably cap it there.
Okay.
Unless he was dealing with an incredible quarterback situation in the right setting. I think there is an opportunity for that, probably. But as a wide receiver number 2, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, I think it's still doable.
Played in 8 games last year, 500 yards, 10.6 per catch. He might have fallen off.
Well, that offensive line, they were not pushing the ball. Oh, I mean, I say that. Nico Collins was definitely getting the ball pushed down the field to him. But that was, I don't know about the fit. It's hard to know. With a weird Texans offense last year, OC's getting fired, first 8 games in a new system, new team, new quarterback, new role. It's hard to judge that in a huge way. But, yeah, I think that as a wide receiver, too, he can still find some success. Deion Sanders. Well, first, let me start with what Ian Rappaport said today. He says, I think we're going to see 3 quarterbacks drafted in the top 15. We're 1 month away from round 1 of the NFL draft. Very exciting time. And he says 3 quarterbacks, Ian Rappaport, 3 quarterbacks drafted in the top 15. But he says where Shedeur Sanders goes is the biggest draft question mark that I can remember in a very long time, which is kind of funny to me because if you know you're going to have 3 quarterbacks go in the top 15, then you know Shedeur Sanders is going to be one of those guys.
Yes.
So you know he's going to go in the top 15. I guess he's just saying he could go 2 overall or he could go 15th, I guess.
Yeah, he's in that's the question. And here's the guy that started off as the potentially first overall pick, you know, when we started this journey. And then the season wore along, and then you started getting the evaluations. You started to hear the stuff about, you know, Sanders. Ward played at a very, very high level at Miami. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss looks very pro ready, what I've seen.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's the third guy.
The third guy. Yeah, or there might be some people, and I'm not going to say, like, say, Milroe. I know the Steelers had brought him in for a visit. I don't see Milroe, of course, as a first-round quarterback, but, man, someone might fall in love with him and go earlier than I would take him, but maybe a second-round type guy there.
Deion Sanders was asked where he believes Shedeur will be drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And the quote was, "Let's hope it's New York," which would put him 3rd overall in the draft.
Right.
If things remain the same,
mm-hmm.
Which means no thank you, Cleveland.
Yeah, you would not want Cleveland. I think New York has some relatively recent history of being successful, but I'd be terrified of that front office's decision-making, really. Post, Eli, really last 15 years.
There's a shot. And he's probably thinking this. I mean, he's trying to think of maybe New York with more of with the stable of the ownership and stuff like that. And I mean stable as far as how the owner gets involved or not gets involved and stuff like that. But both Cleveland and the Giants, general managers, coaches, those guys are, both sets are under fire right now.
Yeah, New York's not much better off than Cleveland in a football standpoint.
There's not much stability between two of those when it comes to.
I think some of that's market. He Shedeur Sanders in New York as opposed to Cleveland.
Yeah,
it's a huge win. You're going to a great city with an incredible opportunity for you to, get advertising deals on.
Yeah,
this, it would be if things go well for you in New York, it can get no better.
And I'm sure Deion's also thinking, if I end up getting called up to the bigs and I'm going to go coach Shedeur somewhere, I'd rather do it in New York than in Cleveland.
Absolutely.
I mean, you have to connect those dots to some extent.
Sure.
Like it's only a matter of time before those things start taking place, unless Shedeur is just a total flop.
And Dayball's on the hot seat, right?
Yeah, this could be one and done. And next season, we could be talking about Coach Prime in New York with, you have Deion and his son in New York in this division.
It's made for TV.
It's huge. The Colts have interest in Trey Hendrickson, Bengals pass rusher. He's threatening to hold out for the entire season if he can't get a deal done. Rappaport says the Bengals are trying to not let him leave the building, and they're working to keep him. So we'll continue to monitor that.
Sounds like he's winning the negotiation.
Yeah, it sounds like it, dude. I mean, the Bengals have been opening up the checkbook a little bit. Speaking of the Colts, by the way, I saw Anthony Richardson is now working with the same quarterback coach who helped get Josh Allen into form from an accuracy standpoint, his throwing coach. Anthony Richardson of the Colts is now doing that because his accuracy is just an unmitigated disaster. I saw he's been under 55% completion percentage throughout his entire football playing career, high school included.
It's tough. There's a lot to love. That touchdown he scored last year where he ran for like 40 yards, you can see why you would make the pick. I think it's probably time to cut bait on that. I thought you were going to say he's now working with the tight ends.
Yeah. That's probably his transition. If he's going to switch positions, I would think tight end. He's an absolute physical specimen. He just can't. He cannot throw to save his life in terms of accuracy. But if you're going to get with a throwing coach to improve the accuracy, Josh Allen, whoever that guy is for Josh Allen, that's the guy you want to saddle up with, right? The Josh Allen turn has been unbelievable.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people that had a hand in that. I think one of the Palmers, Ken Dorsey.
But he was his QB coach in Buffalo. Yeah. So certainly
Ken Dorsey's
some credit
here
there.
now.
Yeah, Ken Dorsey is here now. So hopefully, they obviously didn't feel like he could do something with Trey Lance, but that next backup that comes in, young guy, who's that going to be? Ken Dorsey hopefully has the understanding to get that thing done. Now, the wide receivers, I wanted to get to Matthew Golden here in this draft, but first I wanted to tee up. You had the playmaker Michael Irvin on with Kay Adams, and she asked him, I guess his two favorites in this draft are Ashton Jeanty, and then in terms like realistic for the Cowboys, he likes Matthew Golden.
Right.
Texas wide receiver. Here he is, either or, Jeanty or Golden, Cowboys at 12, playmaker. What say you?
And that's a great question. And if both are on the board, I got to go Jeanty. Because now I'm coming back to what I know, and we all fall back on what we know best. And what I know best is that triplet formation, winning game. I know when Emmett came, the difference he made. We had the same offensive line prior to him getting here. But when he got here, all of a sudden, they became the best offensive line ever. That's because Emmett was the best running back ever. You see what I mean? And he made a difference. Let's look at what Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry did for those squads that they played on this year. So, you get a chance to get a Jeanty and get and have that kind of production that he's had. Yeah, you take him.
No, I don't think you're going to have any qualms about that. And honestly, I don't know anybody in the world that would choose Golden over Jeanty. If you're just going player for player right there. So I totally get what he's saying. And the more I see on Matthew Golden, I thought it was interesting. Marcus Mosher, I'm bringing this up because Walchuk's not here today. I never bring up Mosher if Walchuk's in the building.
Anchors him.
It really does. But he notes that there have been 28 wide receivers drafted in the first round since 2020. None of them averaged fewer yards per game than Matthew Golden in their best season. Like Matthew Golden's best season is under 62 yards a game. So when you look at just production factor, it's not quite there when you juxtapose it with the other first-round picks over the last 5 years.
In the big games, though, those playoff games and stuff like that, he was such a huge player. It's a lot like watching Will Howard play quarterback at Ohio State. Just the fact that you you're just put on this huge stage, and you're able to make play after play after play against outstanding competition with so much on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Texas has got, if you think about though, with all the weapons that they have, that
they were spreading the wealth.
Yeah, you could. I mean, Ohio State's the same way. When there's people that like Junkins over Henderson, the running backs and stuff like that, and but everybody gets an opportunity there, So it's I think the thing with Golden, I think it's going to come down to if the Cowboys are going to take a receiver, and it's McMillan and Golden. I think those are the two guys that they're going to, and they're going to have to make a decision on that. I think they really do like Golden a lot.
I heard Bobby saying like the route running stuff with Golden leaves a lot to be desired.
His ability to make plays down the field, he finds ways to get open. You can legitimately see the speed, you can see the quickness. Texas routes are not precise. A lot of screens, a lot of underneath stuff. It's not downfield and like double move, nod, shake. It's not that. It's a vertical game. It's a screen game. It's a crossing game. There's not a lot of route running that you see in that.
Gotcha. Okay.
With the scheme. I mean, you see a lot
for sure. I mean, Quinn Ewers is the guy that's not pushing the ball down the field. Absolutely. I don't know how much of that is Ewers, how much of that is Sark, but it's certainly their offense.
Yep.
But you would go Ted in that situation, right?
I have Ted over him, I
at 12.
Yeah.
The other thing of note is just seeing the consensus big board, so to speak, on certain players in the North Carolina running back Omarion Hampton, who has been mocked to the Cowboys a decent amount over the last couple of weeks. Mel Kiper, Daniel Jeremiah. When you go like Kiper, Jeremiah, Field Yates, Dane Brugler, Mike Renner, like 5 big dogs in the world of NFL draft media scouting. You have Kiper with him at 14 overall, and same with Daniel Jeremiah, looking at the Carolina running back as the 14th best player. But Field Yates looks at him as the 26th best, Dane Brugler as the 36th best, and Mike Renner as the 65th best.
Wow.
So like the range on this guy, where there's potential he's drafted at 12, and if you ask Dane Brugler, it shouldn't be until the second round. Mike Renner, end of the second round.
Yeah, that's tough, and I think that's what Brian's been telling us about, like the difference between player 12 and 50 is just in the eye of the beholder.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you got to be right here. You got to believe that your scouts are going to be able to identify who the right players are better.
Mm-hmm.
For me and the Cowboys, it kind of depends on what position they're at. I think they've had some positions just dialed over the years, and others make you, kind of pucker up.
Speaking of positions that might make you pucker up, Walchuk at Zero's wedding on Saturday, he had Brad Sham to his left, Babe Laufenberg to his right.
Wow.
It was a Walchuk sandwich with Brad and Babe as the buns.
Good Lord, that's a whole lot of meat.
I mean, what an experience. And it was so windy, and we were sitting right next to and we were the last table to get called for the food. So we were just kind of right there, bottom of the barrel.
What were you were getting called like tables like you were in elementary lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. It was like by table, you can now go get in line and be served what was a delicious meal. It was
I like it.
Blue Mason,
well organized.
Perhaps. Yeah, very well organized. We just had to bring it up the caboose, which was fine because at that point, then the quantity factor, they were like, yeah, you can have as much as you want.
Ooh, yeah.
Because everybody's now got a plate.
But you were hovering. You were hovering right there by the line, right?
It wasn't a hover. It was just whenever it was my turn, I spoke up immediately to the guy. And was like, "Hey, could we kind of just double up on all this?
Yeah,
your single scoop and everything. Exactly, exactly. So you just pile up assets at the end. That's what I did. Undrafted free agents of rice and chicken and salmon and cornbread. That was really on point. So all that was great. But Walchuk was in the Brad and Babe spin cycle.
Nothing beats a good cornbread, man. I mean, you can mess it up by drying it out easily.
Right.
Cook it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you nail it.
Easily,
you give me a pat of butter and a little honey. Heaven.
It was probably, I would call that the star of the show. Even more than the salmon, which was really on point. That cornbread stuff was out of this world.
A cornbread star of the show.
I think Brad Sham would agree.
All right.
Oh.
He helped himself.
He was enjoying it. I mean, we all were. It was a damn good time.
Well, congrats to Zero and all the party goers that got to enjoy his nuptials over the weekend. A fan legend from his days here.
No doubt. Now he's on a beach somewhere.
Living it up. All right. Thank you, Chief. Football's finest is in the books. Let's hit the expressway. There's big news on the Mavs, and we'll get that and more coming up for you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan. Let's do it. We're going commercial free all the way to the top. Every day at this time, it's time to hit the expressway here in the G-Bag Nation. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, but Lucius is out today. Send that man some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed. I will have a Gavin Dawson version of LA Live coming up at 5:40. We'll call it GD Live. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Expressway's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Brian, what's so funny over there?
No, it's just GD Live.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you what's not funny. Mavs playing tonight. Anthony Davis is returning. Maybe the intimidation of Nick Claxton in the front court. He's probably going to go for a 30 and 20 night tonight against this Mavs front court. Brought him back. But I do feel like his defense and rebounding is going to give this team a lift they need to probably outplay the Suns here down the stretch. The Suns have a very difficult schedule. The Mavs schedule not as difficult. So I think they're going to be a play-in team now that they're actually doing this. I guess my question for you guys, if Davis gets hurt again, would it become a fireable offense? Is that our out for Nico, as much as we'd hate to see it?
Ooh, I mean, in my mind, he's already done a fireable offense, but in Dumont's mind, I guess, is the one that would be making that decision. And I don't know. I think, at least the way it's felt, is he's been completely on board with this. And he would just chalk it up to poor injury luck. All of our guys are getting injured. Yeah. Whatever. I don't know.
Just the way the season is. Yeah.
In his mind, hey, just wait, because we're about to get Luka injured again, too. You know, I don't. Maybe if it was some sort of catastrophic situation and he's going to, he'd go tears his ACL or something like Kyrie did, and it's out for the year, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this is completely nuked. But I feel like Dumont's pretty on board.
Yeah, I want to hope that he can start to get headed down that path, Brian. At one point, there was no way he would have traded Luka, you know?
Right.
And then in Game 3 last year against Boston, maybe that was the spark of the idea. The calf in training camp pushed him a little bit farther down that path, and then the calf at Christmas made it final, right? Yeah. The 3 steps to DeMont wanting to trade Luka. What are the 3 steps for him wanting to fire Nico? Maybe this could be. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching looking for a silver lining on this story, but...
You just never know, but the thing about it is, who's telling Patrick DeMont what to do? That's in the organization. That's who you have to, if you're Nico, that's how you have to worry about. You know, I don't think Patrick DeMont is smart enough, basketball smart enough, to say, okay, I got to get rid of my general manager here.
Yeah.
He's going to have somebody tell him, listen, you know.
Yeah,
because he's in over his skis. He's never done anything like this before.
Yeah, and
maybe Jeannie Buss could call him and say, "Hey, listen, we really robbed you on that trade, and we don't want you to do for any of our competitors."
To me, that's kind of where I think that I don't think he'll fire Nico just on his own.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
I think he's going to have somebody in the organization or somebody in the NBA is going to have to tell them or tell him, "Listen, your guy did you absolutely wrong. And you need to do something about it."
Yeah.
Because he's not going to go in there and close the door to Nico and say, "Hey, you're fired." And Nico's going to go, "Okay, why are we doing this?"
He's years away from knowing enough about pro basketball to realize that needs to happen.
Yeah.
If he ever gets there. Yeah. Okay. As far as if you bring Lively and Gafford back along with Anthony Davis before these playoffs start, who could this Mavs team seriously beat? OKC, probably not. I don't think you could get into your offensive sets against them. They're too good defensively. The Rockets, yes. The Nuggets, maybe. The Lakers, without a front court player at all, will get out-rebounded by double-digit boards in that series. The Mavs will out-rebound them by double digits. I don't know. I think the Lakers' defense has actually proven to be pretty dang good on the perimeter. They would probably get the best of you. But I think that would be an interesting series. Grizzlies, I think you could beat. Golden State Warriors, I don't know. Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, they would probably neutralize your front court advantage along with Kuminga pretty good. T-Wolves, I don't know. Clippers, maybe, but they're the 8 seed right now. Currently, Mavs are tied with the Suns at 34 and 37, and I think you probably pick them to win a play-in game right now against Sacramento.
They feel like that they could, the Rockets, and because I asked this question. And they felt like the Rockets and the Nuggets would be even without a point guard, that they would have an opportunity to beat those guys. I think everybody else they're kind of worried about.
Well, I mean, congrats to Spencer Dinwiddie, Jaden Hardy, Dante Exum for figuring out a way to create offense, and how much they've scored. But as you guys said earlier in the show, up until now, all we can see is that they're capable of doing that against bad defenses.
Exactly. Now, you go through, and I don't think this version of the Mavs is really competing with any of these Western Conference teams that are up there in the top 7, really. But it does just go to show how open everything is.
Yeah.
And the landscape is right there for you for the taking. If you still had your team intact, the West was wide open. And the track record that the Mavs have had versus the Thunder, which is obviously the big boy in the West right now, speaks for itself. The Mavs matched up incredibly well against them. And everybody else so beatable. Mavs went to the finals. They were the 5 seed last year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could have. There is totally a world where, man, you could run through and get to the Western Conference Finals and like your chances versus a team like the Thunder, just because you've kind of had their number.
Yeah, and I can imagine
that's what makes it so much more frustrating.
In Nico's mind, with his eco working overdrive, he's probably thinking, "We can win this," and I'm going to tell everybody to kiss my ass.
Yeah,
that's probably what's going on in his mind, because he doesn't have the experience, or maybe the ego's hijacking him right now, but he probably just doesn't have the experience to know when to wave the white flag. Like I'm watching this great show. I think it's on Amazon Prime. I don't know. It's one of these streaming spots called Rogue Heroes. Okay. It's about the early days of the SAS, which was like an English special forces type of operation, and they birthed in World War II in the African theater as they were fighting for Cairo and stuff like this. Well, one of the themes of World War II is these officers or NCOs that, were out there for the glory, right? And they would continue to charge into a battle when they should have cut bait and ran. You need to get home, right, and reorganize, come up with a better plan. But I think right now, Nico's like a couple of days into a battle that you're obviously getting your ass kicked in. You need to retreat. You need to consolidate your resources. And he's like, no, we can get to, Munich or whatever.
He's striding.
We're going all the way. You guys just don't see my vision.
By the way, that show, 8.2 out of 10 on IMDb, 80% TV Guide, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. 90% like that show.
Nice, dude. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a perfect show or one of my favorites, but it checks all the boxes.
Right.
You get some World War II going on. You get some crazy personalities. Like, the thing about the SAS is they tried to pick dudes who didn't follow the rules, who you could just drop off in a remote location and say, go kill them. Don't tell us anything about it. Come home when you're done.
You got the 1% of screw loose but skilled.
Yes. I have a screw loose, but I have a very special set of skills that I use to kill people. So if you want to go ahead and turn me loose, I can do that for you.
Hey,
boss.
I'm sold on this show, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect premise for all sorts of craziness, because nothing's really out of bounds once you've established that. And it pays off well. We're through season 1, just started season 2. What the Mavs need, though, is great leadership from ownership, and I don't think they got that very much from Mark Cuban. But damn it, it's a lot better than DeMont. Cut 19 from Mark Cuban did a podcast over the weekend with Tom Segura. What are you still in charge of? Here's Cubes.
What part of basketball do you control, and what do you not?
I don't
control?
anymore, and I haven't for a while.
So you relinquished all of it.
I didn't relinquish. They kind of
muscled it out of you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say muscled, but the majority owner, Patrick Dumont, decided that he was comfortable with Nico Harrison, the general manager, and the team he had put together, which is his choice.
His choice.
I mean, and you can't totally argue with him, because we went to the finals.
Yes.
Now I could tell you, but yeah, it was his choice, and he made his choice, and so I'm just a fan now.
You were in the position of having some.
That was when I originally sold the team. That originally was what was supposed to happen.
Okay,
and then over time, and initially it was, and then over time it was like, okay, and Nico we trust, and so here we are.
Yeah, that's tough. I think you probably wanted to get that in writing, but there's really nothing you can do once the governor of the team decides, I want to play with the toy. And that's why when he sold the team and there was that announcement that he was going to be the governor indefinitely, I was like, this isn't going to happen. This just isn't, it's too much fun. And
especially when it's just a handshake.
Yeah.
Like you said, they didn't actually make this contractual.
Yeah. Wish the guy would have followed up when he says there's stuff I could tell you.
Right.
I wish he would have said, like what?
To be fair, this is Tom Segura, the comedian, who probably has no idea what he's even asking him.
Oh, okay.
Not that he's. I love Tom Segura, but
Yeah, I just wish Tom would have said, "Well, like what? What can you tell us? What are you keeping here?
Who do we need on this?
Yeah,
we needed like.
And maybe he could have gone into like some of the stuff like with him and maybe him and Nico.
We need like Bob Lee on the scene, just like thoroughbred journalist. Jeremy Shapper.
You need somebody to follow up.
Yeah, outside the lines, Bob Lee.
He was wanting to tell you what, and then we just didn't get the follow up there.
Mike Lupico would have been all over his ass about that.
You're damn right. Roy Firestone would have not let that moment pass.
Am I right about that though?
Your dead ball's on right.
Yeah, because to me, I would have whoa, wait a minute. There's more to this. Like you're no longer in a basketball position because why?
I tell you what you heard, Brian, is you heard Mark Cuban wants to talk about it.
He absolutely does want to talk about it,
And I think eventually there will be an interviewer with him where that follow-up will be asked. And we look forward to that day. But damn it, those two are related. Dumont thought, sure, I'll make you governor. But as soon as he got the whiff of it, his ego was like, yes, I want to be in charge of this show. Yeah. And then I think that goes to the decision to ultimately let Luka go. It's just too fun to get in there and roll the dice and be changing things out. And it's nowhere for an inexperienced owner to be without a very heavy-handed consultant of some sort. Congrats to Texas. They got their guy. They got the coach that knocked him out. Xavier Sean Miller hired as the Longhorns' new men's basketball coach today. That's how you do it right there. He did spend 12 years at Arizona following Lute Olson, which is not easy to do following a legend like that, but he did a hell of a job. He was the subject of a college basketball corruption investigation in 2017, was ultimately fired in 2021. I don't know, was he paying players, something like that?
Probably was.
He's probably just ahead of his time a little bit.
Yeah.
And he was only in his second year at Xavier. They had just gone 22-12, and you could see the culture that he built in that loss to the Longhorns, or that win over the Longhorns last week. So,
he's
good hire.
He's changed his sideline attire. I think the post-COVID stuff has these coaches being a little bit more like athleisure on the sidelines, because he used to be a surefire, and plenty of the NCAA coaches, the old school guys, are still wearing suits and stuff. But Sean Miller was known for being the sweatiest coach in America. Yeah. Even like he jumped Bruce Pearl for this particular record, and he would always wear the white shirt, and he would take the jacket off at some point during the game, and he was just completely soaked. You could see through his shirt.
No T-shirt.
It was stuck to him. No T-shirt, no undershirt in any way. But now he's pivoted to like the quarter zip or whatever.
I love it, man. I do like going to the athleisure look. I mean, that's a big move. I think most people should do it. Let's make that the new suit.
Especially with the shoes. Like they were wearing like actual dress shoes as well on the sidelines. You're standing up for 4 quarters. That can't be good for the back.
Fashions evolve very well. I've been studying the process of becoming more calm as a coach. It's crazy to watch these dudes that fully embrace the intensity. They're like, nope, this is going to be 1,000 miles an hour for the next 2 hours, and I'm just going to be an impulsive whim after impulsive whim on shouting at my players and gesticulating and jumping up and down. It's an incredible journey. Yes, it is. And I think at times you can see that on his face. You could see that last week as they came back from that and then held a lead, and they were kind of nail-biting until they managed to pull away late. You can see the anxiety on his face as he's going through it.
So what have you learned from the book? Are you woosahing on the sidelines? You closing your eyes? Are you picturing your happy place, Happy Gilmore style?
I think the first thing I learned about it was just a reminder that if you want to accomplish anything, the first thing is being aware of it, being aware and being willing to confront. That wasn't ideal, right? And giving yourself a score afterwards, But yes, a lot of it for me comes back to breathing, just doing the woo-saw and trying to, lock in as good as possible there. Texas Rangers are in action tonight. The pregame underway in less than an hour at 6:30. I heard DeGrom's appearance is going to be tomorrow in the 1:35 game. Tonight you'll get some Malley. A lot of big decisions approaching for this front office, though, including Evan Carter from postseason hero and legend to a bubble for the opening day roster right now after the back injury. That's what we are waiting on. Rangers leadership talking about, look, he had a great couple of months, but he missed a lot of time with injury, might need time to play himself back into that kind of a guy before he is big league ready again. But Santu, who joined us an hour and a half ago, said, nothing's been decided, and he felt like Evan Carter is going to be on the big league team. And then that was Surprising to me. I don't think that is what championship teams should be doing. As amazing as it was, as much as we believe in the guy, we're excited about the guy. The proof's in the pudding now. Between last year and this spring training, guy can't play at a big league level right now. Dane Dunning going through waivers, possibly Rangers trying to get out of the $2.6 million obligation they have on him. And that's another one. That's just wow. That's money related though. But big league teams have an opportunity to get a guy who started quite a few games for $2.6 million.
Yeah,
yes, please.
You got to think there's enough teams that need some pitching that are willing to pay that. But also when Mike Maddox and Chris Young are done with you, I think that says a lot.
It does. It says an awful lot, because they got to be looking at that value too. Like, are there other ways we could get, but they probably tried to trade him, couldn't get anything, So the thing with Dunning is he got incredible results there for a period of time, but the analytics, the spin rates and everything, the way that they look at how pitchers are doing to predict and model what should happen in the future just doesn't generate a lot of confidence in them. Dallas Stars are back in action tonight. They're going to host Minnesota coming up at 7 o'clock. Stars coming off a nail-biter win against Philadelphia on Saturday. 3-2 was the final. Would you say 4 straight overtime games, Brian?
4 straight, yeah.
They're 2-2 in those contests, not scoring enough to put teams away at all. And that would have been a bad loss. Philadelphia, I think they've won 1 out of their last 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for signs here with about 10 games to go. The Stars are getting everything figured out. Okay, LA Live's coming up here in just a second, Ross. I look up at the clock and I realize I have more than enough time to get in 60 seconds on soccer.
Yeah.
USA down bad, as if last week wasn't bad enough, losing to Panama 1-0. Then they dropped 2-1 to Canada yesterday in the third place match, Brian.
Yeah. Wake me up when we really are serious about playing soccer or get better players. How about that?
But both losses took place at SoFi Stadium, where the U.S. plays its World Cup opener, June 12th, 2026.
I have absolutely no confidence that we're going to get out of our round.
You probably shouldn't, that they'll get out of group play. They couldn't get Pulisic the ball.
Yep.
They limited attack significantly. Coach Pochettino, I think you'll like this, Brian. He says, it's better to lose now because we have time.
No.
If we don't will be in this situation in 1 year, for sure, I'll tell you, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
But he says we're all disappointed. The fans need to feel disappointment. We didn't win, but I'm not going to allow us to feel pessimistic because I think we have good players.
If you're a fan of U.S. men's soccer, you're constantly disappointed. So we live in that, Coach. Yeah. We live in a disappointed state. With as close as we are to the World Cup, I do not feel any better about our side.
Well, maybe they'll do better in June when they face Turkey and Switzerland in a pair of friendlies before the start of the Gold Cup.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's...
Yeah. Wake me up.
Yeah, I know, buddy. I'll let you know.
I know. I'm just saying, though, I mean, we seem to spend so much effort and time on our team, and we just cannot put things together. The women, give them a lot of credit. They seem to play very well together as a team. They're connected. They know how to play hard for each other. There's so many questions about the men's side, you know, and we just haven't gotten any better. Just have not gotten better.
I think we've invested
Blame it on
a lot.
the manager.
We have good players in Europe playing higher levels than they ever have before. But you're right. As a team, we're not better.
We don't play better.
It feels like we're like a top 20 team in the world, and I'm waiting to be a legitimate top 10
like an
team.
all-star team.
Yeah.
There's no cohesion with the group, and there's always questions about this.
As I promised, it is time now, as it is every night of this time, for an edition of LA Live, but we don't have Lucius, so let's do GD Live.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
All righty, yes, sir. It is Gavin Dawson in for Lucius Alexander on this, what are we looking at here, 24th day of March?
Yes.
2025.
There you go.
Okay. I am Gavin Dawson from the G-Bag Nation, and I'm going to do my best, to deliver this LA Live for you as I know you would prefer it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to start this evening, gentlemen, with a story of some sports toxicity. How about this? It's not a toxic Tuesday.
Not a toxic Tuesday.
But we do have a 17-year-old Russian tennis star. You see her act over the weekend?
Did she? Were they play? Oh wait, I saw the Ukraine tennis player. Was playing the Russian tennis player?
This was America versus Russia, actually.
Okay.
Mira Andreeva accuses American Amanda Anisimova of gamesmanship for addressing her blister during a game. Anisimova trolled her after the match by flipping her the bird.
Whoa.
Look at this. Match went the distance. The American pulls off the upset, ended Andreeva's beyond impressive 13-match winning streak. But the controversy began as Anisimova took a medical timeout briefly in the third set at 3-1, 40-40 on Andreeva's serve. The Russian did not take too kindly to the stoppage, implying Anisimova was deploying a bit of gamesmanship in a way of icing her during a crucial point in the match. Said, I got a blister on my finger. It looked pretty legit to me, guys. You had the skin flap pulled up, a telltale sign of a blister that has popped.
You can't fake
and
that.
is extremely painful. Yeah.
And what is she accusing her of? Just simply gamesmanship?
Yeah.
Of course. Welcome to sports. You're dang right. If you can't expect some gamesmanship and trying to win in the margins in every way possible, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we called a timeout to ice the kicker.
Yeah.
I did see
Give me a break, dude.
over the weekend a Ukrainian tennis player. They were playing in Miami, I believe. She was playing a Russian tennis player, and she, for a match point, she served underhand and got an ace.
No way.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Like instead of she just did the underhand serve, got the ace, and so the Ukraine tennis player beat the Russian tennis player.
Getting kind of sassy there. That's a pretty good troll move there at the end. Isn't that showing somebody up?
I think that's definitely showing somebody up.
It's what I like about these individual sports. You don't have like a team or a city to worry about, so you can just be as disrespectful as possible.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're your own boss.
Exactly. You're your own brand, however you want to do it. You don't have to worry about the man next to you.
Yeah.
The man to your right, the man to your left.
And if
Just about the man in
sponsors
the
don't
middle.
like you, fine. Right? You're not ticking off any salespeople, any CEOs, any GMs. I'm just out here being me, man.
I just saw the
Living
clip.
free.
It's hilarious, dude.
All right. Tiger Woods, speaking of give me a break.
What are we doing here, huh?
He tweets, love is in the air and life is better with you by my side.
Give me privacy.
We look forward to our journey through life together. At this time, we would appreciate privacy for all those close to our hearts. He's got some new celebrity girlfriend or something like that. I guess Don Jr.'s ex.
Yes, dude. Okay, she's got quite the resume.
I think that's how he likes them
when it comes to the dating.
Yeah, very experienced.
She dated, according to Wikipedia, she at one point dated local street gangster Valentin Rivera, a member of the violent gang Latin Kings.
Should have some pretty good stories that'll liven up dinner time.
Then she linked up with Leonardo DiCaprio before she turned 25, of course. Next thing you know, she's dating a Saudi prince for 3 years before she moved on to marrying Donald Trump Jr. And I guess that was the last one until now, Tiger Woods.
Man, she's got a thing for gangsters, I guess. And then there's Tiger Woods.
He hard launched her, and then he said, "Please respect our privacy."
That is rich.
It's like, hey, here it is, but don't talk about it. Don't be about it. In fact, don't even like this post. Just scroll right past it, please. Privacy.
I guess he wanted to acknowledge something. I don't know. It was it was really cheesy and corny, if you ask me. That was my main thing. It kind of gave me the ick.
Yeah. Well, that's been his. Isn't that like he's hanging out with? Aren't there stories about him out with the other superstars, and he just doesn't quite vibe when he's out with the ladies?
Yeah.
Derek Jeter's cleaning up, and the other stars, and there's Tiger Woods, just like
he's always paid for it.
Is that right?
Yeah, Tiger's always paid for it.
It's well documented.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's kind of why he's probably not very comfortable doing what he's done.
He's just been all golf all the time since
always
day
paid
one.
He's kind of like it's this whole idea of keeping things private. He posted that he's got 6.4 million followers on X, and he's asking for privacy. Okay, what are you doing then, bro?
Yeah,
but he's never. I mean, I could say he's always had to pay for it. So he kind of like that's kind of an awkward thing for him to have some. What do you say, the Riz? Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Riz. He doesn't know how to frame it. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I think that is pretty ballsy to be dating somebody with such powerful men on her resume. You know, like any one of these guys could just decide that he was forever in love with this woman, and like the street gangster. the Saudis,
Yeah.
the Trumps. These are the most powerful people, either in your local municipality or your country or the world. Okay? I'm just wanting to play things a little bit safer in my dating life.
Yeah, I co-sign everything you just said.
Okay, is the tournament hosed without Cinderellas is one of the top questions. I think LA, he's a tournament guy. He might ask this today.
Definitely. He was soaking in the madness.
Nobody lower than an 11 seed. The theory now is that the NIL money has come in and the big schools now have so much cash and they can just buy up your players. So you can't go George Mason. You can't go VCU and keep a group of guys together that have been together since their high school days.
Agree.
That's the story. Our guys have been playing together for 10 years. You have the most talented first-round picks. We're going to whoop your ass with team basketball.
No question.
And it was brilliant. It happened for a long time.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith today saying, if this continues, it'll be the death of college basketball.
Yeah.
That far? You on that? You agree with him, Brian?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do. And if you want to just make the tournament not 64 teams anymore and just make all the teams, we're starting to see it when the SEC has 14 teams. What's that telling you? It's a
little lopsided.
7 in the Sweet 16, by the way. Nice work there.
Absolutely nice work. Why they're getting players from all over the country. They're getting them from the mid majors.
It means more.
Yeah. So
that's true, but we might be on a collision course for the best Sweet 16 Elite